The host is detected watching this video. Do you want to immediately bind the God of Wealth 10x cashback system? After successful binding, all expenses will be refunded 10 times. Price, 3 dog heads. Start binding. Ding. God of Wealth system binding in progress. System binding successful. Is the host activated immediately? At first, I thought it was just a joke, but as 3 dog heads appeared uncontrollably in my hands, the next second, a mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Congratulations, host, for binding the 10x cashback system. As long as the host consumes, double cashback can be obtained. When triggering special consumption effects, you can participate in a cashback draw and randomly receive 2 to 10 times the cashback reward. All cashback amounts come from legitimate channels. Young man, go ahead and spend. No way. Did the system really bind successfully? To verify the truth of the matter, I immediately rushed out the door. At this moment, I arrived at a store near the school and said, "Boss, give me a bottle of $4 iced tea." I immediately took out my phone and paid. Ding. Host spent $4. Cashback received $8. Account balance $8.80. It's actually real. I'm getting rich. At this moment, I couldn't help but smile. Boss, give me 2 more packs of Lotus Flower cigarettes. Ding. Host spent $70. Received $140. Account balance $148. Finally, I bought 10 packs of Lotus Flower cigarettes, and also took $500 worth of snacks before leaving. Walking out of the store, I checked my balance. Account balance $4.35. I couldn't help but sigh. Making money can be so simple, as long as you spend money. Now that I have this system, tonight I'm going to humiliate Lu Ruoyan and Lu Hao. Thinking back to the scene of being publicly humiliated by Lu Ruoyan yesterday, I clenched my fists, my eyes sharp. Four Seasons Hotel. If I remember correctly, that's where Lu Ruoyan is going tonight. Wait for me. Lin Feng is coming. Before going to the Four Seasons Hotel, Lin Feng decided to go back to the dormitory first to change into a set of clothes that wouldn't fade, and also to put back the things he was holding. He carried 2 big bags and walked towards the dormitory. Room 308. Lin Feng, why isn't this kid in the dormitory today? Yeah, usually at this time the instant noodles are already cooked. What's going on today? Who knows? Did he go out for food delivery again? Lin Feng's roommates Lu Gang, Li Jie, and Zhao Wei returned to the dormitory. Today, the 3 roommates wanted to treat him to hot pot to improve his diet. But Lin Feng was not in the dormitory. Since he's not here, let's go as the 3 of us. We'll pack some food for him when we come back, Lu Gang suggested. Okay, I'll send him a message, telling him not to eat instant noodles tonight if he comes back. Li Jie picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Feng. Just as the message was sent, the dormitory door was pushed open. I walked in carrying a bunch of food and said, "Hey, all the brothers are here. Perfect. Let's go to the Four Seasons Hotel tonight and have a big meal." What? Four Seasons Hotel? The 3 of them were stunned. Lu Gang walked up to me, put his hand on my forehead, and asked, "Hey, Lao Lin, are you okay?" He looked at me as if I were a fool. "Oh, come on, you're the one who's not okay." I gave Lu Gang a look and jokingly scolded him. "No problem. You said you want to eat at the Four Seasons Hotel? The Four Seasons Hotel is the most luxurious hotel in Jiangcheng. Where can people like us afford to eat there?" Lu Gang bluntly discouraged. "Yeah, Lao Lin, the Four Seasons Hotel is where the wealthy go. Just ordering a few dishes costs thousands or tens of thousands. Don't talk big here. We're all brothers. We don't know how capable you are." Lu Wei and Wang Jie also echoed. "Whether we can afford it, we'll find out when we get there," I said casually. Now, not to mention having a meal at the Four Seasons Hotel. Even buying the hotel itself is no big deal. It's just a matter of swiping the card a few more times. Right? Are you serious? Lao Lin is definitely serious. Okay, I'll go with you to the Four Seasons Hotel today. I want to see how you can come up with so much money. Then you better watch closely. Li Jie and Zhao Wei also agreed. After putting down the things in hand and changing clothes, I walked out of the school gate with the 3 of them. I went to a nearby store to exchange 4,000 yuan in cash, and then the 4 of us took a taxi straight to the Four Seasons Hotel. A moment later, we arrived at the hotel entrance. "Welcome." 2 receptionists smiled and made a welcoming gesture. I casually took out a few banknotes from my pocket and handed them to them, saying, "This is for the tip." Ding. Host spends 500 yuan. Credited with 1,000 yuan. Ding. Host spends 700 yuan. Credited with 1,400 yuan. This scene truly stunned Lu Gang and the others. We haven't even eaten yet, and over 1,000 yuan is gone. What's going on? When did Lao Lin become so rich? Did he win the lottery? Led by the receptionists, we arrived at the front desk. "Sir, do you need anything?" the front desk lady asked with a smile. I want to ask, is there someone named Lu Hao here tonight for dinner? I'm sorry, sir, we don't provide. Before the front desk lady could finish her sentence, I took out all the banknotes from my pocket and placed them on the counter, saying, "This is for the tip." The front desk lady's eyes widened. There were at least 20 banknotes. Her monthly salary was just over 4,000. These banknotes were worth half of her monthly salary. She immediately changed her tone. "Sir, I believe you are Mr. Lu Hao's friend, right? They are enjoying dinner in the 27th floor lobby." As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly put the 20-odd banknotes in her pocket. Ding! The host spent 2,800 yuan, received 5,600 yuan, and the balance is 8,035 yuan. This, Lu Gang and the other two were completely stunned. Just now, they still had a hint of doubt, thinking that I was just giving tips to show off in front of them. But when I casually handed out this stack of banknotes, their doubts about me instantly disappeared. They have already spent thousands on tips. How could they not afford a meal that cost several thousand? Lu Gang originally thought that after I embarrassed myself at the Four Seasons Hotel, he would educate me properly and make me more grounded in the future, not pretending all the time. Unexpectedly, it was himself who got embarrassed. At this moment, his face was red, embarrassed and ashamed. Lu Wei and Wang Jia were also completely conquered by me. Ding! This purchase has triggered a face-punching effect, and a cashback lottery is being held for the host. Face-punching effect? Whose face is this slapping? Yi Chen turned his head and looked around, only to see Lu Gang awkwardly lowering his head, not daring to meet his eyes. Wang Jia and Lu Wei were also honest. He laughed instantly. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 7x Blitz cashback in this cashback draw. Award amount, 19,600 yuan. Balance, $27,635. Yi Chen smiled with satisfaction. This money should be enough for a meal here, right? Shall I take you to them, sir? The receptionist walked out and smiled as she sought Yi Chen's opinion. Okay, let's go. Yi Chen nodded. A few people walked into the elevator under the guidance of the receptionist and went to the 27th floor. I have to say, the front desk lady is really good looking. She was dressed in a navy blue professional sheath dress, simple but elegant. It outlined her delicate figure perfectly. The straight legs were tightly wrapped in black stockings, adding a touch of glamour. This delicate face was more like a carefully sculpted work of art, with eyebrows like faraway daisies and eyes like autumn water. If you put it in the school, it is definitely the school flower level. Li Yanran is not even a fart in front of her. It would be nice to have a girlfriend like that. Yi Chen was quietly admiring the corner of the elevator when a voice interrupted him. Yi Chen, what are you looking for Lu Hao for? Lu Gang asked curiously. You'll see in a moment. Yi Chen smiled. Moments later, Yi Chen and the others arrived at the 27th floor lobby. The lobby wasn't very crowded, with only a few tables of guests. Yi Chen saw Lu Hao and his group at a glance. He walked over and sat down at the table next to Lu Hao. At that moment, Lu Hao also noticed him. With four eyes facing each other, Lu Hao slightly froze, then laughed out loud. He didn't expect Yi Chen, the poor bastard, to actually come. Isn't this a death wish? He would definitely humiliate this kid today. Goo, if it isn't Yi Chen, why are you kid here? Are you here to dilly-dally? Yen quickly put a bowl on the floor. And by the way, get Yi Chen some leftover bones for him to taste, Lu Hao said arrogantly. Li Yanran turned her head to look over when she heard Lu Hao's words. He also saw Yi Chen sitting next to him. She picked up a bowl, skimmed some of the leftover bones that had been tossed on the tabletop, and set it on the floor. Yi Chen, you're such a cheeky kid. You'd rather lie down and want to come here and rub it in too, do you? What a poor bastard. She kicked the bowl that was sitting on the floor lightly with her foot. Don't you want to eat it? Get down on the floor and eat it. The others at the table laughed out loud at this. They had brainstormed about Yi Chen kneeling down like a dog to eat. Funny. Ridiculous. You guys are simply too deceitful. Lu Gang couldn't look away and yelled. Yeah, we're just bullying you poor bastards who don't have any money. In this society, money is the master. Without money you can only be a grandson to others. There's nothing wrong with a grandfather bullying his grandson, is there? Lu Hao lazily reclined on the chair and became even more arrogant. Lu Gang was instantly enraged, his face so red that it would explode at any moment, but he couldn't say a word. Lu Hao's words were hard to hear though, but that's the way it is in this society. Lashing out without money or power is nothing more than impotent rage. Mr. Lu, you're going a bit overboard. This Mr. Yi is a customer of ours here, and is not here to dilly-dally with us. Please watch what you say. The receptionist helped Yi Chen speak up. After all, you've taken over $2,000 from someone yourself. Customers here? That's ridiculous. He's the famous poor bastard in our school. A college student who supports himself by running takeout as a part-time job. Do you think he can afford to eat here? Lu Hao said nonchalantly. Pretty girl, you've got a bad eye. That's not true. As the front desk of the most luxurious hotel in Jiangcheng, you should have seen all kinds of people. Can't you see that the boy is a poor man? Others have sneered. Hearing the words of Lu Hao and the others, the receptionist's face instantly changed. This gentleman who was out of his league is a poor who supports himself on a part-time basis. That trenchant look just now was all an act? She turned her head to take a closer look at Yi Chen. Slightly discolored dress, loose-fitting gray jeans. The skin was a bit tanned, and it looked like he had been out on the road a lot. The body is thin and weak, with a look of malnutrition. Where does this look like an invisible rich kid? Clearly a living beggar. Did he just look away? The look she gave Yi Chen was instantly a little disappointed. Yi Chen didn't know what was in her mind. He walked straight to Lu Hao and kicked over the bowl that was on the floor. Bones were scattered everywhere. Since you guys look down on me, Yi Chen, so much, how about we play a game? Yi Chen smiled submissively. Playing games with you, do you deserve it? Lu Hao, don't have that much time to play games with a poor bastard, Lu Hao said arrogantly. Don't be in a hurry to say no yet. You'll love this game, aren't you rich? We'll compete to see who spends the most money here and who loses. Just kneel and take the bones from the floor into the bowl with your mouth. How about it? Dare you play? Yi Chen put his hands in his pockets and said in a cloudy manner. Chapter 4, Compare spending money with Lu Xiao? Ha ha, Lu Hao and the others laughed out loud. A poor bastard even wants to compare spending with Lu Xiao. Did I hear it right? Who gave this kid the courage? Sister Jingru? This kid couldn't have gotten deranged after being played with by Huma. Could he? Several people mocked Yi Chen. A hint of disgust gradually rose in the front desk lady's eyes even as she looked at Yi Chen. What's the point of pretending when it's already been revealed? She hated men who didn't have the strength and still pretended. Li Yanran laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes. It was the funniest joke she'd ever heard. It is comparable to the Bay Area people saying that there are no doors on the mainland toilets, no backrests on the high-speed trains and no telephone booths on the roadside. You kid really have the guts to say anything. Compare spending money with Lu Xiao. Why don't you compare yourself to Mr. Hui in comedy? Li Yanran snorted. Brother Lu Hao, this kid seems to be in a hurry to eat a bone. You must teach him a lesson today. Lu Hao nodded. How can I take these bones away from this boy? Since he wants them so badly, it is natural to satisfy him. This game, I'll take it, Lu Hao said smugly, comparing himself to spending money. This kid is really out of his depth. When this kid loses later, make sure he savors the taste of these bones. With that he got up and stomped all the bones hard with his foot a few times. You're crazy. Yi Chen, Lu Hao is a famous rich young man in our Zhengde University. The family has tens of millions of assets. Aren't you asking for trouble by comparing your spending with his? Lu Gang's brows were furrowed and his eyes were filled with worry. He knew that Yi Chen had some money now, but how could that money be compared to Lu Hao? Isn't that like running into a gun? Yeah, Yi Chen, you're too impulsive. Hurry up and take back what you just said. Apologize to Lu Xiao, and let's forget about this, or it'll be over later. Wang Jia and Lu Wei also persuaded. Yi Chen patted Lu Gang's arm. Don't worry guys, just watch. Immediately after, Yi Chen looked at Li Yanran and asked with a smile, do you want to join in and accompany your brother Lu Hao to eat bones later? Humph, if you boys can win, don't say grizzly bones. It's just that I, Yan Li, can lick the floor clean. But the question is, did you win? Li Yanran said in a cold voice. Good, don't forget what you said. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. That was the effect he wanted. Otherwise it would have been too cheap for the woman. Pretty girl at the front desk, please help me see how much this table spends? Yi Chen pointed at Lu Hao's table and asked. The receptionist was a little disgusted with Yi Chen though, but in the way of professionalism, she forced a smile. Sir, this table spends a total of $13,000. Then let's go by that standard. Yi Chen said indifferently. You mean, sir, you'll have one of everything at this table, right? The receptionist reconfirmed. She didn't believe that Yi Chen had such spending power after learning that he was just a poor man. There was even a hint of disdain in his eyes. No, 10 copies. Also open me another $50,000 bottle of foreign wine. Yi Chen said casually, with a disinterested look on his face. 10 copies. $50,000 of foreign wine. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the receptionist's smile instantly froze. How dare a poor bastard who lives off of delivery to make ends meet say such big words? This isn't a dinner visit. It's clearly a trick-or-treating visit. This gentleman, if you're here to eat, please talk nicely, and if you're here to make trouble, please get out of here right now, she said nonchalantly. The eyes that looked at Yi Chen were disgusted and contemptuous. Lu Hao and the others were also shocked. They didn't expect Yi Chen to be so arrogant. 10 servings plus a $50,000 bottle of wine. It will cost a total of $180,000, even if the kid ran takeout until he vomited blood. There's no way he could have gotten that much money. After a brief moment of shock, several people laughed once again. If a rich young man had said something like that, they might have believed it. But this person was Yi Chen, and these words were a joke coming out of his mouth. Yi Chen, do you believe yourself when you say that? Go to the toilet and look in the mirror. See how you look like someone who can afford to take out $100,000. I, Lu Hao, have put my words here today. If you can really take that much money, these bones on the ground, I, Lu Hao, will chew them up and swallow them, Lu Hao said condescendingly. He couldn't even take out this $180,000 right now. Yi Chen, this kid dared to be so arrogant. He'd like to see it. How can this kid pay for this? Brother Lu Hao, it's wrong for you to say that. Yi Chen can't afford this money. Won't he renege on his debt? The big deal is just washing dishes here for a couple years, Li Yanran said in a conspiratorial manner. We're not short of dishwashers here. The receptionist looked indifferent. Lu Gang's 3 eyebrows furrowed even deeper. This is money that Yi Chen definitely can't take out. They shook their heads helplessly, not knowing what to do. Yi Chen didn't care about the crowd's gaze. He looked at the front desk lady, expressionless. You'll find out soon enough if I'm here to eat or not. Go, take me to pay. Humph, pay up, huh? I'd like to see how you can afford to pay so much. The receptionist lady stepped with small broken steps and walked in front of Yi Chen with a puff of air, bringing Yi Chen to the front desk on the first floor. Yi Chen picked up his cell phone and scanned the QR code for payment placed at the front desk. Ding! Payment successful. $2, 500 in the account. Ding! Host spends 500 yuan. Arrives at 500 yuan. How come it's only $25,000? The lady at the front desk's questioning voice had just dropped when the voice rang out again. Ding! Payment successful. $500 in the account. Ding! Host spends $500. Arrives at $100. Ding! Payment successful. $100 in the account. Ding! Host spends $100. Arrives at $200. Ding! Payment successful. $500 in the account. Ding! Host spends $500. Arrives at $100. Balance, $207. 635. A voice of successful payment bombarded the receptionist's brain like thunder. Chapter 5, Who Gets the Bones? Until the last voice falls. She was completely confused. Those people just now clearly said that this gentleman is just a poor man. Why does he have access to so much money? What poor bastard can just take $180? 000 for a meal? What kind of a poor bastard is this? Clearly a low-key rich kid. Thinking of her questioning and indifference towards Yi Chen just now, her pretty face instantly turned red with remorse. What an idiot yourself. It's amazing how casually they listen to them. Those people are so annoying. Ding! This purchase has triggered a face-punching effect, and a cashback lottery is being held for the host. Congratulations to the host for winning 10x Storm cashback in this cashback draw. Reward amount, 1,800 yuan. Balance, $2,007,635. Seeing his balance, Yi Chen's heart thumped wildly. The last time he remembered seeing this much money was when he fell asleep last night. He patted his chest and calmed down. Just as he lifted his head, he found the receptionist staring at him with glazed eyes and a smile. The eyes were full of adoration. Sir, I'm really sorry about just now. Those guys were so bad. How dare you deceive someone, a young girl who is not yet experienced in the world. And this is what caused me to have a misunderstanding of Mr. But a fine man, as handsome, as swashbuckling, and as rich as Mr. Wouldn't even take what just happened to heart, would you? The receptionist said with a smile. Yi Chen reached out and gently patted her head. A day of nettlesome talk. Let's go. He. Yi Chen walked in front, and the receptionist lady followed behind like a little follower. The two stepped into the elevator. What is your name? Sir? Yi Sam. My name is Li Han. Oh, why are you so cold and still mad at me? No. Then give me your contact info. Before Yi Chen could speak, Li Han snatched his cell phone, took down his contact number, also added his only letter. I want to go to the movies tomorrow night. How about you treat me? Li Han asked with a cute face. This one confused Yi Chen a bit. Is he being pursued by a woman? Or a woman of the school's caliber? Li Han looked to be in her early 20s, and her looks belonged to that cute type of girl. Yi Chen remembered that the last time he was chased backwards by a girl, it was also in a dream. Is that what money is all about? Yi Chen hesitated for a few seconds before barely spitting out 2 words. Okay. Once you show too much initiative yourself, you can easily be taken by the other person. He wants to take the initiative into his own hands. Soon the elevator came to the highest floor of the hotel. The two of them, Yi Chen, walked out of the elevator. Lu Hao didn't even ask about the payment, directly kicking the bowl on the floor to Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen, I didn't think you would dare to come back. I thought you kid had run away. Now that you're here, Get down on the ground and take a bone. He crossed his legs and hung back in his chair, sipping his tea and waiting for a good show. Li Yanran and the others also looked at Yi Chen arrogantly, waiting for the clown show. I think you should be the one lying on your back and gnawing on a bone, Li Han said in a cold voice. Mr. Yi Chen has already paid all 180,000, not a penny more, not a penny less. After saying that, she threw the invoice in Lu Hao's face. What? At these words, the room fell silent. Everyone's breathing became rapid. How could they not have imagined that Yi Chen had succeeded in paying? Pop! Lu Hao's water cup was unsteady and fell to the ground. No! How can this poor bastard have so much money? He panicked and picked up the invoice on the floor. Upon seeing the amount on the invoice, the entire group was completely confused. Isn't Yi Chen a poor man? How can he get so much money? He doesn't even have that kind of money. What gives this kid the right? His eyes were frozen, disbelief written all over his face. If you can really afford that kind of money, these bones on the ground, Lu Hao, chewed it all up and swallowed it, thinking about what he had just said with a high mouth and arrogantly kicking the bowl to Yi Chen's body with that face. He instantly blanched. Do you really have to kneel on the ground and gnaw on bones? He panicked. On the side, Li Yanran was even more dumbfounded. In her eyes, Yi Chen was a poor clown. Today she just wanted to humiliate Yi Chen and have some fun for herself. I didn't realize the clown was himself. Just now, she had personally said that if she lost, she would have to kneel on the ground with a bone in her mouth, and talk about licking the floor. What can we do about this? She sat in her chair on pins and needles. Lu Gang and the others were even more dumbfounded. Is Yi Chen a rich kid? For 3 years, they thought they knew enough about Yi Chen. Unexpectedly today, Yi Chen refreshed their perception. Thinking of that silly look when they were worried about Yi Chen just now, the three of them immediately blushed. You're really a dog with a nose in your own business. Yi Chen kicked the bowl back to Lu Hao. He wiped the tips of his shoes with a paper towel and smiled. Guys, it's your turn to perform. He then sat back in his chair, crossed his legs and sipped his tea, ready to watch the show. When Lu Hao saw the scene, he almost spat out blood in anger. He was just in this position ready to watch the show. I didn't realize that the bullet he had just fired was now hitting him squarely in the center of his eyebrow. Yi Chen, I was joking with you just now. We went to the same school. There's no need to make a relationship like this. Do you think so? Lu Hao began to get close to Yi Chen. Yes, Yi Chen. We're all classmates. What's the point of this little thing? You can't be that careful, can you? Li Yanran didn't want to kneel on the ground and lick her bones, so she morally kidnapped Yi Chen. Don't give me that. Do I know you? Get down on the ground and fulfill your promise. Yi Chen wouldn't eat this. These two didn't show any mercy at all when they humiliated him just now. Now talk to yourself about classmates. It's ridiculous. Come on. Willing to bet? What are you waiting for? Li Han was watching the fun from the sidelines. The reason why she was indifferent to Yi Chen just now was all thanks to Lu Hao and the others. Now that she had a chance to get back at them, she naturally wouldn't miss it. You guys can't afford to play, can you? These two were screaming quite loudly just now. Why are they mute now? That's right. So arrogant just now. I didn't realize they were two goons. The Lu Gang trio also mocked without mercy. The words of Lu Hao and Li Yanran that mocked Yi Chen just now had long since caused them to hold their fire. Now it's finally found an outlet. Lu Hao and Li Yanran were so embarrassed that they couldn't wait to leave this place. It's just so embarrassing. Kneeling is out of the question, and gnawing on a bone is even more so. If he, Lu Hao, wants to leave from here, no one can stop him. He took Li Yanran's hand and prepared to leave on this. Right at this moment, Yi Chen's voice sounded once again. If you guys leave here now, I will let the entire Jiangdu city know about this incident tomorrow. You guys think about it. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Lu Hao and the two of them, and turned around to eat the meal that had just been served. Chapter 6, Crazy Cowboys Live. Lu Hao's footsteps instantly stopped when he heard this. He's a famous rich kid in JNU, and he usually has the best face. If this gets out, he lost to Yi Chen, a poor bastard, and couldn't afford to play, and rolled away in disgrace. How will he be able to get along in JNU in the future? Put. He dropped to his knees at once and walked on his stomach to a bone and took it in his mouth. A lot of dust on this bone. It was the very footprints that he had just stepped on himself. Seeing Lu Hao kneeling down, Li Yanran, as if she had lost her reliance, also knelt on the ground. The two carried up the bones with their mouths. Yi Chen and the others were slightly stunned when they saw this. With that, he laughed out loud. Ha ha, yes, that's a great face punch. Although Lu Hao didn't chew the bones and swallow them like he said he would, but Yi Chen didn't get catty with him either. After all, it's important to be generous. A few minutes later, Lu Hao and Li Yanran stood up. Yi Chen, don't think that you're a rich young man if you've made a small fortune. Tomorrow morning I will go to the Jiangcheng International Trade Center with Yen Yen to buy luxury goods. Do you dare to come? Lu Hao's face was gloomy as he said in a deep voice. When Yi Chen heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. Isn't this another chance to punch you in the face? Don't worry, I'll be there. I hope to see you tomorrow, kid. Tomorrow, I'll show you. What a real rich young man. I'll double your humiliation tonight. Let's go. After saying that, Lu Hao took a few people and left the place in ashes. Yi Chen and the others were in a good mood, talking and laughing as they ate the meal on the table. Yi Chen ordered 10 tables, and it was more than enough for him and Lu Gang to enjoy one table, so he left the remaining 9 tables with the hotel's waitstaff. A few moments later, a few people finished enjoying their meal and prepared to leave the place. Li Han sent Yi Chen and the others to the door. Mr. Yi Chen, don't forget our appointment tomorrow night, Li Han said playfully. Don't worry, I don't have such a lousy memory. Yi Chen responded with a smile. It occurred to him that he had luxury shopping to do tomorrow. What's the point of him, a guy, going for luxury goods? So Yi Chen continued to ask, do you have time tomorrow morning? What? Just want to see me so badly that you can't wait for the night? Li Han teased. What are you thinking about, you girl? Yi Chen gently patted her head. Don't you women love luxury goods? I'll take you shopping in the morning. Really? Li Han touched her head with one hand and stared at Yi Chen with wide, dead eyes. Of course it's true. I'll buy you a pain in the ass tomorrow. In that case, then this young lady will reluctantly agree to your invitation. I'll see you tomorrow then? See you tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Li Han, Yi Chen's few people took a taxi on the side of the road and went straight to the school. Did you take a cab? Li Han had wanted to see what kind of car Yi Chen was driving, and when she saw the scene, her face was a bit disappointed. A few moments later, back in the dormitory, Lu Gang couldn't help the curiosity in his heart and asked, Yi Chen, how did you get so much money and win the lottery? Wang Jia and Zhao Wei also looked at Yi Chen. Hopefully, I'll get an answer out of him. To be honest with you guys, I've got the system, and I'm spending more and more money now. Yi Sam was honest. That's it? That's it. Playing around? Don't want to talk about it, forget it. That's a bit of a ridiculous excuse to find. Lu Gang was obviously not convinced. This is the real world, where there is no system. Li Jia and Zhao Wei both looked skeptical as well. Yi Chen smiled helplessly. These days, no one believes you when you tell the truth. Yi Chen didn't continue to explain, lying on the bed and brushing up the Pox Tone live broadcast. In the past, when I watched the live broadcast, Yi Chen did not brush the pennies, and the main thing was a companion. Today he decided to spend a good deal of money. At that moment, a message popped up from the Pox Tone. The crazy calf brother you are following is now on live. Crazy Maverick has hundreds of millions of followers. The number of people in the live room is even more stable for a long time at 700,000 to 800,000 people. It's a veritable Pox sounding one. Yi Chen used to want to hear the anchor call out his name in a live broadcast like this. That would look rehearsed. But times are different now. Today he's going to spike the top one of the Crazy Maverick live. Maverick, how much did you brush for your list one? I want seconds. Yi Chen clicked into brother Xiaonu's live room. The ID is take 2 Tales of Moonlight. He casually sent a message and then started charging. Brother, you a second level trumpet to second my list one. You're joking, aren't you? Maverick frowned and grimaced. Bro, I've swiped more than $800,000 on this list one, and you've only swiped $1 in total. Isn't that a joke? Brother Dingyo's words were also disdainful. This is the biggest live room in Pox Sound, and a second level trumpet dares to pretend to be here. Isn't this kid just looking for trouble? I'm really here for list one. No kidding. Yi Chen sent another message and continued to fill the bullets. Dude, not that I'm talking about you, but if you have that kind of money, level yourself up first. Don't be a pussy here. If you keep this up, I'm going to kick you off the air. Maverick is getting a little impatient. Bro, you're a second level trumpet coming to this live room to brush up your presence. Don't even look at what this place is. I'm a girl. I'm at the People's Square in Huaichang right now. If this kid can second the list one. I'm wearing a bikini and dancing with a square dancer. Pretty girl, I have a friend who wants to see it. Send a location. With lace? I'm ready to buy a plane ticket. Big brother Punji, why don't you say something? At this time, the 74th ranked first big brother with the name Domination of the World calmly sent out a message. I just smile and don't say anything. Ha, holy, bro, you're making the top one big brother in my live room speechless. Keep this up and you'll have me stumped too. Brother Xiaonu's face gradually became cold. Management, fork this kid over, before the words are out of my mouth. A diamond carnival full of mechanical special effects spun around and appeared in front of the crowd. The entire live broadcast room was instantly covered by cool and eye-catching special effects. I'll go. A level 2 trumpet actually swiped a carnival. Brother Xiaonu pretended to be shocked. Then he laughed again. Bro, it's not easy for you to make $3,000 by playing screws for a month. Don't brush it off. the words just fell. A diamond carnival rises again, followed by a second, third, and fourth. Carnival X45, Carnival X46, Carnival X47. Chapter 7, Encountering a Fairy at Breakfast. It wasn't until after 100 swipes that Yi-chen stopped. A carnival was $300, and in less than a minute, Yi-chen had swiped a full $300,000. Ding! Host spends $300, arrives at $600. Balance, $2, 307, 635. Yi-chen's account had also risen from a level 2 trumpet to level 44 in one fell swoop. Instantly, everyone in the broadcast room was confused. Asterisk asterisk. Brother Air 2 was really a godly man. Let's have you guys look down on the second level trumpets. Slap your face. I apologize for the dog eye look I just gave. The big and small cowboys were even more dumbfounded. Holy, swiped 300,000 gifts at once. Which big brother runs the trumpet? Thank you to Take the Moon for 2 tails for sending 100 carnivals. Thank you big brother. Brother Xiaoniao stood up excitedly, his mouth almost crooked with laughter. Big brother, I really didn't expect you to be a divine hero. I'm really sorry just now. Maverick apologizes. Denyo also apologized to big brother. The two stood up and bowed to thank Yi-chen. Humph. What's the point of being complacent? It's only a mere 300,000. Not even close to my 850,000 list. I continue to smile and not say anything. The first big brother of the list, dominating the world, sent 2 messages in a row, striking out at Yi-chen. Chief Zai is pretending again. The strength of others, Mr. Zai, is there. Although Brother Air 2 also has a bit of money, there is indeed too great a gap between him and Mr. Zai. Trying to step on Chief Zai to take the top spot is unlikely, I think. Even though Yi-chen showed a bit of strength, no one in the live broadcast still favored him. After all, it's the most trenchant big brother of the Big Calf Brothers live show. It is well known throughout the Pox sound. It's all about taking real money. How can it be surpassed by just any kid who comes out of nowhere? Yi-chen smiled. He just had sore hands and was moving his muscles. Next, the game is just beginning. Since we're going to play hard to get, we have to get a whole big pile of it. The next moment, the spinning diamond carnival slowly rose again. Second, third, Carnival X664, Carnival X665, Carnival X66. Yi-chen's fingers were cramped from pointing. Too damn tired. He decisively stopped swiping gifts. It's all in the system. So who's suffering? He's not going to make a lot of money and suffer a little. There's money to be had. He looked at his ranking and it had already reached list 1. Ding! The host spent 199,800 yuan. The account is 399,600 yuan. Balance, $4,305,635. Holy! Maverick jumped right out of his chair. Over 600 carnivals. 2 million swiped in less than 10 minutes. This is horrible. Thank you for the 66 diamond carnival sent by Brother Take the Scarlet Tutu. May Big Brother live long and never die. Brother Maverick's voice trembled with excitement. Pop. Brother Big Bull slapped him on the back of the head. Can you kid talk? Where is the place to thank your big brother like that? The live stream also instantly exploded. I'll go. Brother Air Liang really made it to the first list, and he directly crushed Mr. Zai. I thought Chief Zai was already invincible, but I didn't realize that there was someone even braver than him. Mr. Zai's face is swollen. Where's that little girl in the bikini who was dancing in the square? Send a location. My friend's plane ticket is all bought. No center. You're the one who ING wants to see it, aren't you? At this moment, Juggernaut World silently exited the live broadcast room. He just couldn't stay. Tonight was a disgrace. He slammed the goblet in his hand to the floor in exasperation. Kid, don't let me run into you again, or I'll have your ass. Ding! This purchase has triggered a face-punching effect, and a cashback lottery is being held for the host. Congratulations to the host for winning 4x Storm cashback in this cashback draw. Reward amount, 799, 200 yuan. Balance, $12, 297, 635. Yi-chen looked at his balance and smiled with satisfaction. Tonight the pussy was loaded and the money was made. The genius is in place. He tossed his cell phone aside and fell asleep at ease. Big Brother Air, what program would you like to see? Why don't the two of us brothers do a mechanical dance for you? Are you there Brother Air 2? Maverick asked. No one responded. Yi-sam has fallen asleep. When he woke up the next day, Yi-chen transferred the change of more than $2 million to his parents. Afraid that they would think too much, Yi-chen found a reason to say that he had won a few $1 million by buying a lottery ticket. He himself left a whole $10 million. Yi-chen simply washed up and left the school. Yi-chen and Li Yihan had an appointment to meet at 10 o'clock, and it was still early, so he was going to have a breakfast. It was the first time he'd had breakfast since college. Usually it's all about sticking around hungry until noon. He went to a breakfast place near the school. Boss, take 2 cages of xiaolong bao, a bowl of wontons, and 2 donuts and 2 eggs. Okay, little brother. You sit first. The owner greeted Yi Chen and sat down in the store. It just so happened that Lin Xiaotong, the class flower of Yi Chen's class, and her best friend Lu Wen were also there. You guys are there too? Yi Chen greeted with a smile. When the two saw Yi Chen, their faces were slightly surprised. In 3 years, they've never seen Yi Chen eat breakfast. Even lunch and dinner are eaten at the cheapest. I didn't expect to run into him here today, and it cost $20 or $30 for breakfast. The money wasn't much, but it was enough for Yi Chen to live for 3 days. Rare guest. Yi Chen, it's the first time I've seen you eating breakfast, Lin Xiaotong said with a smile. Although she was the class flower of the class, she was kind and not arrogant like the other class flowers and school flowers. It belongs to a clear stream among the beauties of Jiangcheng. Yi Chen was impressed with her. However, Lu Wen, who was on the side, was filled with disgust. Xiaotong, he's just a poor bastard. Why do you care? This kid must have followed us here because he saw the two of us here. It's just so shameless. She's not very good looking, but she's fanatically confident. It simply looked down on poor bastards like Yi Chen. Coco Lu, don't say that. Yi Chen may be poor, but he works hard. Started making my own money early on. Unlike us, we still have to support ourselves from home. Lin Xiaotong spoke up for Yi Chen. Humph, what's the use of trying? Poor is poor. We're students here. It would have been dependent on the family. A poor bastard like him whose family has no money doesn't deserve to come to college. Coco Lu retorted disdainfully. Lin Xiaotong was angry when she heard this. That's just a ridiculous thing to say. If Yi Chen is poor, he hasn't eaten a mouthful of your food. What's it got to do with you? She was about to open her mouth to defend herself when Yi Chen stopped her. Your friend fairy disease has struck again. Yi Chen smiled, then turned his head to look at Lu Wen. You open and close your mouth with the word poor. Are you rich? I'm a girl. Do I need to be rich? Dinner is on the house. Cosmetics. Where do I need to spend my own money when I have a bag and cell phone to buy from a licking dog? On the contrary, you poor bastard. Don't talk about finding a woman. You don't even deserve to be a licking dog, right? Coco Lu rebuked nonchalantly. Yi Chen managed to be amused by her. He usually brushes up against the fairies on the internet and thinks to himself, how could there be such a person? I never thought I'd see it in person today. Chapter 8. I'll pay for the whole breakfast. If it wasn't for the rule of law, this would have been punched in the face by her own mother. Yi Chen didn't pay any attention to her. There's no point in talking to a woman who's such a nuisance. Hit her hard in the face is all. Boss, I'm paying for all the breakfasts here today. It's all free to students who come in for breakfast. How much is the total math? Yi Chen said indifferently. Everyone here was stunned when these words came out. Who is this rich young man? Is he so trenchant even for breakfast? It's really the right day to have a breakfast for nothing. It's just so pushy, this kind of talk. I'd like to be able to act like that for once in my life. The crowd cast envious gazes at Yi Chen. Oh, a poor bastard who went to college and still has to work part-time. But he's even pretending to be a second-generation rich guy. It's so skinless. Coco Lu tugged as if she was $2,500. Very arrogant. Don't believe this poor bastard. Folks, he can't even afford college, and he's got a part-time delivery job. How can I afford to treat so many of you to breakfast? She cranked up her voice and yelled at everyone around her. She wanted everyone to know that Yi Chen was just pretending. He didn't have the strength at all, thus making him lose face in front of so many people. Ha, so it's a poor. I thought I could have breakfast for nothing today. Seems like overthinking. I've seen this kid before. He's the notorious poor bastard in the class next to mine. It looks like you'll have to download some anti-fraud center app for breakfast from now on. In an instant, the whole picture changed. The crowd was pointing at Yi Chen. The eyes also changed from the previous envy to contempt. Coco Lu was pleased with the crowd's reaction. The eyes that looked at Yi Chen were even more disdainful and arrogant. Yi Chen, don't gamble with Lu Wen. Aren't you causing trouble for yourself? Lin Xiaotong frowned lightly and looked at Yi Chen worriedly. All in the same class. She knew Yi Chen's situation. He simply can't get that kind of money. You'll only embarrass yourself more when the time comes. Lin Xiaotong didn't want to see this scene. It's okay, don't worry. Yi Chen gave Lin Xiaotong a smile. Dude, that's $18, $712 for all the breakfasts. I'll give you a zero. Count you 18, $710. Yi Chen was a bit confused. That's not quite the wipeout he was thinking of. He thought he would erase the $12, but he didn't realize that the owner had erased the $2. But he didn't care about any of that. The more you count for him, the happier he'll be. Yi Chen picked up his cell phone and scanned to the QR code affixed to the door. Poor bastard. I don't see how you can afford to take so much money. Coco Lu crossed her legs, hooking the toes of her sneakers and gently rocking them in amusement. A poor bastard is just a poor man who dares to pretend in front of her. She'd have to humiliate the kid later when he couldn't pay. Lin Xiaotong also looked at Yi Chen with some concern. Just then, the payment voice went off. Ding! Payment successful. $18. $710 in the account. Ding! Host spends $18. $710. Arrives at $37. $420. Balance, $10,018,710. What? Coco Lu was dumbfounded. A poor bastard who has to work his way through college and can't move without getting instant noodles for his meals. I can't believe the payment went through? A look of disbelief filled her face. How could she not expect that Yi Chen would have so much money? That's a lot of money for any average college student. Not to mention this poor bastard. How is that possible? Incredulity was similarly written all over Lin Xiaotong's eyes. Such a result was really unexpected to her. Yi Chen stuck one hand in his pocket and slowly walked over to Luwen. Coldly, weren't you just barking like a dog? And yelling that I, Yi Chen, am a poor bastard? Keep screaming. What? The orgasm passed and you can't scream? What an ugly man. Lumen's face turned red and she couldn't say a word at the dislike. Awkward. Shame. Shame on you. She lowered her head, not daring to even look at Yi Chen. Just now, I almost believed the words of this little fairy. Where is this brother poor? Obviously a rich young man. This woman isn't very good looking and she's so manipulative. What the hell? I can't wait to go up and give this woman 2 pussy pockets right now. She's so cheap. This rich young man punched someone's fairy's face painfully. So bad. The crowd rebuked Lu Min without mercy. You big men. How dare you bully a weak woman? How bad? Lu Min instantly cried in aggravation. I shucks. Bitch. What a masterpiece. No one sympathized with her. There were plenty of people who wanted to beat her up. This girl, don't cry in my store. Go out and cry. Don't affect my business. The boss also expelled Yu Min impatiently. Yi Chen, on the other hand, stopped paying attention to her, walked over to Lin Xiaotong, and said, Thank you, Xiaotong. It's okay, I wasn't much help. Lin Xiaotong smiled. She wasn't as stunning looking as the schoolgirls, but she was pretty enough, especially the temperament like clear spring water on his body, which made Yi Chen feel very comfortable. Would love to be close. Xiaotong, can you add a Weixin? Yes. Lin Xiaotong nodded. The two exchanged contact information. Lin Xiaotong had always had a good impression of Yi Chen. In her eyes, Yi Chen was also good-looking, quite hard-working and sincere. The only downside is being poor. But after today's incident, she realized that Yi Chen didn't seem to be as poor as she thought. A few more points were added to Yi Chen's favor. After a brief chat, Yi Chen bid farewell to Lin Xiaotong. Ding! This purchase has triggered a face-punching effect, and a cashback lottery is being held for the host. Congratulations to the host for winning 6x Storm cashback in this cashback draw. Award amount, $112. 260. Balance, $101. 309. 770. Yi Chen looked at the time. There was still about an hour before 10 o'clock. Go buy a car first. It's not good to take a taxi all the time. It's just the right time to drive to pick up Li Yihan in a while. He took a cab and went to the Lamborghini Force store. Just walking into the store, various Lamborghini models dazzled Yi Chen. These cars, he's never even seen them. Shocking. It's so shocking. At that moment, a beautiful saleswoman approached. She saw that Yi Chen was not very old, and no matter from the dress and temperament, it didn't look like a rich person. So there was some disappointment. Looks like you won't get a commission from Yi Sam, but hospitality is still hospitality. How may I help you? Sir, the beautiful saleswoman said with a smile. Do you guys have any cars around $10 million here? Yi Chen inquired. He doesn't know much about cars. Chapter 9, a Lamborghini. Ha! The beautiful saleswoman froze slightly. She didn't expect Yi Chen to have such a big mouth, and the moment he opened his mouth, it was at the 10 million level. Sir, we do have multi-million-dollar luxury cars here, but looking at you like this, not quite someone who can afford that kind of money. Are you sure you want to consider looking at something else? Or next door is the BYD 4S store. Would you like to go there? The beautiful saleswoman suggested with a smile. The cars here all started at a minimum of $3 million, and she didn't think Yi Chen could afford it. In her opinion, the 100,000 plus BYD next door was quite suitable for Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled helplessly. Doesn't he look so unlike a rich man? Looks like we'll have to go shopping for some new clothes in a little while. You can't be sealed off from the godawful aura by this color-faded shirt you're wearing. He ignored the beautiful saleswoman and walked straight to the front desk. Sir, where are you going? Wait for me. The beautiful saleswoman wore high heels and trotted all the way behind Yi Chen. In the next moment, he only saw Yi Chen take out his cell phone and scan the QR code at the front desk. Payment successful. $10 million in the account. OMG, I'm going. Just a moment ago, the sweet-voiced sales, directly rough door loud voice soared up the northeast. She didn't realize that this gentleman actually had $10 million, and she hadn't even looked at the car yet. Just pay the money up front. I was so blind that I didn't see that this gentleman was a super rich young man. The beautiful saleswoman blushed slightly, a little embarrassed. Ding! The host spent $10 million, $20 million in the account. Ding! This purchase has triggered a slight facepalm effect, and a cashback lottery is being held for the host. Congratulations to the host for winning 2x Storm cashback in this cashback draw. Amount of award, $20 million. Balance, $40,130,970. Yi Chen was somewhat speechless. Slight facepalm and all that? No wonder the Blitz cashback is only twice as much, but he was content. Can we see the car go now, pretty lady? Yi Chen asked with a smile. It's okay, it's okay. The beautiful saleswoman nodded repeatedly. Immediately after, Yi Chen followed the sales to a cool and racy white supercar. Sir, this Lamborghini Bull landed at $10 million. Do you think it's satisfactory? Is this the legendary Bull? Usually he often heard people around him mention the big Bull this car. I did not expect to look like this. He ran his hand over the car and couldn't help but sigh. Handsome indeed. He used to envy those rich young men who drove supercars single-handedly, and now he finally got what he wanted. That's it. Get the contract. Yes sir. Just a moment. A few moments later, the beautiful saleswoman prepared the contract, and Yi Chen casually looked at it and signed it. By the time all the formalities were completed, it was almost 10 o'clock. At that moment, Li Han called. Yi Chen, when are you coming over to pick me up? Just a moment. I'll be right there. Yi Chen single-handedly drove the Lamborghini Big Bull straight to the Harmony neighborhood where Li Han was. Li Han is wearing light pink makeup, with a slim blue t-shirt on top and a short cake skirt underneath. And a cute pom-pom haircut. The pink bag was slung around her waist. It looked so innocent and cute. At this moment, she was standing at the entrance of the Harmony neighborhood, waiting for Yi Chen in boredom. Yesterday when she watched Yi Chen leave, she saw that Yi Chen actually took a taxi back, slightly disappointed inside. She works at the Four Seasons. She sees a lot of cockneys every day. The vision is naturally higher than the average person. If Yi Chen still took a taxi to pick her up today, she would not hesitate to reject Yi Chen. Just then, a Mercedes-Benz Big G drove by and slowly stopped at the entrance of the Harmony neighborhood. It quickly drew a crowd of people around them. Holy, Mercedes-Benz Big G. This car is so cool. My dream car. Would love to hog the passenger side of this Mercedes. The crowd cast envious glances. Many people even just grabbed their cell phones and snapped pictures of this Big G. This car, while not exactly rare in the circle of rich kids, in the eyes of the average person, that's the dream. Li Han's heart was also filled with curiosity. Who was this? The next moment, the car door slowly opened, and a rich young man with sunglasses and a handsome look stepped out of the car. Li Han, what are you waiting for here? Let's go. I'll take you to get high. Li Han took a look and it turned out to be rich young man Wen Yang. The two met at the Four Seasons. Wen Yang often dines at the Four Seasons Hotel and is quite handsome. Li Han has a deep impression of him. Seeing Wen Yang take the initiative to invite herself, she was a bit moved and began to hesitate inwardly. On one side was Yi Chen, who was taking a taxi, and on the other side was Wen Yang, a rich young man who drove a $2 million Mercedes-Benz. Yi Chen had no advantage. After hesitating for a few seconds, Li Han agreed to Wen Yang. The big deal was to send a message to Yi Chen in a while, saying that he had something temporary to do. Okay Wen Xiao, where are we going to have fun today? Get in the car and you'll see, Wen Yang said with a smile. Then, at Wen Yang's invitation, Li Han opened the door to the passenger side of the Mercedes. When the surrounding women saw this scene, they were envious. Why can't I meet a rich young man who was so handsome and rich? I'm fiercely envious. Just as Li Han lifted her foot and prepared to get into the car, a supercar roar came. Immediately afterward, under the gaze of the crowd, a dazzling white supercar stopped next to the Mercedes Big G. Lamborghini Bull. Holy, I can't even dream of a car, but I've seen it with my own eyes today. This car is also too handsome. So compared to the next Big G instantly weak. The crowd gasped in awe. Many people even gathered directly around, all wanting to see this big bull up close. Some people had even picked up their cell phones and stood beside the big bull taking selfies. This Lamborghini is nothing short of an ultra-luxury god's car for the common man. Li Han also turned her head to look over. She was also awed by the first sight of the car. Is there a woman out there who doesn't like supercars? Who is the owner of this supercar? Curiosity filled her eyes and her movements to get into the car stopped for a moment. Just then, the door to the big bull's car slowly opened. A pretty boy with a clean face stepped out of the car. Chapter 10, Ask Lin Xiaotong to go shopping. After seeing the handsome man who walked out, Li Han covered her mouth in disbelief. Isn't this Yi Chen? How could she not expect that Yi Chen would come over to pick herself up in a big Lamborghini Bull? She had just wanted to send a message to Yi Chen saying that she had something to do and let Yi Chen off the hook. Now that he saw Yi Chen driving over in a supercar, he instantly dismissed the idea. After freezing for a while, Li Han reclosed the door of Wen Yang's Mercedes, trotting to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you're here. I've waited so hard for you, Li Han commiserated. So bitter indeed. I almost got into someone else's car. Yi Chen looked indifferent. He had watched the scene just now. He hadn't realized the woman was so realistic. He's the one who got ahead of himself. Reality taught him another lesson. But he wasn't his old self anymore. Women. If you can play with them, you can play with them. If you can't play with them, you can get another one. Li Han smiled awkwardly. I wasn't going to get in his car. I just wanted to see what it looked like. Just as he finished speaking, Wen Yang's voice came out from the big G car. Get in, Yi Han. What are you waiting for? These words instantly punctured Li Han's lies. She hurried to change the subject. Don't freeze, Yi Chen. Let's go. Didn't we go shopping for luxury goods this morning? After saying that, she gently pushed Yi Chen and prepared to get into the car. Ha! Yi Chen fiercely shook off Li Han's hand. Does it matter to you if I go shopping for luxury items? But didn't you say yesterday that you would buy me any luxury I wanted today? Li Han looked at Yi Chen in front of her and suddenly had a strange feeling. Yi Chen patted her shoulder. Come on. That was yesterday, sisters. Today, you don't deserve it. As the words fell, Yi Chen got into the car and drove off in his Lamborghini. Li Han froze. She didn't expect things to turn out this way. Her hands clutched the corners of her coat, her face pale and panicked. The man had obviously picked himself up in a Lamborghini. So why was that? Her heart was filled with remorse and shame. No, we can't let Yi Chen go just like that. Just apologize to him. He'll go soft. Aren't all men like that? Li Han hurriedly picked up the phone and dialed. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is busy. Please dial again later. She tried several times in a row, and it stayed that way. It's been pulled. Li Han's face was ashen, completely dead. She looked at the Mercedes next to her. Luckily Wen Yang was still there. It wasn't as good as Yi Chen's Lamborghini, but it would have to do. She walked over, ready to pull open the passenger door and get in. Before her hand could touch the door, the big Mercedes G slipped away before her eyes as well, leaving her alone in the wind. The surrounding people laughed out loud when they saw the scene. This woman, on the strength of her good looks, has gone so far as to play with the rich young man's heart. It's ridiculous. No, you really think you're somebody. Such a woman is just a plaything in the eyes of a rich young man. The crowd was pointing at her. She burst into aggravated tears, but no one sympathizes with her at all. They treat her as a joke. On the other hand, after Yi Chen left, he sent Lin Xiaotong an only letter. Yes, do you have time? Do you want to go shopping together? Lin Xiaotong, just the two of us? Yeah, my car only seats 2 people. Lin Xiaotong, okay, where are you now? Yi Sam, I'm right in front of the school. Lin Xiaotong, okay, I'll be right out. Loading up her cell phone, Lin Xiaotong smiled. Yi Chen, this guy. Battery car, just say battery car is good. But also what car can only sit 2 people? Are you afraid that you'll dislike it? Lin Xiaotong already had a good impression of Yi Chen. And she also knew that Yi Chen usually didn't have many friends. It was just shopping. She was still happy to accompany Yi Chen. Later on, she happened to help Yi Chen pick out a few clothes. Yi Chen's clothing was so bad. She came to the school entrance and didn't see Yi Chen's figure or his electric car. Just saw a super cool supercar parked on the side of the road. She naturally wouldn't associate this supercar with Yi Chen. Yi Chen, where are you? Why haven't I seen you? She sent a message to Yi Sam. Are you there yet? I'll be right down. Yi Chen opened the car door and slowly stepped down from the Lamborghini. Yi Sam. Seeing Yi Chen's come out of the car, Lin Xiaotong instantly had shock written all over her face. She didn't expect that Yi Chen would come in a supercar. This car is yours? Lin Xiaotong's voice trembled a little, and she looked like she couldn't believe it. Well, I just bought it. Yi Chen nodded. Didn't you just say that your car can only seat 2 people? Lin Xiaotong was puzzled. This car really only seats 2. Yi Chen gently pressed the key, and the 2 scissor doors slowly rose, and there were indeed only 2 seats. It turned out that Yi Chen's comment about only being able to see 2 people turned out to be the case. Lin Xiaotong was a bit confused. Don't just stand there, Xiaotong. Get in the car. Good. After getting into the car, Lin Xiaotong couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, Yi Chen, is this car really yours? It's really mine. From what I know of you, I don't suppose you have that kind of money? I won tens of millions of dollars in the lottery. Yi Chen casually made up a reason. I told you, you haven't been the same since this morning. So that's what happened. Lin Xiaotong believed it. Yi Chen is handsome and hardworking. and now he has money. Holy, this is simply a perfect man. Even though she wasn't a gold-digging woman, she saw a handsome and rich man, and someone who was usually quite impressive. She's a little ticked off. Yi Chen laughed. That's okay, but I can't blame Lin Xiaotong for being stupid. He's usually a poor and suddenly drives a Lamborghini Bull. Anyone would believe that. Soon the two came to the luxury goods area on the second floor of the Jiangcheng International Trade Center. Yesterday he had an appointment with Lu Hao at the Bulgari Boutique. So Yi Chen took Lin Xiaotong and arrived at the entrance of the Bulgari Boutique. Yi Chen, aren't we shopping? Why did we come to a luxury store? Lin Xiaotong was puzzled. Although she likes luxury goods on weekdays, she rarely buys them due to her limited means. I've brought you here today to buy luxury goods, so take your pick of anything you see later. Don't save me any money. Yi Chen, it's better not to. Let's just stroll around. There's no need to buy something so expensive. Don't worry Xiaotong, I have plenty of money. There was no other way. Lin Xiaotong could only walk inside with Yi Chen. At this time, it just so happened that Lu Hao and Li Yanran were also at the Bulgari Boutique. Today he and his old man got an advance on a couple months of living expenses and borrowed some more money. There's a total of $500,000 on the card. Just waiting for Yi Chen to come and hit him hard in the face. Let him realize the gap between himself and the rich young man. At this moment, Yi Chen and Lin Xiaotong walked in. Chapter 11, bring me all the most expensive things here. With 4 eyes, Li Yanran burst out laughing. You're finally here. Yi Chen, I thought that you, a poor bastard, had wimped out and didn't dare to come. Brother Lu Hao, since this poor bastard is here, we absolutely can't spare him today. Be sure to humiliate him. Lu Hao smiled and patted Li Yanran's hand. Don't worry Yan Yan, I definitely won't let this brat go today. Lin Xiaotong, who was on the side, was dumbfounded. Poor bastard? Don't they know about Yi Chen's lottery win? She was just about to speak up for Yi Chen when he stopped her. A facepalm would be so boring right now. Yi Chen decided to accompany Lu Hao and the two of them to have a good time. Looks like you two are quite confident. Say it, how do you want to play? Yi Chen asked with a smile. Lu Hao stroked his chin and thought for a while. He was bound to win this game today, and had to set the punishment hard. After a moment's reflection, he smiled. Yi Chen, today we're still competing on spending money. Whoever loses, just get down on your knees and lick the soles of the other guy's shoes clean. Dare you play? It's settled. Yi Chen smiled and accepted the game. The harder the punishment, the more he liked it. Lu Hao instantly let loose with a loud laugh. Today, he must make Yi Chen in front of all the customers and shopkeepers here. Lick the soles of his shoes clean. The only thing he's a little sorry about is that he didn't go out and step in dog today. Otherwise the kid Yi Chen would be blessed. Li Yanran also revealed a smug look. When Yi Chen licked the soles of her shoes later, she was going to step on Yi Chen's head hard, humiliate the poor bastard. After the game started, Lu Hao looked at the watch. Li Yanyan bought bags and jewelry, and the two acted immediately. On the contrary, Yi Chen sat in the rest area and drank the free tea provided by the store without any haste. It's very laid back and cozy. Xiaotong, just pick whatever you want. Don't care about the price. Yi Chen said casually. Everything is pretty expensive here, so let's forget about it. Lin Xiaotong looked at the bags and necklaces and jewelry here, and it was hard to hide the fondness in her eyes. But she held back. She knew Yi Chen was rich, but she wasn't used to spending a man's money, and besides, she wasn't very familiar with Yi Chen. Yi Chen was a bit surprised to see Lin Xiaotong's indifference. Luxury is a woman's natural enemy. No woman can resist the lure of bag jewelry. This woman is really something else. Great for a wife. A few moments later, Lu Hao and Li Yanran walked over carrying a dozen bags. There are bags, watches, perfumes, necklaces and everything. Each one is worth tens of thousands of dollars. Lu Hao slapped the invoice hard on the desktop and said with a bad smile on his face, Kid, it's your show. Yi Chen glanced at the amount on the invoice. 460,000. He smiled and shook his head. It's so inadequate for this amount of money. Yi Chen got up and straightened his clothes, pulling Lin Xiaotong's hand towards the display area. Lin Xiaotong didn't refuse Yi Chen's hand holding. She didn't want Yi Chen to lose face in front of Lu Hao. Soon the two came to the display area. Sir, may I ask what you need? The clerk smiled and inquired about Yi Chen. Yi Chen gently knocked on the desktop of the display case. Cloudy said, I'll take the most expensive bag, necklace, watch, perfume and ring you have here. Pack your bags. The clerk's jaw instantly dropped in shock when he heard Yi Chen's words. She'd been a clerk here for 2 years, and it was the first time she'd encountered such a trenchant customer. Just came up and didn't even look at what the product looked like. Just packed the most expensive stuff. That's pretty damn outrageous. The clerk stabilized and reconfirmed. Sir, is what you just said true? Well, really? Yi Chen responded casually. Yes sir. I'll go and show you how much it will cost in total. The clerk left the counter with small, excited steps. Yi Chen, would it be a bit too extravagant to spend money like this? Lin Xiaotong was a bit intimidated by Yi Chen. It's okay Xiaotong. I have plenty of money, and all of this, it's for you, Yi Chen said indifferently. Ha, for me? Lin Xiaotong was instantly hit with surprise and joy. Bulgari is the world's premium luxury brand. The most expensive thing here is over $1 million a piece anyhow. Yi Chen actually bought it for himself. It was like she was dreaming. Soon, the clerk carefully walked over with 5 bags. Sir, here's what you asked for. Opera Prima perfume, valued at $1.6 million. Ruby Metamorphosis necklace, $26 million. Serpenti Secret Women's watch, $3 million. Eternal Diamond bag, $1.8 million. Jadeka Diamond ring, $1.6 million. A total of $3 million. Yi Chen picked up his cell phone and scanned the payment code placed on the counter. At the moment, the clerk's heart was pounding. If this gentleman could really afford to pay that much, her commission would be in the hundreds of thousands. But can this gentleman, who looks to be in his mid-20s, really afford to take out so much money? She was nervous and expectant. Ding! Payment successful. $3 million in the account. Ding! Host spends $3 million, arrives at $6 million. Balance, $744. 309. 770. Ah! The clerk exclaimed excitedly. The crowd looked over. She realized she was a bit out of line and her face instantly reddened. But the joy on her face was completely hidden. Lin Xiaotong on the side was even more frozen as a whole. Breathing became labored. She didn't realize that they would cost over $30 million. What's more, he didn't expect Yi Chen to pay so casually without even blinking. The bottom line is that these things are for yourself. Her parents combined only make about $200,000 a year. If nothing else, her whole family will never make that much money in their lifetime. This is terrible. Her eyes had shock written all over them. Xiaotong, these are all yours. Yi Chen pointed at these things and said, Aha! Ah! Lin Xiaotong nodded with a dull gaze. She held them in her trembling hands and followed Yi Chen back to the rest area. Seeing Yi Chen's duo appear with only 4 or 5 bags in their hands, Lu Hao once again laughed out loud. No way Yi Chen, just bought these few things. Didn't you see the invoice I just slapped on the table? I've spent a whopping $460,000 on these luxuries. How much can you get for these pieces? 50, 000, 100, 000? Lu Hao mocked nonchalantly. This kid seems to have given up struggling. Yi Chen, take a good look at this. This is the difference between you, a poor bastard, and Lu Hao's brother. Get ready to lick the bottom of my shoes. Li Yanran was even more arrogant and haughty. She slowly picked up the glass of water and poured it out onto the floor and stomped on it. She then crossed her legs again, her feet in black stockings shaking her dripping heels. She was going to make Yi Chen lick the bottom of these water-soaked heels clean. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen smiled. Next to her, Lin Xiaotong also laughed. You're about to lick the soles of your shoes in front of so many people, and you kid can still laugh. It's still skinless, Lu Hao rebuked in a cold voice. Chapter 12, Tea on Shoes. I for one don't usually laugh unless I can't help it. As soon as the words fell, Yi Chen casually threw the invoice in his hand onto the desktop. What? And you want me to see how much your boy spent? Is that necessary? Lu Hao sneered. You'll see. Lu Hao picked up the ticket on the table and gave it a disdainful look. Amount spent, 300. His entire body instantly froze in place. The hand holding the invoice couldn't stop shaking. 8 figures, 30 million. My goodness. These pieces of jewelry are surprisingly worth over $30 million. How is that possible? All of his family's assets are only a few tens of millions of dollars. Where did Yi Chen get so much money? The few $100,000 he had consumed was nothing compared to the $30 million. Thinking about how arrogant and domineering he had just been and the punishment he had set for himself, his face was instantly red for a moment and white for a second. Yesterday you were chewing on a bone. Today you're licking the bottom of a shoe? What's wrong, brother Lu Hao? Is there a problem with this ticket? Li Yanran was full of doubts. Why does brother Lu Hao look so strange? Are you holding back? Lu Hao handed her the ticket and said in a deep voice. See for yourself. What's there to see? Can't it be that this poor bastard can spend more than we can? Li Yanran took the ticket and casually glanced at it. At that look, she was dumbfounded. 30 million. Holy, this is not spending more than them. This is a direct crush. What's going on here? Could it be that Yi Chen wasn't poor and was really a hidden super rich second generation? What kind of person did she miss? Li Yanran instantly had mixed feelings. Thinking of the disgusting face she had shown to Yi Chen in the past 2 days, Li Yanran was filled with shame. It was a moment she began to regret. If that day in front of the school, instead of toying with Yi Chen, she had agreed to be his girlfriend, The $30 million worth of stuff is hers. She's much less likely to be reduced to licking the soles of her shoes. But there's only one chance. If you miss it, it's really gone. Yi-Chen casually pulled out a chair and sat down, taking off his shoes and throwing them on the floor. Gentlemen, shall we begin? Lu Hao and Li Yanran's faces instantly turned ugly. There are so many people here watching. How can I do this kneeling on the ground and licking the soles of my shoes? Xiao Yi. No, brother Yi. I was wrong. Can you be generous and spare me this time? Lu Hao cried and begged. Yi-Chen, I'm sorry. Yan-Ya was wrong. Yan-Ya's dog-eyed. Just spare Yan-Yan this time. Li Yanran also aggressively begged Yi-Chen for forgiveness. Yi-Chen had been secretly in love with himself for 3 years. He'll surely let himself go if he puts his stance so low. Ha! Yi-Chen sneered. Now you know you're wrong? What's wrong with you? Come on you too. Don't dawdle. I don't have so much time to spend with you here. Yi-Chen impatiently urged. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Once I was the one you ignored. Now I'm the one you can't reach. When Li Yanran heard Yi-Chen's words, her face instantly turned ashen. Put. After a moment's hesitation, the two men fell to their knees one after the other. One picks up a shoe. Ding. This purchase has triggered a face-punching effect, and a cashback lottery is being held for the host. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 5x Blitz cashback in this cashback draw. Incentive amount, $172. 15 million. Balance, $246,580,970. After a few moments, Lu Hao and Li Yanran stood up and kept dry heaving, frantically rinsing their mouths with water. The soles of Yi-Chen's shoes, on the other hand, were stained with saliva. It's disgusting. He rinsed the soles of his shoes with water before pulling Lin Xiaotong's hand out of the area. Lu Hao and Li Yanran also left in disgrace amidst the mockery and laughter of the crowd. After walking out, Lin Xiaotong didn't shake off Yi-Chen's hand, but instead held it tighter. The body was even tighter against Yi-Chen. This made Yi-Chen a little surprised. It seems that women who aren't much of a gold digger still can't resist the charms of money. After all, who can't like money? After walking out of the trade plaza, Yi-Chen drove the Lamborghini single-handedly and brought Lin Xiaotong back to the school. Along the way, Lin Xiaotong could never take her eyes off of Yi-Chen, especially Yi-Chen's handsome side face as he drove with one hand. It was simply charming. Lin Xiaotong, who had only had a good impression of Yi-Chen, instantly exploded in favor of Yi-Chen. In her heart, Yi-Chen was already at the perfect boyfriend level. After stopping the car, Lin Xiaotong took the initiative to hold Yi-Chen's arm and walked towards the school. She was still holding the car keys that Yi-Chen had handed over. Along the way, the delicate-looking Lin Xiaotong and the beggar-like Yi-Chen walked together, immediately attracted the eyes of those around them. How can such a beautiful girl look at a beggar? It's really good water for a king to swim in. What's so special about this kid? Does he live well? Some people even silently pulled out their Audi S6 keys for a sigh of relief. How bad am I? Yi-Chen smiled. I can drive a Lamborghini with one hand. Can you? The duo continued on. Just then, a man with clear eyebrows and delicate features walked over head-on. When he saw the intimate image of Lin Xiaotong hugging Yi-Chen, a wave of anger surged through him. The man's name is Wang Yang, a famous rich second generation at Zhang University and Lin Xiaotong's suitor. When freshman year just started, Wang Yang drove a Maserati President onto campus, shocked the whole school, instantly became a celebrity at JNU. Over the past 3 years, he had spit and slurped on quite a few girls, but Lin Xiaotong was the only one who couldn't attack this high ground for a long time. It annoyed him. Today I see the woman I've had my eye on holding the arm of a beggar. This made him come even more angry. The woman that a rich young man like himself couldn't even get, was actually gotten by a beggar. Can this be tolerated? He decided to use his financial power to humiliate this kid and make him know what to do. Xiaotong, we meet again. Wang Yang took the initiative to go forward and greet him. Aha! Lin Xiaotong responded casually. Seeing Lin Xiaotong's cold face, Wang Yang smiled awkwardly. Xiaotong, who's this next to you? My boyfriend Yi-Chen. Lin Xiaotong used Yi-Chen as a shield. She didn't have any good feelings towards Wang Yang, the playboy, and even had a hint of disgust. Saying this is to make Wang Yang die to her. Chapter 13, Tens of Millions of Dollars Spent in a Few Minutes? When Wang Yang heard this, his face instantly turned blue. Breathing became ragged as well. He's your boyfriend? Xiaotong, open your eyes properly. Where does this kid fit in as your boyfriend? Is he as handsome as me? Or richer than me? With that, he took the keys to the Maserati President out of his pocket and it dangled in front of Yi-Chen's eyes. I say you kid really don't know what's good for you. You dare to rob the woman I, Wang Yang, have my eye on. Can you afford a $2 million Maserati? What are you kid taking to steal a woman from me? Wang Yang. Wang Yang belittled Yi-Chen as worthless. He wanted to make Yi-Chen lose face in front of everyone, so that he could never raise his head. Let Lin Xiaotong take a good look at how much of a loser this kid is. So it's the woman that young Wang has his eye on. This kid is indeed a bit out of his depth. I'll stand with Wang Xiao in this wave. That poor bastard is a pure waste of cabbage with this pretty girl. Indeed, with Wang Xiao standing next to this sister, my heart is instantly balanced. The people around them showed solidarity with Wang Yang. Hearing the support of the crowd, Wang Yang instantly let loose a big laugh. Xiaotong, look at the eyes of the crowd. This kid doesn't deserve you. Just kick him out. Humph. I don't need you to mind my business. Lin Xiaotong stomped her foot and said angrily. Xiaotong, I'm also looking out for your happiness. This kid is just a poor. You won't get anything with him. And with me it's different. What with all the bags, lipsticks, jewelry, etc., etc. Wang Yang began to tempt Lin Xiaotong with luxury goods. It's his surefire way of picking up girls. No woman can resist the lure of luxury. I didn't want to discourage you, but you're such a pain in the ass. To tell you the truth, Wang Yang, you're a fart in front of Yi Chen. No, not even a fart. Lin Xiaotong couldn't hold back any longer and angrily rebuked. What? I, Wang Yang, am a famous rich young man in Zhengde University, and my family's assets are in the hundreds of millions. You're saying I'm nothing in front of him? You're afraid you've been brainwashed by this kid? Wang Yang didn't expect Lin Xiaotong to be able to say something like she was inferior to a poor. He understands. No wonder this Yi Chen kid was able to get Lin Xiaotong. It seems that Pui's kung fu was truly extraordinary. The people around them were also surprised. I didn't realize this girl had fallen so far. It's amazing that you can say something so ridiculous. Just then, Lu Hao walked into the school with dry heaves. Seeing Lu Hao's figure, Wang Yang became even more arrogant. If it isn't Mr. Lu, come here quickly. When Lu Hao saw Yi Chen here, he was still ready to sneak away, but he didn't expect to be called by Wang Yang. It's ing bad luck. He walked over stiffly. Lu Hao, let me tell you a joke. Xiaotong just said that I'm nothing in front of this poor bastard. Ha ha, Wang Yang laughed out loud. The people around them laughed too. Only Lu Hao couldn't laugh. Laugh? Lu Hao, what are you waiting for? Wang Yang was puzzled that Lu Hao didn't understand what he was saying. Wang Yang, what you're telling isn't a joke. It's the truth. You're in front of Yi Xiao. Indeed, not even a fart, Lu Hao said in a deep voice. When Wang Yang heard this, he was a bit angry. This kid Lu Hao must be trying to play a joke on himself. There are occasions for jokes. One needs to save face now. He frowned tightly and spoke coldly. Lu Hao, this is not the time for you to joke around. Speak properly to me. Lu Hao shook his head helplessly. How come no one believes the truth these days? I said, you're nothing in front of Yi Xiao. Just a moment ago, Yi Xiao spent over $30 million in the luxury store in a few minutes. When these words came out, Wang Yang instantly froze. This kid just spent over $30 million in a few minutes? How is that possible? This kid's clothes are losing their color, and his pants have been worn for I don't know how many years. How can such a person possibly afford to spend so much money? This kid Lu Hao must have said that on purpose because he wanted to make a fool of himself. He slowed down and spoke coldly. Lu Hao, you less ing blind me here. Really take me Wang Yang is a little cute. Is that so? Lu Hao was speechless. What a thing to call it. There's no more reasoning. At this time, Yi Chen laughed, took out the invoice from his pocket and threw it in Wang Yang's face. See for yourself. He trailed off. Humph, don't talk about you kid. You're the most powerful rich kid in JNU. And don't dare say you spent $30 million in a few minutes. I, Wang Yang, would like to see how you can spend so much money. Wang Yang squatted on the ground and picked up the invoice and brought it to his eyes to look at it. Amount, 3 million. Payer, Sam Yip. It is also stamped with the official seal of the Bulgari boutique. Surprisingly, it's true. Wang Yang was completely confused. How could he not expect that what Lu Hao said was actually true? This kid actually spent over $30 million on luxury goods for real. His breathing instantly became labored. No wonder Xiaotong said he wasn't even a fart in front of Yi Chen. He only has $100,000 of pocket money a month. $30 million he has to save for 300 months. People spend it in a few minutes. But it's not even a fart? The surrounding people were even more shocked beyond words. They were still unbalanced in their hearts just now, not knowing where they had lost. Now it finally makes sense. It's a total loss. Yi Chen patted Wang Yang's face. The other hand held the keys of the Lamborghini and waved them in front of Wang Yang. Wang Xiao, is it? Do you still think I can't afford a $2 million Maserati now? Wang Yang was even more dumbfounded when he looked at the keys of Yi Chen's Lamborghini Bull. No, won't Yi Xiao? He shook his head back and forth. So I'm eligible to be with Xiaotong? Of course Yi Xiao is qualified. It's me who's not. I'm sorry Yi Xiao. I'm wrong. I'm dog-eared. Wang Yang no longer had his previous arrogance. In front of Yi Chen, he behaved respectfully and nervously, like a little brother being admonished. Next time remember to shine your doggy eyes when you go out. Yi Chen left a sentence and pulled Lin Xiaotong's hand to leave the place. Lin Xiaotong turned her head to look at Yi Chen, committing nymphomania. This is too handsome. It's almost like a fictional bully. How could there be such a perfect man? The women around them were even casting envious glances. This is too dominant. I'm envious. My goodness. It's making me cry with gluttony. God give me a man like that too. I want to have monkeys. A few moments later, the two returned to the classroom. The students saw that the class flower Lin Xiaotong unexpectedly appeared at the same time as the poor man Yi Chen, and the two of them were holding hands. Shock was written all over his face. Chapter 14, Why is Yi Chen with the class flower? Asterisk. Am I looking at this wrong? How come my goddess has been arched by this poor bastard Yi Chen? You're not wrong. I'm watching too. What's going on here? Can someone explain? The crowd was murmuring and confused. In their impression, Lin Xiaotong was a star-crossed existence in her class. There were many of her suitors in other classes as well. How could she possibly look at a poor bastard like Yi Chen? Lin Xiaotong's best friend, Lu Wen, was even more puzzled. This kid just paid over 10,000 for breakfast and the two are together? Xiaotong, this is too simple and rash, isn't it? Yi Chen and his duo ignored the stares of these people and went straight back to their seats. Zhang Yuni, the second most beautiful woman in the class, the woman whose face value was second only to the class flower, saw this scene. A disdainful laugh. Although her face value was outstanding, it was somewhat dwarfed in front of Lin Xiaotong. No one remembers second place, and the same goes for face value. That's why Lin Xiaotong was the goddess of many people in her class, while she, Zhang Yuni, was no. When people from other classes talked about the class flower of this class, they would only think of Lin Xiaotong, not her. Even those rich kids only noticed Lin Xiaotong after she rejected them. It made her feel unbalanced. Today she saw Lin Xiaotong and Yi Chen walking together. Finally, I found the place where Lin Xiaotong was inferior to myself. That's a bad eye for finding a man. She naturally wouldn't let go of this good opportunity to humiliate Lin Xiaotong. Xiaotong, what's wrong with you? Why did you find the poorest guy in our class, Yi Chen, as your boyfriend? Looks like you're really hungry. Zhang Yuni walked over to Lin Xiaotong and said in a conspiratorial manner, What's it to you who I get as a boyfriend? Lin Xiaotong gave her a cold look. It's none of my business, but I kind of feel bad for you that you have such a bad eye. Zhang Yuni placed her bag on Lin Xiaotong's desk. Then a few luxury items were set out from the bag. This bag, my boyfriend bought it for me last month. Over $50,000. This Dior velvet lipstick, over $2,000 a pop. Bought me 5 at once. This necklace, $80,000. I got it for my birthday. That poor bastard Yi Chen can't afford these things. She flaunted it to Lin Xiaotong. Arrogance and smugness in her eyes. What's the use of being pretty? Make a meal out of being pretty, that's what it's all about. Yun Yi is right. Xiaotong, you're practically blind to look at that poor bastard. My best friend, Coco Lu, also came over. Hearing these words, Lin Xiaotong instantly laughed. You guys look down on Yi Chen, right? I'll give you a good smack in the face today. She brought her bag up as well, taking out the few luxury items that Yi Chen had bought for her in the morning. Opera Prima perfume, 6 million. Ruby Metamorphosis necklace, 26 million. Serpenti Secret Ladies watch, $3. 3 million. Eternal diamond bag, 8 million. Jadeka diamond ring, $1. 6 million. A total of 3 million. These were bought for me by Yi Chen. Lin Xiaotong said with a smile. What? $30 million? Are you kidding me? Zhang Yuni and Lu Wen were obviously a little less than convinced. They had never seen such expensive luxuries, but they knew with their asses, there was no way Yi Chen, a poor bastard, could afford it. No one can afford it. Not even in the whole of Jiangdu. Knowing you don't believe me, here's the invoice. Lin Xiaotong casually dropped the invoice on the desktop as well. Zhang Yuni hurriedly picked up the invoice and read it. Coco Lu also put her head over. As this glance went down, Zhang Yuni was completely confused. How could she not expect Yi Chen to spend tens of millions of dollars to buy luxury goods for Lin Xiaotong? No wonder Lin Xiaotong chose Yi Chen. What woman can resist the temptation of over $30 million in luxury goods? She had originally wanted to ruthlessly humiliate Lin Xiaotong. I didn't realize that people were looking for a super rich kid. Compare that to these ultra-luxury luxuries. What's a few of your own? It's simply humiliating. At this moment, Zhang Yuni's face was hot and painful. Lu Min was even more dumbfounded. She was even more surprised that Yi Chen's financial power was so amazing. She also wanted to punch the morning's face back. I didn't expect Mei to be hit hard in the face again. How about it, Lu Min? Am I blind or are you blind? Lin Xiaotong sneered. When Lu Wen heard this, her face instantly turned red. It's so embarrassing. Lin Xiaotong then looked at Zhang Yuni again. Zhang Yuni, your eye for finding a man isn't good either. Look what kind of crap you bought. She picked up the bag that Zhang Yuni had placed on the table with a disgusted look. Zhang Yuni was even more embarrassed and wanted to pick her feet. She hurriedly grabbed her bag and put the pile of junk in it, then awkwardly returned to his seat. What about you? What are you still doing here? Lin Xiaotong looked at Lu Wen in disgust. Xiaotong, all this stuff is free anyway. How about you give me this watch? Coco Lu pointed to the $3.5 million watch. This sentence managed to make Lin Xiaotong laugh. This woman has just finished mocking herself, and she's asking for luxuries. It's still a luxury item worth millions of dollars. This is just shameless. Never seen such a brazen man, she asked as she relieved herself of wanting to slap the twice. On what grounds? We're good girlfriends. Besides, these things don't cost you anything. Let that lick spill Yi Chen give you. Pop. Before he could finish his words, Lin Xiaotong threw over an earslap. Who's your bestie and do you deserve it? What does it matter to you if these things cost money or not? I'm warning you once. If you say Yi Chen is a licking dog again in the future, I'll beat you into a pig's head. Lin Xiaotong scolded sternly. She couldn't listen to those words just now. This woman is also disgusting. He also called his boyhood god Yi Chen a licking dog. It's so infuriating. You actually. If you don't want to get beat up, get out of my way and don't make me angry. Lu Coco covered her face and glared at Lin Xiaotong as she slipped away. Awesome. Yi Chen also noticed the commotion here and gave Lin Xiaotong a thumbs up. Worthy of being the class flower. It's simply too valiant. I watched the whole thing just now. It was all the work of this woman Lu Min. She deserved to be beaten. Is this woman so cheap? I want to slap her twice for the class flower. The crowd blamed Lu Min. It can't be helped. Who made her look bad? At the same time, they didn't expect Yi Chen to be so rich. The eyes that looked at Yi Chen all turned respectful as well. Many people even surrounded Yi Chen and ingratiated themselves with him. Even Zhang Yuni's eyes were filled with adoration when she looked at him. Yi Chen smiled. It's true that when you're rich, you're surrounded by women and friends. After school in the afternoon, Yi Chen decided to take Lin Xiaotong out to eat something delicious. He opened his cell phone and looked at it. Found dozens of missed calls. There were still a few unread messages in the only letter. Chapter 15, You're in my way. All these calls and messages are from Li Han. Yi Sam, is it there? Didn't we watch a movie together tonight? Why don't you say something? Are you angry? I'm sorry Yi Chen. I'm sorry. I'm wrong. I'll never be like this in the future. Will you forgive me this time? Say something. Yi Chen, don't ignore me, okay? Yi Chen decisively withdrew from the only letter. There's nothing to keep a woman like that. Xiaotong, what would you like to eat tonight? You said it. I'll accompany you to whatever you want to eat. Lin Xiaotong smiled sweetly. Yi Chen was dumbfounded by this scene. A little shy. A little cute. The smile was sweet and there was a light in her eyes. Is this what it looks like when the other person has you in their heart? Lin Xiaotong held Yi Chen's arm as the two of them walked out of the campus with a smile on their face. At that moment, a sweet voice rang out. Yi Chen, you finally came out. Yi Han has been waiting for you for a long time. Afterward, Li Han trotted to Yi Chen's side. What are you doing here? Yi Chen asked with a slight frown. Li Han was wearing delicate makeup. She wore a little white camisole with a pink cardigan on top and a white puffy skirt underneath. Little feet are wrapped in white stacked socks and little white shoes. It looks like a little princess. Very innocent and cute. But at the moment, Yi Chen's eyes were disgusted. We were supposed to watch a movie together yesterday, so I came over to find you, Li Han said playfully. She then gazed at Lin Xiaotong on the side. Yi Chen, what does this woman do? She was a little angry when she saw that Lin Xiaotong was actually holding Yi Chen's arm. The eyes that looked at Lin Xiaotong were filled with hostility. I've already found someone to watch a movie with, so go away, Yi Chen said coldly. Then, he gently wrapped his hand around Lin Xiaotong's waist. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Lin Xiaotong. Though the two haven't confirmed their relationship yet, but in fact, he and Lin Xiaotong had already had a heart-to-heart. Lin Xiaotong's slender waist couldn't help but blush as she felt the warmth coming from Yi Chen's hand. Hearing Yi Chen say that she was his girlfriend, Lin Xiaotong's heart was even more deer in the headlights. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted into a smile, and the face of Li Han on the opposite side instantly became ugly. Brother Yi Chen, she's your girlfriend. What about me? What am I? You count as a hammer. Yi Chen sneered. You threw it away when the old man gave you face. Now I know I regret it. It's ridiculous. What's so great about you, woman? Don't you men look at women for their faces? Where is she as pretty as I am? I've already said I'll never get into another man's car again. What more do you want? Li Han cried in aggravation. This instantly gave Yi Chen the whole won't. You got into another man's car. I didn't say anything, but you got aggravated first. You're quite the confident woman. What's the use of having an empty skin? There are many better looking people in this world than you. Who the hell are you? Get lost. Don't bother me again. I'm afraid Xiaotong will misunderstand. As the words fell, Yi Chen stopped paying attention to her. He took Lin Xiaotong's hand and walked towards the parking lot. Only Li Yihan was left to cry alone. Yi Chen, who was that woman just now? Lin Xiaotong asked curiously. Not too familiar. In the wine. Not friends introduced to know. Yi Chen wanted to truthfully say that he met them at the hotel, but he felt that there was something wrong and immediately changed his words. I heard this woman just now say she sent you a lot of messages. You still have her only letter, right? Lin Xiaotong's words carried a hint of gunpowder. The fact that Li Yihan was so pretty made her have a slight sense of crisis, and she had to cut off her roots. Without waiting for Yi Chen to respond, Lin Xiaotong took Yi Chen's cell phone. Delete Li Yihan's only letter directly. The phone was also blacked out. Yi Chen laughed when he looked at Lin Xiaotong's jealousy. It's a cute look. The two made their way to the parking lot. Since it was just after school, the parking lot wasn't too crowded with students from good families. Even the vast majority of them are rich kids. Each one of them has a great deal of gravitas. Yi Chen looked a bit out of place in this outfit, but naturally he didn't care about that. If compared to being rich, they are nothing in front of themselves. The two of them, Yi Chen, were walking along the passageway of the parking lot. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce Gust came on the road. Yi Chen took Lin Xiaotong's hand and leaned to the side, making way for this car. But when it passed by Yi Chen, the car stopped directly in the center of the passage. A handsome-looking man with an extraordinary temperament stepped out of the car. What's in your way, kid? Don't you have eyes? The man raged arrogantly. He frowned and sized up Yi Chen, wearing a ground-up suit and losing color, living like a poor bastard. He became even more arrogant and domineering. What are you doing in the parking lot? You think you're a pussy? Come here to dance around? Yi Chen was instantly infuriated and laughed when he heard this. He had clearly given this man the right of way, and he had to come down and get a few oral highs. Isn't this nothing to worry about? Many people also noticed the commotion here and looked over. Isn't this Lu Yun, one of the 4 great dukes of Zhengde? What's going on here? Lu Xiao is known for his foul temper. This kid even messed with him is considered finished. This poor bastard is really something too. What's he doing in the parking lot for nothing? What? To quench his thirst? The crowd was talking. The eyes that looked at Yi Chen were contemptuous. Yi Chen smiled bashfully. Xiaotong, if a dog kept barking at you, would you pay attention to it? No. Lin Xiaotong shook her head. In that case, let's go. Yi Chen ignored Zhang Yun and left holding Lin Xiaotong's hand. Lu Yun was instantly enraged. He was one of the 4 great dukes of Zhengde, the man who stood at the top of Zhengde's wealth. In this society, money is the master. No one in the entire JNU dared to talk to himself like that. This kid is just looking for death. He chased after Yi Chen. Kid, how dare you call me a dog? Lu Yun held back the anger in his heart. What does who you are have to do with me? Yi Chen said in a cloudy voice. Good. You kid is good. Let me tell you. I'm Lu Yun, one of the 4 great dukes of Zhengde. How dare you poor bastard talk to me like that? I'll make it impossible for you to mix in Zhengde. You wait, Zhang Yun said in a cold voice. Yi Chen's expression didn't fluctuate a bit. If it had been before, he would have cared about that. But now, even if Ma Ying and Ma Huatang were in front of him, he didn't even bring a wimp. He pushed Lu Yun aside. You're blocking my car. Your car? This kid has a car? Lu Yun turned to look. Chapter 16, A Chance Encounter at the Four Seasons Hotel. Holy, Lamborghini Big Bull. This car belongs to this poor bastard? How is that possible? He laughed instantly. This kid can kind of fake it. You think I'm a cutie? I'm so sorry. Just then, the Lamborghini lights came on. The scissor doors slowly opened. Yi Chen and Lin Xiaotong walked up to the car. The moment he saw the car door slowly close, Lu Yun was completely confused. How could he not expect Yi Chen to be driving a Lamborghini Bull? That's a multi-million-dollar supercar. His Rolls-Royce Gusto is just over $5 million. In front of the Bull, it's nothing. I can't believe I'm still pretending with people about the 4 great dukes. What makes it impossible for people to hang out at JNU? Do you have the ability to do this yourself? The surrounding group of rich kids were also stunned. They also wondered why there was an extra Lamborghini in the garage today. I didn't realize it was this rich young man's. It's true that you can't judge a person by their appearance. Hey, the one called Lu Yun. Hurry up and move your Thai car out of the way. Don't get in the ing way. Okay brother, move it right away. Lu Yun immediately jogged all the way to the car. Passing in front of Yi Chen's car, he even bent down and greeted Yi Chen. Soon, Lu Yun moved his car and sent Yi Chen out with a pleasing face. Yi Chen rolled down the window and said with a smile, I still like the way you were bratty just now. Then he drove off in the big bull single-handedly. Lu Yun instantly turned red in the face. Embarrassed. Shame. He rushed to the car. It was too humiliating to be outside of it. Tonight, Lu Yun and the other 3 males had a dinner date at the Four Seasons Hotel. After picking up schoolgirl Fong Qing at the school entrance, Zhang Yunyun drove the Rolls-Royce straight to the Four Seasons Hotel. The other side. Xiaotong, how about we go to the Four Seasons Hotel for dinner tonight? Yi Chun proposed. Mainly because there's more money to be made there. It's so rare for other places to have a 3,500 or 2,000. Wouldn't it be a bit too extravagant there? We'll just eat whatever we want. Lin Xiaotong had never eaten at a high-end hotel like the Four Seasons. As much as she wanted to try it, she was a bit reluctant to do so. Yi Chen saw through her mind. Come on, I'll show you some of the signature dishes there. Aha! Lin Xiaotong smiled and nodded. Along the way, the big Lamborghini Bull was constantly mobbed. Yi Chen's car speed was slow, and the usual 10-minute journey took a full 40 minutes. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, Yi Chen gave the car keys and a dozen red tickets to the security guard at the door. Dude, help park the car. Yes sir. The security guard took the car keys and the money and excitedly got into the Lamborghini. It's also so nice to have a job where you have a sports car to drive and money to make. Host spends $1,700. Arrives at $3,400. Balance, $246,582,670. Entering the hotel, many waiters gathered around. Yi Chen gave them too deep an impression. They're all trying to get a tip out of him. Yi Chen naturally wouldn't begrudge this amount of money. He took out a thick pile of red bills from his handbag, probably about $20,000, gave them a couple dozen each. The host spends 100 yuan. The account arrives at 200 yuan. Balance, $24,660. 3,670. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Mr. Yes, atmosphere. Welcome, Mr. Yi. A sweet voice rang in Yi Chen's ears. All the waitresses in the hall stood respectfully on both sides and stood in a long line to greet Yi Chen. Platoon is in full force. Straight away, the other patrons in the lobby looked dumbfounded. Holy, this is too trenchant. Other people don't always spend 20,000 on a meal. And this gentleman just handed out a $20,000 tip. This gentleman is dressed plainly, but he has such wealth. What a low profile. Lin Xiaotong on the side was also stunned. Nothing. $20,000 out the door? That's a bit too shocking to spend money on, isn't it? The two came to the front desk. Mr. Yi, can I help you? What is the maximum amount you can top up here? Yi Chen asked. Hello sir, our recharge limit here is 100 million. The receptionist explained with a smile. Let's recharge for 100 million then. Yi Chen directly scanned the QR code on the front desk. Ding. Payment successful. $100 million arrived. Ding. Host spends $100 million. Arrives at $200 million. Balance, $346,603,670. The arrival voice rings. The whole room was silent. Deadly silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. The waiters were confused. They had thought that Yi Chen was rich, but they didn't expect to be so rich. The Four Seasons has been open for over 20 years. This Mr. Yi is the first customer who recharged 100 million at a time. The receptionist was even more dumbfounded. She thought that Yi Chen was just asking, but she didn't expect this 100 million to be charged when she said it. $100 million. With a hotel commission of 3 points, she could get a full 3 million in cash. In the small city of Jiangcheng, there was enough to spend her whole life. Lin Xiaotong even covered her mouth in disbelief. Yi Chen's financial power once again refreshed her perception. Can you win that much on a lottery ticket? Sir, later we will present you with a top-of-the-line black card from the Four Seasons. With this card, you can enjoy the highest level of service at all Four Seasons hotels nationwide. This card is currently in the process of data entry and will be delivered to you in person once it has been successfully entered. The receptionist smiled. There are currently only 5 of these black cards in Jiangcheng. It's only for customers who have accumulated hundreds of millions of dollars in spending. No one who owns it is a big businessman. This card is a status symbol. Yi Chen nodded. The duo was then led by the waitstaff to the top floor for their meal. Because there were only 2 people, Yi Chen casually ordered 3 or 4 dishes. After all, ordering too much is a waste. While eating, Lin Xiaotong was curious. Yi Chen, didn't you win tens of millions of dollars in the lottery? How did you get $100 million? I have an unlimited money generator. The more you spend, the more you make. Yi Sam was honest. Lin Xiaotong obviously didn't believe him. The more money you spend, the more money you get. Where in the world is this good? Yi Chen smiled. Just as the two of them were chatting idly, he saw Lu Yun sitting not far away in his afterglow, and 3 men and 4 women. The men are handsome and imposing. The female has vermilion lips and white teeth, and her face looks like a peach blossom. Lu Yun also saw Yi Chen. He froze slightly, then his face turned ugly. How come I ran into this kid again? What bad luck? What are you looking at, Zhang Yun? met someone you know? Seeing Lu Yun's distracted appearance, Wang Junjie, one of the four dukes, asked. Lu Yun nodded. That kid, from our school. You guys saw that big Lamborghini bull in the garage today. It's that kid's. Lu Yun pointed in the direction where Yi Chen was. A few people turned their heads to look over, only to see a plainly dressed young man eating his meal. There was also a pretty good-looking girl sitting across the street. Lu Yun, are you kidding me? Take a good look at him and, where does it look like you drive a Lamborghini? Wang Junjie obviously didn't believe it. Chapter 17. This black card belongs to Yi Chen. Doesn't look like it to me either. It's not like that at all. The others also questioned Lu Yun. I didn't believe it either. Like you guys, but then I saw the kid get in the car with my own eyes. Lu Yun explained. At that moment, Fong Cheng, who was on the side, looked like she had thought of something. I have an impression of this kid. He's the poor bastard who's been crushing on that roommate of mine, Li Yanran. For 3 years, I heard Yan Yanli spit on him in the dormitory, saying that he'd even eaten instant noodles for over a month, and running takeout every day. How can such a poor bastard afford a Lamborghini bull? Mr. Lu, Fong Qing told him everything he knew. Lu Yun froze. This kid's a pauper? He had just seen him come to the Lamborghini one-handed and pretend to be a man with his own eyes, and got slapped hard in the face himself. What's going on here? If this kid could afford a Lamborghini, he'd already be famous at school. Can we not have heard of it? Wang Junjie also retorted. When Lu Yun thought about it, that was indeed the case. If this kid really has this kind of money, why does he still need to crush on goods like Yan Yanli for 3 years? The schoolgirl or whatever would have grabbed his bed a long time ago, and eating instant noodles and delivering takeout. Is this what a rich kid should do? Is it hard to believe that this kid's car is a rental? Lu Yun guessed. That goes without asking. Sure, if he can afford a Lamborghini, John Wang, go out and get neutered. Wang Junjie said with conviction. I've seen too many of these people who rent cars to look good in front of the girls, rent a supercar and come back to the Four Seasons for a pretend dinner. I guess I'll take this girl tonight. But this kid is really good at saving money. Those 2 dishes he ordered were too shabby. Listening to Wang Junjie's analysis, Lu Yun strengthened his guess. The kid had used a rental car to act like a pussy, and he'd been hit hard in the face. He was instantly on fire at the thought. It's downright deceptive. I'm going to have to show this kid some color today. Lu Yun got up and walked towards Yi Chen. Kid, what are you doing here? Coming here to eat and ordering these dishes. It's a bit too shabby, isn't it? Coming to Yi Chen's side, Lu Yun arrogantly said. Yi Chen was a bit puzzled. This guy was just punched in the face a moment ago. Why is he rampaging again now? What do you care what I eat here? Yi Chen said coldly. He was most annoyed to be disturbed by such flies when he was eating. Ha ha, you kids are still up in arms. Aren't you just a poor bastard who eats instant noodles and delivers takeout? What are you pretending for? Lu Hao laughed indulgently. Fong Cheng, on the other hand, arrogantly sneered from the sidelines. A poor bastard with a 3-year crush on Li Yanyan is pretending to be a rich second generation. How ridiculous. Do you know what Yan Yanli said about you in the dormitory? That you're even being her dog licker. The spare tire doesn't even qualify. But people are right. Only the rich deserve to be called lickspittles. What are you? Lin Xiaotong just couldn't listen anymore. You guys are too much. It's none of your business if Yi Chen is poor or not. Did it cost you guys a dime? She retorted angrily. It's true that he didn't spend a dime of my money, but it's his fault for renting a car and pretending in front of me. Lu Yun looked at Lin Xiaotong with a bad smile on his face. Beauty, I might as well tell you a secret. In fact, that Lamborghini just now was rented by this kid. This kid used to be a poor bastard, and today he's renting a car and treating you to dinner, just to sleep with you. He looked like he saw through Yi Chen. Today, he was going to make this kid lose face in front of the girl he picked up, and then tomorrow let the whole school know about it. Let this kid never raise his head in JNU. He wanted this kid to understand the consequences of pretending in front of him. Lin Xiaodong smiled. Other people weren't clear about Yi Chen's financial power, but wasn't she clear about it? Spending over $30 million on luxury items, the Four Seasons recharged $100 million. What's a district $10 million bowl to Yi Chen? Beauty, don't laugh. You'll have your regrets if you're cheated out of your body by this kid at night, Lu Yun said in a cold voice. Young Lu, since this woman won't listen, just leave her alone and pay your tuition at night. Fong Cheng was even more full of disdain. Just then, the waiter walked in with an agitated look and a black card in his hand. Instantly, everyone was shocked. It's a card you have to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to get. Millions of people in the city, and only 5 were handed out. I didn't think they would get to witness such a moment. Who exactly is this big shot? The crowd was curious. Lu Yun and the other 4 dukes even cast envious gazes. Although they were all rich young men, they were 100,000 miles away from these big shots. In their eyes, This card was the top pretender in Zhangcheng. It's the stuff of their dreams. It smells better than those tens of millions of dollars of luxury cars. They're dead set on the waiter with the black card. All want to see who this black card, a symbol of status, goes to, with the crowd watching, only to see the waiter carefully walking to Yi-chun with the black card in his hand. Bending slightly, he handed the card over with both hands. Sir, here's your black card. What? Instantly, the whole room was silent. Shock was written all over everyone's eyes. They didn't realize that the owner of this card was so young. Wang Junjie was completely confused. He never expected that this honorable and incomparable black card would be Yi Chen's. How dare he question the fact that such a big shot can't afford to buy a Lamborghini Bull in the district. What an A** himself. If this car is not rented, I, John Wang, will go out and get sterilized. Thinking about what he had just sworn to say, his face flamed in hurt. Couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Why is your own mouth so cheap? Fong Cheng was even more stupefied, her entire body frozen. She would have never guessed that the card belonged to Yi Chen. The Yi Chen she knew from Li Yanran was clearly a poor man struggling at the bottom. Why can you afford to spend $100 million here? She couldn't believe it. But the facts were in front of her, and she couldn't afford to question them. She recalled that she had just taunted Yi Chen that he wasn't even worthy of a dog licker or a spare tire. He also said he was a liar and advised Lin Xiaotong to keep her eyes open. She instantly blushed with embarrassment and was at a loss for words. The brain was even more buzzed. Like a clown. The one who was most shocked was Lu Yun. His brain instantly went blank when he saw the waiter handing the black card to Yi Chen. His body trembled even more violently, and he almost fell to the ground. Chapter 18, the four dukes gathered at the gate of the men's hostel. You're a poor bastard. Beauty. His car is a rental. He just wants to sleep with you. You'll be sorry if you're slept with by this kid at night. His face instantly flushed a shade of red and white at the thought of the absurd things he had said. It was wonderful. The heart was even more filled with shame and remorse. Yi Chen gently took the black card and waved his hand and smashed it directly on Lu Yun's face. We're all from the same school. Yi Chen, didn't want to bother with you. You keep screaming in my ear. What a face to give so much that a dog thinks he's a lion. Yi Chen rebuked without mercy. Being reprimanded by Yi Chen in front of so many people, Lu Yun's face instantly turned red. It's like being roasted by a fire. Pick up the card. Yi Chen looked indifferent. Lu Yun's face was a bit difficult. Getting slammed with his card and having to crouch down to pick it up for him. This is outright humiliating. Probably spending $100 million here. Wouldn't someone like that be someone he could afford to mess with? Even his father had to weigh in. After a few seconds of hesitation, he silently crouched down and picked up the card on the ground. Xiao Yi, here you go. I'm really sorry for Yi Xiao just now. I was wrong. You're a generous person. Please don't take it to heart. Lu Yun handed the card to Yi Chen and said with a pleasing face, there are some things I can keep out of my mind, but you're affecting my mood for dinner. This can't be left alone. Yi Chen picked up the water cup and gently sipped the water. Yi Xiao, what do you want? Lu Yun frowned. Yi Chen looked at Fong Cheng, who was standing on the sidelines at a loss for words. You slap her and the day is over. But of course you can refuse. Yi Chen loosened his grip on the cup. The cup fell to the floor and shattered in response. Lu Yun's heart instantly stuttered. Yi Chen can spend $100 million here. Wouldn't his father be the only one in the business world? Yi Chen was likely suggesting to himself that if he refused, his home would be like this water glass. Bankruptcy. Going out of business. He wondered how likely his guess was. Even if it was small, he didn't dare gamble with his fate. Pop. Lu Yun waved his hand heavily. A crisp slap sounded on Fong Cheng's face. Fong Cheng didn't stand still and directly fell to the ground. She covered her face and cried in aggravation. Young Lu, you even hit me for this poor bastard's one sentence. How disappointing. Fong Cheng yelled. Pop. Lu Yun slapped him again. How dare you say Yi Xiao is poor? If it wasn't for you blowing in my ear tonight, can I offend Xiao Yi? You're just a piece of clothing to me. Don't think too highly of yourself. As the words fell, he turned his head to look at Yi Chen again. Young Yi, do you find this satisfactory? Yi Chen nodded gently and said in a cold voice. Not bad. Let's forget about today's matter. In the future in Jiangde, give me a lower profile. And by the way, tell those friends of yours not to fall into my hands. There's no interest in this meal either. Yi Chen and Lin Xiaotong got up and left the place. Ding! This purchase has triggered a face-punching effect, and a cashback lottery is being held for the host. Congratulations to the host for winning 4x Storm cashback in this cashback draw. Amount of award, $400 million. Balance, $746,603,670. Yi Chen saw the balance and nodded with satisfaction. He was supposed to make one small goal tonight and call it a night, and he accidentally made 5. After leaving the Four Seasons Hotel, Yi Chen and Lin Xiaotong casually ate some roadside stalls. Each went back to his own dormitory. Old Yi, what did you do tonight? Coming back so late? Housemate Lu Gang asked. Consumption goes. You kids have a little money to wave. Ha ha. After flirting with his roommate for a few moments, Yi Chen laid down on his bed and swiped the pox tone. He had wanted to make some money on the air, but the thought of ordering until my hands cramp up to make a few $1,000,000 puts that idea to rest. It's really not necessary to do such a wasteful job. Nowadays Yi Chen is considered a little rich. Tomorrow he decided to go to the most luxurious villa area in Jiangcheng, Huazhou, Junting, to buy a villa. Add a couple more luxury cars to the villa, by the way. Big Bull is a bit of a downer for him right now. The next morning, early, downstairs in the boys' apartment, 4 men, 1 meter 8 in height and with handsome faces, had been waiting at the door for 10 minutes. Isn't this the 4 great sons of our Jiang University? What are they doing in front of the boys' dormitory? I have to say, these 4 are just damn handsome. Even my male host, Daniel Wu, has to avoid him. These 4 are men who stand at the top of Jiangde. Who are they waiting for? Yeah, there are still people in JNU who can make them wait? The 4 males appeared at the entrance of the men's hostel at the same time, immediately causing a sensation. Just as the crowd was talking, Yi Chen and his roommates Lu Gang, Wang Jia and Zhao Wei walked out from the boys' dormitory. Seeing Yi Chen appear, Lu Yun and the others jogged to Yi Chen. What are you doing here? Yi Chen frowned, slightly displeased. Xiao Yi, a few of us came all the way here to apologize to you for your loss. I'm sorry about yesterday. Lu Yun spoke first. Yes, Yi Xiao. These few of us haven't seen much of the world. You really opened our eyes yesterday. They say we are the 4 great sons of Jiangde, but in our eyes, Yi Xiao is the only son of Jiangde. In the future, if Xiao Yi needs any help, we will definitely do our best. Several people touted Yi Chen with a pleasing face. The surrounding men were instantly confused. What's going on here? The 4 dukes of Jiangda University are actually waiting for this student? This guy looks pretty ordinary. Ha! How is it that the 4 dukes act like little brothers in front of him? Many people who knew Yi Chen even called out, this kid is a beggar. The difference between that and these 4 is nothing short of astronomical. How could these 4 people be so respectful to Yi Chen? And that he's the only male in JNU? What kind of airplane is this? The crowd's worldview is collapsing. The 3 of them, Lu Gang, were shocked and speechless for half a day. Holy, this kid was a poor bastard the day before yesterday. I dared to spend over $100,000 on a meal just yesterday. Today is even more outrageous. This early in the morning. What the hell is going on? Alright, break it up, Yi Chen said with an impatient face. Young Yi, wait a moment, I want to request something from you. Lu Yun scratched his head, somewhat less than kindly. Yi Chen laughed. This kid is pretty thick-skinned. He had just offended himself yesterday, and today he dared to beg for his services. Tell me about it, Yi Chen said indifferently. Young Yi, there's a party at Cloud Mountain Manor this afternoon. It's a joint organization of rich kids from 5 universities in Jiangcheng. Every time there's a gathering like this, we at Jiangdu are at the bottom of the list, being belittled by the other schools as worthless. We want Xiao Yi to go and help us calm down the scene. Lu Xiao explained. Gangxian University is ahead of several other universities in terms of studies though. However, it is quite inferior to other universities in terms of financial strength. Every time Lu Yun and the others attended such parties, they would be looked down upon by the rich young men from other schools. He wanted Yi Chen to help them grow a face. Let them raise their eyebrows for once too. Chapter 19, I want to buy the most expensive villa here. Okay, I promise. Yi Chen thought about it and agreed. This was, after all, a matter for JNU, and as a part of JNU, he really should attend. Lu Yun and the others instantly raised their eyebrows. The gathering was, to put it bluntly, a car show-off. Yi Xiao is the one who drives the big Lamborghini Bull. With Yi Xiao around, this party at least doesn't have to be padded. Yi Xiao, I'll add your contact information and send you a location of the manor later. Aha! Yi Chen took out his cell phone and added contact information to each other before Lu Yun and the others left. The surrounding crowd was listening to the clouds. The 4 dukes actually wanted Yi Chen to hold up the fort. What the hell is going on here? Does the cat invite the rat to beat the dog? Yi Chen ignored them and walked straight out of the campus. At this moment, Lin Xiaotong had been waiting at the school entrance for a long time. Yi Chen, are we going to buy a villa now? Yes. Huazhou Junting Villa area. Let's go. Lin Xiaotong was already not surprised by this matter of Yi Chen buying a villa. Half an hour later, the 2 arrived at the sales office of the Huazhou Junting Villa area. Just walking through the door, a pretty sales lady immediately smiled and said, Welcome, sir. Yi Chen took a look. Isn't this his cousin? Cousin's name is Li Shooting, and she looks like the kind of beauty that belongs to the imperial style. The upper body of the black slim-fit shirt, the chest 2 smatterings of snow white hidden. Very eye-catching. The corners of the shirt were pressed into a gray wraparound skirt, and black stockings wrapped tightly around long, straight legs, feet in black high heels. It brings out the charm of a mature woman. It's simply too tempting. Li Shooting naturally recognized Yi Chen as well. She smiled. This kid must have had to pee to get here. Cousin, the restroom is over there. Hurry up, bastard. The girlfriend is quite pretty. Cousin, I don't go to the toilet. I'm here to buy a villa, Yi Chen said with a serious face. What? You're here to buy a villa? You kid is crazy, right? Li Shooting clearly didn't believe it. This cousin's family was well known to her. Not to mention buying a villa. It's delusional to buy an ordinary house. You even have to borrow tens of thousands of dollars to buy a car. Really, cousin? I'm really here to buy a house. Yi Chen had a helpless look on his face. Bastard. Stop teasing your sister. Go sit over there in the rest area for a while. Cousin will make you a cup of coffee. Li Shooting arranged Yi Chen in the rest area. After Li Shooting left, Lin Xiaotong flirted with Yi Chen. Looks like your sister doesn't believe you can afford a villa. We grew up together and she took my first kiss when I was a year old. She knows my house well enough to believe it. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen you trenchless. Ha ha. Just as the two of them were making small talk, his cousin came over with 2 cups of coffee. Cousin, honestly, what are you doing here with your cousin? Li Shooting crossed her arms, pretending to be angry and asked. Cousin, I told you that I really came to buy a villa. Why don't you believe me? Yi Chen also wanted to ask his cousin to recommend a set. Who knew that his cousin didn't believe it at all? What can we do about this? Just then, a man with a bit of balding hair, the fat, round man walked in with his purse. Where's Suk Ting? Is Suk Ting here? Sam, I'm going to pick up a customer first, so sit here for a while. Li Shooting jogged all the way to the middle-aged man. Mr. Wang, you're here. What's the matter? Are you taking that villa today? Well, I've thought it over. I'll take that $20 million villa. Prepare the contract. Mr. Wang said trenchantly. Then he smiled badly again. Shu Ting, you said last time that if I bought this villa, you'd have fun with me at night. Does that still count? Li Shooting's cheeks instantly burned. She did say that last time, but that was just a joke. She didn't expect this Mr. Wang to take it seriously. Selling this $20 million villa, she was able to get a full $600,000 in commission. This money will save her 10 years of struggle. But the man in front of me was so ugly. She was a little hesitant. Yi Chen noticed the situation here. He wasn't very far away from Li Shooting in the first place, and he heard the middle-aged man's words. He never expected it. It's amazing that my cousin promised this man such a thing. He could guess that his cousin was in it for the money. Otherwise how could she have looked at this obese balding man? This money thing is a ing. Since Yi Chen had seen it, he naturally couldn't ignore it. He set the cup down in his hand, got up and walked over. Cousin, a mere 20 million villa is not worth it, Yi Chen said expressionlessly. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the face of Mr. Wang on the side instantly became ugly. Who is this kid? Sorry Mr. Wang, this is my cousin, Li Shooting explained with an apologetic face. Hair hasn't grown in yet, and you've got a big mouth. For this measly $20 million villa, can you kid afford it before you go to ground? Mr. Wang shook his suit and reprimanded Yi Chen. Little Sam, don't mess around here. Hurry up and go away. What do you know about grown-ups? Li Shooting also looked unhappy. She was afraid that this business would be spoiled by Yi Chen. That's $600,000 in commission. Cousin, I'm not fooling around. I'm here today to buy a villa. And it's the most expensive villa here. A mere 20 million villas is nothing at all. Yi Sam was honest. Ha ha, Mr. Wang instantly laughed out loud. You boys really have the nerve to say anything. This is a villa for sale, not a pox sound comment section. Do you want me to zap you awake? I didn't drink much water this morning and my urine is yellow. Li Shooting, on the other hand, frowned and her face became even more ugly. Yi Chen, you've really had enough. What's the situation in your family? Can I not know it clearly? What's the point of pretending in front of me all the time? If you continue to make trouble, leave. You are not welcome here. She was thoroughly pissed off. This cousin is so unintelligent too. Can't you see you're on business? How dare you mess up here without distinguishing the occasion? Do you really think you have no temper? When Yi Chen heard this, his expression instantly turned cold. Cousin Li Shooting questioned herself again and again, and said such things to herself. His heart went completely cold. He coldly looked at Li Shooting and said, Cousin, I'll give you one last chance. I'm going to buy the most expensive villa here right now. And you're hosting me or this bald ass? Li Shooting ignored Yi Chen again. She gave Yi Chen a disgusted look and left the place on Mr. Wang's arm. Yi Chen looked at the backs of the two and smiled. Li Sukting, since you don't want the money delivered to you, then I'll give it to someone else. I'm looking forward to you regretting it. Chapter 20 Cousin, I can't give you this order. At this time, another sales department lady came to Yi Chen's side with a smile. Can I help you? Sir, I'm going to buy the most expensive villa in your area. How much will you help me see? Yi Chen said indifferently. The young lady froze slightly. She didn't realize that the ordinary-looking young man in front of her that. I can't believe I'm talking about buying the most expensive villa here. How could he afford it? The young lady's eyes were questioning. Sir, our most expensive villa here costs $260 million. Are you sure you want to buy it? Yi Chen nodded. Go, take me to pay for it. Yes sir. The young sister did not believe that Yi Chen could afford this villa though, but she still brought Yi Chen to the front desk cashier. After all, the customer is God. Sir, just scan this code. She pointed to the QR code set up on the bar. Yi Chen took out his cell phone and scanned it. Li Shooting couldn't help but smile as she looked at Yi Chen who was at the front desk ready to pay. Hui, that's my cousin. His family is very poor, not to mention buying a villa. Even buying a normal house is delusional. He's just messing around. Just ignore him. Xiao Hui was the very sane young lady who received Yi Chen. Mr. Wang was even more full of disdain, waiting to see Yi Chen's joke. Hoshi's heart also flooded with mutterings. She had had a glimmer of hope, like the feeling of having bought a lottery ticket. But Li Shooting said so. The last bit of hope in her heart was dashed. LOL. Just as she sighed, a voice rang out. Payment successful. Arrived $260 million. For a moment, the air was suddenly quiet. Hoshi's sigh ended abruptly. Shock was even written in his eyes. She couldn't have expected the gentleman to be successful in his payment. $260 million. She gets $8 million in commission alone. Enough for her to achieve wealth freedom. But she's been working here for less than a month. Ah, I'm going to be wealth free. She jumped for joy like she had won the lottery. Thank you sir. Thank you sir. She was excited to directly hug and kiss Yi Chen. This confused Yi Chen. He turned his head to look at Lin Xiaotong. Luckily she was playing with her phone and didn't see her. Some people are happy. Some people are sad. Mr. Wang's entire body froze. He couldn't imagine that Yi Chen could afford the most expensive villa here. He had wanted to see Yi Chen's joke. I didn't realize the clown was himself. Thinking about how she had just mocked Yi Chen for not being able to afford a $20 million villa and said that she wanted to nourish Yi Chen, he lowered his head in embarrassment. Beads of sweat continued to ooze from his forehead. The one who was most shocked was Li Shooting. Seeing Yi Chen's successful payment, her entire body was dumbfounded. She and Yi Chen grew up together. She knew even more about Yi Chen's situation. Yi Chen had just entered and said he wanted to buy a villa. She'd always thought it was a joke, but it was simply unexpected that this cousin of his would come for real. Thinking about how he had just questioned Yi Chen over and over again, he also personally gave away more than $7 million in commission. Li Shooting's heart was filled with shame and remorse. It's even tempting to cry. That's over $7 million. Her heart seemed to be dripping blood. No, the purchase contract hasn't been signed yet. With a soft word from myself, Ye Chen would have given the order to himself. Li Sutton decided to fight for it. Little Sam, it was all a misunderstanding just now. Cousin has apologized to you? Don't take it to heart. She walked to Yi Chen's side and said with a pleasing face, Sam, you came to buy a villa from your cousin. How can you give the order to someone else? How about giving it to your cousin? Cousin is on her way to prepare a contract for you. The words fell out of her mouth and she turned around, ready to get the contract. Cousin, don't get busy. You can't get this order. I've given you a chance, and more than once. From the time you chose this fat man, this single, you no longer deserve it. Yi Chen said nonchalantly. You've been given a chance and you don't appreciate it. It's only after you lose it that you regret it and want to get it back. There is no such thing in heaven. Yi Chen then turned his head to look at Xiao Hui. Prepare the contract. Hoshi. Yes sir. Hoshi will go get ready now. Li Shooting instantly turned ashen. To think that you could obviously get a commission of over $7 million without having to pay anything. Instead, she chose to give her body to earn that $600,000. She couldn't help but cry in aggravation. Yi Chen didn't sympathize with her, and gave her a disgusted look like she had just given herself. He then came to Mr. Wang and patted his fat face. Can you afford this $260 million villa before you're in the ground? Waste. Mr. Wang's face instantly burned and hurt. Can't wait to get the hell out of here. Yi Chen didn't pay any more attention to the duo. After signing the contract, he and Lin Xiaotong, led by Hui, came to the most luxurious villa in the place. Having just arrived at the villa, Yi Chen and Lin Xiaotong were instantly stunned by the scene in front of them. The villa seems like a dream castle from a fairy tale. The golden roof and white walls show endless dignity and luxury. The villa is spacious and bright, with crystal chandeliers, high-grade sofas and expensive carpets. A mural hanging on the wall adds a touch of art to the villa. The villa is also equipped with a private theater, oversized swimming pool, gym and other facilities and amenities. Extremely luxurious. Extremely radiant. It was the first time that Yi Chen and his duo had seen the villa. The mind was not at peace for a long time. Xiao Hui's eyes were even more filled with envy. No woman could resist a villa of this size. After staying in the villa for a while, Yi Chen and Lin Xiaotong left the place with some reluctance. They need to go and add some luxury cars to the villa. Ding! Host spends 260 million. Arrives at 520 million. This consumption triggered the face-punching system, and a lucky draw is being conducted for the host. Congratulations to the host for the triple blast. Reward amount, $780 million. Balance, $1,786,603,670. Looking at his balance, Yi Chen had a small shock. That's a horrendous rate of wealth accumulation. There was a car show at the Jiangcheng International Exhibition Center around 1 p.m. Yi Chen and the two of them casually ate some rice. Immediately following the drive to the car show, entering the showroom, a car dazzles the eye. The exhibition halls were bustling with people coming and going. Xiaotong, pick out your favorite car. I'll pay for it later. Remember to pick more than one. Yi Chen instructed with a smile. Really, Yechen? Lin Xiaotong's eyes were filled with surprise. She had wanted a car of her own for a long time, but there's no way to help yourself without the conditions. She was also too embarrassed to ask for a car from Yi Chen. Now that Yi Chen had taken the initiative, she was delighted. Sure, but remember, I'm not paying you for picking a car that's less than $1 million. Yi Chen gently pinched Lin Xiaotong's face. Chapter 21, do you have a car that costs more than $20 million? Lin Xiaotong was instantly stunned. It was the first time she'd heard someone make such a strange request. This is too trenchant. What woman could stand to be tempted by that? Love you, Yi Sam. She jumped right on top of Yi Chen and ruthlessly stamped on Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen blushed slightly. I can't believe I was kissed by two women today. He hadn't adjusted to the life of a rich man yet and found it a bit unbelievable, not realizing that a rich man like him, casually displaying his wealth. There would be countless women trying to climb into his bed. The two then parted ways as Lin made her way through the car show. Yi Chen then went to the organizer's showroom. Today, he's going to buy all the cars at the auto show that are over $20 million. Sir, may I ask what you need advice on? A beautiful staff member saw Yi Chen walk in and immediately got up to welcome him. I'd like to ask how many luxury cars priced at $20 million or more are in this venue. What are you asking for? Sir, I'm going to buy all these cars, Yi Chen said in a cloudy voice. It's like saying something sparse. What? The staff stared, mouths open. There was a look of disbelief on his face. She didn't expect the young man in front of her to buy the top luxury car here at the drop of a hat. This is ridiculous. It's those top rich kids in Jiangcheng who have to weigh up when they say this. What's this kid got to do with it? She obviously didn't quite believe it. Sir, you're not kidding. I have work to do on my end. So if there's nothing else, you can take a stroll through the showrooms. The staff politely asked Yi Chen to leave. Yi Chen was speechless. How come it's so hard to buy something for yourself? No one anywhere believes it. I'm really here to buy a car, so hurry up and help me see how many there are and what they are. Yi Chen urged. Really? Really? I'll talk to the boss then. The staff half-heartedly headed backstage. A short while later, the staff and a gray-haired middle-aged man walked out. Sir, you're the one who's going to buy all the top luxury cars here over $20 million? The middle-aged man's eyes were full of questions. How could this man in front of me, so young, afford so many luxury cars? Isn't this a joke? Yi Chen nodded. I don't know much about cars, so I wanted to get some advice from you. It would be nice if you could buy it directly here. When the middle-aged man heard this, his heart was even more filled with doubt. This young man is talking about buying a car without even knowing anything about cars. Sir, you really don't look to me like someone who can afford a top-of-the-line supercar. Just don't hold up our work here. You go to the car show and just hang out, okay? The middle-aged man's attitude was still good, but his words were already driving people away. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. In that case, go to the showrooms and buy it. He got up and left the place, going first to the Ferrari showroom. Do you have any models over $20 million here? Yi Chen opened the door and asked directly. Sales Xiaolun gave Yi Chen a disdainful look and ignored him. She's seen a lot of people like that. At first glance, it looks like a poor bastard who just asks for a price and doesn't buy a car. She doesn't give a about these people. This is a Ferrari showroom. There is no need for these poor customers. At that moment, a sunny and handsome rich young man, dressed in designer labels, walked over. What car would you like to see? Sir? Xiaolun trotted over to this rich young man and received him warmly. It was a far cry from the way he looked when he received Yi Chen. Just this Ferrari F12 TDF. Rich young man Han Feng said indifferently. This car landed at $9 million. Will you be paying by credit card or code? Sir? Lan's eyes were full of adoration as she looked at Han Feng. Swipe. Han Feng took out a card and handed it to Lan. After Xiao Lan swiped her card successfully, she gave Yi Chen a contemptuous look. See kid, this is a real rich young man. People like you don't deserve to be clients of our Ferrari. She nonchalantly taunted Yi Chen. Han Feng heard the commotion here. Followed Ran's eyes. The moment he saw Yi Chen, he instantly smiled. Isn't this the same kid who just asked if there was a car over $20 million? Sale sneered. Ain't that right, mister? That's what this boy's here to ask for. How does he look like someone who can afford a Ferrari? Han Feng smiled and shook his head. This kid can't even buy a regular car with his plain clothes. Come back for the Ferrari. These days, there are all kinds of people. He shouted at Yi Chen. Kid, next time you pretend to be a pussy, remember to give yourself a whole name brand. Imitation is fine. Yi Chen smiled helplessly. These people really do meet people where they're at. He ignored the two and walked straight to the other sale, his face expressionless. I'll take all the cars in your showroom. Ha! Yi Chen's words had left sales in a complete daze. Is that how you buy a car? Isn't this pure nonsense? She burst into flames. Kid, take a good look at what this place is. This is a Ferrari showroom, not a place for you to fool around. After saying that, she stopped paying attention to Yi Chen. She is a high-end woman who sells Ferraris and can't afford to waste her time on people like this. No, this kid is crazy to say he wants to buy all the cars here. That line contracted me for a whole year's worth of laughs. On the side, Lan covered her stomach and laughed out loud when she heard Yi Chen's words. Han Feng was even more on the verge of bursting into laughter. It was the first time he had met such an oddball. Dressed in full Poundland, he came to the Ferrari showroom to stock up. What a tease. Brother, I'm convinced. Go now, or else Han Feng, will only die laughing here. Han Feng said in a conspiratorial manner. Looking at Yi Chen was like looking at a clown. Yi Chen ignored these people. Arguing with these people is just a waste of words. He walked straight to the front desk and scanned the collection code. No one even cares about this kid, and he's still not leaving. This kid is really skinless. Ran crossed her arms with disgust in her eyes. Just call the security over to coax this kid away, Han Feng suggested. The voice prompt sounded at the end of the sentence. Payment successful. $200 million in the account. Instantly, the air around them became awkward. Ran's entire body was confused. Breathing became even more rapid. 200 million. This kid actually paid 200 million. How is that possible? How could Lan not have expected that Yi Chen was a low-profile top-ranking rich young man? The reason people ask if they have a car that costs more than $20 million is simply not looking at those less than $20 million. Remembering that she had just mouthed off to such a rich young man, she instantly blushed miserably. A fine bead of sweat was even rising from his forehead. At the moment, she was at a loss for words and panicked. Han Feng on the side even froze in place with his stomach covered. Thoroughly laughable. Chapter 22. Buying all the top luxury cars in the field. He spent almost all of his savings on this $9 million Ferrari, and this young man in front of me could casually come up with $200 million. He was nothing in front of this rich young man. Thinking of what he had done before, Han Feng instantly blushed in shame. Why is your own mouth so cheap? He couldn't wait to slap himself hard. The salesman who had ignored Yi Chen also had shock written all over his face at this time. Such an outcome was even more unexpected to her. Are all rich young men so low-key these days? She was flabbergasted. A moment later, she came back to her senses and immediately greeted Yi Chen with a smile. It was a far cry from the previous indifference. The cars here are hundreds of millions of dollars. She has to get this commission. She wasn't the only one who thought that way. Ran did too. The first thing she did was run to Yi Chen with big strides across her body, not caring about her grooming at all. Sir, there was a misunderstanding just now. Ran will definitely treat you well from now on. This gentleman was thrown out by your own mouth, and now he has the nerve to lick his face and come over here. You've got to have some face. Aren't you the same? Two sales argued over millions in commission. Yi Chen indifferently glanced at the two. These people, they're really cheap. Just finished mocking him and wanting his commission. It's ridiculous. Both of you get out of my way and stop barking at me. This commission. You two won't get a single point. Yi Chen said coldly. The two instantly flushed red and stared blankly. There was embarrassment and remorse in his eyes. Yi Chen didn't pay any more attention to them. He came straight to Han Feng's side and laughed eerily. Is there a problem with me wearing this to buy a Ferrari? No. Han Feng lowered his head like a little brother being admonished. No, what did you just dog bark at? Yi Chen's voice suddenly got louder. Han Feng shivered in fear. Sir, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I had eyes. You must not trifle with a villain like me. He looked flustered and apologized. Not laughing, are you? No more laughing. Never again. Han Feng kept shaking his head. Get the hell out of here. Okay. Hanfeng bent over and rolled his ass. At that moment, the head of the Ferrari showroom walked in. Which customer paid $200 million straight up? He looked to Ran and asked. The gentleman paid for it. Lan pointed at Yi Chen. The person in charge quickly walked to Yi Chen's side. Sir, what are you paying so much for? The most expensive car we have here is just over $30 million. How come you paid $200 million? He looked at Yi Chen suspiciously. I'm going to buy all the vehicles at your show, and the $200 million is only part of it. Yi Chen said indifferently. What? You're buying all the cars here? The head honcho's jaw nearly dropped in shock. It's a Ferrari, a top-of-the-line luxury car. Why does this rich young man look like he's selling vegetables? Of course, but I have a condition. Lay off this employee. Yi Chen pointed at Lan. Yes, the person in charge didn't even ask why and just agreed. What's one employee compared to a turnover of several $100 million? He turned his head to Ran and said coldly. After this show, you pack up your bunk and get out. After hearing this result, Ran instantly cried in aggravation. How could she not have expected things to turn out this way? Boss, this gentleman, please, don't fire me. I know I'm wrong. Give me another chance. She begged bitterly as she cried. Yi Chen just gave her a cold look. Then he ignored her. People like that deserve no sympathy. The person in charge even called the security guards and straight away racked her out. A few minutes later, the man in charge figured out the price of all the exhibits. 12 cars in all. The price $240 million. The price of each car ranges from a few million to a few $1,000s. After paying another $40 million, Yi Chen signed all the contracts and was ready to leave the place. When he reached the edge of the showroom, he turned his head and commanded, have all the cars delivered to me at Cloud Hill Manor by 6 p.m. He was going to a party at the Cloud Mountain Manor later. The villa is empty. All he could do was have someone from here drop the car off there. When the time comes, the big deal is to buy that estate and use it for parking. Yes sir, take your time. Out of the Ferrari showroom, he took Lamborghini, Lutz, Pagani, Bugatti swept away, a $20 million Lamborghini Sian, a $30 million Bugatti Veyron, a $60 million Bugatti Chiron, $30 million for a Koenigsegg CC850, the $30 million Pagani Huayra, $20 million Ferrari Rafa. A total of 27 top supercars with more than $20 million were displayed, and Yi Chen bought them all. His behavior instantly sensationalized the entire car show. The bigwigs of the major car companies complimented Yi Chen. The eyes of the onlookers of the car show looking at Yi Chen were even more full of envy and admiration. He became the most visible person at the car show. The organizers naturally knew about it. The white-haired middle-aged man that Yi Chen had just encountered when he entered the auto show was none other than the organizer's general director. Mutterings flooded his mind. Which one of the big boys did this? Could it be that ordinary-looking young man from earlier? No, how can that be? He smiled and shook his head. One has not thought too much about it. The staff member from the organizer also didn't even think about Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen simply couldn't have such financial power in terms of age and temperament. Just then, Yi Chen arrived at the organizer's showroom with a large set of spare keys. He smiled as he placed the keys to dozens of top luxury cars on the table. I'll wait here for my girlfriend. Seeing the large set of keys, the staff was confused. The one who swept the entire car show was really this young man. Her breathing became ragged. Incredulity was even written all over his face. At this time, the white-haired middle-aged man also walked out. He wanted to come to the show to see who this person was who had bought so many luxury cars. While walking to the front desk, he saw Yi Chen once again. Also saw the set of keys. Holy, no way. It's really this kid. He was momentarily dumbfounded. How could the middle-aged man not expect Yi Chen, a young man who didn't look the least bit special? It's amazing that you are so wealthy. Thinking about the fact that he had started to politely drive Yi Chen away, he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Can I get you anything? Sir, coffee or something? He personally received up Yi Chen. Such a young talent. He was eager to make friends. Chapter 23, Cloud Mountain Manor Gathering. Coffee it is, Yi Chen said casually. A few minutes later, the middle-aged man personally brought Yi Chen coffee. The eyes of the beautiful staff member next to him were full of envy. This was the boss who was worth billions of his own money, and he was serving tea to a young man. She then lamented that the young man was truly worth it. The middle-aged man and Yi Chen chatted for a while, then exchanged contact information. Ding! Host spends 1 billion. Arrives at 2 billion. This consumption triggered the face-punching system, and a lucky draw is being conducted for the host. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 10x cashback blitz. Reward amount, $11 billion. Congratulations to the host for reaching $10 billion in assets, and rewarding the host with 100% of the shares of Only Love Media Inc. The host will receive even more generous rewards when he reaches 20 billion. Keep up the good work. And the perks? Yi Chen was slightly surprised. Only Love Media is a famous Netflix media company. It's also a gathering place for Pox-tone beauty netizens. The goal of all the Pox-sounding female webmasters is to join Only Love Media. I didn't realize I had become the owner of this place. He decided to make a personal trip to headquarters tomorrow to see his first property. Moments later, Lin Xiaotong also returned to the showroom. She only chose a $2 million Bentley Continental and a $2.25 million Mercedes. All are more suitable for ladies to drive. With this amount of money, Yi Chen was too lazy to return the cash. He transferred a fraction of the $6 million to Lin Xiaotong. Balance, 13.88 billion, paid and signed the contract. The two left the car show. It took quite a while to buy the car, and by now it was almost 5 p.m. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone rang. Yi Xiao, how's it going? Coming soon? Lu Yun's voice rang on the other end of the phone. Just a moment. I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen drove the Lamborghini Big Bull and led Lin Xiaotong towards Yunshan Manor. On the other hand, Cloud Mountain Manor. The people from the other schools hadn't arrived yet, and there were only Lu Yun and the others in the manor. The four great dukes of Jiangde sat down together and chatted. This year's manor party will finally not be as humiliating as before. Lu Yun lamented. No, even though a couple of us have cars that don't make the grade at $4 or $5 million, but later on, as soon as Yi Xiao's Big Bull shows up, we won't have to be at the bottom. Wang Junji also laughed. They hadn't been taunted by the rich kids from other colleges when they gathered in past years. As long as they don't bottom out this year, it's not their turn to be mocked, and they get to put mouths on other schools. The other two laughed. Just then, a Ferrari SF90 came whizzing by, followed by several supercars. The finale was a Bentley Batter. Polytechnic University's men have arrived. Lu Yun and the others frowned slightly. A couple of cars in the $10 million range. There's even a $15 million Bentley Bearer. Not at all comparable to a few of them. Even when Yi Xiao came, he was too far behind. Chang Nan, the owner of the Bentley Batter, stepped out of the car and gave Lu Yun and the others a disdainful look. Is there no one left in Jiangde? Why are you still the losers? I think in the future this kind of party you Jiangde don't come to join in the fun. It's too much to pull down the grade of the party. The rest of Polytechnic roared with laughter. Why don't we call some kids over later and have them sit at the kids' table? That's a good offer. Facing a few people pointing at them, Lu Yun and the others blushed and lowered their heads in embarrassment. They weren't in a position to retort. After all, the difference was too great. Moments later, one luxury car after another appeared. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Maybach, and Rolls-Royce appeared in front of Lu Yun and the others one after another. People from Polytechnic University, Medical University and 4 other universities all arrived. Lu Yun's 4 took a closer look at the other school's cars. $12 million Rolls-Royce Phantom, $15 million Bugatti Veyron, $20 million Ferrari Lafa. Each of the 4 universities has a multi-million-dollar ultra-luxury limousine. Other cars approaching $10 million are even more numerous. Lu Yun and the others were instantly confused. It's surprising how many people have switched cars this year, and a couple of them are still stuck in the last year. A few of them instantly panicked. How can this be fun? Even if Yi Xiao's Lamborghini Bull comes over, what does it count for? JNU remains at the bottom. They are still taunted and looked down upon by other schools, just like before. Just then, Han Feng from the medical school stepped out of the Ferrari F12. He just bought it from a car show. He had just been humiliated at the car show. Now he's going to lash out hard. Han Feng looked around at the other school's cars and finally aimed his spear at Lu Yun's few people. The most expensive car of these guys is only $6 million. His nearly $10 million Ferrari F12 is enough to crush them. He smiled and came to Lu Yun and the others, pretending to greet them warmly. Young Lu, we meet again. Lu Yun's face sank when he saw that the visitor was Han Feng. He remembered that at the last party, Han Feng was driving a $3 to $4 million car though. But this kid, relying on the fact that other people in the medical university drove good cars, madly gave Lu Yun and others on the mouth. Lu Yun hated this person. Why don't you say something? Lu Xiao, Han Feng casually threw the Ferrari's car keys on the table. Just replaced a car today. Small 10 million. Not expensive. Lu Xiao, look at this car, how? Not bad. Lu Yun casually made a perfunctory remark. Just nice, Mr. Lu, we haven't seen each other for a long time, and I'm sure Lu has changed his car. Why? How about taking out the car keys and letting me? Han Feng, open my eyes? Han Feng said in a conspiratorial manner. He had just seen Lu Yun's gusto. The reason why he said that was to humiliate Lu Yun. Lu Yun was tempted to retort, but there is no way to help yourself without strength, so you can only hold your tongue. That Han Feng kid is pretending again. He only dares to act like a pussy in front of that bunch of losers from Jiang University. Those people from Jiang University are really thick-skinned too, and they're the ones who are humiliated every time. And yet, he hasn't missed a beat every time. We can't have this party without JNU, or we'll have a lot less fun. Ha ha.
The crowd was pointing. Lu Yun and the others became clowns in everyone's eyes.
At this moment, Lu Yun's few people couldn't even raise their heads. Every second is torture for them. It's so humiliating. Just then, a supercar sound rang out. Immediately afterward, a big Lamborghini Bull slowly drove into the estate. Chapter 24, Mr. Yi, your car is here. Most of the people on the scene have cars in the big millions, tens of millions. The appearance of this big bull did not attract much attention, but Lu Yun recognized the car. It's none other than Yi Chun Yishao's car. He hurriedly got up to meet them. At that moment, Han Feng's voice sounded once again. Lu Yun, why did you even get a foreigner for this party? I've never heard of such a person in Zhengde. Han Feng sneered. Han Feng, you speak with respect. Yi Xiao was originally from our Jiang University. Lu Yun retorted in a deep voice. Ha ha, let's not worry about whether it's from JNU or not. Can't you find someone who's more or less the same? Wouldn't it still be a disgrace to find someone who drives a big bull? What's the point? Han Feng shook the wineglass in his hand arrogantly. What kind of rich young man can a guy like him come in contact with? A guy who drives a big bull would be nice. Cheng Nan took the Bentley key in his hand and shook it. Looking to the Lamborghini Bull was disdainful. This big bull is a far cry from his own Bentley. Just then, the big bull door slowly opened. A fresh-faced young man stepped out of the car. Yi Xiao, you're here. Hurry up and sit down. Lu Yun greeted. Yi Chen nodded. Lu Yun, when you invited this brother here, did you not tell him he was here to be a clown? Ha ha, I have to take a good look at who this ingrate Lu Yun invited is. Han Feng wiped his glasses and put them back on. The glasses are polished. He took in Yi Chen's face. Instantly, he froze. The wineglass in his hand was even unsteady and fell to the ground. Isn't this the rich young man we met at the auto show? How did he get here? What's going on here? He never expected it. The wrongdoer, in his own words, was this man who had bought all the Ferrari show cars at the auto show. I can't believe he said that inviting such a person is embarrassing and open to being a clown. Thinking of the outburst he had just made, his face was instantly filled with embarrassment. He hurriedly got up and jogged all the way to Yi Chen's side, nodding his head and saying, Sir, you're here. Seeing this scene, doubt was written in everyone's eyes. What's with this Han Feng kid? Just now, he was mocking this Yi Xiao ingrate. How come he wimped out all of a sudden when he met? And you still have such respect for this Mr. Yi? Lu Yun on the side was also a bit confused. What's going on here? This kid was so cocky just now, wasn't he? How come you act like a little brother in front of Yi Xiao? Lu Yun and Yi Chen took their seats. Chang Nan, the owner of the Bentley, couldn't help but ask with curiosity in his heart. Han Feng, what's going on? You know this kid in a Lamborghini? Han Feng nodded. Chang Xiao, this gentleman is not some kid, but a real rich young man. He's just a bull driver. He's nothing in front of my Bentley batter. What's wrong with me calling him a kid? Cheng Nan fiercely slammed the cup in his hand on the table, his brows slightly furrowed, his face somewhat ugly. Here, apart from the $20 million Lafa, his car is the most expensive. Here, he has absolute say. What's wrong with him calling a kid who drives a big bull? Han Feng, you kid is really no good either. A big bull driver scares you like this? You kid is even lecturing Cheng Xiao. How self-absorbed. What's this Yi Xiao in front of Cheng Xiao? Are you boys blind? Everyone complimented Cheng Nan, and by the way, they cursed Han Feng as well. Han Feng, hurry back and don't embarrass the medical school. Lu Obai, the boss of the medical university and also the owner of the Lafa, reprimanded in a deep voice. He was the biggest rich kid at the party. His ride, the Lafa, was the crowning glory. Han Feng doesn't even treat him with this much respect. I can't believe I'm nodding my head so much to a kid who drives a big bull. Is he worthy? Yi Chen didn't say anything. He took a sip of water and gingerly picked up his sleeve to check his watch. 5:59 minutes and 45 seconds. He burst out laughing. Han Feng, on the other hand, looked anxious. He was about to open his mouth to explain, but Yi Chen stopped him. If he didn't say anything about Yi Chen, he was only afraid that he would be drowned by a mouthful of spittle from each person here. What to do? Han Feng was a bit overwhelmed. Coming. Yi Chen faintly spat out two words. Yi Xiao. What's coming? Lu Yun was puzzled. Why is Yi Xiao mysterious? This kid must be getting his period. A rich kid taunted. The crowd instantly burst into laughter, laughing loud and harshly. Just then, a supercar roar sounded. A lot. It's messy. It's very mixed. Couldn't hear how many cars it was, but the sound was explosive. Immediately afterward, a supercar slowly drove into the manor and appeared in front of the crowd. Lamborghini Sian, Bugatti Veyron, Bugatti Chiron, Koenigsegg CC850, Pagani Huayra, Ferrari Lafa. My God, what is this? How come there are so many top luxury cars? Any one of these cars could kill all of us here, right? Holy cow, most of these cars I've never even seen before. What an eye-opener. The crowd gasped in awe. The eyes were even filled with envy. These cars are world-famous top-of-the-line luxury cars. Their cars are not even close to these. Chang Nan frowned. What's with all the top rich young men here and what are they doing here? Luo Bai's face became even more ugly. His rafa lost its luster instantly with the arrival of these men. It was upsetting to him. The manor has rented itself. What are they doing here? Who the hell are these people? The next moment, all the limousines stopped. Dozens of luxury cars, like a long snake, stopped in front of the crowd. Shock. Extremely shocking. All the car doors slowly opened. Dozens of men in suits walked out. These people don't look like rich young men. They look a lot like some kind of local staff. They're not here to deliver a car to the owner of this estate. Are they? It must be so. The owner of this manor is a famous tycoon in our Jiangqing city. It's not surprising to buy so many luxury cars. The crowd was talking. All were speculating about the purpose of these people. Just then, under the gaze of the crowd, more than 30 people came behind Yichen. Mr. Yi, all your cars are here for you. Chapter 25, Huey's phone call. Yichen nodded at the table in front of him. Just leave the car keys on the table. Okay, Mr. Yi. Moment. The whole room was silent. Everyone was frozen in place. What's going on here? It's surprising that all these luxury cars belong to this Yi Xiao alone. This is terrible. Disbelief was written all over their faces. Chang Nan's entire body was confused. How could he not expect that this Yi Xiao, who drove a big bull with a Lamborghini? It's amazing how many top-of-the-line luxury cars there are. His Bentley is nothing in front of these cars. He himself had just mocked such a top-rich young man. No, Biggie. When he remembered his arrogant face just now, his heart was filled with shame. How dare one pretend to be in front of such a bigot? Match? Luo Bai's brain was more than a little lacking in oxygen. He thought he could top the field with his Rafa. I didn't expect this Yi Xiao to have dozens of top luxury cars in one shot. What is one's own Rafa? He finally understood why Han Feng had been so respectful to this young Yi before. These people of theirs and this Yi Xiao were not even on the same level. He himself was even competing with this Yi Xiao to be jealous. It's ridiculous. Match? Lu Yun was even more dumbfounded. The person was dumbfounded. He knows that Yip Sum is rich. Otherwise it wouldn't be possible to reload a $100 million card directly at the Four Seasons. But these cars are worth $1 billion, right? This is too trenchant. Originally, he thought a few of them would keep their heads down until the party was over. As a result, I didn't expect the situation to be reversed in an instant. And when Yi Xiao's big move came out, it was simply destructive. He straightened up instantly. A few people, Wang Junjie, also laughed. That feeling of turning the tide against the wind is awesome. It's so cool that it makes your scalp tingle. Han Feng also held his head high and looked smug, as if to say again, you guys understand why brother Niels this Yi Xiao. He was equally shocked. He left early in the afternoon after buying the car. I didn't realize that Yi Chen had swept the entire car show. Simply trenchant. The look he gave Yi Chen was filled with respect. Yi Chen was the idol in his heart at the moment. At this time, Yi Chen's table was full of car keys. He picked up a random handful and spun it between his fingers. Lu Yun, how did they people taunt you just now? How do you taunt them back? Yi Chen said carelessly. Thank you, Yi Xiao. Lu Yun thanked him profusely. He knew that Yi Chen was helping himself out. With Mr. Yi behind you, what are these people here? He slowly walked to Chang Nan and said in a cold voice, Chang Xiao, you were the one who screamed the most just now. Keep screaming. Why don't you stop? You Polytechnic University is really not working. Every year it's you losers. As the words fell, he turned his head to look at Ji Chen. Yi Xiao, why don't we bring a couple of dogs next time? And let them do the dog table? These ones are so good at barking when mixed in with people. Yi Chen laughed. Lu Yun has such a mean mouth. He likes it. Lu Yun, you've had enough. Chang Nan couldn't stand it anymore and yelled. Lu Yun was instantly subdued by Chang Nan's aura. If it wasn't for Yi Chen backing him up, he wouldn't have dared to say such things to Chang Nan today. He turned his head to Yi Samai's for help. Keep cursing for me. After today, if he dares to target you, I'll make it impossible for him to hang around in Jiangcheng. Yi Chen said in a cloudy voice. If Chang Nan dares to take any revenge on Lu Yun, he didn't mind buying all the companies that worked with Chang Nan's father, then cancel all cooperation with Chang Nan's father. Chang Nan's face instantly turned pale. Yi Chen's financial power was in front of him. He's scared. Even though he didn't believe in his heart that Yi Chen had this ability at all, he still didn't dare to gamble. Consequences he can't afford. Lu Yun severely reprimanded Chang Nan. Chang Nan was red-faced the entire time and didn't say a word. Didn't even dare to hold back a fart. Lu Yun then went over to berate Luo Bai twice. Luo Bai's expression was ugly. but he didn't dare to say anything. Finally it was Han Feng's turn. He was even nodding his head, not even daring to breathe a breath. At the end, he even said, "Thank you, Mr. Lu, for teaching me." It made Lu Yun a little embarrassed. Lin Xiaotong, on the other hand, was watching with great interest, and every now and then a cheeky giggle. Afterward, Yi Chen casually ate something and chatted with Lu Yun and the others. During this time, people kept coming to compliment Yi Chen, all wanting to befriend a big shot like Yi Chen, but they were all rejected by Yi Chen one by one. He didn't need a bit of these false connections. After staying at the manor for a while, he bid farewell to Lu Yun and the others and left the place with Lin Xiaotong. As for the cars, he left them at the estate. He had wanted to buy the estate, but he couldn't help that the owner couldn't return for a while. Some other time. Then, in the evening, Yi Chen and Lin Xiaotong returned to the dormitory after parting ways. He lay in bedboard and swiped the pox tone. Just then, Huazhou Junting's sales Xiao Hui sent a message to Yi Chen. "Mr. Yi, I'm Xiao Hui from the sales department. It's my birthday tomorrow night. I'd like to invite you to. Do you have a moment?" Doubtful/I don't think we know each other that well? Yi Chen was puzzled. "I've only met him once. What's the point of inviting him?" Hoshi on the other side was a little embarrassed. This Mr. Yi is also too blunt in his speech. "Mr. Yi, the villa you bought that day, I got a full 7 million plus commission. I can't thank you enough for wanting to invite you to my birthday. Of course it's fine if you don't have time." Hoshi doesn't mind/aggrieve. Hai made an excuse. When she usually sells villas, she sees almost all middle-aged men. It was hard to see such a sunny and handsome man like Yi Chen, who was a bit like Louis Koo, and so rich. She admitted that her heart fluttered. That's why he found a reason that Yi Chen couldn't refuse, just trying to ask him out. "Well, I'll come over tomorrow night." Faced with Xiao Hui's good intentions, Yi Chen didn't know how to refuse and could only agree. "Okay Mr. Yi, we'll see you tomorrow/have fun." Turning off Vixen, Yi Chen brushed his pox tone for a while and fell asleep. Day 2, because it was Xiao Hui's birthday at night, Yi Chen cancelled his plan to go to the capital's only love media. It's not nice to be empty-handed on someone's birthday. Yi Chen decided to pick her a cheap car with a few $1 million as a birthday gift. A few moments later, Yi Chen arrived at the Maserati 4 store. "Help me stop the car, please." He handed the security guard at the door the car keys and a few bills. "Yes sir." Afterwards, Yi Chen walked towards the store. "Yi Sam?" Just as I walked into the 4 store, a familiar voice rang in my ears. Yi Chen turned his head to see that it turned out to be his high school classmate Xiao Yu. This woman he was impressed with. Yi Chen dated a girl named Ling Yan when he was in high school. This woman was none other than Ling Yan's best friend. Chapter 26, Your Big Bull is Parked for You. Yi Chen clearly remembered that he and Ling Yan were very close at that time. This is the same woman who blows her ear off in front of Ling Yan all day long. Said Yi Chen was a poor man who couldn't even afford a decent dress. On his birthday other people's boyfriends send several hundred. Yi Chen only sent 52. Dressed like a hyena. 2. Disgraceful. Over time, Ling Yan grew to loathe Yi Chen, which led to their breakup. Yi Chen didn't expect to run into this woman here today. "Yi Chen, this is a Maserati 4 store. What are you doing here?" Xiao Yu's disdainful voice sounded once again. "Xiao Yu, who is this?" The rich kid with dyed yellow hair next to him asked. "Brother Mu Feng. He's my high school classmate." In high school this beggar even tried to pick up my best friend. Luckily I stopped him. Otherwise my best friend would only regret it. Xiao Yu explained with a cold smile. The eyes that looked at Yi Chen were contemptuous. "Oh," Mu Feng burst out laughing. "What's this kid doing here? Opening his eyes? He looks a lot like the toilet sweeper here to me." Xiao Yu's mouth showed no mercy. In high school, she hated Yi Chen. Clothes are bought from the ground up. The ones I gave to my best friend Ling Yan were all worthless junk. You still only get a couple bucks for birthdays. How does a poor bastard like that have the nerve to his own best friend? Now a few years later, it's still the same poor-ass look. It's disgusting. Yi Chen smiled. "Xiao Yu, this woman is really still so cheap. In that case, let's teach this a lesson today. Xiao Yu, haven't seen you for years. Your pussy mouth is still so indebted. By the way, and just so you know, I'm here to buy a car. And of course if your mouth stinks, I wouldn't mind taking a toilet brush and squeezing some toilet bowl cleaner on your teeth." Yi Chen didn't give Xiao Yu any face at all. You a poor bastard. How dare you talk to this lady like this? Really don't know what's good for you. And the audacity of saying you're here to buy a car. Keep your eyes open. This is a Maserati boutique. The cheapest cars are over $1 million. Can a poor bastard like you, struggling all your life, afford it? Xiao Yu crossed her arms and rebuked angrily. She didn't believe Yi Chen was here to buy a car at all. There's no way he could afford a car here. Kid, a Maserati isn't something you can afford just by pretending. You have to come up with this. I'll show you the right way to buy a Maserati today.
Mu Feng rubbed his thumb and forefinger, then turned his head and said to sales in a domineering manner.
I'll take this Maserati GTS. Don't tell me the price. Just swipe the card. He had actually gotten the price online,
and said that simply for the sake of pretending. This gesture directly confused Xiaoyu.
Brother Mu Feng's trenchant look was simply awesome.
She turned her head to look at Yi Sam again.
How can people be so different from each other?
The sales on the side looked at Mu Feng's eyes also unconsciously bubbled with caution.
Ding! Payment successful. $2.5 million in the account.
Mu Feng took the keys to this car and walked over to Yi Chen and waved them in front of him.
Kid, see, a $2 million Maserati says you can buy it. Now that's a real car purchase. Unlike you, all you do is pretend with your mouth. Immediately afterward, he laughed arrogantly. Just then,
the security guard from the Force store walked into the store. He came to Yi Chen's side and said politely,
Sir, your big Lamborghini Bull is parked for you. Aha! Yi Chen took the key and nodded. A Lamborghini Bull? When these words came out, several people were instantly confused.
They didn't expect that the poor bastard in front of them,
who was in their eyes,
was driving a big bull with more than $10 million.
Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. What's going on here? How did Yi Sam get so much money?
It's only been a few short years.
What has he been through? Why did you go from a poor to a top rich young man?
A look of disbelief filled her face. It's true that 30 years is a long time in the making.
Don't kid yourself. Thinking about what she had just said to taunt Yi Chen,
her face looked like she'd been hit hard in a couple of forced pockets. The fire hurts. Mu Feng even looked like he had been struck by lightning and directly froze in place. He never expected that the driver of the kid in front of him would be a Lamborghini de Bull.
I can't believe I'm pretending in front of such a rich young man, and show people the right way to buy a car,
and finally dangled in front of people with this measly $2 million Maserati.
Shake a hammer. Shake. It's simply humiliating. He was so embarrassed he wanted to get under the car. Yi Chen slowly walked to Xiaoyu and pulled out his ears. Xiaoyu, I think you just said that I can't afford a car here for the rest of my life, and that I'm not good enough for your bestie? Those words, repeat them. Seeing Yi Chen smiling somewhat eerily, Xiaoyu instantly winced.
When she was in high school, she didn't taunt Yi Chen much and tripped him up at every turn.
Now that she saw Yi Chen like this, she was scared. Yi Chen, I'm sorry, I was wrong about the past. You're a man that shouldn't be so small-minded, right? She shuddered,
but the tone of his voice was uncomfortable to listen to.
It was as if he was morally kidnapping Yi Chen. Pop. Yi Chen was not polite and gave her a slap. You're so ing about apologizing, aren't you? Pop. Shut up if you can't talk. He was not the least bit soft on this kind of. Two large handprints immediately appeared on Xiaoyu's face. You dare to hit me. I want to find Uncle Hat. I want you to pay compensation.
She covered her face and yelled at Yi Chen. Yi Chen took out a pile of cash from his bag and ruthlessly smashed it on Xiaoyu's face.
Don't you want compensation? Here's $50,000. Get down on the ground and pick it up yourself. Look at the sheets of money scattered on the floor. She cried in aggravation. This woman has gotten a bargain. Where is her face worth $50,000?
Such a mouthy woman deserves a beating.
Indeed,
such people deserve no sympathy.
The people around them accused Xiaoyu.
Seeing that her act of using her tears to gain sympathy was ineffective,
Xiaoyu stopped pretending.
Wiping the tears from his eyes, he began to lie down and pick up the money on the floor.
The scene was hilarious. People around them laughed. Mu Feng, who was on the side,
had his face directly blackened.
It's a shame to come out with a woman like that. Yi Chen shook his head and didn't continue to pay attention to her.
He came to Mu Feng's side and said in a cold voice,
I'm not quite sure I can buy this Maserati. Show me more?
No. Just now I had no eyes and believed this S-words before I offended Xiaoyu with my words.
Don't dare to pretend in front of you now.
Mu Feng shook his head repeatedly. The look was even more panicked.
Chapter 27, Young People, Too Fickle. Yi Chen no longer paid attention to these people. He said to the sales aside, What's the most expensive car you have here? Hello sir, the most expensive car we have here is a Maserati MC20. The price is $3.5 million. Yi Chen went straight to the front desk and paid. Deliver this car to the Grandview Hotel at 8 o'clock in the evening. Yes sir, the Grand Hyatt Hotel is exactly where Hoshi spent her birthday. After the explanation,
Yi Chen turned around and left the place.
Ding! The host spent $3.5 million and arrived at $7 million.
This purchase has triggered a face-saving effect, and a cashback lottery is being held for the host. Congratulations to the host for getting a quadruple blast.
Reward amount, $14 million. Balance, $13,940. $5 million, a fraction of $4 million. Yi Chen transferred back home.
He left $139 billion whole.
After returning to the villa,
Yi Chen contacted the owner of Cloud Mountain Manor, bought the Cloud Mountain Manor for $500 million.
Ding! The host spends $500 million and gets $1 billion back. Balance, $14. $4 billion. At night,
Yi Chen drove his Lamborghini de Bull to the Grandeur Hotel. The Grand Hyatt can only be considered a middle-of-the-road hotel in Jiangcheng.
Not top of the line. Just as I arrived at the hotel entrance, Hoshi sent a message. Mr. Yi, have you arrived? I'm downstairs. I'll be right up. We're in the Rui Hall on the second floor. Come on over. Okay. Yi Chen came to the Rui Hall, opened the door and walked in.
Only 4 women and 1 man were seated at the table. The man was dressed in a suit and a designer label.
Obviously a rich kid. Mr. Yi, you're here. Hurry up and take a seat. Seeing Yi Chen appear, Xiao Hui immediately ran to the door to greet him, looking very excited.
The eyes that looked at Yi Chen were also full of affection.
Hoshi wore a white dress with a ball head and a powdered makeup, obviously well-groomed. The delicate little face smiled, showing 2 little tiger teeth. It looked so innocent and cute. Yi Chen sat down. The crowd chatted as they ate. Mr. Yi, try this. This one is good too. You have more.
Xiao Hui kept on giving Yi Chen food and kept on finding topics to chat with Yi Chen,
looking very close.
When the rich second-generation Zhao Yan on the side saw this scene, his eyes were filled with hostility.
Zhao Yan is Hui's loyal suitor. Hai didn't invite him,
but he insisted on coming.
Hui was too embarrassed to refuse. Only then did I have to ask him to come to my birthday party. As for Yi Chen, not only was he able to get Xiao Hui to personally invite him, but the 2 of them were even so close, completely ignored him, and anger rose in Zhao Yan's heart. No way. The 2 can't be allowed to go on like this. He was a rich second-generation man,
and he must not be crushed by this kid. His mind was running frantically,
thinking about what to do. Just then,
his mind flashed and he thought of a solution.
Zhang Yan,
I heard this afternoon that you and Xiao Hui went shopping this afternoon,
right? Zhao Yan asked Zhang Yan, who was at the side. Yes, Mr. Yan, we've been strolling around for the whole afternoon today, and the weather is hot, so we're exhausted. Mr. Words, what are you doing this afternoon?
Zhang Yan smiled and chatted with Xiao Yan. She was so ordinary looking that even the average handsome guy couldn't look at her, and she couldn't even reach out to the rich kids. Seeing Zhao Yan take the initiative to talk to her, she was a bit flattered. Hate to say all the words in my stomach.
What a coincidence. I just happened to go shopping too. Speaking of shopping, I almost forgot something. Look at my memory.
Zhao Yan patted his brain.
Then looking to Hoshi, he said, Hui, I prepared a birthday present for you while we were shopping this afternoon. After saying that, he took out a square box and handed it to Hui. The square box is monogrammed Chanel. Hoshi froze slightly when she saw the box. As a woman, luxury is something she still knows something about. This is obviously a Chanel product. He didn't expect that he was just celebrating a birthday and Zhao Yan would give him such an expensive gift. Wow, it's worthy of being Mr. Yan, the first time he makes a move. It's a top luxury brand like Chanel. Hoshi is really blessed today. Zhang Yan and a few others revealed envious looks.
Hoshi opened the box and a white gold comet necklace appeared before everyone's eyes. 18K white gold with several white diamonds.
Particularly elegant and atmospheric. This necklace is also too beautiful. Xiao Yan, this necklace shouldn't be cheap, right? Zhang Yan's eyes went straight as she watched.
There was a continuous gasp of amazement.
It's not that expensive. Just over $90,000. Chump change. Zhao Yan pretended to be modest. 90,000 plus. Hearing this, not only Zhang Yan was shocked, even Hoshi was a bit surprised. It's just a birthday for yourself. Zhao Yan actually gave himself nearly $100,000 of luxury goods. That's too rich and generous. Seeing the shock of a few people, Zhao Yan was very pleased in his heart. The pussy managed to get himself loaded. Next it's time to make this kid look bad. Hoshi, I wonder what this one's name is. Zhao Yan pointed at Yi Chen and asked. This is Mr. Yi Chen Yi. Hoshi explained to Zhao Yan. Oh, I wonder what gifts this Mr. Yi has prepared for Xiao Hui. Bring it out for us to see. 2. Zhao Yan deliberately mentioned Yi Chen. Yes, Mr. Yi, hurry up and take it out and show us what you bought. Zhang Yan and the others also urged up Yi Chen. My gift hasn't arrived yet. It'll have to wait a while. Yi Chen explained. Zhao Yan instantly laughed when he heard Yi Chen's words. Mr. Yi, you wouldn't have prepared a gift that's so lousy that you're embarrassed to take it out, would you? It's okay. No one's laughing at you. After all, not everyone is a rich kid like me. Show it to us. Zhao Yan urged again. He must make Yi Chen take out the gift. When the time comes, the 2 gifts are placed together. A comparison of the 2. Yi Chen would be absolutely humiliated. Groundless. When the time came to choose, Xiao Hui's heart was naturally as clear as a mirror. Just then, Yi Chen's phone rang. Mr. Yi, I have your car for you. Okay, I'll be right down.
Yi Chen hung up the phone and turned his head to look at Xiao Wei.
My gift for you has arrived. Would you like to go down and look at it? Well, let's go. Hoshi nodded. This Mr. Yi, I have to criticize you twice. What kind of gift did you buy us to be so bluff? I bought a $90,000 plus necklace. Do you see me pretending? You are just too young, too impetuous. I, as a brother, advise you to be low-key. Zhao Yan educated Yi Chen from on high.
Yi Chen ignored him and walked down the stairs with Xiao Wei.
Zhang Yan and the others followed.
I'd like to see what kind of gift this kid has sent.
How dare he make such a big commotion? Zhao Yan also walked down after him. Chapter 28, Maserati. Come to the door of the hotel. Several people were instantly caught by a white Maserati parked on the side of the road. Only the white Maserati was covered by a clear glass box.
There was also a big bow on the front of the car. Which rich young man is this a gift for his girlfriend?
This is too romantic, isn't it? It's true that romance belongs to the rich. Give me a Prince Charming like that. Zhang Yan and the others looked at the white Maserati with envious eyes. Zhao Yan also looked dumbfounded.
Although he was a second-generation rich man, his own financial resources were far from this level. That's a car that costs over $3 million.
What kind of top rich young man is this playing at being romantic? Just then, a delivery man on an electric donkey pulls up next to the Maserati, and a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Zhao Yan laughed when he saw it. This bouquet of flowers should be a gift from this Mr. What's his name, Mr. Yi to Xiao Hui. It's 2024 and people still send flowers. What a ing dirt dog. This Mr. Yi, you said that you're just sending a bunch of broken flowers. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? I thought you were giving away this Maserati. Ha ha. Zhao Yan was becoming more and more arrogant. Zhang Yan and the others also noticed the bouquet of flowers.
The eyes that looked at Yi Chen instantly became disgusted.
No way. Is this Mr.
Yi just giving Xiao Hui a bouquet of flowers?
That's too low, right?
How could Hoshi invite someone like that?
I really can't figure it out. Several people had pointed at Yi Chen. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit came to Yi Chen's side. He handed Yi Chen the car keys and said politely, Mr. Yi, your Maserati is parked on the side of the road. Here are the keys. The man in the suit was none other than the store manager of the Maserati 4 store, and he and Yi Chen had met at the 4 store. Yes, please. Yi Chen took the key and nodded. The car keys were then casually tossed to Hoshi. It's a birthday present for you. It's not anything expensive, so you make do with driving it around, he said casually, looking like he didn't care. What? This Maserati is Yip Sum's gift? Seeing this scene, the few people present were dumbstruck. Zhang Yan and the others were dumbfounded. How could they not expect that this romantic Prince Charming would be this Mr. Yi? The look of disgust on several people's faces disappeared. In its place was amazement and adoration. The eyes that looked at Xiao Hui also became more envious and jealous. The one who was most shocked was Zhao Yan. He had originally thought that Yi Chen had sent a bunch of broken flowers. I didn't realize that this Maserati was Yi Chen's gift. A $3 million Maserati. Just give it away. This is terrible. Zhao Yan is also just a $2 million Porsche 911. He couldn't even afford to drive this Maserati himself, let alone give it away. He even pretended to be in front of such a rich young man just now. His own necklace that cost tens of thousands of dollars was nothing compared to this Maserati. His face flushed a shade of red and white. Awkward. Panic. Hands and feet. This. Hoshi was even more excited and speechless. Her hands were shaking as she held the Maserati. She knew that Yi Chen was rich, but she didn't expect Yi Chen to be so generous. Surprisingly, he was given a multi-million-dollar luxury car, the villa that Yi Chen bought yesterday, although she was able to get millions in commission. But those commissions aren't in hand yet. And this car is different. The keys are already in your hand. If it wasn't for all the people around, she would have just jumped on Yi Chen. Xiao Hui, who originally had a good feeling about Yi Chen. That good feeling was infinitely magnified in her heart. She couldn't wait to show her love now. Thank you for the gift, Mr. Yi. The staff then removed the glass box. Hui took the car keys to the Maserati and excitedly pressed the key. The headlights came on instantly. The scissor doors slowly opened. She was wearing a white dress and slowly got into the car, like a princess in a fairy tale. At this moment, the people around him cast envious looks. God, grant me a boyfriend like that too. I don't want to try. Honey, I want this too. There's only room for 2 in this car. We don't want it. Good boy. After Xiao Hui parked the car in the parking lot, she returned to the hotel with Yi Chen and the others. Only Zhao Yan didn't come up. He really didn't have the face to stay and left the place in disgrace. After entering the private room, Zhang Yan and the others enthusiastically chatted with Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, how did you and Hui meet? I met Hoshi when I bought the villa. Wow, does Mr. Yi still have a villa? That's when Hoshi interjected. Mr.
Yi bought the most expensive villa in Huazhou,
worth 240 million. My god, Mr. Yi is too rich for this. Shock was written all over Zhang Yan's eyes. A few people chatted over drinks. Yi Chen had to drive later,
so he substituted water for alcohol.
At around 9:30 p.m., the banquet ended, and Zhang Yan's few people left first. Hoshi, I'm leaving first too. See you some other time.
Yi Chen bid farewell to Xiao Hui and prepared to leave.
Just then, Hoshi spoke up. Mr. Yi,
I drank some wine tonight,
and I'm a little sick. Will you stay with me? That's a bold statement, but she didn't want to miss this opportunity.
She was going to chase this Mr.
Yi down tonight. Ha! Yi Chen's brain instantly went blank. This is an invitation to yourself. This is too exciting, isn't it?
Experiencing something like this for the first time,
Yi Chen was dumbfounded. This isn't good, is it?
Although he hadn't confirmed his relationship with Lin Xiaotong yet, but in his heart, he had already treated Lin Xiaotong as his girlfriend. Doing this kind of thing always felt like betraying Lin Xiaotong.
Since Mr.
Yi is making it difficult,
forget it. Hoshi doesn't have any familiar people in this city,
and she has no one to take care of her at night when she feels sick and wants to vomit.
I really don't know what to do with the night.
As the words fell out of her mouth, she got down and dry heaved.
The acting is nothing short of movie queen. Of course Mr. Yi doesn't have to have a mental burden. If Mr. Yi doesn't want to take care of Xiao Hui won't trouble Mr. Yi.
Hoshi sighed,
a little lost, and a few commiserations. Hui's face value is high, comparable to the school's school beauty.
Yi Chen looked at this pretty face slightly red.
I see pity appearance. Really do not know how to refuse. Promise, it's slightly crummy. It's a disgrace to a man not to say yes. What to do? Yi Chen's Dao heart was about to collapse. Chapter 29 Brother drives a big bull. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Chen softly said, I'm sorry Hui, I can't stay with you tonight. I have a girlfriend.
He didn't want to fail Lin Xiaotong.
Don't want to be an irresponsible scumbag either. Now that he was rich,
the number of women surrounding him would only increase in the future.
If he says yes this time, what about later? Does it come every time?
Even though it would be physically awesome,
but it's contrary to his three views. It's not what he wants. After hearing Yi Chen's answer, Xiao Hui stopped pretending to be drunk and instantly sobered up. She laughed openly. Sorry, I was in a bit of a hurry earlier. But Mr. Yi, as long as you're not married, it's a public resource, and I won't give it up.
The words fell out of her mouth as she grabbed her backpack and left the area.
The back was a bit forlorn. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly and left the place as well. After returning to the villa, Yi Chen and Li Xiaotong made phone porridge for a while and quickly fell asleep. In the evening, a light rain fell, adding a touch of coolness to the hot summer day. Waking up the next day, Yi Chen climbed out of bed. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen his brother, Yi Qiao, in a while, decided to visit in a little while and pick up some money for him on the way. By noon, Yi Chen drove his Lamborghini Big Bull towards the University of Transportation, the university where Yi Qiao was studying, and on the other side, in front of the University of Transportation, Yi Qiao, let's break up.
A woman with a delicate face looked at the unkempt Yi Qiao with disdain and contempt.
Why, Muchan, what did I do wrong? If you say it, I'll change it right away. I'll listen to you from now on. Don't leave me, okay? Yi Qiao's expression became flustered. Mu Qing was the class flower in his class.
At the beginning of his freshman year, Yecho fell in love with him at first sight.
In order to pursue Mu Qing, he had been a dog licker for 2 years. For 2 years, he has been going to the girls' dormitory to deliver breakfast, rain or shine. In order to buy a bag for Mu Qing, he ran a full 6 months worth of takeout, running into the wee hours of the morning every day. One time it even ran until it was vomiting blood on itself. Mu Qing's cell phone, bag, lipstick, etc. were all run out by Yi Qiao bit by bit, but as long as he could make Mu Qing happy, he felt it was all worth it. Just a few days ago, Yi Qiao's dedication finally paid off.
Mu Qing agreed to be his girlfriend, but just when he was ready to enjoy being in love,
Moyang proposed a breakup. Yi Qiao, I don't really like you, and the reason I agreed to be your girlfriend the other day, it's because I just broke up with my ex and I'm just using you to transition. This morning, Wang Fan and I confessed our love, and now I found true love once again. You are no longer needed. You're just a man I consider when I don't have a choice. Do you understand that, Yecho? Mu Qing said coldly. What? A man who has no choice but to consider it? Did I turn out to be just a spare tiring your mind?
Yi Qiao's face was pale and his heart was like a knife.
Or what? I need a lipstick. You made me wait all week. A $10,000 cell phone. And I've been waiting for you for 3 months. It's just a $30,000 crappy bag. And you made me wait a full 6 months. I've lost my youth to you. What makes you think I'm going to like you? With this stuff you bought me? Or your bull asterisk 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 heart? That's ridiculous. Mu Qing rebuked nonchalantly. The eyes that looked at Yi Qiao were even more filled with disgust. Yi Qiao instantly turned ashen. In the past 2 years, he had paid so much, but he didn't expect it to be worthless in Mu Qing's eyes. Why is that? Don't you deserve love if you don't have money? Is nothing the end of a licking dog? Mu Qing, don't leave, okay? I beg you, don't leave me. Give me another chance. Will you? Get lost and stop pestering me. You're only making me hate you more. Mu Qing fiercely pushed Yi Qiao to the side and walked towards the BMW 7 Series parked on the side of the road. Witnessed firsthand the bloody history of a licking dog. This kid didn't lick the right guy. Lick somebody else and you'll at least get a good guy card. Lick Mu Qing. A gold-digging girl, can't get. And you have to buy your own quilt when you cry at night. Another pure love warrior's Dao heart has been shattered. People around them were pointing at Yi Qiao. Just then, a sound unique to supercars came through. Immediately afterward, a big Lamborghini Bull appeared in the crowd's view. Asterisk asterisk. Lamborghini Bull. Wow, that's a beautiful car. It must be over $1 million, right? What $1 million? This car has to be over $10 million. The appearance of the big Lamborghini Bull instantly attracted everyone's attention. The crowd had gathered around, all wanting to get a closer look at the supercar's dominance. By the way, let's see what this rich young man really looks like. Wang Fan, who was driving a BMW 7 Series, looked at this Lamborghini and could hardly hide the envy in his eyes. Mu Qing was even more attracted to this Lamborghini. She was originally prepared to get into Wang Fan's BMW 7 Series, but now there are better options. She took out a small mirror and touched up her makeup, satisfied, and made her way over to the Lamborghini, and posed in a sexy pose, trying to get the attention of the rich young man in the car. Damn, that! Wang Fan whacked the steering wheel hard. He was angry when he saw Mu Qing dancing in front of the Lamborghini. But there's no way around it. He's nowhere near the rich young man in the Lamborghini. It made sense that Mu Qing, a gold-digging woman, would act this way. I have to rule this woman into submission tonight. Wang Fan murmured to himself. That's when the Lamborghini doors slowly rose and a rich young man who looked like Louis Koo stepped out of the car. Ha! After seeing the rich young man who walked out from the car, Yi Qiao covered her mouth with a look of disbelief. Isn't this his own brother Yi Chen? The brother was driving a big Lamborghini Bull? My goodness, what's going on here? After freezing for a moment, Yi Qiao trotted over. What are you doing here, you poor? This rich young man is already driving a Lamborghini Bull at a young age. And look at you. Got to ride a 2K plus yardie. Same people. How come the difference is so big? Mu Qing flattened Yi Qiao as worthless. Just then, Yi Qiao opened his mouth. Brother, why did you come without telling me in advance? Chapter 30. Take my goodness and get out of my life. Brother? How dare this lickspittle call this rich young man brother? What's going on here? Everyone was shocked. I came over to see you. I don't have any gifts here, so you can drive this Lamborghini for all I care. I'll send you a nice one someday. Yi Chen casually threw the Lamborghini key in his hand to Yi Qiao with an air of disinterest. What? Instantly, the whole room was silent. Everyone was confused. They had all just witnessed the scene of Yi Qiao being dropped and mocked him. I didn't realize that this dog licker's brother was a top rich young man, and a $10 million Lamborghini, just to give it away. Not even blinking, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Yi Qiao was shocked beyond words. It was shocking enough that his own brother came to see him in a Lamborghini. I didn't realize that my brother would just give this Lamborghini to himself. It also says to get yourself together and drive first. When did brother become so rich? What's going on here? Yi Qiao had the feeling of being hidden from his father for 20 years and suddenly knowing that he was a rich second generation. The entirety of the originally arrogant Mu Qing was dumbfounded. She was even more surprised that Yi Qiao, the poor bastard who had licked herself for 2 years, had such a brother. Why didn't Yecho ever say anything about this? Wasn't he a poor bastard, just pretending to test himself like this? Mu Qing took a deep breath to calm herself down as much as possible. She didn't want to believe this was true. Leaf Joe licked her for 2 years. She knew exactly what was going on with him. There's no way it could have been faked. If he had such a rich brother, where would he be running a takeaway day and night? Even run until you vomit blood. There's no way these can be faked. The only other possibility is that the car is a rental. Absolutely. Or it doesn't make any sense at all. How dare you rip me off with a rented car? I have to unmask the hypocrisy of this licking dog today. Yi Qiao, you even. Halfway through Mu Qing's sentence, a voice prompt rang out. Ding. The collection is up to $10 million. Yi Chen patted Yi Qiao's shoulder and said with some heartache. Here's your allowance, old boy. Don't feel sorry for the money. Spend it generously. Brother will give you $18 million every month for pocket money in the future. Mu Qing had wanted to point her nose and scold Yi Qiao. Seeing this scene,
she swallowed hard the words that came to her mouth. The whole person was even more dumbfounded.
Transfer $10 million. It's still only a month's allowance.
Where does a rich young man like that need a rental car?
Mu Qing instantly turned pale.
I can't believe I personally dumped a top rich young man. Had she known that Yi Qiao was so rich, she would not have said anything to break up with Yi Qiao.
Mu Qing felt remorse in her heart.
Yecho, what I said just now was all in jest.
In fact, the person I really like is you.
You worked so hard for 2 years running takeouts,
buying me bags, lipstick, cell phones, etc. I'm keeping it all in good shape now. I'll remember all those good things about you. Can we go back to the old days? You still like me in your heart, don't you?
Mu Qing said pitifully.
Back to the old days?
I'm going to continue to be your backup and take me in transition when no one's around.
Is that it?
Continuing to run takeouts day and night.
Buying you luxuries and looking at you in the face, is it? Continuing to surround you like a dog, are we? Do you think it's possible? The last sentence, Yi Qiao almost roared out. It's not like that. Yi Qiao, I was wrong before. I apologize to you. I'll never treat you as a spare tire again. Now let's be a real couple, okay?
Mu Qing's face was pale and her voice trembled.
And his eyes grew moist. Oh, to be a real couple. Doesn't that sound ridiculous to you? When I licked you like a dog and hated to cut my heart out for you, you said you didn't even want a ing dog. What? Now you want one? You really are worse than a dog. Yi Qiao completely exploded and yelled. Yi Qiao, I know I'm wrong, don't leave me, okay? I really know I'm wrong. I'll change whatever you say. Mu Qing grabbed Yi Qiao's arm and broke down and cried. Scram! You're only making me sick. Take the good I did you in the first place and get out of my life once and for all.
Yi Qiao ruthlessly shook off Mu Qing's hand and got into the Lamborghini with Yi Chen.
The two of them sailed away. Wang Fan didn't have the face to stay any longer and left in disgrace. Only Mu Qing, who was squatting on the ground, breaking down and crying, was left.
This woman really had it coming.
Serves you right indeed. No sympathy. People passing by were pointing at her,
and yet no one sympathizes with her.
Along the way,
Yi Chen saw his younger brother moping, and his heart felt a little bad.
Is everything okay, old man? It's fine. It's just a little irritable and I feel empty inside. Yi Qiao forced a smile. Don't do this for a scummy girl. It's not worth it. As long as you're rich, there are plenty of pretty women. Yi Chen comforted. Leaf Zhou nodded,
a point he agreed with wholeheartedly. His classmates looked down on him and Mu Qing toyed with him,
all because he was broke. Well, don't be sad. Today my brother will take you to spend a good amount of money.
Yi Chen smiled and patted Yi Qiao's shoulder.
Well, thank you, brother. Isn't that what being a brother is supposed to do? A few moments later, the two arrived at the Global Trade Plaza.
His brother Yi Qiao's clothes were too shabby, and his own clothes weren't much better. Yi Chen decided to go buy some clothes first.
The duo arrived at the Versace boutique on the second floor. Brother, will it be too expensive here?
I'll just buy a few random pieces. Yi Qiao hadn't come to this kind of top luxury brand boutique,
let alone buy something here. Suddenly rich, he's a little less comfortable. Let's go. Your brother has plenty of money. Buying all the clothes here won't be a problem.
Yi Chen pushed Yi Qiao inside. When the shopkeeper on the side heard Yi Chen's words, a look of contempt appeared in his eyes.
This is a Versace boutique.
Italian top luxury brand. Any shirt is thousands of dollars, not to mention hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars. This kid has the audacity to blow so much awesome.
There's really a lot of everything in this society nowadays. Zhang Ling, who was picking out clothes in the store,
also stopped and turned his head to look over.
Isn't this Sam Yip?
Zhang Ling was Yi Chen's high school classmate,
and his family owned several pharmacies, barely counting as a rich second generation. He knew all about Yi Chen's family conditions.
A poor bastard comes to a Versace boutique to buy clothes,
and that it's not a problem to buy all the clothes here. Isn't this purely for laughs? Yi Chen, long time no see. Zhang Ling took the initiative to greet him. It's been a long time, Yi Chen said expressionlessly. Zhang Ling didn't spend much time pretending and showing off in front of Yi Chen in high school. Yi Chen didn't have a good impression of him. Chapter 31, A Billion Points of Surprise. Yi Chen, you kid seems to say that buying all the clothes here is not a problem? Did I hear you right? Zhang Ling pulled out his ears and asked in a conspiratorial manner. You heard right. Buying all the clothes here is really nothing for me. Yi Sam responded.
Today he has tens of billions of dollars in assets,
not to mention the clothes here. It would be trivial to buy the whole store. Ha ha, Zhang Ling burst out laughing. Haven't seen you in a few years. You've changed your humor. Kid, Zhang Ling, joined Only Love Media right out of high school.
Now it's a big anchor with 1 million followers in Pakistan, and it makes more than $100,000 a month. Even I wouldn't dare to say such a thing.
Do you,
a poor bastard,
think you deserve it? He unceremoniously mocked Yi Chen.
He knew exactly what Yi Chen's situation was. A poor is just a poor. How dare he pretend in front of himself?
It's really out of your league. Hearing Zhang Ling say that he was a VAI media netizen,
the corners of Yi Chen's mouth suddenly lifted into a smile.
He is the owner of Only Love Media. Isn't this a hit and run? Well, let's give him 1,000,000,000 points of surprise today. Yi Chen ignored Zhang Ling. He looked to the waiter on the side and opened his mouth. Pack up all the clothes here. I want them all. The waiter didn't have a good impression of Yi Chen in the first place. Hearing Yi Chen once again bragging about how awesome he was going to buy all the clothes here, her face immediately turned ugly. An ordinary-looking young man in his early 20s. I can't believe I have to buy all the clothes here. Isn't this nonsense? This is a Versace boutique, the top Italian luxury brand. Not a couple dozen dollars in the wholesale market. The look she gave Yi Chen was filled with disgust. But in the spirit of the principle that the customer is God, she forced herself to hold back the contempt in her heart and reluctantly smiled. Sir, don't be ridiculous. This is a luxury store. You'd better pick one. Of course, if you think it's expensive. There's a special section over there where one piece is only a couple $1,000s. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. I just come here to buy clothes because I know it's a luxury store. I really want all the clothes here. Sir, will you stop fooling around? The waiter's brow was instantly colored with a touch of frost. If you come to the store in good faith to buy something, please speak with respect. If you come to cause trouble, please get out. You're not welcome here, she reprimanded without mercy. Zhang Ling laughed when he saw this scene. Yi Chen, don't pretend. I've heard that you're in college but you're making money by delivering takeaways every day. The worst short sleeve in this place is good enough for a month's worth of takeout. And trying to buy all the clothes here. Wake up you kid. Stop dreaming. Will you? He shook out his suit. Arrogant and haughty. Looking at Yi Chen was more like looking at a clown. What? He's just a delivery boy? When sales heard Zhang Ling's words, the disgust and dislike in his eyes became even more concealed. How dare you, a delivery boy, come to a luxury store, and mouthing off about buying all the clothes here. I think you're just here to make trouble. You guys get the hell out of here now or I'll call security. She crossed her arms and was angry. I didn't expect to run into two troublemakers today. What bad luck. Zhang Ling saw Yi Chen in this disgraceful state. Very smug. Get the hell out of here Yi Sum. This is no place for the likes of you. Much less a place where you can afford to act like a pussy. He laughed indulgently. As the words fell from his lips, he picked up a $20,000 shirt and an $80,000 suit. Waved it in front of Yi Chen's eyes. Then smugly, he handed the two dresses to the waiter. Waiter, the check. Yes, sir. The waitress immediately smiled. It was a different person from when he treated Yi Chen. Brother, how come all the clothes here are worth hundreds of millions of dollars? You shouldn't have so much money, right? Let's just go. Yi Qiao's face was red with embarrassment. He knew that his brother had money, but it was simply not realistic to come up with several $100 million at once. His own brother was too impulsive. Worry was written in his eyes. It's okay, don't worry about it. Yi Chen smiled and picked up his cell phone to open the transfer interface. Just then, the waiter came over after settling the bill for Zhang Ling and impatiently urged, "What are you two waiting for? Get lost. You have to make me call security, don't you? Okay, you two wait for me." She'd had enough of this pretender for a long time. Get ready to go out and call security. Just then, an arrival voice rang out. Ding! The collection was successful. $500 million arrived. Instantly, everyone present was startled by the voice. $500 million. That's enough money to buy many luxury cars and villas. Buying all the clothes here is even less of a problem. Who on earth is so trenchant as to receive a transfer of $500 million? The waiter's footsteps stopped. Her first thought was Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling is a big netizen, and he's the only one with that kind of power. The waiter originally had a good impression of Zhang Ling. Knowing that he had received a transfer of $500 million, he immediately smiled and came to Zhang Ling's side. Sir, you really have amazing wealth. You've received a transfer of $500 million. The waiter curtly bragged. The way he looked at Zhang Ling was even more cautious. This transfer voice is not mine. Zhang Ling looked a bit embarrassed and stammered an explanation. Don't keep a low profile, sir. It's just you and these two poor bastards here. Except for you. Who has the strength? The waiter continued to compliment Zhang Ling. As soon as the words left his mouth, a gasp came from the side. ***. Brother, why did you transfer $500 million to me? What is this? Yi Qiao looked at her cell phone, her gaze frozen in disbelief. The waiter laughed disdainfully when he heard this. Oh, acting just like the real thing. These $500 million were obviously transfers received by Mr. Zhang, and you have to say they're yours. Would you please have some face? She then turned her head to look at Zhang Ling. Mr. Zhang, quickly make it clear to them that you received this transfer of $500 million.
Hit them both hard in the face, the waiter said confidently.
This transfer voice really isn't mine.
Zhang Ling blushed and explained in a small voice.
How is this possible? The waiter panicked a bit. There was no one else here, only the duo of Zhang Ling and Yi Chen.
If this transfer message is not from Zhang Ling, it just might be these two poor bastards.
No, that's not even possible. Could you have misheard me? Just then,
a cell phone appeared in front of her.
Chapter 32, did I say I'd buy it?
The cell phone screen reads,
amount received, $500 million. The waiter was completely confused.
How could she not have realized that the collection beep?
Surprisingly, it was really sent from Yi Qiao's cell phone. Yi Qiao really received a 500 million transfer.
And this money was transferred by Yi Chen. The poor man in her eyes. The total value of all the clothes here is just shy of $270 million. Turns out this gentleman wasn't fooling around when he wanted to buy all the clothes in the place. But it was true. I can't believe I tried to kick such a rich young man out of the store myself.
How do you match it yourself?
Thinking of the face she had just made to the two Yi Chen brothers, her instant face instantly turned red. The heart was even more filled with remorse. I can't wait to slap myself twice as hard.
Zhang Ling, who was on the side,
even directly froze in place.
Like being struck by lightning.
Yi Chen was his high school classmate.
In his impression,
Yi Chen had always been a poor man. He was even more surprised that Yi Chen could transfer $500 million to his brother.
$500 million. All of his family's assets are only $10 or $20 million.
Although he became a netizen of Only Love Media, he only earns $2 million a year.
If nothing else,
he'll never make that much in his life. But Yi Chen was able to take out so much money at once. What is one to compare oneself with others? Thinking about how he had just pretended to be all sorts of things in front of Yi Chen, he also held tens of thousands of dollars of clothes in front of Yi Chen's eyes. His brow furrowed momentarily.
Couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. It's so embarrassing.
The waitress came back to her senses and patted her chest,
glad that Yi Chen hadn't left the store. If Yi Chen buys all the clothes here,
she can get more than $8 million in commission. The thought of it immediately excited her. What had just happened was long behind us.
This gentleman, I'm really sorry just now. It was my dog's eye view. Don't you want all the clothes here? I'll pack them for you now. Just a moment.
As the words fell, the waiter hurriedly turned his head to pack up Yi Chen's clothes.
Yi Chen did not stop the waiter. You pack yours? I don't want it.
He came to Zhang Ling's side and patted his shoulder, said with a cold smile, you just said you're a web celebrity for Only Love Media,
didn't you? I forgot to tell you. I'm the owner of Only Love. What? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhang Ling was shocked and took 2 steps back, almost falling on the ground. Yi Chen is actually his boss? The one you've been taunting is actually the boss? No, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhang Ling's face turned pale and he yelled in panic.
Yi Chen smiled and immediately dialed the phone number of Wang Jiangwo,
the general manager of Only Love Media.
Wang Jiangwo saw that the caller was the new president of the company.
Mr. Yi, and hurriedly picked it up. Mr. Yi, do you have any orders?
There's a Zhang Ling in our company.
Isn't there? Indeed there is such a man. I remember him a little. What do you want with him? Fire him. Okay Mr. Yi, when will you come to the company? We are all waiting for you to guide the work. I'll make a trip over there in a few days. After hanging up the phone, not more than a few minutes later,
Zhang Ling received a phone call from the personnel of Only Love.
Informed Zhang Ling that he's been dismissed. Zhang Ling was completely flustered. Yi Chen? No, Mr. Yi, I'm wrong. You're an adult. You don't have to remember me. Please give me another chance. He pleaded incoherently.
Yi Chen ignored him and walked with Yi Qiao towards the outside of the store.
Put. Zhang Ling decisively knelt on the ground. Mr. Yi, I beg you, give me another chance.
He hugged Yi Chen's calf and begged bitterly.
When you looked down on me, Yi Chen, and caught and mocked me, did you ever think that you would have this day? Now you know you regret it. It's too late. Look at you now. You look like a dog.
Yi Chen shook off his arm fiercely.
At this point, the waitress was still desperately packing clothes. Are you done packing? Yi Chen inquired. Right away. Sir, just a moment.
The waiter wiped his sweat and smiled.
She yells $8 million for each one she packs.
The packing was exceptionally strong and not at all tiring.
Okay, you pack it first. I'm off. Yi Chen turned toward the door.
Yes sir.
Take your time. Halfway through the sentence,
the waiter suddenly felt something was wrong.
Why did you leave before you got your clothes?
She asked as she hurried after him.
Sir, when are you coming to pick up the clothes packed for you?
The corners of Yi Chen's mouth lifted slightly,
and an evil smile appeared on his face. Did I say yes? Yeah, you had to pack them. We didn't say we wanted these clothes. Yecho chimed in. The waiter was confused. What's going on here? Are you being played? Is his $8 million commission just gone? Then what did you just exhaust yourself packing clothes for? No, it's not true. This gentleman is definitely joking. He'll buy all the clothes here.
One will realize wealth freedom.
Sir, don't tease me. My clothes are packed for you. Hurry up and pay. The waiter got a little anxious and prodded. You're in my way.
Yi-chan pushed the waitress aside and left the place as she watched.
She was left standing like a log. After leaving the Versace boutique, Yi-chan came to the Zegna boutique.
The beautiful clerk smiled and walked over.
Hello both of you. What can I do for you? Wrap up all the clothes here. I'll take them all. Yecho, you go follow the checkout. Yi-chan said indifferently. Okay brother. Yecho nodded.
The clerk was instantly taken aback by this statement. She had been punched in the face a few times by low-profile rich young men,
so she didn't taunt Yi-chan this time. Instead, he half-heartedly led Yi Chao to the front desk. Sir, the total is 320 million. Please make the payment.
The clerk said politely. Yi Chao picked up his cell phone and scanned the payment code.
Ding! Collection successful. $320 million in the account. Instantly, the clerk was shocked. At this moment,
she finally understood the significance of God arranging the first few face slaps.
Turns out it was all for today.
Without the experience of the first few facepalms, I'm afraid these two have long since been scolded by themselves.
Today will be the last single of his career. Be wealthy and free yourself. Sir, where are these packed and delivered to you? The clerk asked excitedly. Send it to Huazhou Junting Villa area. Huazhou Junting Villa area. The shopkeeper had an envious look on his face. It's the most luxurious villa area in Jiangcheng. None of the people in there are big businessmen.
I didn't realize that these two rich young men live there.
No wonder you can afford all the clothes here. Yes sir. I'll be sure to deliver it to you tonight.
The clerk hastened to oblige.
In the afternoon, after sending his brother back to school, Yi-chan returned to the villa himself. Prepare for a short lunch break. Just then, Lin Xiaodong called. Chapter 33, 1 billion. Yi-chan, it's my dad's birthday tonight. Is it okay if you accompany me? Is this going to be bad? Yi-chan was a bit hesitant.
The two have defaulted to a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship though.
But meeting his parents so soon, Yi-chan was still a little too good to be true. What's wrong with that? It's just a meal. It's fine. My family is very kind. Lin Xiaotong persuaded. Okay, then I'll pick you up at school tonight and we'll go there together. Yi-chan didn't want to spoil Lin Xiaotong's fun, so he agreed. By the way, does your dad usually have anything he likes? Yi-chan continued to ask. It's my father-in-law's birthday, so it's not a good idea to go empty-handed. He usually likes to keep fish,
but I'm not from a very good family.
Raise some pretty ordinary fish. Lin Xiaotong responded. Okay, then this is it. We'll see you tonight. Aha, see you tonight. After hanging up the phone, Yi-chan took a lunch break, woke up with a lot of energy.
He decided to head to the aquarium market to pick up a gift for his future father-in-law. The big Lamborghini Bull was just given to my brother. Yi-chan had to take a taxi to the Cloud Mountain Manor,
drove up in the $60 million Bugatti Chiron,
straight to the largest aquarium market in Jiangcheng, 100 Fish City.
A moment later, Yi-chan arrived at the entrance of 100 Fish City. Just walking into the store, he was instantly attracted to a small red and white koi. At that moment, a pretty store clerk approached. Is there anything you need? Sir, what species is this fish? Yi-chan asked, pointing at the koi in the fish tank. Sir, you have a good eye. This fish is the treasure of our store, Koi Lulan.
The clerk smiled and introduced himself,
beaming with pride. This kind of koi is the only one in the whole river city,
and the texture of this fish is one of the best in the country.
That's it. Check out. Yi-chan said indifferently.
The clerk was a little surprised.
Sir, this fish can be worth $30 million. Are you sure you can afford it? The clerk looked at Yi-chan questioningly. This is a fish that has turned off many a rich man. Can this young man in front of me do it? She didn't quite believe it. Only $30 million? Yi-chan was a little disappointed when he heard the price. He drove all the way to the aquarium market and only made $30 million on this trip? Why don't you buy back all the fish, tanks, corals and stuff here later? Let's see if we can swipe 20 billion.
Yi-chan's heart was somewhat looking forward to what the system would give after the balance of 20 billion.
Only $30 million? Sir, isn't that a bit of a mouthful?
The clerk frowned. A huge sum of $30 million.
And it's so easy for this kid to say. That's a bit much to pretend, isn't it? Can this kid get that kind of money?
She looked at Yi-chan with more than a hint of contempt.
Just then, a voice rang out.
I heard that 100 Fish City recently got a koi lulan.
I'll take this fish.
Then, a handsome man came to Yi-chan's side.
Was it you kid who just said it was only $30 million?
It would be all too normal for me to say something like that.
But this coming from you, it's hilarious. He mocked Yi-chan with disdain. Mr. Li, what brings you here? The clerk was surprised and delighted to see John Li.
John Lee is a famous rich young man in Zhangcheng. His father was one of the 10 richest men in Zhangcheng. A veritable big shot. I came here today specifically to buy this koi lulan. $30 million right. Swipe your card. John Lee took out a card from his handbag and handed it to the clerk. Okay, Mr. Lee, wait a moment. The clerk completely ignored Yi Chen and walked towards the front desk with his card. Yi Chen's expression became cold. It was obvious that he wanted to buy this fish first, but this clerk ignored him. Without saying a word, I was ready to sell this fish to someone else. This clerk is really looking at people. Clerk, I asked for this fish first, Yi Chen said in a cold voice. The clerk laughed when she heard Yi Chen's words. It's true that you asked for this fish first, but it wasn't sold to whoever wanted it. Rather, it depends on who has the strength to buy it. Do you understand, sir? Yi Chen smiled and shook his head. How do you know I can't afford this fish? The clerk sneered. I don't know if you can afford it or not. I only know that Mr. Lee can definitely afford it. And Mr. Lee is our regular customer here. Is there a problem with me giving this fish to Mr. Lee instead of you? John Lee laughed out loud from the sidelines. See, kid, that's prestige. Everywhere I go, I, John Lee, know that I'm ing loaded. And you, what are you? Grabbing fish from me is just a self-inflicted insult. He unceremoniously humiliated Yi Chen. This is River City. He himself is a famous rich young man in Zhangcheng. This ordinary kid dared to grab a fish from himself. He was really out of his depth. Ha! Yi Chen laughed. You're rich, aren't you? Yes, I, John Lee, am rich. John Lee was arrogant. Since you have the money, the two of us will auction this fish to the highest bidder. Do you dare? Yi Chen said with an expressionless face. The clerk on the sidelines grimaced. Dare to compete with Mr. Lee in terms of financial strength? Isn't this looking for death? This gentleman, did you leave the house with your brain? John Lee laughed even more indulgently. Ha ha, you're comparing more money with me. Jun Lee, did I hear you right? You kid is really ignorant. I promise, I'll let you have a good look at my John Lee's financial power today. He didn't put Yi Chen in his eyes at all. In Zhangcheng, many big shots wouldn't dare to say such words to him. And this kid was so wild. He himself is going to humiliate this kid today. And later on, he was going to use his connections to make it impossible for this kid to hang around in Zhangcheng. Dare to go against me, John Lee, and this is what happens. I'll give you $50 million. It's your turn, kid. John Lee laughed evilly. Yi Chen hesitated. Should we have some fun with him? Or should we call for death in one bite? Sir, hurry up and call. It's not because Mr. Lee called too high and you wimped out, is it? The clerk prodded with a scowl. Kid, admit defeat if you don't have that much money. There's no shame in losing to me. John Lee. John Lee smiled wistfully. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Chen spoke. 1 billion. At once, the two people present were shocked. They didn't expect that Yi Chen would dare to scream so loudly. That's just a lot of screaming. After a short period of shock, John Lee was instantly a little angry. No kid. Is there such a thing as calling for so much? Can you take it out? You kid can't ing afford to play. The clerk on the side also gave Yi Chen a disgusted look. Mr. Lee, don't get angry with this kind of person. He's just here to cause trouble. This fish is yours. I'll go ahead and swipe your card. Jun Lee's mouth came to Yi Chen's ear and gritted his teeth. Kid, you wait for me. Offend me. John Lee. I'll make you have no place in Zhangcheng. Chapter 34, Making a Deal with the Fish Shop Owner. I'll see what happens. Yi Chen smiled and went to the front desk with the clerk. What are you doing here? Don't get close to me. This fish, even if you can afford it, I won't even sell it to you. The clerk reprimanded with a look of disgust. Yi Chen ignored her and picked up his cell phone to scan the front desk collection code. Ding! Collection successful. $1 billion in the account. He smiled and looked aside to the clerk. This koi lulan is mine. Instantly, the entire clerk was taken aback. Her feet didn't stand still in her high heels and she almost fell to the ground. How is that possible? How could he afford $1 billion? What's going on here? It was like she was dreaming. She thought Yi Chen was pretending when he called for $1 billion, but she didn't expect him to be serious. This is too absurd. Who the hell called the price from 50 million directly called to 10 billion? This is unbelievable. But the facts were in front of her, and she had nothing to say. Thinking about how she had just refused to sell the fish to Yi Chen and had said so many things to him, she was instantly groundless. Shame. Awkward. And of course there was a hint of snickering. She sold this fish for $30 million, but she sold it for $1 billion. If the boss finds out, won't he reward himself severely? Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you just now. I didn't think you were so rich. This fish is yours. You say where to send it. I'll send it to you right away, she said excitedly. Beauty, didn't you sell this fish to Mr. Lee? What? It's not for sale? Yi Chen sneered. He's not for sale.
The highest bidder gets the fish.
Which should have gone to you in the first place. The clerk smiled curtly. Who would sell for 30 million when a billion can be sold?
Isn't that silly? Okay, go get your boss. I want to talk to him about a business deal.
Yi Chen waved his hand and casually said, "Yes sir,
I'll call the boss."
The clerk called and told the boss what had just happened,
and then returned to John Lee with Yi Chen. Boy, what were you doing? Begging the clerk to sell you that fish? Oh, does it work? Jun Lee mocked nonchalantly. Just then, the clerk on the sidelines smiled awkwardly. Mr. Lee, this fish already belongs to this gentleman. Here's your card back to you. The clerk handed the card to John Lee. When Jun Lee heard this, he was on fire. What the hell did this kid just say? How come this fish is suddenly this kid's? I gave you the card, and now you're telling me that the fish belongs to him. The two of you have joined forces to fool me. Do you still want to hang out in Zhangcheng? He yelled angrily. I can't believe someone would dare to play with themselves. It's a death wish. The clerk instantly blanched and hurriedly explained. Mr. Lee, you've got it all wrong. We're not fooling you. This Mr. Yi just paid $1 billion. What? Jun Lee was instantly confused. $1 billion? This kid actually paid $1 billion. He himself was a well-known rich second generation in Jiangcheng, and he couldn't even get so much money at once. How can this kid take so much? The next moment a ticket was thrown in his face. He picked it up and was thoroughly convinced. It turns out that $30 million is really nothing to this Mr. Yi. It turned out that this Mr. Yi was also serious when he called for the price just now. He himself was crushed by this Mr. Yi's financial power. He was in a bit of a trance, remembering that he had just said that he would make this Mr. Yi unable to mix in Jiangcheng. But people who have the guts to spend $1 billion on a random fish, do you have the ability to do this yourself? Ding! Host spends $1 billion, arrives at $2 billion. This purchase has triggered a face-saving effect, and a cashback lottery is being held for the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 7 times the storm. Reward amount, $7 billion. Balance, $218. 900. Congratulations to the host for reaching $20 billion. Rewarded with a global trade plaza. Universal Trade Plaza. Yi Chen sucked in a breath of cool air. The global trade plaza is the lifeblood of Jiangcheng's economy. The market capitalization is said to be in the hundreds of billions. It can be said that whoever owns it is the richest man in Jiangcheng. That's so empowering. Soon, 100 Fish City's general manager Wang walked in with a hurried look. He shook Jun Lee's hand and said excitedly, Mr. Lee, you take care of the small store's business too much. You want to spend $1 billion on a fish worth $30 million. You think too highly of me. Wang, Mr. Lee's patronage simply brings 100 Fish City to life. Jun Lee's face instantly swished red. It's a disgrace. Mr. Wang, this fish wasn't bought by Mr. Lee, it was bought by this Mr. Yi. The clerk broke the awkwardness. Mr. Wang was stunned at first, then smiled awkwardly. That's a big misunderstanding. He hurriedly walked over to Yi Chen and complimented him. Mr. Yi, you take care of my business too much. Stop. Yi Chen interrupted him. I've called you here for one thing. Fire this clerk. I'll buy this fish for $1 billion. As for why, ask her. Yi Chen said coldly. The clerk was instantly shocked by Yi Chen's words. She had thought that what had just happened was behind her, and ready to take a cut of that billion. But he never expected Yi Chen to say something like this. It's over. It's completely over. How can you compare yourself to $1 billion? What just happened? How did you offend this Mr. Yi? With a serious expression, Mr. Wang asked in a deep voice. The clerk told the story in a nutshell. As of today, you are no longer an employee here. Roll up and get out. Mr. Wang waved his hand indifferently. Mr. Wang, I was wrong. You give me more. The clerk was halfway through his sentence and was immediately interrupted by Mr. Wang. Security, take this woman out. Soon, 2 security guards came to the clerk and forked her out. Jun Lee couldn't stay any longer and left the place in ashes. Mr. Yi, are you satisfied with the results of this treatment? Mr. Wang carefully looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded and continued to inquire. How much is the most expensive fish tank you have here? Mr. Yi, we have 5 large 6-meter-long fish tanks here. Hundreds of heads of precious coral are put inside each one. Total value $20 million. Mr. Wang explained. Yi Chen directly transferred $100 million. The remaining $80 million give me to put precious fish inside the tank. Deliver it to the Happy Neighborhood at 8 o'clock in the evening. The Happy Neighborhood is exactly where Lin Xiaotong lives. Yes, Mr. Yi. Yes. Mr. Wang quickly nodded his head and agreed. Ding. The host spent $100 million and arrived at $200 million. Balance, $219. 900. The sun is setting and night is falling.
Yi Chen arrived at the entrance of the school and saw the exquisitely dressed Lin Xiaotong. Lin Xiaotong usually seldom makeup, vegetarian face or proper class flower level. Today, wearing light makeup, her face value is comparable to that of a schoolgirl. Chapter 35, the show is about to begin. Yi Chen drove the Bugatti Kellen and led Lin Xiaotong towards the happy neighborhood. 603, 6th floor, Building 2, Happy Community. Lin Xiaotong's home. Lin Xiaotong's family is average, with both parents in the family being ordinary public officials. But the good news is that there are no children in the family, only 2 daughters, and life is going well. Mom, is my sister coming soon? Sister Lin Xiaoxian asked. Almost there. On the way. Xiaotong's bringing her boyfriend tonight, too. Just in time to all get to know each other. Mother Cymbeline smiled in relief. What? Did my sister bring her boyfriend back too? Well, I hear your sister is a very nice young man. Really? That's something to get acquainted with tonight. Lin Xiaoxian was full of disdain. It's good? Can it compare to your own boyfriend? Manhwa? Manhwa's family is a caterer, with dozens of chain stores in Zhengcheng. The family is sitting on nearly $1 billion in assets. It's a real rich kid. And today Manhwa had prepared a luxury fish tank worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. How could my sister's boyfriend possibly compare? Usually, my parents always say that they don't study as well as my sister, and that they are not as steady as my sister this and that. It was the perfect day to show my parents that my own boyfriend was much better than my sister's. Thinking about this, Lin Xiaoxian was very proud. Just then, there was a knock on the door. After Lin Xiaoxian opened the door, Yi Chen and Lin Xiaotong walked in. Sister, you're finally here. Sorry there was a bit of traffic on the road. Hurry up and sit down and get ready to eat. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yi Chen and Lin Xiaotong sat down and chatted while eating. Xiaotong, is this your boyfriend? Father Lin Hao asked. Sort of. Lin Xiaotong nodded lightly. What does your boyfriend do for a living? Yi Chen is a current student. We're in the same class. Lin Xiaotong explained. Lin Hao's face immediately turned ugly. Lin Xiaoxian on the side was also filled with disdain. That's what mother said was good? Just a student who doesn't earn a penny pussy. What's so great about not having money? Yi Sam, right. What does your family do? Lin Hao directly asked about Yi Chen. Uncle, my father was down in the coal mines. My mother stayed at home. My brother was like me, also going to college. Yi Sam was honest. Pop. Lin Hao's face immediately turned gloomy. The chopsticks in his hand were also dropped on the table in displeasure. Xiaotong, you're such an unforgiving child. Uncle Wang's kid drives an Audi and makes $300,000 to $400,000 a year. I said I'd introduce you to it. You can't look at people and have to find your own dates. Is that the kind of condition you're looking for? Lin Hao questioned in a deep voice. Yeah, Xiaotong, is this what you and mom were talking about? That your date is nice? Where is this nice? Her mother, Hyerin, also frowned tightly with sorrow. Yes, sister, your date is quite handsome, but handsome can't be food. Gotta have money for that. Lin Xiaoxian on the side also despised it. Look at the boyfriend I'm looking for. There are dozens of chain stores in Zhengcheng, and his family has hundreds of millions of dollars in assets. Such a man can give us women happiness. Of course sis, if you really have your eye on this kid, Manhwa can arrange a job for him. Making 6 or 7,000 a month is not a problem. The wrinkles on her parents' faces only slightly soothed when they looked at Lin Xiaoxian. They were very pleased that their eldest daughter had found someone in such good condition. Look at your sister. Looking for someone, and then look at you. Really no vision. Alas. The parents looked over at Lin Xiaotong and once again sighed. Same daughter, how come the difference is so big? Seeing that her parents were satisfied with herself, and looking towards her sister who was full of sorrow, Lin Xiaoxian was even more pleased in her heart. One always wins once, and winning for life is a complete win. Dad, Mom, Yi Chen isn't what you think he is. He's very excellent, and he's not even missing. Okay, stop talking and eat. Before the word money could be uttered, Lin Xiaotong was interrupted by her father. Lin Hao, finish your meal early, and this little brother Yi will hurry home. Xiaotong, you're not going anywhere tonight. Lin Hao was full of seriousness. The words already had the meaning of driving Yi Chen away. Father, Yi Chen really isn't what you think. Lin Xiaotong tried to defend Yi Chen. Well sis, cut the crap. It's Dad's birthday. You should just stop making him angry. Lin Xiaoxian said in a cold voice. She then looked at her father. Lin Hao. Well father, don't get mad at an outsider that. Wang Hua and I have prepared a gift for you. It will be here soon. You'll love it. My oldest daughter and future son-in-law were really thoughtful and prepared a gift for my father. Lin Hao said smilingly. The mother on the other side of the room also laughed lovingly. A few moments later, a knock sounded on the door. When Lin Xiaoxian opened the door, a 3-meter long, the fish tank, less than a meter wide, was carried in by several staff members. It held a couple dozen corals, and some small fish. It looks exquisite and beautiful. This fish tank is so beautiful. Lin Hao loves to raise fish, but his family's condition can only support him to buy some cheap fish. The fish tanks are also the kind that cost thousands of dollars. The coral in the tub is more of that cheap stuff that costs a couple dozen bucks a head. And this fish tank, it's dozens of times better than his. The tank is filled with hundreds and hundreds of heads of coral. All the fish in there are hundreds and thousands of dollars apiece too. Some are thousands of dollars larger. Such a fish tank was simply his dream, not realizing that it had been accomplished by his own daughter. Manhwa, thank you for the fish tank for uncle. From now on, treat this place as your own home. Eat more. Lin Hao picked up his chopsticks and personally gave Manhwa a dish. There was a constant stream of compliments coming out of his mouth. Lin Xiaoxian felt doubly honored. His attitude towards Lin Xiaotong and Yi Chen became even more arrogant. Xiaotong, I don't know what kind of gift you as a daughter and your boyfriend have prepared for your father? Not yet, Yi Chen said indifferently. Oh, I guess it's not even a purchase, is it? Lin Xiaoxian sneered. Yi Chen definitely bought it. I believe him. Lin Xiaotong opened her mouth. Well, it's the same whether you buy it or not. There's no way I'd accept a gift from an outsider. Lin Hao looked indifferent. You guys are outrageous. Lin Xiaotong just couldn't look at it anymore and slammed her chopsticks down on the table. The words were squeezed out through clenched teeth. She didn't think that the boyfriend she brought home would be discriminated against in this way. She was so disappointed. Ding dong. Just then, Yi Chan received a message. Mr. Yi, I'm Xiao Wang from 100 Fish City. I'm downstairs in building 2 of the district right now. The fish tank is too big to send upstairs. Okay, I'll be right down. Yi Chan returned a message. He then gently patted Lin Xiaotong's shoulder. Don't be mad, the fun is about to begin. Chapter 36 Super Deluxe Fish Tank. He gently placed his chopsticks on the table, straightened his clothes, and opened his mouth. My gift has arrived. It's downstairs. Would you all like to check it out? Yes, of course. Lin Xiaoxian was the first to take a stand. She wants to see for herself that. What kind of ridiculous gift did this poor boyfriend of my sister's buy? And then taunt Yechen well before the gift he bought. I'll pass. You guys go ahead. Lin Hao refused. Just go and see. Father, for goodness sake. Lin Xiaoxian persuaded. She was eager to see the disappointed look on her father Lin Hao's face when he saw Yi Chen's gift. All right, for your sake, I'll go down and walk. Lin Hao reluctantly agreed. Under Yi Chen's leadership, a group of 6 people came downstairs. Walking out of the front door of this building, the crowd only saw 5 medium-sized trucks parked one by one in front of the entrance. Each van pulls a 6-meter-long fish tank. Each tank holds dozens of valuable fish and hundreds of heads of valuable coral. My God! Over 2,000 head of S-class Holy Grail coral. Hundreds in each tank. 100,000 a strip of mint divinity. $700,000 for a freshwater polka dot stingray. $300,000 of platinum dragonfish. Embroidered butterfly fish. Neptune's star spot. Lin Hao looked at the 5 fish tanks in front of him and was completely shocked, his voice trembling non-stop. Each of these 5 tanks of hundreds of fish is extremely valuable and rare. He can usually only look at pictures online to quench his thirst. I didn't expect to see these fish in person tonight. It's so beautiful and stunning. Wow, that's beautiful. Lin Xiaotong also let out a continuous gasp, although she doesn't know anything about fish. But the scene in front of me was truly beautiful. Lin Xiaoxian was similarly shocked viciously. Each of these fish tanks looks particularly luxurious. And just now, when I heard Father Lin Hao say the price of these fish, each one of them was priced at a high price. The hundreds of thousands of dollars of fish tanks I bought myself are nothing compared to these. Could this be a gift from my sister's boyfriend for my father? No, it can't be. It's absolutely impossible. He is an online student and his family is in such a bad condition. How can you afford something so expensive? Lin Xiaoxian shook her head repeatedly, overthinking myself. What? There's even a koi lulan. Lin Hao was instantly shocked and lost his temper and yelled. What is it, father? Are you alright? Lin Xiaoxian asked. Lin Hao patted his chest to ease his mood. It's fine. It's fine. It's just that when I saw this koi lulan, which is worth more than $10 million. Some excitement. What? A fish is worth $10 million? Several people present were shocked by Lin Hao's words. I wonder which of the big boys purchased these fish tanks, but I'm content to see this lulan with my own eyes tonight. Lin Hao looked at the several fish tanks with envy. How cool would it be to have one of these tanks to call your own? He then shook his head with a bitter smile. It's like thinking about farts to eat on your own. This kind of aquarium where one is worthy of owning. After the shock passed, several people gradually came back to their senses. As beautiful as these fish tanks are, they are ultimately someone else's. So I wonder where your gift is? Lin Xiaoxian resumed her previous arrogance. Quickly take out what you bought. Don't delay. Lin Hao also impatiently urged.
Didn't you guys see it already? I bought these fish tanks, Yi Chen said indifferently. What? You bought it? Oh, Lin Xiaoxian instantly laughed.
These valuable fish tanks.
Can't you afford them as a student?
Any fish in here is enough to keep you alive for a couple years.
Don't pretend, okay?
Lin Hao also completely lost his patience.
Humph, what a waste of time.
He grunted and turned around,
ready to go upstairs. Mother Huilan also gave Yi Chen a despicable look. Just then,
a middle-aged man wearing a suit and not very tall walked over to Yi Chen. Several people.
Mr. Yi, your fish tank is here for you. Okay, wait a moment. Yi Chen nodded. The visitor was none other than Mr. Wang of 100 Fish City.
The items were too valuable, and he was afraid that something might go wrong on the way, so he followed them in person.
Instantly, the whole room was silent. Deadly silence.
The few people present froze in place,
their breathing becoming rapid. The mother, Cymbeline, was staring blankly, clearly stunned.
The fish tanks turned out to be from Xiaotong's boyfriend.
Daughter Xiaotong's boyfriend is surprisingly rich.
It was like she was dreaming.
Beside him,
Bar Lin Hao's entire body was dumbfounded. He was even more surprised that Xiaotong's boyfriend had given himself such an expensive gift. He had originally thought that Yi Chen was nothing more than a student,
and one from a very ordinary family, not worthy of his daughter at all.
But now he realized that he was wrong.
It's a complete mistake. Where is this about people not being good enough for their daughters?
It was clear that his daughter was high on the list.
Remembering his previous cold and disdainful attitude towards Yi Chen,
his face instantly flushed red. The heart was even more filled with shame and remorse.
I can't wait to slap myself hard.
The one who was most shocked was Lin Xiaoxian. She could never have imagined that things would turn out this way. My sister's boyfriend had prepared such a luxurious and expensive gift. She had originally thought that her boyfriend was so good that he could definitely hold his sister's head steady. She was going to show off in front of the crowd tonight.
Let Xiaotong be fiercely envious.
But I didn't expect that my own boyfriend was nothing in front of Yi Chen.
He himself had lost again, utterly and completely. Thinking of myself just now, myself pretending in front of my sister. There were also various scenes that belittled Yi Chen and elevated Wang Hua. She lowered her head in instant embarrassment. The cheeks were even hotter. It's like a big social death scene. It's so humiliating.
Lin Xiaotong, on the other hand, held her head high and smiled triumphantly.
I let you guys look down on Yi Chen just now. Now you've been slapped hard in the face. She also didn't expect Yi Chen to be so thoughtful.
I can't believe I got such a lavish gift for my own father.
It's so dignified. Yi Chen, I love you to death. She ruthlessly left several lip marks on Yi Chen's face. Uncle, are you satisfied with these fish tanks? Yi Chen said with a smile.
Lin Hao came back to his senses and immediately smiled.
Satisfied. Too satisfied.
A person like Uncle doesn't deserve such a gift at all, he said excitedly.
At the moment, it was like he was dreaming. No, he wouldn't dream of making it that big. Little Sam, just now I'm really sorry. Uncle apologized to you. Don't take it personally. If you really want to be angry, you can scold me severely and I will definitely not return the favor. Lin Hao walked to Yi Chen and held Yi Chen's hand and apologized repeatedly, like a child who had done something wrong. Yi Chen smiled helplessly. This is his future father-in-law. What can he do? We can't really scold them, can we? Chapter 37, bumping into the secretary. Xiaotong, I'm sorry for just now. Sister spoke too harshly. We're all family. Don't take it personally.
Lin Xiaoxian was full of apologies.
Sis, you shouldn't apologize to me. You should apologize to Yi Chen.
Lin Xiaotong said expressionlessly.
Yes, Xiaoxian. Just now you spoke too harshly. Quickly give Yi Chen a proper apology.
Lin Hao also urged. Lin Xiaoxian had no choice but to lower her head and whisper.
Yi Chen, I'm sorry. After saying that, her face exploded in red. Come on, let's go upstairs for dinner as a family. Especially little Sam. You have to eat more tonight. Cymbeline greeted with a smile. Mom, Wang Hua and I have some other things to do, so we won't go up. You guys eat.
Lin Xiaoxian really didn't have the face to stay here anymore, and left the place in ashes.
Auntie and uncle, I'm not going up there either. The fish tank is too big to fit in your house.
I'll have them delivered to my villa first.
Tomorrow I'll buy you another villa, and this fish tank will be put in the villa for you. Yi Chen also refused the old couple's good intentions.
Hearing that Yi Chen wanted to buy himself a villa,
Lin Hao's entire body was shocked. The big villa, that's where the rich people live. I can't believe I'm having this day. How much virtue had he accumulated in his previous life to have met such a son-in-law? This is too rich and too trenchant. Alright, little Sam, since you still have things to do. Uncle, no, father-in-law to be, I won't keep you any longer. Slow down on the road.
Before Yi Chen could open his mouth to call his father-in-law, Lin Hao was a bit impatient as he continued.
Xiaotong, go with Xiaochen.
Your mom washed all the sheets yesterday. There's no place in the house for you to sleep. Lin Xiaotong was dumbfounded. What's going on here? You've just been kicked out of your own house? But it was a big night, and there were only the two of us, ourselves and Yi Chen. It's hard to. Thinking about this, Lin Xiaotong was a bit nervous, heart thumping. There was some fear, some anticipation, and a lot of mixed emotions. Yi Chen naturally didn't know what Lin Xiaotong was thinking. After bidding farewell to Lin Xiaotong's parents, Yi Chen led Lin Xiaotong towards the villa. Upon arrival at the villa, the staff put the fish tank in the villa. At the moment, it was getting late. Xiaotong, how about sleeping here tonight? Yi Chen asked softly. Aha. Lin Xiaotong nodded shyly. The two walked into the villa. There were only two people in the large villa. The lighting was soft and the atmosphere slightly ambiguous. Lin Xiaotong with light makeup looks charming under the light. Yi Chen ghostly printed his mouth on Lin Xiaotong's lips. The two lips touched each other as if an electric current had traveled through the body. Lin Xiaotong gradually closed her eyes and hugged Yi Chen's waist. They kissed deeper and deeper. Yi Chen's hands also began to restlessly roam around Lin Xiaotong's body. Lust went deeper and deeper, and less clothes were being worn by both of them. In the moonlight, they held each other tightly. Lin Xiaotong's white arms wrapped around Yi Chen's neck collar. The two mingled with each other. A few moments later, the desire was completely released, and only then did the two part reluctantly. Lin Xiaotong snuggled into Yi Chen's arms, and the two of them entered dreamland. When he woke up the next day, Yi Chen casually ate some breakfast. Yesterday the system rewarded the Global Trade Plaza, which is the economic lifeline of Zhongcheng. Yi Sam decided to go there and take a look. And on the other side, the general manager's office at the Global Trade Plaza. Last night, Lu Yi, the general manager of Universal Trade Plaza, received a call from the president. The caller said that the Global Trade Plaza was bought by a mysterious tycoon, Mr. Yi. It also gave Lu Yi, the new president, a phone number. Yesterday, because it was too late and he was afraid of disturbing this new president, this morning, he decided to make contact. Picking up his cell phone, Lu Yi dialed Yi Chen's number. The call was answered. May I ask if this is Mr. Yi? Hello, I'm Lu Yi, the general manager of Global Trade Plaza. Oh, it's Manager Lu. Yi Chen's voice came out from the phone. Mr. Yi, I just heard that you acquired our Global Trade Plaza. When do you see fit to come and give us some guidance in our work? Lu wanted to ask Yi Chen when he was coming so he could prepare in advance. I'm on my way. I'll be there soon. Yi Sam replied. Okay Mr. Yi, I'll wait for you at the company entrance. No need. Just wait for me in the office area. I'm just taking a brief look around. Okay Mr. Yi. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yi told everyone in the office area about it. The crowd tensed up, waiting for this new president to arrive. Secretary Zhang, hurry to the entrance of the Global Trade Plaza and keep an eye on the people who see an extraordinary temperament. Notify me immediately. Lu commanded. Secretary Zhang usually reads a lot of people and sees people very accurately. Lu was relieved to leave this matter to her. Okay Mr. Lu. The secretary, Zhang Yao, was wearing a white shirt and a black super short skirt that, slightly meaty legs are wrapped tightly in Parisian. With black heels on her feet, she hurried toward the door. Her chest rippled and her thighs swayed slightly in a tantalizing manner. On the other hand, Yi Chen parked his car and walked into the Global Trade Plaza wearing slippers and big pants. It was his property, so he naturally didn't need to care about image, and did whatever was comfortable. Just as he walked through the door, a beautiful woman approached him looking down at her cell phone. The two collided and the beautiful woman's cell phone flew out and fell to the ground. The beauty was none other than General Manager Lu Ye's secretary, Zhang Yao. She steadied her figure and sized up Yi Chen. Big slippers, fancy pants, white undershirt, dressed like the grandpa who watches the door. Another look at the cell phone that had fallen to the floor. Instant exasperation. You're blind, aren't you? Zhang Yao trolled. Yi Chen ignored her and walked straight forward. There's no point in pussyfooting around with people like that. Stop right there. You hit me and want to leave so easily? Compensate me for my phone and apologize to me. Zhang Yao stopped in front of Yi Chen and said angrily. Yi Chen frowned slightly. A cell phone. It's nothing to him. If this woman had a better attitude just now, Yi Chen would naturally take the initiative to compensate him for his cell phone. But right now, it's simply not possible. What if I don't pay for this cell phone today? Yi Chen said in a cold voice. Ha! Zhang Yao sneered. No compensation? Do you know who I am? I'm the secretary of the general manager of the Global Trade Plaza. Try it if you don't pay up and see if you can walk out of here. She verbally threatened Yi Chen. Really? I'll see. Yi Chen was amused. Turns out it's the general manager's secretary. So that's even better. Well, just you wait. Zhang Yao said through gritted teeth. She was thoroughly pissed off. Chapter 38. Are you Mr. Yi? Zhang Yao picked up her cell phone and prepared to call Lu Yi. She was Lu Ye's secretary. and the two usually had some indescribable relationship. She's going to get Lu to help herself out. The general manager of the Global Trade Plaza. It's not easy to pin down an ordinary person? Zhang Yao dialed General Manager Lu Ye's number. The call was answered. What's up, Secretary Zhang? Is Mr. Yi here? Lu's voice came from the other end of the line. Mr. Yi hasn't come yet. Mr. Lu, I was hit by a kid on the first floor and broke my cell phone screen, and not only did he not compensate me, and scold me. You must help me. Zhang Yao pretended to be aggrieved and said. Lu Ye's face instantly changed when he heard it. On weekdays, Zhang Yao was arrogant and domineering on the basis of her underground relationship with him. These he turned a blind eye to. Now that Mr. Yi is arriving soon, this woman is starting to cause trouble again. In case Mr. Yi sees it, what can we do about it? It seems that we can only hurry up and settle Zhang Yao's matter. Wait there, I'll be right over. Lu promised. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yao was full of complacency. You're done, kid. I'll see what you'll do when the general manager here comes over later. Yi Chen also waited in place for Lu Yi with interest. He wanted to see what Lu Yi could do to himself when he arrived later. A few minutes later, Lu Yi arrived with hurried feet. Is this the kid who ran you over? He pointed at Yi Chen and asked. Yes, Mr. Lu, that's him. Look, he broke someone's cell phone. And don't apologize to people, Zhang Yao said pitifully. He also took out his own cell phone and showed it to Lu. Lu didn't even want to know what was going on. He just wanted to get this over with in a hurry. This matter, no matter what, can't let Mr. Yi see it. You, hurry up and call a few security guards, drag this kid to the toilet and make him pay for the money and apologize. If that's not possible, use force. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Lu instructed the supervisor beside him. He was the second in command of the Global Trade Plaza, the economic lifeline of Jiangcheng, and was very powerful in Jiangcheng. It's just a matter of beating a guy. It's easy for him to swing it. Okay, Mr. Lu. Soon, several security guards surrounded Yi Chen. If you're willing to make amends now, and get down on your knees and apologize to me, this will be over today. If you still talk tough, you'll be spared the pain of skin and flesh. You kids think about it. Seeing that she was surrounded by her own people, Zhang Yao became even more arrogant. She was going to let this kid know the consequences of offending himself. Alright, cut the crap. Hurry up and take him to the restroom to fix it. Mr. Yi will be here soon, Lu urged. Just as a few security guards were about to take Yi Chen away, Yi Chen said coldly, a general manager is just a general manager. How dare he just hit someone? You really think you can do anything you want around here, don't you? Lu burst out laughing. Kid, this is my turf, so how about I just take over from here? What are you? He snapped. Yi Chen smiled back. If I told you that I'm the new president here, would you still be laughing? Manager Lu? Hearing this, Lu Ye's heart thumped. Who is this kid? How did he know that Global Trade Plaza had changed presidents? Is this kid really the new president? Lu was shocked by his own thoughts. Mr. Lu, don't believe this kid's words. He's a brat in his early 20s. How could it be the president here? Zhang Yao said disdainfully. Lu's mood calmed slightly when he heard this. Yeah, this kid is only in his 20s. How could he buy this place? In order to completely dispel his worries, Lu Yi decided to give Mr. Yi a call. He took out his cell phone and dialed Chief Yi. After a few seconds passed, the cell phone in Yi Chen's pocket rang. Mr. Lu, why do you have this kid's number? Zhang Yao on the side was full of doubts. Lu ignored her. He hung up in a panic and called again. Yi Chen's cell phone rang again. That's right, can't go wrong this time. This kid is really Mr. Yi. Lu Ye's face instantly turned pale. The sweat on his forehead was like a small, thin snake that kept traveling down from the top to the bottom. The cell phone was even more unsteady and fell to the floor. How could he not expect that he would meet with Mr. Yi in this way? He was even more surprised that Mr. Yi was dressed in such a low-key and casual manner, and he was also so young and talented. He himself had just said something about a handful of bull ***** in front of Mr. Yi. He also told the security guard to drag Mr. Yi to the toilet and beat him up. Thinking of this, he instantly broke out in a cold sweat, and his body couldn't stop trembling. He panicked. He's scared. Seeing Lu Yi, whose face was white and constantly sweating, Zhang Yao was puzzled. It was fine just a moment ago. How did it suddenly become like this? Mr. Lu, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Zhang Yao couldn't help but ask. Lu Yi slowed down and wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling. This gentleman who collided with you is our new president of Global Trade Plaza. Mr. Yi. What? Zhang Yao was instantly confused. This kid is Mr. Yi? How is that possible? This is too absurd. How could she not expect that the person she bumped into was Chief Yi?
One has been taunting and abusing one's boss.
And he made his boss pay for his phone and then kneel in front of him to apologize.
What are you doing to yourself?
She took a few steps back in fear and fell straight to the floor. Thinking of how arrogant and domineering she had been in front of her boss just now, her whole body kept trembling.
It's over. It's all over. What should I do? I just went so overboard. The boss won't spare me. Mr. Yi, you're here.
Lu Yi barely managed to squeeze out a smile and greeted Yi Chen.
Mr. Yi. Zhang Yao also sat on the ground and said hello.
Her legs were shaking so much that she couldn't stand up. Zhang Yao sat on the ground, clamping her legs together, the absolute field under her ultra-short skirt hidden.
This position, it's humiliating. Lu Yi,
you just dared to say that you're only here to pick up the sky.
Very wild. Do you have any regard for me as president?
Yi Chen said in a cold voice.
Mr. Yi, I was wrong. You're the boss here. I'm just following you. Lu apologized repeatedly. Get out of the Global Trade Plaza and don't let me see you again. And by the way, take this with you. Global Trade Plaza doesn't need your kind. Yi Chen said expressionlessly. I'm wrong, Mr. Yi. I'm dog-eyed and have eyes that don't recognize Mount I. You give me another chance.
Lu begged bitterly.
He is here, not only with monstrous wealth,
but also with strong connections.
Once he's out of here, he's not even an asshole.
The bigwigs he defended before were more likely to come after him. There will be no place for him in Jiangcheng.
He can't afford to lose this position. Chapter 39, Cousin's Phone Call. Mr. Yi, I know I'm wrong too. You mustn't take it personally with someone like me. Zhang Yao rolled and crawled and knelt beside Yi Chen,
begging for his forgiveness.
Yi Chen laughed. He squatted down and patted Zhang Yao's face. Now you know you're afraid. You were so arrogant when you made me apologize on my knees just now.
I still like you untamed.
Zhang Yao cried in fear. Mr. Yi, I'm begging you, please give me one more chance. I'll do anything you want me to do. She hugged Yi Chen's leg and begged bitterly.
Yi Chen kicked her aside.
Security, take these two away. By the way, drag this man to the restroom.
Yi Chen barked at the surrounding security guards.
Soon,
the security guards threw Zhang Yao out of the Global Trade Plaza while Lu Yi was taken to the restroom. Since he preferred to settle things by force,
Yi Chen naturally had to fulfill his wish. After the matter here was settled, Yi Chen came to the Global Trade Plaza office area.
He made a casual round and then left the place after appointing the new general manager of the company.
Back at the villa, Lin Xiaotong had already gone back to school. Yi Chen bought another villa for his father-in-law to be, Lin Hao, and transferred all the fish tanks. Host spends 100 million, gets 200 million back. Balance, 22.09 billion. The weather is hot. Back at the villa, Yi Chen took a shower. Just then, cousin Zhao Hua called. The call was answered. What's going on, old man? Zhao Hua asked. Nothing, just took a shower. Yi Chen told the truth. Come out and have a drink with me. I'm in a bad mood and I want to talk to someone. I'm sorry, Zhao Hua sighed. Okay, you send a location and I'll be right there. Hearing the tone of his cousin Zhao Hua's voice, Yi Chen knew that something must have happened. He immediately agreed. I'll meet you at the big fat grill. Zhao Hua finished speaking and hung up the phone. Yi Chen and his cousin Zhao Hua grew up together. On weekdays, Zhao Hua didn't help Yi Chen much. Visit him at school with something or other. He also often picked up Yi Chen when he was in trouble. The two are as close as brothers. 10 minutes later, Yi Chen arrived at Big Fat Barbecue. Just as he walked into the barbecue restaurant, Yi Chen saw a man with messy hair and the man with the sad face was drinking alone. My cousin, who was not a good drinker, now has empty bottles all around the table. The wine was even one glass after another. Cousin, what happened? Why are you drinking alone here? I'm sorry, Yi Chen asked worriedly. Cousin is here. Hurry up and sit down. Accompany cousin to drink for a while. We won't get drunk tonight. Zhao Hua's face was flushed and his gaze was a bit mesmerized. Yi Chen didn't ask any more questions and sat down to drink with Zhao Hua. After a few more glasses, Zhao Hua, probably a little drunk, let out a long sigh and began to bare his soul. 3 years ago, Xia Shiyu was tested for leukemia, and I sold the house, paid her medical bills and was by her side every day, taking care of her in every way. Just the other day, she got completely better, but she broke up with me. More than 1,000 days and nights of unfailing devotion. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in medical bills. It's all spent on her, but in her eyes, it's worthless. Why? After all I've done for her, she's going to do this to me. As he spoke, Zhao Hua's tears flowed down his face. 3 years ago, Zhao Hua's girlfriend, Xia Shiyu, was tested for leukemia. In order to cure her, the family originally prepared the wedding house for Zhao Hua. He did not hesitate to sell it. That day, Xia Shiyu was lying in front of the hospital bed, and said weakly that we would get married when we got well. Over the past 3 years,
These words have become Zhao Hua's motivation. For the sake of his future daughter-in-law, he suffered no matter how hard he was, no matter how tired he was, without complaint. A few days ago, Xia Shiyu's illness was cured. Zhao Hua held Xia Shiyu's hand and said excitedly, "You're cured and we can finally get married." But Xia Shiyu's face changed instantly and coldly broke up with Zhao Hua. A man in a suit walked into the hospital room, and Xia Shiyu was in Zhao Hua's presence, wrapped his arm around him and exited the hospital. Hearing his cousin's words, Yi Chen understood what was going on. He hadn't experienced anything like that himself, but just think of it. Both could feel Zhao Hua's collapse. Yi Chen was furious in his heart. Women like that are worse than, cousin, want that woman to get what's coming to her? Yi Chen didn't advise Zhao Hua not to feel bad. Who is one to advise others to be generous without their suffering? He's going to help his cousin get back at this scumbag woman hard. I want to. I've dreamed of giving this scummy girl her comeuppance, but with no power or influence like me. Now that you are even more penniless, what can you do to get back at her? Zhao Hua pounded the table hard. Hate myself for being blind. Hate myself even more for being incompetent. I'll help you. Yi Chen held Zhao Hua's hand with a firm gaze. Forget it, cousin. Don't try to comfort me that you're here to drink with me today. I'd be happy with that. Zhao Hua obviously didn't believe Yi Chen's words. Thinks he's giving himself a wide berth. I'm telling the truth, cousin. Believe me. This woman Xia Shiyu is working somewhere now. And who was the man who picked her up and discharged her? Yi Chen asked seriously. The man Xia Shiyu is looking for is the manager of the sales department of the Global Trade Plaza. She works at that same place today with the help of this man. Zhao Hua saw that Yi Chen didn't look like he was joking. Although in his heart, he didn't think Yi Chen could do anything. But still, he told him the truth. The manager of the Universal Trade Plaza? Yi Chen laughed. He had thought it would take some effort, but he didn't realize that the two were working under him. Come on, cousin. Let's go to the Global Trade Plaza right now and take this out on you. Don't be impulsive, cousin. I know you're doing me a favor, but what can the two of us do there? Zhao Hua was touched when he heard Yi Chen say this. But going to the Global Trade Plaza to find Xia Shiyu was simply not realistic. He continued. Yi Chen, the man Xia Shiyu is looking for is the manager there. It's his turf. Wouldn't we be making a fool of ourselves by going there and looking for trouble? Forget it. I appreciate your kindness. Let's get back to drinking. Zhao Hua refused Yi Chen's kindness. The two of them, poor bastards with no power, no money, and even less power, even if they saw Xia Shiyu. And what can be done about it? He continued to stifle his drink. Nowadays, only alcohol can paralyze you and make you forget the painful experience for a short while. Okay cousin, stop drinking. Come with me. You'll see when we get there. After Yi Chen settled the bill, he snatched Zhao Hua's wine glass and placed it on the table, pulling him out of the barbecue restaurant. Chapter 40, Goodbye Xia Shiyu. Both of them had been drinking a bit, so Yi Chen didn't drive and got into a cab on the side of the road. Master, Global Trade Plaza. Yi Chen instructed the cab driver. Okay. The chauffeur drove the cab straight to the Universal Trade Plaza. Yi Chen, stop it. Let's just go back, the way I am now. I'm afraid I'll only be humiliated by Xia Shiyu again when I get there. Zhao Hua frowned. Worried. It's okay cousin. Trust me. Yi Chen patted Zhao Hua's shoulder. Oh, dear. Zhao Hua sighed helplessly. Since my cousin has a good heart, let's go with him. The big deal was that Xia Shiyu would be scolded again. What's there to be afraid of when you're already in this state anyway? A few moments later, the two arrived at the Global Trade Plaza. Zhao Hua had come here a few times to look for Xia Shiyu and knew that she worked on the 6th floor of the plaza. It's floor management on the 6th floor. The two took the elevator to the 6th floor of the plaza. Just stepping out of the elevator, Yi Chen saw a woman wearing a system of black silk, organizing an event. Yi Chen had visited the hospital a few times and recognized at once that this woman was none other than Xia Shiyu. She also saw the Yi Chen duo. Froze slightly. Zhao Hua, can you stop pestering me? You gave me hundreds of thousands of dollars for my medical bills of your own volition. I didn't ask you to pay for them, and now that you're penniless, what makes you think I'll still be with you? You're really making me sick with this look. Xia Shiyu reprimanded with a face full of disgust. As the words fell, Zhao Hua's heart was like a knife. She could say such things when she herself had become what she was today for her sake. Then what is all the hard work and dedication you've put in over the past 3 years? Is it just wishful thinking in her eyes? Seeing the dull-eyed and disoriented Zhao Hua, Yi Chen's heart burst with anger. Why is it that people who gamble everything to love lose in the end? Scumbags who play around and live in style. It's ridiculous. We are indeed here to see you, but not to pester you, but to tell you to get the hell out of here. Yi Chen directly stated the purpose of his visit. Ha! Xia Shiyu laughed. Didn't Zhao Hua, the lickspittle, talk to you before you came here? My boyfriend is the manager of the sales department here. Tell me to off. I think it's you who should off.
Zhao Hua frowned.
He thought Yi Chen had come just to scold Xia Shiyu twice. I didn't realize the opening was to tell her to get lost. Telling the manager's girlfriend to get lost.
Isn't that nonsense? Yi Chen, we'd better go. This woman, we can't afford to mess with her now.
He tugged on Yi Chen's sleeve to remind him.
Yi Chen smiled. What's there to piss off about a mere manager? What's even the general manager here? He's the president of this place. A manager is a minor role for him. Zhao Hua, this cousin of yours is really a hot-blooded teenager. I just don't know.
I'll call my boyfriend over later.
And don't you dare say something like that.
Xia Shiyu clasped her hands on her chest.
Very condescending. You might as well call your boyfriend over and try it. Yi Chen sneered. Well, good boy. I'll call him right now and I'd like to see how you brats disgrace yourself.
Xia Shiyu picked up her cell phone and dialed the sales manager Chen Fan's number.
Baby, what's the matter?
Wang Fan's voice came from the other end of the phone.
Brother Chen Fan, there's a brat making trouble here, saying I should get the hell out of here.
And to say that a trashy manager is nothing, not even when the general manager comes.
Oh, I'll be right over. I'll see which brat it was that dare to make trouble in the Global Trade Plaza. Brother Chen Fan, love you, hang up. You're finished, brat. And you, Zhao Hua, wait until you're kicked out of here like a dog. Xia Shiyu became even more arrogant. Zhao Hua, who was on the side, looked a little flustered. He tugged on Yi Chen's coat and whispered, Cousin, we'd better go. That sales manager boyfriend of hers will be here in a minute. We'd be totally screwed. Don't worry, cousin. What if this manager is an acquaintance?
Yi Chen smiled and leisurely sat down on the chair next to him. You boys are still in the mood to sit down. And I'd like to see my boyfriend come over later and...
Are you still sitting down?
Xia Shiyu looked at Yi Chen with contempt. This kid was so arrogant. She was going to ruthlessly rub this kid's face on the ground later.
At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit walked out of the elevator. He asked dismissively as he straightened his tie. Shiyu, let's see which brat dares to make trouble here. Xia Shiyu pointed at Yi Chen who was sitting on the chair. Brother Chen Fan, it's this kid. He wants me to get the hell out of here. You must help me teach him a hard lesson. Don't worry, baby. I'm going to help you out hard today. Chen Fan followed Xia Shiyu's finger and looked over.
Only Yi Chen was seen sitting leisurely on a chair. There was something familiar about that side of the face. He took 2 more steps forward, and Yi Chen suddenly turned his head and looked at him and smiled. After seeing this face, Chen Fan was confused. Isn't this the president of Trade Square, Mr. Yi? Chen Fan had been following Yi Chen when he was making his rounds in the office area in the morning. How could he not recognize this face? Why is Mr. Yi here? And why did you have a conflict with Xia Shiyu? His mind was instantly scrambled. Just now, Chen Fan learned from Xia Shiyu that Mr. Yi wanted her to get out of here. Well, let's get her out of here first. Xia Shiyu, Mr. Yi told you to get out of here. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and get out. Chen Fan loudly reprimanded. What? Hearing Chen Fan's reprimand, Xia Shiyu was dumbfounded. What's going on here? Brother Chen Fan, what are you saying? How come Shiyu can't understand it? Where is there any Mr. Yi here? Chen Fan nervously wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead. Chapter 41, I don't want to see these two in any business in Jiangcheng. The gentleman sitting on the chair is the president of our trade square. Mr. Yi. What? Zhao Hua's cousin Yi Chen is the president here? When these words came out, Xia Shiyu was dumbfounded. The brat who had just told himself to get the hell out of here was actually the chief Yi of this place. He himself had just been calling Mr. Yi a brat. And she keeps bragging about her manager boyfriend with Mr. Yi. Holy, what are you doing to yourself? She didn't realize that Yi Chen was the president of this place. Thinking about what I just said about giving the president a hard time. Xia Shiyu's face turned pale with a swish. No wonder Yi Chen said district manager. Not even the general manager. She understood it all instantly. Zhao Hua, who was shocked to the side, was speechless. His cousin is the president of this place? Zhao Hua looked like he was dreaming. It turned out that the cousin who said that he would help himself to take revenge on Xia Shiyu was not just getting high on his mouth, but he was coming for real. Thinking about how worried he looked just now, Zhao Hua couldn't help but smile. You're really worrying yourself blind. Xia Shiyu, you know it's Mr. Yi you've offended. Why don't you get lost? Is it hard to make Mr. Yi say it a second time? Chen Fan once again rebuked. Xia Shiyu panicked. Her family's condition is not very good, or she wouldn't have been able to cheat on Zhao Hua's feelings. To heal themselves, Global Trade Plaza is the best company in Jiangcheng, where she gets tens of thousands of dollars in salary every month. She can't afford to lose this job. Mr. Yi, Shiyu knows that she's wrong. You're generous. Spare Shiyu this time. Xia Shiyu hugged Yi Chen's arm and begged bitterly. Yi Chen shook her off fiercely. Seeing that Yi Chen was unmoved, she looked to the side at Zhao Hua. Zhao Hua must still have feelings for himself if he came to see him today. All he had to do was say a soft word, and Zhao Hua would definitely help himself. She came to Zhao Hua and wrapped her arms around him. I was wrong about what happened before, and today you must help me, or get out of here. And how am I going to live? If it was before coming here today, Zhao Hua would have immediately softened his heart when he saw her pathetic appearance, but remembering what she had just said, Zhao Hua sighed. A woman like that, help her less? What did you get in return in the end? What's it to me how you live? I poured my family's money into saving you, and you turned around and got with another man. Have you thought about how I'm going to live? Yes, you're quite right. I volunteered all that money. I'll consider it spent on a dog. From now on, we don't have anything to do with each other. My cousin told you to get thee out of here. Didn't you hear me? At the end of the sentence, he almost yelled. At the moment, he let out all his emotions. Xia Xiyu was shocked. She had never seen Zhao Hua treat herself like this before. At this moment, she finally realized that Zhao Hua had changed. He wasn't the same man who had spoiled himself like a little princess. She crouched on the ground and cried in aggravation. Yi Sam called the security department. Since she won't roll her own, help her out. Soon, several security guards arrived on the 6th floor. Take this woman away, Chen Fan commanded. He was afraid that Xia Xiyu had gotten herself involved, so he behaved in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled. He had come here today to help his cousin get revenge, so how could he possibly let him go? Security, take this man away as well. Yi Chen pointed at Chen Fan. Mr. Yi, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. It's all because this hooked up with me. I just got confused. I immediately broke off my relationship with this, so please spare me this time. Yi Chen ignored him and just gently waved his hand, signaled the security guard to move faster. After a few minutes, it was finally quiet. Learning that Mr. Yi was on the 6th floor, General Manager Zhang Guoli and several department managers rushed over. Mr. Yi, you're here. Hello, Mr. Yi. The crowd respectfully greeted Yi Chen now in front of him. Mr. Zhang, just now the sales manager, Chen Fan, and one named Xia Xiyu were fired by me. In the future, I don't want to hear their names in any business in Zhangcheng. The matter is in your hands, Yi Chen commanded. Okay Mr. Yi, I'll do it right away later. Zhang Guoli's voice trembled a little. The hearts of the managers are even more tightly clenched, nervous and even dare not breathe a breath. Yi Chen continued. This is my cousin Zhao Hua. Focus on cultivating him so that he can be competent as a sales manager as soon as possible. Okay Mr. Yi, we will definitely do our best. Zhang Guoli nodded in agreement again. Okay, break it up. Yi Chen waved his hand casually. When the crowd dispersed, Yi Chen smiled and patted Zhao Hua's shoulder. Sales managers here make about $1 million a year with year-end bonuses and such. Does that satisfy you, cousin? Zhao Hua nodded repeatedly. At the moment, it was like he was dreaming. He used to be just a part-timer, earning $5,000 or $6,000 a month. It's less than $100,000 a year for all the hard work. Now all of a sudden he's $1 million a year guy. What's not to like about that? As long as you're satisfied. If you have any problems with your work in the future, feel free to call me. Why don't you go to the office area first and familiarize yourself with the work environment? Yi Chen casually threw that Bugatti Chiron car key to Zhao Hua. This car is for you. It's parked in the parking lot near the big fat grill, so remember to get it on. Zhao Hua was instantly shocked when he saw the key in his hand. The keys to the Bugatti. Bugatti's cheapest car is over $10 million. My cousin actually gave himself a $10 million luxury car. This is too expensive. Cousin, take it back. Zhao Hua held this car key and was a bit vain. Take it. Trade Square has a market capitalization of over $10 billion. A car in the district of $10 million is nothing to me. Yi Chen looked like he didn't care. After a few persuasions from Yi Chen, Zhao Hua took the car. Afterwards, Yi Chen bid farewell to Zhao Hua. Back at the villa, Yi Chen rested for a while. In the evening, Lin Xiaotong said she wanted to go home to spend time with her parents. After sending Lin Xiaotong home, Yi Chen casually found a restaurant to have a bite to eat. After dinner, he wandered the streets alone. The lights are on, the neon is flashing, and there is a lot of activity. He hadn't bothered to watch the city at night when he used to run takeouts. Now that there was nothing to worry about, he realized that the city was really beautiful at night. After strolling around for a while, Yi Chen decided to go back. Passing through a bridge hole, he saw a small and overweight woman live on the side of the road. Families, the battle has been fought. Give Ruwashi a go if you have tickets. If you don't go up, if I don't go up, when will Ruwashi's army be arrogant? 1,000 mountains are always love. Help Ruwashi, will you? 1 vote for you, 1 vote for me, and Ruwashi will do another little dance for the family. This female anchor called Ruwashi was selling votes in the live broadcast.
Chapter 42 Brother Air 2 makes a move.
Yi-chen inadvertently saw Ruwashi's cell phone screen. She was playing PK with a female anchor across the room. Ruwashi in the screen, white skin, thin waist and long legs, alive and well. In reality, she has slightly darker skin, a thick waist and short legs, and a big nose, big mouth and small eyes. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yi-chen wouldn't have been able to believe that it was a person. It's relentless. I don't know about those people who make 3,000 a month swiping 2,900 for a beauty queen. Knowing that your goddess looks like this, what would be the expression? Definitely worse than being constipated, right? Yi-chen smiled and shook his head. At this time, anchor Ruwashi also saw Yi-chen. With 4 eyes, Ruwashi was instantly filled with disdain and contempt. Poor one. What are you looking at? Never seen a beautiful woman before, have you? Beauty? Yi-chen burst out laughing. Pretty girl? Don't you look in the mirror when you go out? You don't really think you look like you do after you've been beautified, do you? Some women nowadays really play with Pak's tone so much that they forget what they look like. You pushin' man, how dare you denigrate my looks like that? You're done. I've got hundreds of thousands of followers. I'm going to make my brothers on the air cyberstorm you. Ruwashi was furious. Every time his feet hit the ground, the flesh of his entire body shook. She's the anchor of the Pak's sound face zone. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room is always brushed with beauty. I didn't expect my face value to be questioned by a beggar. Brothers of the live broadcast, Ruwashi is live under the bridge. I didn't realize there was a beggar, or Pushin Nan, who not only spied on Ruwashi, but also said Ruwashi was ugly. Brothers, you must do right by Ruwashi. She pointed the camera at Yi-chen and pretended to be aggravated. Kid, I suggest you get your eyes looked at tomorrow. And if your eyes are okay, by the way, get your brain looked at. Ruwashi often sends us photos of her face. Can we not know what she looks like? Pushin' beggar man. Cursing Ruwashi about how much a sentence costs. I'd like to earn it too. The live broadcast instantly buzzed, and they all pointed their fingers at Yi-chen. Seeing everyone on the air sticking up for themselves, Ruwashi was full of smugness. When this kid saw these messages on the air, he was only afraid that his mind had already been broken. A beggar is just a beggar. Dare to spy on me and denigrate me. Do you think you are a rich second generation? Are you worthy? Give me and all my brothers on the air a bow and an apology. I can put in a good word for you. Otherwise, you kids are just waiting to be cyberstormed, she said arrogantly. Netstorm? Yi-chen sneered. I'd like to see which one of us is going to get cyberstormed. Yi-chen didn't continue to tangle with Ruwashi. He stepped aside and opened the Pak's tone and clicked into Ruwashi's live broadcast. She was playing PK with a beautiful anchor woman named Wan Air, and the anchor named Wainer is none other than Only Love Media. Ruwashi already has 400,000 votes, while Wan Air has less than 100,000 votes. There's still 2 minutes left in this PK, but Wainer has little hope of flipping it. Beauty, your little score is really not enough. Wait to learn how to crawl on the ground like a king, Ruwashi taunted arrogantly. Wan Air's face was ugly when she saw the huge difference in scores. If she loses, she has to draw 2 kingpins on her face and then imitate the kingpins lying on the ground for a few steps. This is so humiliating. This punishment was set by Ruwashi, and originally Wan Air had no desire to accept this PK, but Ruwashi and Big Brother on the air keep picking on Wan Air. Wainer was too angry to accept this. PK is about to lose. What can I do? Her mind was in a panic. Sister Ruwashi, I can't do this punishment. Do you think you can change it? Wan Air pleaded. Sister Wan Air, this can't be done. How can we change the laws we set in advance? If you come out to do this job, you have to have the awareness to do this job. Ruwashi smiled smugly. What can we do about this? As she watched the time pass by, Wan Air became more and more anxious. Fine beads of sweat continued to ooze from his forehead. Ruwashi was even more arrogant and had already set off a gift tube in the livestream to celebrate this PK victory. Immediately after that, he pulled out another cell phone and pointed it at the camera, which showed a video of the king crawling. Sister Waner, the tutorials on how the wangbang crawls are all ready for you. Is Ruwashi good enough for you? Ruwashi let out a big laugh. Brothers, do you want to see Sister Wan Air learn to walk like a king? Type the words I want to see if you want to see. I want to see. I want to see. My friend wants to see it. The live feed was instantly swiped by I want to see. Right at this moment, a castle inlaid with countless diamonds slowly rose up in Wan Air's live broadcast room. The diamond plaque engraved with the word Carnival spins and lands on the castle. Diamond Carnival X1. Thank you for the gift of the moon color Air. My Air brother for sending the Diamond Carnival. Thank you Brother Air too. Wan Air thanked him profusely. But the difference is more than 300,000 points. A carnival only adds 30,000 points. Just a drop in the bucket. Wan Air's brow remained tight. Seeing Wan Air's score go up by tens of thousands, Ruwashi froze slightly and then became arrogant again.
A gap of over 300,000 points. Take your time to catch up. Yi-chan smiled. Don't worry, it's just getting started. With the first carnival, a second carnival, a third, a fourth, Carnival X9, Carnival X10, the 10th carnival brushed out, and looking at the rapidly catching up blood bar, Ruwashi was not calm. Today the two are just under 100,000 points apart. If the opposite big brother then a few other carnivals, he will be completely finished. She prayed silently in her heart that the big brother across the street would hurry up and stop, but Yi-chan made a move, where there were 10 Hwazi to stop. Carnival X11, Carnival X97, Carnival X98, Carnival X99. Just then, the time came. Ruwashi 570,000 points. Wainer 3,160,000 points. Straight up crushing. Thank you for the Carnival 99 strikes sent by Brother Air 2. Thank you big brother. Thank you big brother. One Air kept thanking him repeatedly. The heart that was hanging in the air was released. Brother Air is great. Thanks for helping One Air win this PK. Without Air 2, this day would have been a total disaster. The pop-ups were full of messages thanking Yi-chan. On the other hand, Ruwashi was completely confused. A difference of over 300,000 points. She had thought it was a sure win. I didn't expect a godly man to suddenly descend on the opposite live room. Nearly 3 million points were swiped in just over a minute. This is horrible. How could she not have imagined that it would turn out this way? Himself just celebrated early by setting off gift tubes on the air. Also got the video of the turtle crawling in front of the camera. Prepare to see jokes from the opposite anchor. Chapter 43, Imitating a Turtle Crawling. I didn't realize that the biggest joke of all would be myself. Ruwashi suddenly turned pale and was at a loss for words. Inside, he was both embarrassed and flustered. Sister Ruwashi, you lost this PK. Prepare to do the punishment. Wainer also put a couple of gift tubes on the air, took another video of the king's crawl and put it in front of the camera. There was an example of Ruwashi. Ruwashi looked embarrassed. She's live outdoors. It's okay to draw 2 wongbangs on her face. If she's really on the ground, so many pedestrians coming and going. She was only afraid that she would be treated as an outlier. That would be downright humiliating. Sister One Air, look at all the pedestrians I have here. Can we change the punishment? Ruwashi inquired in a small voice. One Air had asked her the same thing just now, and she was a little weak when she rejected it. Sister Ruwashi, no way. Oh, we set the law in advance. How can we change it at will? Just now you also said that in the business of anchoring, you have to have the awareness of this business to be able to do it. Wainer wiggled her index finger from side to side in amusement. It's called doing unto others as they do unto you. Hurry up, I've got all the melons. I, slutty pig, watched anchor Ruwashi learn how to walk like a wongbang by real name. Hurry up and do your punishment. We're going to go win the next one. The live feeds were hyped. Yi-chan also laughed out loud when he saw this scene. He stood aside and waited with interest for Ruwashi to get down on the ground and learn how to walk like a king. Facing everyone's urging, Ruwashi had no choice but to pick up a pen and draw 2 kingpins on your face you. Then he got down on the ground and learned to walk like a king. What is this little girl doing on the ground? Performance art? It's hurtful to be on the floor like an animal in a stocking skirt. Nowadays, people really do anything for traffic. They don't have any face at all. People passing by around them were pointing. At this moment, Ruwashi couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. What a shame. Yi-chan filmed the scene and sent it to the work. Title, A Roadrunner's View of Face Host Ruwashi. A message was then posted on the air. Want to see anchor Ruwashi's roadie perspective? Watch my first entry. Yi-chan had just swiped hundreds of thousands of dollars, which was already attracting attention. As soon as his message went out, everyone clicked through to his homepage. Click on the first video and you see a fat, dark, chubby little man crawling on the ground. Instantly, everyone was confused. Is this anchor Ruwashi? Is this the same person as Ruwashi from the livestream? I'm Nima. It's horrible. Many people even immediately opened their mobile software and downloaded the Anti-Fraud Center app. Sister Ruwashi, you have a strong enough body. You can't tell it all when you're live. Wainer taunted. Ruwashi's live broadcast is also lively again. Ruwashi, is your imitation is a wangji? Why does it look so much like one of those animals that eats and sleeps and eats? The biggest scam in Pakistan, Ruwashi is a face anchor. Isn't this a scam? How do you let those big brothers who swiped gifts for you live? I'm 3,000 ing month and I'm swiping her 2,800. What did I say? I'm such a pure, great bastard. Many people have even taken it off. In a few minutes, Ruwashi directly dropped nearly 100,000 powder. Ruwashi's entire body was dumbfounded. A large portion of her hundreds of thousands of followers were dead, and almost all of the live ones had dropped off in one night. What's going on here? Why did this moon-colored two-tails hero capture his own passerby's point of view? Who the hell is he? Why do you take it so personally? At this time, Yi Chen walked over. What are you doing over here again? She gave Yi Chen a disgusted look. I came to see you laugh. Why? It's nice to be cyber-violated. Yi Chen sneered. How did you? You know I was cyber-bombed? Ruwashi was a little surprised. Had this kid been watching on his own live feed? I'm just taking tutu of the moon. Everything you are right now is because of me. BTW. I'm a guy who doesn't usually judge people's appearance, but your face is just like your heart. It's really ugly. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he turned around and left in style. Ruwashi instantly came to a realization. It turned out that he would lose in a PK fight and would be exposed to the Roadrunner's view. All thanks to him. After tonight, Ruwashi's Roadrunner perspective will only go viral in Pox sound. She will also be the scam of the Pox tone face area. It's even the same as the Joe Pillow incident back then. She's just afraid she'll be sprayed until she retires from the net. But that wasn't something Yi Chen should worry about. Yi Chen returned to the villa, simply washed up, threw his cell phone casually and fell asleep. Since becoming the boss of Vi AI, Yi Chen hadn't been to Vi AI Media. Waking up the next day, Yi Chen decided to buy a plane ticket to the capital and make a trip to Only Love Media. He contacted the general manager of Only Love in advance and told him he would be at the office today. Then get ready to buy a plane ticket to the capital. That's when Hoshi called. Answer the phone. Mr. Yi, are you doing something today? Xiao Hui's sweet voice reached Yi Chen's ears. Anything? Go ahead. I passed my interview with Viva Media on Pox Tone yesterday. I have to go to Vi AI Media Company to sign a contract today, but I've never been out of town before, so I want Mr. Yi to accompany me. Hai told the truth. Okay, where are you? I'm coming over to you. Yi Chen happened to be going to Vi AI Media. Something on the way, so he agreed decisively. Let me send you a location. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Yi Chen quickly arrived at his destination based on the location sent by Xiao Hui. The two bought tickets for the afternoon. After casually shopping for a while, the two of them had a bite to eat at a Chinese restaurant at noon. By mid-afternoon, the two took a plane and arrived at the Only Love Media corporate building. Mr. Yi, please wait for me at the door for a while. I'll come out immediately after signing the contract. Hoshi spoke up. Having Yi Chen accompany himself to Vi AI Media, and having him wait for him at the door, she was strangely embarrassed in her mind. Come in with me. I happen to have something to do. Yi Chen smiled. Hui is puzzled. What's Mr. Yi here for? Is there someone you know in there? He happened to be a bit nervous himself, and it was nice to have Mr. Yi by his side. Xiao Hui didn't ask more questions, and the two of them walked towards the company building with Yi Chen. At that moment, a Kion slowly approached. A woman in a sexy dress and sunglasses stepped out of the car. She pulled down her sunglasses slightly and gave the Yi Chen duo a disdainful look. Are you guys new? Yes, sister. Hoshi replied respectfully. This woman looks like a company senior. One has to play nice with her. Seeing this woman, Yi Chen frowned. Isn't this the one heir who played PK last night? It looks so innocent and cute in the live studio. How come it's so sexy and arrogant in reality? It seems to be all pretend. Chapter 44, You and your acquaintance are out of here. After Wan Er stepped out of the car, she directly threw the keys of the Kion to Yi Chen. You go and park my car. This woman. I'm just short of a lamplighter in my live room tonight. Follow me. Wan Er ordered, her tone strong. Hoshi was in a bit of a bind. One is here to enroll, not to mingle. But she immediately wimped out when she thought of offending the company's veteran employees and being ostracized in the company in the future. It's better to say yes first. She was ready to speak. At this time, Yi Chen threw the keys of the Kion to Wan Er. Park the car yourself. And besides, we're here today to do business, not to be your minions. Yi Chen didn't spoil her in the slightest. He is the boss of Vi AI. What is a mere employee? Let's go. Hoshi. Yi Chen gently pulled Hui's wrist and walked forward. Wan Er looked at the car keys in her hand and was furious. Although she is not the head anchor of the Only Love, but the ability to absorb money in the Only Love Media cannot be underestimated. Especially that live broadcast yesterday. It was a live broadcast that drew nearly $500,000. Directly promoted to the first tier of anchors at Only Love. With such a position in the company, he didn't expect to be disliked by a newcomer. You two newbies, are you sure you want to turn me down? I'm Wan Er, the first tier anchor of Vi AI. You two newbies dare to offend me. You're not going to have a good time at Only Love. Wan Er caught up and stopped in front of the two. Words threatened. Oh, Yi Chen smiled. A mere employee of Vi AI. How dare he say such things to himself? I'm looking forward to how you're going to make me feel bad. You wait for me. Wan Er was on fire. She picked up her cell phone, ready to call. Yi Chen, let's listen to her, or else I'm afraid this woman will take revenge on me in the future. Xiao Hui shook Yi Chen's arm, her expression filled with worry. It's okay, trust me.
Yi Chen patted Xiao Hui's white hand. Hoshi instantly settled down in her mind. Mr. Yi couldn't see himself being wronged. He should be happy. This job. Lose it. Lose it. Think of it as a trip to the capital with Mr. Yi. Hoshi went out on a limb. You guys wait. As the words fell, Wan Air dialed Manager Zhang's phone. Manager Zhang is the vice president of Vi AI, in charge of the allocation of resources for the entire Vi AI media. Wan Air also only came to the Only Love media half a year. The reason why the Only Love a line anchor. All thanks to the fact that I have such a relationship with Manager Zhang. Phone call connected. Manager Zhang. I was disliked by a new employee at the entrance of the company. I just asked them to do me a small favor and they scolded me. Wan Air cried out in aggravation. Wait there. I'll be right down. After hanging up the phone, Wan Air became even more arrogant. You're finished. Soon. A competent middle-aged man came downstairs. Wani, what's going on? Manager Zhang looked serious. Seeing Manager Zhang approaching, Wan Air instantly had a boost. Manager Zhang, the company's in a bit of a hurry. I just want them to help me park the car. Even if they don't want to help, they even scolded me. I've worked hard for the company, and now even the newbies look down on me. You must do right by me. Wan Air beamed her little mouth, her eyes pooling with tears. This kind of gesture, I see the poor, really gave Manager Zhang a whole confused. Wan Air, don't worry. If things are really like this, I will definitely return justice to you. Aha! Wan Air nodded aggressively. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh. This woman was simply giving in to being a netizen. If you go into acting, you'll at least be a movie queen, put into the legend of Jin Huan, also at least a noble consort to start. Unfortunately, she was born at the wrong time and she met Yi Chen. Manager Zhang, this woman is farting. Xiao Hui was furious when she heard Wan Air's words. She's the one who embarrassed us first, but she's the one who's evil and says we're bullying her. This woman. Enough. Without waiting for Hui to finish, Manager Zhang suddenly interrupted her. Don't you say another word. I'm well aware of what just happened. Manager Zhang said in a cold voice. Seeing Manager Zhang reprimanding himself, Xiao Hui was instantly a little disappointed. It was clearly Wan Air who was at fault first, but Manager Zhang reprimanded not her, but himself. Is he or she a newcomer and should have to suffer all this aggravation? Wan Air clasped her hands in front of her chest in amusement. Manager Zhang, such people are not suitable for our company. Fire them. I've got a rough idea of what happened. These two newcomers were intent on causing trouble. It is true that we cannot stay in our company. Manager Zhang said righteously. In that case, I'll inform personnel later and have these two removed from the company. Hoshi stomped her foot hard in anger. I haven't signed a contract yet. I don't need you to fire me. I'll leave on my own. Such a lousy company. I can't even look at it. She was completely disappointed in this place. What's the point of staying with a company like this? Manager Zhang didn't expect this girl to dare to say such a thing. He was instantly on fire. I'm the vice president here. And how dare you, a newcomer, talk to me like that? It's like having no leadership. You're fired. Get the hell out of here. Manager Zhang angrily rebuked. Let's go. I've wanted to leave this Thai place for a long time. Mr. Yi, let's go. We turned to leave and was stopped by Yi Chen. It's not you who should get the hell out of here today. It's them, Yi Chen said in a deep voice. When these words came out, several people in the room were stunned. They didn't expect that Yi Chen would dare to tell the vice president of Only Love to get the hell out of here. This is the Viva company. Xiao Hui was even more surprised that Yi Chen would say such a thing. This is already in the category of making trouble in the company. Mr. Yi, we'd better go. This is their territory. It's not quite right to tell them to get lost. Hoshi frowned and whispered her advice. There's nothing inappropriate. Today, when I say they're out of here, they're out of here. No one can stop it. Yi Chen was overbearing. You kid really don't know what's going on. Looks like you brats are here to cause trouble. Wan Air, call security to kick these two out of the company. Manager Zhang loudly reprimanded. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone rang. It was Wang Jiangwo, general manager of Only Love Media, calling. Mr. Yi, are you almost there? I'm already there. Just downstairs from the company. Stopped by some kind of Manager Zhang. What? Mr. Yi, I'll go down right away. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I've made you suffer. After hanging up the phone, Wang Jiangwo immediately turned pale. Mr. Yi was actually stopped outside the company's door. What's the situation? I hope nothing has broken out. Otherwise it's completely over. He moved immediately and rushed down to the office. Hearing Yi Chen's call, Manager Zhang understood. Turns out the kid was here to see an acquaintance. Kid, there's still someone you know in the company? Yes, I do know someone here. Yi Chen replied calmly. Who's that guy? I just happened to fire him piece by piece today. Tell him to off with you today. Chapter 45, Chief Yi. Take 2 Tales of Moon Color. Manager Zhang was arrogant. At Viva Media, he has a big voice. Dismissal of 2 people only. Even the general manager Wang Jiangwo can only turn a blind eye. Just then, a thick voice rang out. The person he knows is me. I'd like to see how you, Manager Zhang, can fire me too. The person who spoke was none other than Wang Jiangwo, general manager of Only Love Media. Hearing this voice, Manager Zhang instantly froze. This new kid, the acquaintance is even Mr. Wang? Can't it be that the 2 of them were recommended by Mr. Wang? Wan Er was also confused. If these 2 newcomers are related to Mr. Wang, this will definitely be treated as if nothing happened. These 2 rookies are even less likely to be fired. Then wouldn't you have to swallow in your stomach the grievances you suffered today? Mr. Wang, you're here. Hello, Mr. Wang. Manager Zhang and Wan Er hurriedly greeted Wang Jiangwo. Humph. Wang Jiangwo snorted coldly and walked straight to Yi Chen. Just now on the phone, Wang Jiangwo heard Yi Chen say that he was stopped by Manager Zhang downstairs of the company. The only 2 who were stopped by Manager Zhang now were Yi Chen. That's why he was sure at a glance that the young man in front of him was the new president of VAI. Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi, you're here. Wang Jiangwo respectfully greeted Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, the company's new president. Mr. Yi, hearing these 2 words, Manager Zhang felt like he was struck by lightning, and his entire body froze in place. He, as a top executive advantage. Naturally, he knew that the company had been bought by a mysterious big shot surnamed Yi, but he didn't expect that this new kid in front of him was this mysterious big brother. Mr. Yi, what's more, he didn't expect that his first meeting with Mr. Yi would be so awkward. He himself had just been so arrogant in front of Mr. Yi, also swore to fire Mr. Yi. He instantly turned pale. His eyes filled with shock and panic. A fine bead of sweat was even oozing from his forehead. What can be done about it? He was completely flustered. Although Wan Er had heard about the company getting a new president, she didn't even know the name of the new president. She looked at the panicked Manager Zhang beside her, her heart filled with doubt. What's going on with Manager Zhang? Why so nervous? Who the hell is this Mr. Yi? Who is this Mr. Yi? Wan Er couldn't help but ask in a small voice. Manager Zhang nervously wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead. The voice trembled. This is the company's new president, Mr. Yi. What? Hearing Manager Zhang's words, Wan Er was instantly startled. Her body began to shake as if she would collapse to the floor the next second. She never thought that the newcomer in front of her was the new president of the company. How is that possible? At the moment, it was like she was having a nightmare. Disbelief was written all over his eyes, thinking about the fact that he had actually asked Mr. Yi to park the car for himself. He also wanted to use his connections to fire Mr. Yi. What a great rack yourself. Wan Er's heart was filled with shame and remorse. Tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. There was a complete lack of the previous arrogance and haughtiness. On the side, Hoshi was dumbfounded. Mr. Yi, what's going on here? What exactly is Yi Chen's status that even the general manager here is respectful in front of him? Is he the owner of this place? How is that possible? It's ridiculous, isn't it? Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry for letting you see the joke just now. Please forgive me. General Manager Wang Jiangwo said nervously. Manager Wang, this is the person you trained? Take a good look. What is this? How do you expect me to apologize? Yi Chen looked indifferent. This incident was not done by Wang Jiangwo though, but the older employees ostracize the newer employees and engage in special relationships with their managers in order to get to the top. How could he not know about these things that were under his nose? Wang Jiangwo lowered his head in shame. Yi Chen then looked at Manager Zhang and Wan Er. Remove this whatever Manager Zhang's managerial status and have him sweep the restrooms. As for the woman, just snow her and buy another car wash. Make her stand in front of the office every day and park and wash everyone's cars. Let them go when the contract arrives. That's right, $2,500 a month. No food or shelter. Yi Chen's tone was icy cold. There's no need to be polite to people like that. As the words fell, the 2 of them, Manager Zhang and Wan Er, were completely terrified. $2,500 a month. No food or shelter. This is the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. The capital city. How can you survive? They're also carrying a mortgage and a car loan, and have to do hard labor every day. Once upon a time they were high and mighty to clean toilets and wash cars. That's too much of a drop. Mr. Yi, I know I'm wrong. Please spare me this time. I have an old man and a young man. There's a daughter-in-law waiting for me to support her. I can't be without this job. Manager Zhang cried and begged bitterly. I know it's wrong too. Mr. Yi, I have eyes but I don't recognize MT. Tai, please give me another chance. Wan Er even cried out loudly and begged for mercy. Yi Chen stuck his hands in his pockets.
Indifferent. Put.
Manager Zhang fell straight to his knees, furiously slapping his own forced pockets.
Mr. Yi, I'm really wrong. Hey, please, give me another chance. Oy vey.
A few pussy pockets down and a swollen face. Wan Er, on the other hand, kneeled on the ground and hugged Yi Chen's leg tightly, wiping her tears with Yi Chen's trouser leg as she did so, while crying out for mercy.
Yi Chen sneered, doing things without thinking about the consequences, and now you know you regret it. There is no such thing in heaven. Yi Chen nonchalantly kicked Wan Er away. Manager Wang Jiangwo, I'll leave this matter to you. I hope you won't let me down again. Also, yell for someone to take Hoshi to sign the contract. Yi Chen commanded. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll get on with it.
Having seen this Mr.
Ye's methods, Wang Jiangwo did not dare to have any resistance at all, promised in a heartbeat. At this moment, Xiao Hui, who was on the side, was completely stunned. No wonder Yi Chen came to the capital with her. No wonder Yi Chen accompanied her into Wei AI Company. Turns out he's the owner of the place. It's incredible. A few minutes later, the HR manager personally took Hui to sign the contract, and she is listed as a Vi AI key cultivator. How could they dare to neglect the woman brought by Mr. Yi? After signing the contract, Yi Chen simply gave a meeting to the management and bid farewell to the place. When I passed the doorway, I saw Wan Er standing dutifully at the door, waiting to park. Yi Chen nodded. He opened Sheikh's personal information and put his phone in front of Wan Er's eyes. Take the color of the moon for 2 taels. Wan Er was instantly stunned when she saw Yi Chen's screen name. It turned out that the person who swiped a gift for himself yesterday was actually Mr. Yi. It was surprising that he himself had already walked into Chief Ye's eyes. Without what happened today, one's future must be bright, right? Her eyes were filled with deep remorse. Afterwards, Yi Chen and his duo left the place. The two stayed in Jiangcheng for one night and took a plane back to Jiangcheng. After returning to Jiangcheng, Xiao Hui reluctantly bid farewell to Yi Chen. She was going to say something, but when she saw that Yi Chen had no attachment to her, then he swallowed back the words that were on his lips. Maybe there really wasn't much of a connection between myself and Mr. Yi. If he had appeared in Mr. Ye's life earlier, would the ending have been different? Forget it. Looking at Yi Chen's back, Xiao Hui sighed and then turned to leave. Today Yi Chen's assets were still far from $30 billion. After thinking for a while, Yi Chen decided to go buy a house to brush up on his money. He was looking forward to what the system would give him at 30 billion. A few moments later, he arrived at the most luxurious neighborhood in Jiangcheng, Biyun Residence. The house price here is the most expensive in the whole Jiangcheng, nearly $30,000 per square foot. Though in a big city, that price of a house is nothing to sneeze at. But in a small city like Jiangcheng, 30,000 house prices are already scary. After all, most people here only make 4 or 5,000 a month. He walked into the sales department of the Biyun residence. Hello sir, are you looking at a house? A beautiful salesgirl greets you with a smile. Yi Chen nodded. Do you have a whole building of empty houses here? Yi Chen inquired. It seems sir prefers a quieter environment. We have everything you want here. The sales lady led Yi Chen to the sales department sand table model, started introducing him to the house. We just closed the roof of this building, and we just started selling it today. What do you think of the houses here? Nice. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Just then, 2 familiar faces walked into the sales department. Chapter 46, Encountering the White Moonlight. The man was covered in designer labels and the woman was innocent and cute, only compared to Lin Xiaotong. A beauty like Li Yihan is a shade inferior in both face value and temperament. Shen Lulu. Many memories sprang up in Yi Chen's mind. Shen Lulu was his white moonlight. When she first started high school, Shen Luolu walked into Yi Chen's eyes like a ray of spring breeze. It also went into Yi Chen's heart. At that time, when Shen Luolu smiled at him, it could make him so excited that he couldn't sleep for the whole night. The two were entangled for nearly a year. In his second year of high school, Yi Chen couldn't help but confess his love for Shen Lulu, who refused. That's when the two broke it off for good. Although the two had never been together, the light in Yi Chen's heart was always clearly visible. Seeing Shen Luolu again, Yi Chen was overcome with emotion. He realized that his white moonlight turned out to be an ordinary person too. One's favorite has always been the imaginary her, not the real her. At this moment, Yi Chen was instantly relieved. Loki, long time no see. Yi Chen took the initiative to go over and say hello. Yi Sam? Seeing Yi Chen, Lok froze slightly. She didn't expect to see Yi Chen here. In her first year of high school, she was equally fond of the sunny and handsome Yi Chen, but her best friend said that Yi Chen's family was in a bad situation, and that there were 2 boys at home. You won't have a good time with Yi Chen. Handsome doesn't make a meal. Lok's heart had a grudge against Yi Chen, but she couldn't bear to leave him. That's what's been nagging me for almost a year. When she was a sophomore in high school, Yi Chen suddenly confessed his love to her. At this time, Su Yi, who is well qualified in the class, also shows his love for her. Lok Lok chose Su Yi and broke contact with Yi Chen. Today, she was the one who came with Su Yi. Yi Chen, so you work here. We haven't seen each other for years. Shen Lulu responded with a smile. I didn't come here to work. I came by today to look at the house. Seeing Shen Lulu's misunderstanding, Yi Chen explained. Look at the house? Shen Lulu was obviously surprised by Yi Chen's words. As far as she remembered, Yi Chen's family condition was poor and he had a younger brother. How can you afford a house? And it's still the most expensive house in Zhongcheng? Yi Chen, old classmates meeting, don't be so facetious. Our relationship, can I still laugh at you? Shen Lulu laughed and gave Yi Chen a punch. Yes Yi Chen, if you could afford to buy a house here, would Lualu have chosen me in the first place? Su Yi, who was on the side, also joked. His face value was slightly less than Yi Chen's. If Yi Chen had this condition at that time, Lok Lok would have chosen Yi Chen without hesitation. Su Ye's words irritated Yi Chen. When he had lost to Su Yi in the competition for the White Moonlight, this matter had always been on his mind. I must win back today to make up for that time. The houses here don't mean a thing to me, and I'm buying more than one today. Yi Chen looked like he was on cloud 9. Yi Chen's words once again made the two of them. Shen Lulu, freeze. This old classmate is out of his mind, isn't he? Didn't you take your pills on the way out? It's outrageous enough to say you're here to buy a house, and say you're buying more than one set. That's outrageous, isn't it? Alright Yi Chen, stop talking big. I know you're trying to get my attention, but that just makes me hate you more. That's all. The smile on Shen Lulu's face faded. She originally had a pretty good impression of Yi Chen, and she was quite sorry that she didn't get together with him. I didn't expect to see Yi Chen again, but he had turned into a vain person. This made Loki instantly recoil a little. Yi Chen's image in her mind was also damaged. Hearing Lualu's words, Yi Chen's expression also became cold. I wasn't trying to get your attention. It was you getting ahead of yourself. If there's nothing else, I'm going to buy a house, Yi Chen said coldly. Since she didn't believe Yi Chen's words, Yi Chen naturally wouldn't put a hot face on his cold ass. You, Yi Chen, I didn't expect you to become like this. You really let me down too much. Shen Lulu was angry. Did you ever think how disappointed I was when you left me because you hated me for being poor? You can be as disappointed in me as you like. It's not like I have anything to do with it. As the words fell, Yi Chen stopped paying attention to her and turned his head to look at the house. Shen Lulu wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Su Yi. Lok, there's no need to get angry with this kind of person. Let's go and get the house first. It's not too late for us to humiliate him properly later when he can't afford the house, Su Yi said with a bad smile on his face. A few years ago, he took Shen Lulu from Yi Chen, making Yi Chen a joke. He's going to buy the house here today and humiliate Yi Chen properly. Let Yi Sam be the clown again. Brother Xu Ye is right. Let him get high on his mouth. And when he can't afford a house later on, let's see what he does. Shen Lulu rolled her eyes at Yi Chen. She and Xu Ye then walked aside to look at the house. When the sales lady saw this scene, she also became suspicious of Yi Chen in her heart. But there were plenty of people who looked at houses and didn't buy every day. And she didn't mind hosting this one more. Sir, which suite in this building do you have your eye on? She smiled and asked Yi Chen. I'll take this whole building. Yi Chen spoke out of turn. All of them? The sales lady was instantly shocked by Yi Chen's words. The building has 30 floors and can accommodate 300 households. The total area reaches nearly 40,000 square feet. A flat at the cheapest 30,000 would be $1.2 billion. This young man in front of me is actually going to buy a building? Not even a business tycoon would dare to say something like that, right? Are you sure? This gentleman? Chapter 47 Swipe Success. The waitress patted her chest and tried to stabilize her mind. She was afraid that she couldn't help but explode at Yi Chen. This is so damn outrageous. Okay, this is the building. Yi Chen nodded. This. The waiter didn't know what to say. She forced a smile. This gentleman, do you want to reconsider what you're saying? Don't you think it's a bit outrageous yourself? The waiter warned. Yi Chen thought about it, and it did seem a bit outrageous. Who sells houses by the block? But there's no way around it. One has the money. There's no need to think about it. Just give me the math on how much and I'll check out right away. Full price. Yi Chen urged. The salesgirl's heart felt like 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping past. She really wanted to curse at the moment. That's a big pussy. The most crucial thing was that Yi Chen was pretending to be calm and not blushing, which made her even more angry. The salesgirl once again forced down her anger. Now is not the time. When the guy can't come up with that kind of money, then taunt him hard. When the time comes to amplify his voice a bit, make him the laughingstock of everyone here. Let's see if he still dares to act like a pussy in the future. Sir, I'll go and calculate the price for you. Just a moment. The
The salesgirl squeezed out a smile that was worse than tears. It was a bit creepy to see Yi Chen's belongings. Well, get going. Yi Chen waved his hand casually. The sales lady turned toward the front desk. Xiaoli, quickly help me calculate how much the 300 houses in the recently completed Building 8 cost in total? Receptionist Xiaoli was filled with doubt when she heard the sales lady's words. Sister Ling, why are you asking about the total price? Is it possible that a client wants to buy the whole building? Ray snickered. This client did say that, but there's no way he could have afforded it. Just came to ask for a price. How can a freshman in his early 20s afford an entire building? Ling, the sales lady, responded casually. Ray burst out laughing. She was just joking with Ling, but she didn't expect to have such a client. Still a youngster. Sister Ling, you're just too good-tempered. If it were me, I would have disliked him long ago and made him speechless. Ray once again flirted with Ray. I'm not in a hurry now. When he can't pay, I'll taunt him. Hey, Ray smiled badly, then continued. Okay Ray, no more fooling around with you. Hurry up and figure out how much for me. Okay Sister Ling, wait a moment. Ray's eyes went to the computer and her slender fingers quickly rattled on the keyboard. After a few minutes, Ray spoke up. Sister Ling, the total is 1.4 billion. Ling sucked in a breath of cold air when she heard that. $14 billion. How nice it would be if this client actually bought the building. You can get tens of millions of dollars in commission yourself. Won't she be a rich woman in the future? With that she sighed again. One is simply daydreaming. A young man in his early 20s. How can you afford a building? The son of the richest man in Jiangcheng wouldn't dare to spend so much. Besides, this client's friends have just said that he can't even afford a suite here. Not to mention a building. Sister Ling, that client of yours will only be confused on the spot when he hears this price. Ha, Ray said with a smile. I'm also looking forward to him looking confused. As the words fell, Sister Ling bid farewell to Xiaoli and returned to Yi Chen's side. Sir, I've asked the price for you. A total of 40,000 square feet of house for a total of 1.4 billion. Sister Ling quoted Yi Chen the price. She stared at Yi Chen's face, anticipating the next look of confusion on Yi Chen's entire face. But when Yi Chen heard the price, his face remained as flat as a lake. Okay, that's the price. Check out. Yi Chen said calmly. Ha, Yi Chen wasn't confused. She was a little confused. Not only was the young man in front of him not intimidated by the astronomical price of $1.4 billion, he also directly said payment. That's a lot of cheek. This guy really doesn't see the wood for the trees. In that case, take him to pay for it yourself. If he can't get this money by then, let's see where his face goes. Sir, would you like to swipe or scan your card? Ray asked, pretending to be polite. Swipe your card. Yi Chen casually took out a card and handed it to Sister Ling. Yes sir. Just a moment. I'll go check you out. Ray took her card and walked towards the front desk. Arriving at the front desk, Ling tossed her card casually. The customer who said he was going to buy a building just now gave it to me and told me to check out with this card. I just don't understand how he can be so thick-skinned. When it comes down to it, how dare you take out a card to fool me? It really pisses me off. Ling couldn't help but spit at Ray at the front desk. Ray covered her mouth and laughed. Look at how pissed off my sister Ling is. Why? Let me swipe this card for you. See if there's that much money? I don't think there's any need for this swipe. Though, is there? Ray picked up the card and asked Ray. Swipe it. Though there sure ain't that much on this card. But there's still a process to go through. Ray sighed with a sigh. It's pretty bad luck to meet such a customer today. Later on, he must take this card and slam it in this customer's face. Don't you dare play with me like that. Okay Sister Ling, I'll brush you up. Ray picked up the card machine and swiped her card. Then you entered the amount and pressed OK. After a few seconds, the swipe machine will definitely show a swipe failure if it is not malfunctioning. That was Ray's idea. But the next moment, when she saw the word swipe successful, her smile instantly froze. What? How is that possible? Ray's entire body was completely stunned. $14 billion. Surprisingly, the swipe worked. Oh, my god. She had just heard Sister Ling say that this client was only in his early 20s and was a poor. Then he believed it. Later she also saw that the clients Ray received were indeed very young. So the look at Yi Chen was disdainful. I didn't realize that this client of Ling's wasn't a poor at all, but a hidden super rich man. It's even better than those bigwigs in Jiangcheng. This is incredible. Ray was filled with confusion when she saw Ray's eyes staring, mouth open and dumbfounded. Xiaoli, what is this? Just now was fine. Swipe a broken card to walk a little process only. Why are you so scared? Is there something wrong with this card? What's wrong with you Ray? Is everything okay? Ray asked. It was only when she heard Ray's words that Ray slowed down. She held the swipe machine in front of Ling's eyes and replied shakily. See for yourself. Ling, what's there to see here? Ray glanced at it casually.
Chapter 48 Rewarding the world's most expensive supercar.
Only 4 words were written on the swipe machine. Swipe successful.
What? Sister Ling's eyes were wide open and her entire body was dumbfounded. She had always thought that Yi Chen was pretending. After all, what person would buy a whole building at once? I didn't expect Yi Chen to come for real. The payment really worked. He himself turned out to have misunderstood this gentleman.
Thinking of the contemptuous disdain for Yi Chen in his heart just now, he even wanted to slam this card hard on Yi Chen's face. Shame filled her heart at once.
At the same time, she was glad that she hadn't verbally taunted Yi Chen just now. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this heavenly riches will not be my turn.
She smiled happily at the thought. Tens of millions of dollars in commission.
This is too good to be true. On the side,
Xiaoli looked at Sister Ling, the envy in her eyes hard to hide.
The heart is like eating 2 lemons. It's very sour and astringent. Xiaoli, tonight sis treats you to a big dinner.
Sister Ling patted Xiaoli's shoulder before hurrying back to Yi Chen's side.
Sir, the money has been swiped for you. Here is your card.
Sister Ling bent down slightly and handed the card to Yi Chen with both hands.
She continued, just a moment sir, I'll prepare the contract. Yi Chen nodded and took a seat in the rest area. Ding, host spends 1.4 billion, arrives at 2.8 billion, balance, 23.49 billion. At this time,
Shinluolu and Suyi finished buying the house and came to the rest area with the contract.
Seeing Yi Chen sitting there alone, the two of them burst out laughing. Yi Chen's tone just now made Shinlulu very upset. She was going to taunt Yi Chen properly. Yi Chen, didn't you just say that you wanted to buy a house? And you even said you wanted to buy several sets. Why are you sitting here not moving? Did you come to rub the air conditioning? Shinlulu said nonchalantly. Yi Chen ignored her.
He originally still had a trace of attachment to Shinluolu.
Now thoroughly disappointed. Seeing Yi Chen's silence, Shinlulu became even more arrogant.
She threw the contract in front of Yi Chen's eyes and continued.
I just bought a 140 square meter house with Su Yi, worth $4.5 million. How about it? Envy. That's why I chose Su Yi over you in the first place. With you, I can't afford to live here for the rest of my life. Hearing this, Yi Chen burst out laughing. I was so blind in the first place. I can't believe I would like a woman like that. It was ridiculous for a mere set of house worth more than $4 million to dare to show off in front of him. Now you guys get as cocky as you want. You'll all have sore faces later. How dare you still laugh? Yi Chen, a few years have passed and you've learned to be so shameless. It's a good thing I wasn't with you in the first place. That period of time that I was entangled with you is simply the biggest stain in my Shinluolu's life. Shinlulu once again sternly reprimanded Yi Chen. At the end of the sentence, Sales walked slowly and holding a stack of contracts. Seeing this scene, Shinlulu was shocked. This pile of contracts, at least 100 or more, right? What kind of big shot is it that buys so many houses at once? It's horrible, isn't it? Su Yi was similarly shocked. Just as the two were puzzled, they only saw Sales holding the contract and walking over to Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, your contract is ready for you. 300 copies in total. Put it on the table. Yi Chen gently tapped the desktop. What? When these words came out, Shenlulu's entire body was dumbfounded. These 300 contracts belong to Yipsum? Doesn't it mean that Yi Chen has bought 300 houses? How is that possible? Are you mistaken? He's just a poor ***T. How can you afford so many houses? Shinluolu asked Sales with a trembling voice. This lady, please speak with respect. Mr. Yi just spent $1.4 billion to buy the entire building 8, and it's all paid for. Sister Ling disliked Yi Chen back for him. 14 billion. Full payment. Shinlulu was completely confused. The whole person froze in place like a wooden statue. How could she not have thought that Yi Chen would have so much money that he could afford to buy a building? A few years ago, Yi Chen was clearly still a poor man. What has happened in the last few years? Or did Yi Chen deliberately hide his identity as a second-generation rich man to test himself a few years ago? She couldn't figure it out. Thinking back to just now, she questioned Yi Chen about coming to buy the house and verbally humiliated him, and bragging about his $4 million plus house in the district. Shinlulu's face instantly flushed red, and her heart was ashamed. Meanwhile, memories from a few years ago came back to mind. Why did he not choose Yi Chen in the first place and chose Su Yi instead? Shinlulu, you're such a big dummy. She couldn't wait to slap herself twice as hard. Su Yi, who was on the side, was also viciously shocked. He likewise didn't expect that after a few years of not seeing him, Yi Chen had become a rich and powerful man. His $4 million house was nothing in front of Yi Chen. He lost. A total loss. Being thrown off by Yi Chen by 100,000 miles. If there were no surprises, it would be hard for him to catch up with Yi Chen again in his life. You can't even see the back. Yi Chen, I'm sorry just now. I haven't seen you for a few years. I didn't expect you to be so rich. Shinlulu took the initiative to apologize to Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked up at Shinlulu. Didn't you just say you couldn't buy a suite here in your lifetime with me? And to say that I'm the biggest stain on your life? Am I remembering this right? Now that I've bought this entire building, dare I ask MS? Shin, what do you think? Yi Chen sneered. Shinlulu's cheeks instantly burned, spreading all the way to the roots of her ears. Awkward. It's so embarrassing. She couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. She stiffly picked up her own contract from the table and dragged Suyi out of the place in a grayish manner. Ding! This purchase has triggered a face-punching effect, and a cashback lottery is being held for the host. Congratulations to the host for receiving 6 times the cashback in $8.4 billion. Balance, $31.89 billion. Congratulations to the host whose total amount exceeds $30 billion. Rewarding the host with a Bugatti Black Knight voice. Ha! Seeing the rewards, Yi Chen was a bit disappointed. Just a bonus car? Yi Sam searched the car for its origins. Bugatti Blackout. The world's most expensive supercar. The price tag is up to almost $1 billion. And it's the only one of its kind in the world. Seeing this, Yi Chen sucked in a breath of cool air. This car is not worth as much as the previous company that gave it away though. But the degree of preciousness far exceeds the former. Sure enough, the system produces a fine product. Yi Chen put away the system and began to read the contract. There were too many contracts for Yi Chen to read. He called all the managers of the Universal Trade Plaza to help himself to the contract. He himself left the place first. This scene truly stunned Ray. What else? Leaving the sales department of Biyun Residence, he came to the parking lot. Yi Chen saw the world's most expensive supercar, the Bugatti Blackout. From afar. Wow, that's a handsome car. Bugatti Blackout. It's the Bugatti Sound of Darkness. My God, it's just a supercar. Why are you so excited? My boyfriend drives a Lamborghini Maverick. What's a Lamborghini Maverick? It's the most expensive supercar in the world. It's worth almost $1 billion, and it's limited to 1 unit worldwide, so you can't even buy it with money. What? A crowd gathered around the Sound of Darkness, all blown away by this top-of-the-line supercar. Envy was written in his eyes. There were even many beautiful women posing in front of the front end of the car, taking crazy selfies up. Hurry up. Are you done? Just walk away when you're done filming. Can't you see so many people waiting? Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh when he saw the scene. No wonder you see so many women flaunting supercars online every day. Just then, a Lamborghini Reventon drove past Yi Chen. It eventually stopped next to the voice of the night. The door to Reventon's car slowly opened. A young handsome rich young man and a delicate-looking woman walked out of the car. Chapter 49, Meeting Li Yihan again. Li Yihan. Yi Chen didn't expect to run into her here, and a boyfriend who drives a Reventon. When Reverton passed by Yi Chen just now, Li Yihan saw Yi Chen. Just after getting off the bus, she walked towards Yi Chen with sunglasses and arrogance. When she was at the entrance of the Harmony neighborhood, Yi Chen abandoned her to drive away alone in a Lamborghini Bull. Embarrassed her in front of everyone. That day in front of the school, Yi Chen ruthlessly refused her invitation again. Once again, she made a fool of herself in front of a crowd of students. At that time, she swore that she would find a man who was richer than Yi Chen. Hit Yi Chen hard in the face. Now that she has found a rich boyfriend, she happens to run into Yi Chen again today. That's quite a coincidence. Li Yihan took Chen An's arm and walked over to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you here. I'm sorry. Li Yihan offered a greeting. It's been a long time. What can I do for you? Yi Chen said expressionlessly. It's nothing. I just came over to tell you that I found a boyfriend who has more money than you. He drives a $15 million Reventon, which is way better than your big bull. Li Yihan clasped her hands on her chest, very proud of herself. Speaking of which, I have you to thank for that. It's a good thing you turned me down in the first place. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to find a good man like Brother Chenin. Hearing these words, Yi Chen instantly understood. Li Yihan turned out to be showing off her rich young boyfriend. The woman is as lovesick as ever. Yi Chen smiled and shook his head. Li Yihan, I forgot to tell you. I actually changed my car a long time ago. That car is my new car. Yi Chen pointed at the Bugatti Blackout. Li Yihan looked in the direction of Yi Chen's finger. Only a cool black supercar was seen parked next to Revington. Li Yihan isn't very familiar with cars. Didn't really think the car was anything special. But Chenin, who was on the side, was stunned. Isn't that the Bugatti Blackout? He noticed the car when he first got out. This is the most expensive supercar in the world. At the time, he even looked back enviously for a few moments. I didn't realize this guy said the car was his. How is that possible? Kid, don't act like this car is a turnoff even for me. Can't you afford it as a big bull driver? Chenin sternly reprimanded. Hearing Chen An's words, Li Yihan's heart was filled with curiosity. This car sounds like it's expensive. Brother Chenin, what kind of car is this? She couldn't help but ask. This is the world's most expensive supercar, worth nearly $1 billion, and there's only one of these in the world. You can't buy it with money, Shannon explained. Ha! Lee Han was shocked. No wonder there was a crowd around this car. So it is. Since this car is so precious, it's definitely a prestigious big shot who can afford it. Yi Chen went so far as to say that the car was his. How is that possible? Lee Han burst out laughing. Yi Chen, you really aren't afraid of the wind blowing your tongue. Feeling inferior to brother Chenin, the woman he rejected found a better man. It's humiliating, isn't it? Does pretending make you respectable? Get real. Is it so hard to admit that brother Chenin is excellent? You're only making me despise you more. She unceremoniously reprimanded Yi Chen, putting Yi Chen down as worthless. Hearing these words, Yi Chen's complexion instantly turned icy cold. Lee Han, you're such a with that mouth of yours. Go ahead and scream. I hope you'll still be able to scream later. Yi Chen didn't pay any more attention to these two people and walked straight towards the voice of the darkness. Oh, incompetent raging punk. I'd like to see how you can shut me up. Lee Han looked at Yi Chen's back and arrogantly said. Soon, Yi Chen came to the front of the car. There were many people gathered around the car. The front of the car was still full of women grabbing photos. A few beauties. You're almost done shooting. Get out of the way. I'm going to drive. Yi Chen repelled. Hearing Yi Chen's words, several beauties looked over. Seeing that Yi Chen was nothing but a brat in his 20s, his eyes immediately became disdainful and contemptuous. Kid, if you want to take a picture, go to the back of the line. Don't make trouble here. Don't you see so many people behind you? A woman named Shoya said in a cold voice. Get lost, kid. Don't get in the way here. There was a guy like that just now. Said he was the owner of the car. And everybody else just walked away. That kid was all alone in the front of the car taking a shot. And that kind of person is an abomination. The remaining few women also accused Yi Chen. Yi Chen was speechless. Aren't you the owner of the car? How did you become the one who came to rub the car and take pictures? He took out his car keys and pressed the horn button. Buzz. Ah. Several people in Xiaoya were so scared that they hurriedly stood up from the front of the car. Scared the hell out of me. Sayaka patted her chest and said. The onlookers also unconsciously took 2 steps backward. Is the owner of this top-of-the-line luxury car here yet? Looks like the owner is in the neighborhood. I'll be able to catch a glimpse of the big man soon. So looking forward to it. The crowd waited for the owner to arrive. Not far away. Lee Han and Chenin likewise heard the honk. The owner of this car should be coming. Later on, let's see how this Yi Chen guy can still pretend. Lee Han said smugly. Chenin was also on the sidelines, waiting to see Yi Chen make a fool of himself. The next moment, the lights of the entire car instantly came on. The car door opened slowly. The crowd has wondered who the owner of the car is. Just then, a pretty young guy in his early 20s slowly walked into the car. Chapter 50, Wu Zhanyan, the daughter of the Wu's group. How is it Yi Chen? How is this possible? Seeing Yi Chen walk into the car, Lee Han was even more ruthlessly frightened throughout. She didn't expect that Yi Chen was telling the truth. It's amazing that he really is the owner of this car. Lee Han looked like she was dreaming, her face filled with disbelief. She had thought that she had found a man who drove a Reventon, then he could properly humiliate Yi Chen. Now she realized that she was wrong. It's so wrong. One had far underestimated Yi Chen's financial power. Thinking about how she had just frantically bragged about her Reventon boyfriend in front of Yi Chen, it also said that it constantly belittled Yi Chen and elevated Chenin. Her cheeks burned instantly. It was like being viciously slapped twice by Yi Chen. Embarrassment, remorse, shame. It's so humiliating. Chenin, who was on the side, was similarly dumbfounded. He had wanted to see Yi Chen's joke. I didn't realize I was the clown. The crowd was equally shocked. They thought how the owner of the car was a top superstar, or a business tycoon. I didn't realize the owner was so young. The few people who had just taken pictures at the front of the car were even more humanly stupid. They thought Yi Chen was here to rub the car and take pictures, but they didn't expect Yi Chen to actually be the owner. Ridiculous that they still let Yi Chen go to the back of the line, and tell Yi Sam to get out of the way. A few people looked at me and I looked at you. Embarrassed, but awkwardness aside. The opportunity to get acquainted with a rich young man like Yi Chen was something they naturally wouldn't let go of. If you are looked upon by such a rich young man, won't he have endless glory and riches in his life? Xiaoya's few people immediately ran to the car door with high heels, ready to greet Yi Chen, but just as he walked over, Yi Chen closed the car door. He had no interest in these women and dashed off in the voice of darkness. As he passed by Lee Han, Yi Chen rolled down the window and said with a smile, "How about this blackout of mine? Not bad, ha?" Hearing Yi Chen's words, Lee Han lowered her head in embarrassment. She had originally wanted to hit Yi Chen hard in the face. I didn't expect to be the one to get hit in the face, but it was all her own fault, so who could blame her? Afterward,
Yi Chen closed the car window and drove off in the voice of the darkness.
A few moments later, Yi Chen returned to the entrance of the villa. He got out of the car and opened the door to the villa, ready to drive the car in. At that moment,
the door of the villa next to him slowly opened.
A pavilion woman walked out from the villa.
She had a pretty face, a delicate figure, and showed an elegant aristocratic temperament when she lifted her hands and feet.
It's like a stunning beauty coming out of a painting. She was none other than Wu Zhanyan, the daughter of the Wu group in Zhangcheng.
Wu had just walked out of the villa when she saw Yi Chen at the entrance of the villa next to her.
A few days ago,
Wu had heard that the most expensive villa in Huazhou Junting,
that is, this villa next to hers sold.
She wondered which big shot had bought the villa.
When she saw Yi Chen, she was stunned.
She had always assumed that the person who had bought the villa was a greasy uncle with an imposing air.
I didn't realize it was a young man in his 20s, and so handsome. Hello, this gentleman. I'm the neighbor who lives next door to you. My name is Wu Zhanyan. Wu Zhanyan walked to Yi Chen's side and took the initiative to go up and greet him. When he saw Wu Zhanyan, Yi Chen was stunned. Wu was wearing a slim-fitting dress that perfectly outlined her front and back figure. The whole person shows a mature and elegant temperament, coupled with a schoolgirl level of unbelievable face value. It's simply beautiful, impeccably beautiful. Hello, my name is Yi Chen. Yi Chen responded with a smile.
Wu was about to continue talking, but when she saw this car beside Yi Chen,
she was once again shocked. She was the daughter of the Wu group,
and her family had several top-quality supercars, so she knew something about supercars.
Recognized the Bugatti Blackout legend right away. This car is said to be the only one of its kind in the world.
Although priced at $1 billion, it is simply not available even at several times the price.
Its preciousness can be imagined.
I didn't realize this car was here. Yi Chen's strength once again refreshed her perception.
Since this gentleman is so powerful,
he can definitely help Wu's group get through this.
If he's willing to take the plunge, one wouldn't have to marry the 200-pound Qin family's son, Qin Qinglin. After Wu Zhanyan saw Yi Chen's strength,
it was as if she had grabbed a lifesaver.
Wu's group is in the hotel business. 2 years ago, Wu's hotel business was booming. It jumped to become the 4th largest enterprise in Zhangcheng. It was second only to the Qin family and the Tang family, as well as the Global Trade Plaza, which ranked first. But Wu's father, Wu Jiwen, wasn't satisfied with that. In order to expand his business territory, he took out billions in bank loans, frantically acquiring the major hotels in Zhangcheng.
A number of hotels in neighboring cities have also been acquired, but I didn't realize that in the past 2 years, the hotel business has been in the doldrums.
And many hotels not only can't make money, but also can't make money. It also loses a lot of money every year. Wu's capital chain is completely broken.
Seeing that a multi-billion-dollar loan from the bank is about to expire, he plans to sell some of his hotels, but the hotel business is struggling and no one wants to acquire it at all.
Wu's group is in a complete crisis. At that moment, Qin Daoming,
the head of the Qin family, said that he was willing to help Wu's group through the crisis,
but on one condition. Wu's daughter, Wu Zhanyan, must marry her son, Qin Qinglin,
for the sake of the survival of the Wu group.
Wu Jiwen could only agree.
Wu was reluctant,
but being born into such a family,
her fate was not supposed to be decided by herself.
She had to say yes.
If this Mr. Yi in front of me can help Wu's group get through this, you won't have to marry that fat ass yourself, Wu thought to herself, but she then sighed helplessly.
Why would people help themselves for no reason? What would it take to get this Mr. Yi to help? She thought for a moment and decided to go for broke. Don't all men like beautiful women? The big deal for yourself is to trade your body. Giving myself to this handsome Mr. Yi was better than that dead fat guy. Chapter 51, How dare you hang out with another man? MS. Wu, what are you thinking?
Yi Chen reached out and waved his hand in front of Wu Zhanyan's eyes.
Wu instantly snapped back to her senses. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, you can just call me Jingyan. In the next second,
she put away her smile and said seriously,
Mr. Yi, there's one thing I'd like to trouble you with. I don't know if it's appropriate to speak. Yi Chen frowned slightly. You want me to give her a job for the first time? You're not so friendly, are you? What is it? You tell me. Yi Chen faintly said. Wu told Yi Chen what had happened at home. Looking at the way Wu spoke,
it didn't seem like she was lying.
Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It's true that every family has its own problems. Seeing Yi Chen sigh, Wu Zhanyan thought that he was unwilling to help himself and quickly added, Mr. Yi, I really don't want to marry Qin Qinglin. As long as you help Wu solve the crisis, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Even that sort of thing I'm willing to do.
Wu was nervous in her heart. Yi Chen was her only hope now.
If she was rejected, she would have to marry that fat bastard Qin Qinglin. That's a favor. I'll do it, Yi Chen said in a cloudy voice.
The difficult time Wu's group is facing is a good opportunity for himself to make money.
What reason would one have to refuse? As for that kind of thing, what a mess. Seeing Yi Chen agree, Wu Zhanyan's hanging heart finally fell. Mr. Yi, thank you so much. I finally don't have to marry that dead fat guy. Wu smiled knowingly, and the dark clouds in his heart lifted all at once. Although she promised Yi Chen that she would fulfill that kind of request after he solved the Wu family crisis. But it's a hell of a lot better than being married to that fat. Mr. Yi, my father is in the villa right now. Let's go talk to him now and, what do you think? Wu suggested. Could be. Yi Chen nodded. After the two exchanged contact information with each other, they arrived at the Wu family's villa together. Walk into the villa lobby. Wu Zhanyan excitedly ran to her father Wu Jiwen's side and pointed to Yi Chen at the entrance of the villa. Father, Wu clan is saved. This Mr. Yi said he will help us through the crisis. I don't have to marry Qin Qinglin. Wu Jiwen sized up Yi Chen. Just a brat in his early 20s. This is the Mr. Yi that my daughter said could solve the crisis of Wu's group? Pop. Wu Jiwen slapped the table hard. Nonsense. What nonsense? A 20-ish-year-old kid. And you're saying he can solve the Wu family crisis? Wu Zhanyan, you're really getting out of line. He snapped. Wu's smile froze. Father, what I said is true. Mr. Yi is very powerful. He is. Wu explained to his father. Before the words were finished, Wu Jiwen was interrupted. He's anything but. Our Wu family's crisis is one that requires billions of dollars to get through. Even many business tycoons can't come up with this kind of money. Let alone this kid. Wu Jiwen looked at Yi Chen with disdain. Yes, sister. The only ones who can help our Wu group today are the Qin family. Don't get any other ideas and marry into the Qin family obediently. And, sister must remind you that your marriage to Qin Qinglin is already finalized. Just don't look for a man out there. Otherwise, if the Qin family knew about it and cancelled their help to us, you, Wu Zhanyan, are the sinner of our Wu group. Sister Wu Yushan said in a cold voice. Your sister is right. Stay at the villa during this time and don't go anywhere. The mother also looked indifferent. And hurry up and get this kid out of the villa. If we let the Qin family know that you hang out with other men all day, our Wu will be completely hopeless. Wu Zhanyan was disappointed in her heart when she heard these words. These could be her blood relatives. I didn't realize that I was nothing more than a commodity in their hearts. It was as if marrying the Qin family was something she should do. If she dared to resist, she would be the sinner of Wu's group. What was even more detestable was that they were now going to imprison themselves in the villa and restrict their freedom. It's sad to be born into such a family. Brat, what are you still deadbeat for staying here? Hurry up and get out. Sister Wu Yushan was full of impatience as she drove Yi Chen away. Wu Yushan, shut up. It's fine to scold me. Mr. Yi is not someone you can scold. Wu dislikes it back. Yi Chen was originally hired by her to help Wu's group through the crisis, but she didn't expect to be humiliated like this. These people are too much. Ha! Wu Yushan sneered. Is this the heart of a lover, sister? Enough! Wu Jiwen bellowed and continued. Wu Zhanyan, from today onwards, you will stay in the villa and not go anywhere. Butler, kick this Mr. Yi out of the villa. This day ends here, and no one is allowed to mention it again. As the words fell, Wu Jiwen sat down in the hall and took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. Just then, Yi Chen's phone rang. Mr. Yi, I've sent you the contract. It's now at the entrance of your villa. Where are you? Managing Director Zhang Guoli inquired. I'm in this villa next door, so come on over. Okay, Mr. Yi, wait a moment, I'll be right over. Chapter 52, promise me one thing. Hanging up the phone, the two butlers came to Yi Chen's side. Mr. Yi, you're not welcome here, so please hurry up and get out of here, or we're going to have to do it. One of the butlers said with a grimace. Yi Chen smiled. Self-conscious, he found a seat. The butler was flabbergasted. I didn't expect this kid to be so thick-skinned that he couldn't even be driven away. Never seen such a brazen man. Wu Jiwen, who was on the side, also became angry. Just do it and throw this kid out. He waved his hand impatiently. Yes, house master. The two butlers came in front of Yi Chen, ready to make their move. Just then, a voice rang out, daring to make a move on Mr. Yi. Your Wu family doesn't want to hang around in Jiangcheng anymore, does it? Immediately afterward, a dozen men in suits walked in and came to Yi Chen's side. Seeing this scene, Wu Jiwen's face darkened. Who are you that you dare to come to my Wu family to cause trouble, and threaten me? Wu Jiwen, it's like looking for death. Wu Jiwen said in a deep voice. Yes? Zhang Guoli laughed. You're about to find out who's looking for death. Do you know the identity of the man you were just about to have the butler throw out? Wu Jiwen snorted coldly. I don't know, and I don't want to know. All I know is that I crushed him. No different than crushing an ant. Good. Very good. Zhang Guoli nodded. You don't want to know, and I have to tell you. This is the president of Global Trade Plaza. Mr. Yi Chen Yi. What? President of Universal Trade Plaza? Instantly, the whole room was silent. Deadly silence. Wu Jiwen was so scared that his entire body froze. The teacup in his hand didn't hold steady and fell straight to the ground. How could he not have expected that Yi Chen was the president of Global Trade Plaza? Global Trade Plaza is the trade center of Jiangcheng, and moreover, the biggest enterprise in Jiangcheng. The Wu Group is nothing in front of the Global Trade Plaza. At this moment, he finally understood. What my daughter Wu said was true. Mr. Yi is really here to help Wu's group through the crisis. Thinking of the cold attitude he had just shown to this General Yi, he also wanted the butler to make a move to kick Chief Yi out. Wu Jiwen instantly turned pale and was at a loss for words. His body was even sweating cold. If the butler had really made a move on Chief Yi just now, he didn't dare to think what the consequences would be. He was also remorseful. He himself had lost a great opportunity to make friends with Yi's son, and a lost opportunity to get Wu through the crisis. Wu Yushan was even more taken aback. His body trembled and he sat straight on his butt. She didn't expect that the one she had actually mocked and humiliated just now was the general manager Yi of the Global Trade Plaza, and that Yi is always his sister's little love interest. When she thought of her disgusting face just now, her face turned red for a while. Embarrassed, shame, fear, regret. She sat on the floor, not daring to move a muscle, not even a breath of air. Her mother was similarly pale and filled with worry, fearing that Yi Chen would launch a retaliation against Wu. Wu was also shocked. She knew Yi Chen was rich. You can tell by that villa and that car. But she didn't expect that Yi Chen was the top big shot in Jiangcheng. It can even be said to be the #1 person in Jiangcheng. LOL. Wu sighed. Today, Wu's crisis would have been resolved by Mr. Yi, and he himself would have been able to get rid of Qin Qinglin, the best of both worlds. I didn't realize it was all screwed up by my own family. It's disgusting to have a family member like that. Wu shook her head, full of helplessness. Mr. Yi, this is all the contracts for the 300 suites you bought. I've sent them over to you. Zhang Guoli said respectfully. Distribute these to all employees. And remember, start at the bottom first. Got it? Yi Sam droned. Okay, Mr. Yi. Zhang Guoli nodded repeatedly. The conversation between the two men once again caused the crowd to be shocked. 300 suites. And it's distributed directly to employees. That's a generous offer. Mr. Yi, what do you think should be done about what happened here just now? Zhang Guoli inquired. Contact the Qin clan and tell them to put off any thoughts of honoring you. And if they don't agree, Global Trade Plaza, don't mind standing against Qin Shi Group. Also, the city issued a statement. If any corporation dares to offer assistance to the Wu, it's against the Global Trade Plaza. Yi Chen said nonchalantly. He helped Wu Zhanyan break off her engagement and cut off the possibility of Wu's group turning over a new leaf. Instantly, the Wu family's crowd felt like the sky was falling. Wu Jiwen barely stood up and came to Yi Chen, bending over and begging bitterly. Mr. Yi, I was wrong just now. You can beat me and scold me all you want. Please give Wu's group another chance. Yes, Mr. Yi, we have eyes that don't recognize Tai. So don't bother with us little people. Don't ever do that. Wu Zhanyan's mother also came to Yi Chen and begged in a low voice. Wu Yushan was even more flustered. If Wu's group closes down, he will lose his current luxurious life in the future. When the time comes, the friends you used to know will laugh at you hard when they see you. She couldn't take it. Mr. Yi, you are generous. Please spare our Wu family this time. Please. She directly knelt down in front of Yi Chen and begged for forgiveness repeatedly. Tears began to well up in his eyes as well. Wu didn't have any sympathy when she saw this scene. They brought all this on themselves. If it weren't for the fact that she was still related by blood, she would have rebelled against the family long ago. You know you're wrong now, don't you? Yi Chen asked carelessly. Got it, Mr. Yi. The three nodded their heads in unison. Since that's the case, I'll give you Wu's group another chance by agreeing to one of my conditions. I will help you solve the crisis of Wu's group by myself. Yi Chen smiled. Chapter 53 Fulfillment of Commitments. Hearing Yi Chen's words, it was as if Wu Jiwen had grabbed a life-saving straw. Mr. Yi, as long as I can help Wu's group to tide over their difficulties, I will agree to you on any conditions. He spoke immediately. In that case, I'll say it. Yi Chen supported his knees with his palms and said in a cloudy manner, transfer Wu's group to Xinyan's name, and she will be the president of Wu's group from now on. That's my condition. This, Wu Jiwen was confused. Mr. Yi even asked himself to transfer the hard-earned Wu group to his daughter's name. Isn't that counterintuitive? If her daughter, Wu Zhanyan, took control of the Wu group, wouldn't she have to look at her face in the future? What authority does one have in the family? Besides, he wasn't usually too nice to honorable, and he even forced her to marry the Qin family's son. What if your daughter retaliates against you when she gets to the top? But if the offer is rejected, he himself would just have to watch Wu's group go under. He had no choice. Mr. Yi, I promise. Wu Jiwen was filled with helplessness. Next to her, although Wu Yushan was also reluctant in her heart, there was no other way. It's the only option left. It's better to compromise your sister than to live a life of misery and be looked down upon by others. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Honestly, call me when you've signed the transfer contract with them, Yi Chen said to Wu Zhanyan. Wu Zhanyan was still immersed in the shock she had just experienced. A wooden nod. She didn't realize that in the last moment she was in a position where she couldn't help herself and was about to marry the Qin family's son. Now it turned out to be the owner of Wu's group. Mr. Yi, thank you. She looked at Yi Chen excitedly, her eyes moist. Wu was often bullied by her sister since she was a child. Her parents were also diametrically opposed to her and her sister. One doting and the other strict. She's the stern one. She suffered a lot in this family. Now that she was in control of the Wu group, this Wu family was now in her hands. It's all thanks to Ye Chen. Her heart was especially grateful to him. It's okay, I'm just trying to make money and help you out in the process. Yi Chen smiled, got up and left the place with Zhang Guoli and the others. In the Wu family villa, only the 4 Wu family members remained. Daughter, I'm sorry, it was my father's fault just now. From now on, the Wu group will rely on you, Wu Jiwen said with a pleasing face. Sister also knows it's wrong. Don't hold a grudge against sister in the future, okay? Wu Yushan also put on a low voice, fearing that Wu would retaliate against her later. The mother also apologized to her daughter repeatedly. Cut the crap and hurry up and prepare the transfer contract, Wu said impatiently. She didn't want to say another word to these people. As for the punishment for these people, after signing the contract, naturally they will not be spared. On the other hand, after leaving the Wu family villa, Yi Chen returned to his own villa. He rested at the villa for a while. A few moments later, Wu Zhanyan arrived at the villa. Mr. Yi, the contracts for the transfer have all been signed. I'm really troubling you today. Wu handed the contract to Yi Chen. The look on his face was full of gratitude. Yi Chen took the contract and casually flipped through it. Okay, you should have read the contract, so I won't look at it again. It's your family business after all. After returning the contract to Wu Zhanyan, Yi Chen continued. Make a list of all the hotels in the Wu group that are losing money. I'll take them all. The price can be raised appropriately. Go prepare the contract. This kind of money-losing hotel, in Yi Chen's opinion, was instead a money-making tool. He hires employees to pay his wages, and the cost of maintaining all aspects of the hotel. All of these can be spending for his cashback. In his eyes, there is no such thing as a loss. Ha! Hearing Yi Chen's words, Wu Zhanyan covered her mouth with a look of disbelief. She hadn't expected Yi Chen to help himself through this in such a simple and brutal way. And let yourself be sold at a raised price. This is simply uprooting the problems faced by WU. Mr. Yi, thank you so much. You are simply a great benefactor to my Wu group. You will always be my Wu group's most honored guest. Wu Zhanyan thanked him repeatedly. Since Mr. Yi had helped Wu's group to solve the crisis, he himself naturally had to fulfill his original promise. She gently removed her heels, revealing luscious jade feet wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. She then blushed and lifted up the skirt of her short dress to remove it. Give yourself to Yi Chen. That was her promise in the first place. Yi Chen was stunned when he saw this scene. He hurriedly got up to stop Wu from continuing. Straight white jade legs, painted with cartoon patterns of the absolute field, do look good. But Yi Chen was not such a person. Honored. There's no need to be like this. Hurry up and get your clothes together to prepare for the contract. Yi Chen pinched his nose and opened his mouth. Fear of nosebleeds. The physical reaction to facing such a superb beauty is too strong. Seeing Yi Chen blocking himself, Wu Zhanyan somehow managed to have some disappointment in her heart. His own body was the dream of countless rich young men in Jiangcheng. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to reject himself. Okay Mr. Yi, I'll go prepare the contract. She clutched the transfer contract and ran out of the villa. Red-faced. One gives one's body to others and they don't even want it. It's so humiliating. Yi Chen looked at Wu Zhanyan's delicate back. Helplessly, he shook his head. He could already imagine the joy of being a scumbag. His body was so hot that he was ready to take a shower to cool down. Just then, the cell phone rang. Yi Chen picked up the phone. Young Yi, remember me? I'm Han Feng. We met at the car show. Han Feng introduced himself. Yi Chen remembered. Isn't this the same kid who got himself slapped in the face at the car show and scored twice at Cloud Mountain Manor? Why? What's the matter? It's like this. There's a party at the Jiangqing Supercar Club, and I'd like to invite Yi Sha to have some fun. Han Feng opened the door. When? Just this afternoon. Yi Chen thought for a moment that there was nothing to do in the afternoon. Okay, Send me the location. Okay Yi Xiao. After hanging up, Han Feng sent Yi Chen an address. Yi Chen looked at it. It wasn't too far. It's about half an hour away. Rested at the villa for a while. Yi Chen drove his Bugatti Black Knight Legend towards the party location, Extreme Auto Park. Chapter 54 Rafa. On the other side, in the Extreme Motorsports Park, gathered a crowd of rich young men from Jiangcheng and dozens of top supercars. Han Feng came to the crowd after stopping the Ferrari. Guys, I'm telling you, I've got a big heavyweight here today. I'll show you guys what he's made of later. Han Feng held his head high and said triumphantly. Come on Han Feng, what big shot could you know? No, and heavyweight big man, how much does it weigh? 200 pounds, 300 pounds? This kid looks like he's just mouthing off. I am not convinced. The surrounding crowd flirted with Han Feng. No one believes a word he says. I'm telling the truth. Don't you guys not believe me? Be careful to drop your jaws later. Han Feng didn't bother arguing with them. Ha, ha ha, everyone around them laughed. Laugh all you want, there's going to be a time when you're clueless. Han Feng was still full of smugness. Just then, a red Laffa came slowly and stopped in front of the crowd. Ferrari Laffa. Holy, that's too cool. Seeing this Rafa, the crowd had a surprised look on their faces. Most of the supercars that came to this supercar party were multi-million and nearly multi-million-dollar supercars. There are only a handful of supercars in the $20 million class. At the moment, they were surprised to see a Laffa in front of them. Looking at this car, the eyes of the crowd were filled with envy, and at the same time, curious as to who this owner really is. The car door slowly opened in front of a crowd of envious eyes. A tall man with a handsome face walked out. Zhang Yanming? Seeing Zhang Yanming, Han Feng was shocked. He didn't expect that the car would be Zhang Yanming's. Han Feng remembered that last time, Zhang Yanming was still a supercar of around $7 to $8 million. When did he buy a Rafa? Han Feng's last time was the first time he attended a club party. He was mocked by Zhang Yanming for driving a $4 million Lamborghini Maverick. As a result, the two became deadly rivals. Han Feng had thought he'd traded in his nearly $10 million car. He would be able to steadily overwhelm Zhang Yanming in this gathering, thus doubling back the humiliation of the last time. I didn't realize he'd bought a $20 million Laffa. Han, I'm not doing too bad in this Rafa, am I? Zhang Yanqi leaned on the car and said smugly. Nice. Han Feng responded stiffly. Han, I heard you got a new car this time to punch me in the face? Let me see what it is? Zhang Yanqi deliberately embarrassed Yi Chen. He had heard a few days ago that Han Feng had traded in a Ferrari F12. That F12 is the new car that Han Feng replaced. This car is far worse than Young Zhang's Laffa. One of the rich young men explained. Ha! Zhang Yanqi burst out laughing. Han, I thought you had it in you. All ready to stick your face out for you to hit. I didn't realize you were still as useless as last time. He patted Han Feng's shoulder. His eyes contemptuous. Han Feng immediately held his face red, disliked and speechless. Young Zhang, you don't know. Han Feng was bragging about being awesome just now, saying he invited a superstar. We'll have to drop our jaws later. Don't you think that's ridiculous? The rich young man interjected again. The crowd around them laughed. Han, what other superstars do you know? Aren't you here to be funny? What kind of bigot could a guy like you know? It's not like anyone better than you is called a bigot, is it? And what am I? Chang the Great? Zhang Yanming arrogantly laughed. You boys are as naive as can be. Han Feng was instantly on fire. Zhang Yanming, speak politely. It's fine for you to mock me. You're not qualified to talk about Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao? Zhang Yanming shrugged with a feigned doubt. Another laugh followed. Ah Han, you're still too little informed to call someone a big brother when you see them. I happen to have invited one of the greats, and I'll show you later on that. What a real bigot. He laughed freely with his arms around his chest. Extremely arrogant and haughty. Young Zhang actually invited a big shot as well? Young Zhang is the one who drives a Rafa. The ones invited are definitely the real big shots. There's no need to doubt that. I'm looking forward to what kind of big shot young Zhang has invited. The people were pleasing Zhang Yanming. At the same time, it was also curious as to which bigwig Zhang Yanming had invited. Just then, the sound of a particular supercar came into the crowd's ears. Immediately afterward, a green supercar slowly drove by. Chapter 55, the world's most expensive supercar. How did the voice of the night appear here? Asterisk. Am I dreaming this? A rich young man saw the supercar without realizing it. There was a surge of excitement and a spike of profanity. Hearing this, everyone looked over. The crowd was dumbfounded. Lamborghini poison. How is this possible? How could this world-class supercar appear here? It is said that although this car costs less than $30 million from the factory, it's due to a limited edition of 13 units. It's gotten this car hyped up to hundreds of millions of dollars. My goodness, what a day. This car is not only expensive, and it's still hard to buy with money. After all,
It's only limited to 13 units worldwide. Everyone was shocked hard by this poison.
This is the big guy? How dare you drive hundreds of millions of dollars of poison here?
It must be a rich young man from a big family in Jiangcheng. Where would a normal rich young man be able to afford this kind of luxury supercar? The crowd speculated on the origin of this top rich young man. They were all curious as to who this big man was that he had such financial power. Eventually, the poisonous vehicle pulled up next to Rafa. A 200-pound fat man arrogantly stepped out of the car.
Mr. Qin, you're here. Seeing the man get off, Zhang Yanming immediately jogged over to greet him. Let me introduce to you all. This is the superb man I invited. Mr. Qin Qinglin Qin.
Zhang Yanming said with a smug look on his face.
What? Qin Qinglin, the son of the Qin family?
Everyone froze when they heard Zhang Yanming's introduction.
How could they not expect that this poisonous car owner was the big brother that Zhang Yanming had invited? What's more, it was unexpected that this slightly obese young male was the son of the Qin family, a large family in Jiangcheng.
Han Feng on the side was even more dumbfounded. Zhang Yanming had actually invited the Qin family's youngest master, still driving $100 million Lamborghini Poison.
What can we do about this?
Although Yixiao's top luxury cars are quite a few,
where can they compare to this Poison?
Not to mention the fact that he is the young master of the Qin family.
Even if he came on a bicycle, everyone had to greet him with respect. It's over. It's all over. It won't work even if Yixiao comes. Good day, Mr. Qin. It's truly a fortune for my generation to be able to make the acquaintance of Mr. Qin.
All the rich young men touted Qin Qinglin.
See, Han, that's the real superb. Which one of you, what a piece of Yixiao, can afford to drive the global limited edition Lamborghini Poison? And identity. This is the young master of the Qin family, who is known to no one in Jiangcheng. Is that big shot you invited as honorable as Prince Qin? Don't call everyone big brother from now on. Only a man of Qin Xiao's stature would be worthy. With Qin Qinglin around, Zhang Yanming was even more arrogant.
Han Feng clenched his fists,
angry,
but he didn't dare to have a seizure at all. This Qin family's great young man was not something he could afford to mess with.
Seeing Han Feng's silence, Zhang Yanqi became even more arrogant.
He patted Han Feng's face.
Kid, go against me. Will you? I crushed you, and the big shot I got even more so that you wouldn't even dare to fart. You're a piece of in my eyes. Get it? And what's your bull Yixiao? Is he too scared to come? Ha ha, Zhang Yanming is getting more and more rampant, laughing indulgently in front of Han Feng. Just as he was springing to life, a black supercar slowly approached like a dark elf. This car shows the art of supercars in all its glory. All cars seem to lose their luster in front of it. Asterisk. What am I seeing here?
A rich young man saw the first glimpse of the black supercar and let out a gasp.
At once, everyone looked over. With just one glance, everyone was confused. Bugatti Blackout. My God, Blackout. I'm not dreaming. Am I worthy to see the world's most expensive supercar here? A car guy like me, who was lucky enough to see this car, has no regrets in his life. The crowd had goosebumps all over their bodies. Some were so excited that tears were welling up in their eyes. This car is not a dream car for them, but an untouchable divine car in their minds. And it's amazing that this divine car is right in front of us. Even Qin Qinglin, looking toward this vehicle, the voice of the darkness, there was an undisguised envy in their eyes. Young Zhang, is this big shot also invited by you? A rich young man asked curiously. Zhang Yanming didn't say anything. Needless to say, it must have been invited by Mr. Zhang. Can't you see this car coming towards young Zhang's side? Young Zhang is really good at this networking. It's an eye-opening experience to dip into young Zhang's favor today. The crowd once again complimented Zhang Yanming. The vehicle did stop beside Zhang Yanming. The people around them were even more convinced. Zhang Yanming forced a smile, not admitting or denying it. Just then, the car door slowly opened. A wheat-colored skinned, good-looking young man stepped out of the car. Seeing the handsome man walking down, Han Feng stared in disbelief with his eyes and mouth wide open. Chapter 56, Bow and Apologize. This, isn't Yixiao? Why are you driving the world's top black sound? He rubbed his eyes vigorously to make sure he wasn't mistaken. Oh, my God. He could never have imagined that the voice of darkness, of which there was only one in the world, would be in the hands of Yixiao. Han Feng froze for a moment and hurriedly walked over to Yi Chen's side. Young Yi, you're here. What? Yip Shu? At these words, the room fell silent. Ravenous. This rich young man who drove the voice of darkness turned out to be the Yixiao that Han Feng talked about. Everyone was shocked hard. With their understanding of Han Feng, they all thought that it was impossible for him to know any bigwigs. It's just blowing awesome. I didn't think he'd come for real. This voice of the night, not to mention the hype, is worth $1 billion alone. How could such a person not deserve the word big brother? Zhang Yanming was even more completely confused.
He was even more surprised that Yi Xiao, whom Han Feng had invited, was driving a voice of darkness. What's Young Qin's Lamborghini poison compared to this car? Thinking back to when he had just mocked this Yi Xiao for not being a fart in front of Han Feng, Zhang Yanming instantly flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Yanming, didn't you just say that Yi Xiao didn't deserve to be called Big Brother at all? What do you think now? Han Feng stood tall and proud. Zhang Yanming said stiffly, Young Yi is indeed a big shot. It's my dog's eye view. I'm sorry. Ha ha. Han Feng burst out laughing. He slapped Zhang Yanming's face and arrogantly said, Little Zhang, I still like how you were untamed just now. He then looked around at the crowd. What about you guys? Didn't you just not believe that I, Han Feng, knew any bigwigs? Now what? Han Feng faced the crowd and shouted. With Yi Chen behind him, he was arrogant and domineering. Young Han, I was wrong. I was wrong too. I'm sorry, Mr. Han. The crowd apologized to Han Feng. They don't want to offend the big man who runs the voice of darkness. Han Feng ruthlessly let out a mouthful of bad breath, his heart secretly happy. Young Yi, thank you for coming today. He thanked Yi Chen. If it wasn't for Yi Chen today, he still didn't know how much he would have been mocked, much less a Jedi turnaround. Yi Chen nodded lightly. Just then, a discordant voice rang out. Isn't it just a piece of car? What's the big deal? Even if you're driving this voice of the night, still ain't in my eyes, Qin Xinglin said in a cold voice. Hearing Qin Xinglin's words, Zhang Yanming felt like he could do it again. Yes, the big brother he had found was the young master of the Qin family. There were only a handful of people in the entire Jiangcheng who could rival young Qin. Even if this young Ye drives a dark voice, what does it matter? Yeah, Han Feng, this Yi Xiao you're looking for is indeed powerful, but he's not good enough in front of Qin Xiao. He was once again smug. Young Qin is right. In terms of status and position, young Qin has almost no rivals in Jiangcheng. Indeed, this young Yi is far inferior to young Qin even if he managed to buy a voice of the night by chance. The crowd touted Qin Xinglin. Qin Xiao? Yi Chen glanced at Qin Xinglin and burst out laughing. That's 200 pounds. Isn't that the young master of the Qin family? What a coincidence. I didn't expect the kid to fall into his hands again. If I'm not mistaken, you should be Qin Xinglin, the young master of the Qin family, right? Yi Chen inquired. Now that you know my name, bow and apologize to me, and today's incident will be over. Otherwise, with my position in Jiangcheng, I'll make it impossible for you to mix in Jiangcheng. Qin Xinglin threatened Yi Chen. Seeing that things had developed to this point, Han Feng hurriedly stepped forward. The matter had started because of him, and he couldn't let Yi Xiao help himself to such consequences. Young Qin, it's all my fault. It has nothing to do with young Yi. I'll bow and apologize to you, Han Feng said in a low voice. Shut the up. What's your business here? I'm talking about making him apologize to me. Didn't you hear me? Qin Xinglin had a tough attitude. Han Feng had no choice but to be silent. He looked at Yi Chen with worry in his eyes. At this moment, Yi Chen suddenly opened his mouth. Are you sure you want me to apologize to you? Yi Chen's expression gradually became cold. I'm only afraid you can't afford it. Humph. You kids take yourself too seriously. Don't worry. My father is Qin Shucheng. In Jiangcheng, there's still nothing that I, Qin Xinglin, can't afford. Qin Xinglin was arrogant and untouchable. With the words having been said, there was no need for Yi Chen to continue hiding them. He was ready to lighten up. Just then, Wu Yushan walked over on the arm of a rich young man. When she saw Yi Chen, she froze. Why is he here? Chapter 57, Crushing on All Fronts. Wu Yushan was obviously shocked. She didn't expect to run into Yi Chen here. She froze for a moment. A smile immediately plastered on her face. Mr. Yi, you're here too. Wu Yushan said very respectfully. Mr. Yi? Hearing Wu Yushan address Yi Chen, everyone was uncertain. The daughter of the Wu clan group was surprisingly so respectful to this young Yi. What's going on here? The crowd was dumbfounded. Qin Xinglin's face, on the other hand, was ugly. He, the Qin family's youngest son, was here, but Wu Yushan ignored him and greeted Yi Chen. It made him feel humiliated. Eventually, Zhang Yanming couldn't help the curiosity in his heart and opened his mouth to ask, Ms. Wu, with a status like yours, there's no need to take the initiative to greet this young Yi, right? Hear that? Wu Yushan's complexion was instantly taken with a good deal of indifference. You shut up. There's no place for you to talk here. Do you know who this Mr. Yi is? I'm sorry Ms. Wu, it's me talking too much. Zhang Yanming hurriedly bowed his head and admitted his mistake, but he was very upset in his heart. Clearly he had good intentions to remind. At the end of the day, you get scolded yourself. No, I have to find out where this Yi Xiao came from. Ms. Wu, I really don't know who this Yi Xiao is. Please help me solve the confusion. Zhang Yanming continued stiffly. Well, since you want to know so badly, I'll tell you. Wu Yushan said in a cold voice. This Yi Xiao is the president of Global Trade Plaza.
Mr. Yi. What? Upon hearing this, the room once again fell silent. Everyone was frozen in place.
This Yi Xiao turned out to be the president of Global Trade Plaza.
How is that possible?
Their eyes were filled with disbelief. But this was coming from the mouth of the Wu family's daughter.
So how could it be false? They had originally thought that this Yi Xiao was just a fluke who had bought this voice of the night. In terms of status and position,
it was impossible to compare to Qin Xinglin. But I didn't expect that this Yi Xiao's identity was so honorable.
Zhang Yanming's gaze was dull, clearly terrified.
He was even more surprised that Ji Chen was the owner of the #1 enterprise in Jiangcheng.
Not to mention the young master of the Qin family,
but even his father comes. One must also respectfully call out to Mr.
Yi. What qualifications did a mole like himself have to taunt General Yi? At this moment, Zhang Yanming's heart was filled with shame and remorse.
Qin Xinglin on the side was even more dumbfounded.
He never expected it.
This Yi Xiao not only crushed his car, even his status and position was far from being comparable to his own.
He remembered his indifference to Yi Chen just now.
He even made Yi Chen bow and apologize to him.
He was suddenly pale. In the morning,
this Chief Yi merely sent someone to make a call to the Qin family. The Qin family immediately dismissed all thoughts of the Wu family.
What was he, who could not even offend his own father? It's better to hurry up and sincerely apologize to General Yi.
Otherwise it would be bad if the Qin family was involved.
Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry.
I was the one who spoke out of turn and farted just now. So please be gracious and
don't take it to heart. He kept his head down,
like a child who had made a mistake.
The crowd was clearly shocked to see this scene. Qin Xinglin was famously arrogant and domineering in Jiangcheng.
I didn't think there would be a day when I would apologize voluntarily.
Today was a real eye-opener. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have looked down on you. Please don't bother with a little person like me.
Seeing that his boss had wimped out, Zhang Yanming also bent over and apologized to Yi Chen repeatedly.
Yi Chen instantly laughed coldly. After you're done being bossy, you simply apologize and want to be done with it? How in heaven's name can such a thing happen? Young Qin, you just asked me to bow and apologize to you. Now it's not too much to ask for you to get on your knees and apologize to me. Plus 3 rings, is it? And you, little brother, apologize on your knees to my old man. Han Feng, let's call it a day. Otherwise, you may consider the consequences clearly, Yi Chen said with a naked threat.
When Zhang Yanming and Qin Xinglin heard this,
they were instantly confused. Kneeling down and apologizing in front of all these people? This is too embarrassing. How can he still hang out in Jiangcheng in the future? But facing a big shot like Yi Chen,
they had no other choice.
Kneel. Put. Qin Xinglin stiffly knelt down.
His face flushed red, spreading directly to the base of his ears.
It felt like being slapped twice. The fire hurts. Young Yi, I'm sorry. I was wrong. He bowed his head. Embarrassed. Bow your head down. Yi Sam reminded.
Qin Xinglin clenched his fists and supported the ground to knock down.
This scene took everyone by surprise.
When Zhang Yanming saw that his big brother had knelt, he could only walk over to Han Feng and kneel down.
Young Han, I was wrong. Han Feng patted Zhang Yanming's head like an elder. A good boy is a good boy when he knows he's wrong. Get up. At this moment, Zhang Yanming and Qin Xinglin looked like they had eaten poop. Their faces hard to see.
The two men got up and left the place in ashes.
Afterwards, Yi Chen stayed here for a while. During this period, people kept coming to kneel down to Yi Chen, all wanting to draw closer to Yi Chen. Some kept pleasing Han Feng,
wanting to get to know this general manager Yi through him. Han Feng instantly felt honored.
I can't believe I'm having this day myself. It's so cool. A moment later,
Yi Chen bid farewell to Han Feng and left the place.
By this time, night had crept in.
Yi Chen drove his car and prepared to stop by for dinner.
At that moment, Wu Zhanyan called. Answer the phone. Mr. Yi, I've compiled the list of hotels you want. The contracts are all printed out. 2. What do you say we have dinner together at the Prosperity Hotel and sign the contract on the way? Wu proposed. Could be. Yi Chen happened to be hungry as well, so he agreed. Chapter 58, Encountering a highly rich man in elementary school.
Yi Chen was at the moment less than a kilometer away from the Prosperous Hotel.
After hanging up the phone, within a few minutes, he arrived at the entrance of the Prosperous Hotel. The Prosperity Hotel is the hotel with the best business for Wu's group. It is also the second most luxurious hotel in Jiangcheng after the Four Seasons. Yi Chen walked into the hotel after asking the security guard to park the car. At the moment, there were many people sitting in the hotel lobby. Yi Chen walked to the front desk of the hotel and took out a card and handed it to the receptionist. Get me a private room. I'm sorry, sir. Our private room here is full. You'll have to wait a little while, I'm afraid, the receptionist said with an apologetic face. In that case, forget it. Yi Chen took the card and found a seat. As for the matter of opening the private room, Let's leave it to Wu when she comes later. After all, this is her place. While waiting for Wu Zhanyan, Yi Chen swiped his phone in boredom. At that moment, a svelte, clean-looking man, who had walked into the hotel, with a couple of rich young men at his side. The man's name is Chen Jiming, an elementary school classmate of Yi Chen. Chen grew up in a privileged family. The father is a corporate executive with a multi-million-dollar annual salary. The mother, on the other hand, is the owner of a chain of inking classes. He was born with a golden spoon in his mouth, so to speak. Although Chen was a gentlemanly-looking man, he also wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and was full of bookishness, but actually especially loved to pretend to show off. Often flaunts his lavish life in his circle of friends, showing off the family's mansion and luxury cars, bragging about which girl you asked out for the night, showing off a high-end reception. In short, when there is an opportunity to be able to pretend, it is definitely not missed. He gently pushed up his glasses and walked with a couple of rich young men to the front desk. Just then, he inadvertently saw Yi Chen, who was resting in the hall. He didn't expect to see Yi Chen, a poor bastard, in such an upscale hotel. He naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to act like a bully. Zhang bid farewell to the few rich young men for the time being and walked towards Yi Chen. As Yi Chen moved his neck, he also saw Zhang Jiming, who was walking towards him. 4 eyes. Yi Chen froze slightly. Yi Chen, it's been a long time. You didn't even go to the last class reunion. I miss my old classmates. Chang exchanged pleasantries. It's been a long time, Yi Chen said indifferently. Every class reunion is Zhang's pretend convention. Instead of listening to him pretend and having to clap his hands, it would be better to sleep at home. That's why he didn't go to the last reunion. Yi Chen, I really didn't expect to run into you here. What's the matter? You've made a small fortune lately and you're starting to fool around. Or have you come to rub your friend's nose in it? Zhang Jiming said in a conspiratorial manner. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. The kid's pretending again. You guessed it. I did come to dine out tonight. A friend invited me to dinner. Yi Sam was honest. Ha! Zhang Jiming burst out laughing. I told you. I know what you're like. Man, the food here is not something you can afford. It's okay, Yi Chen. If you want to come here to dine out in the future, call me anytime. This place is just a family affair for me. It's nothing. Zhang waved his hand, a look full of concern. But the words are all naked braggadocio. Yi Chen nodded perfunctorily. At that moment, a few rich young men who were with Zhang Jiming walked over. Young Zhang, there are no more seats. They're all booked up. One of the rich young men spoke up. Oh, so that's it. Zhang Jiming had just wondered why Yi Chen was sitting here, but it turned out that there was no room. It's okay, I'm a platinum member here. Just give the store manager here a call. Yi Chen, you've been waiting here for a long time. Don't you want to open a private room for you as well? Zhang Jiming was full of complacency. He is a regular here himself, not to mention the store manager. Even the manager here is an acquaintance of his. It's all about connections. Forget it, I'll wait a little longer. You guys just book your own private room. Yi Chen spoke out to refuse. Yi Chen, it's not that I'm talking about you. After so many years, you're still so stubborn. Well, go ahead and wait here, and hope that later, when we're done eating, you can wait until the booth. Zhang Jiming sneered. As the words fell out of his mouth, he picked up the phone and called the manager of the prosperous hotel. After the call was connected, Zhang Jiming directly turned on the speakerphone. Young Zhang, what's the matter with the call? A mature woman's voice came from the other end of the line. I'm at your hotel right now. There's no room here. Quickly use your connections to arrange a private room. Zhang Jiming said directly. Mr. Zhang, I'm really sorry. We're really full today, so I can't arrange anything for you. I beg your pardon. You might as well sit in the lobby and wait patiently. The store manager apologized. When these words came out, Zhang Jiming was instantly confused. I'm a regular here myself, and I'm a platinum member. It was surprising to be rejected so decisively. And to think I just had my chest out and put it on speakerphone. He couldn't wait to get into a corner. It's almost as if shame on her mom for opening the door. Shame on you. Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. That punch in the face came too soon. It's okay, I know the manager here too. I'm calling the manager. I don't believe it. A manager can't even do this little thing. To save face, he dialed the hotel manager. When the call came through, he put it on speakerphone again. Manager, this is Shiming. Oh, young Zhang, what is your business here? I've brought some friends over. Hurry up and arrange a private room for me. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, the flourishing hotel is full today, so I can't arrange anything for you. You'd better wait. The manager politely declined Chang. What? Rejected again. Zhang Jiming was instantly enraged. I'm a platinum member here. Don't I have priority dining? He murmured. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang.
The ones in front of you in line are platinum members. They are also waiting. After saying that, the manager hung up the phone decisively.
Chapter 59, Is MS Wu here to see you? Zhang was once again confused. I can't believe I was rejected again. And this time, the speakerphone was turned on again. And the content of the phone call was all heard by Yi Chen. This pretense is a failure. At this moment, he was blushing and embarrassed to the extreme. The few rich young men next to him were also more or less uncomfortable. At this point, Yi Chen once again couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's 2 for the plum. It's so damn funny. Qiming, is there anyone else you know? Should we try another call? Yi Chen flirted. Humph. Zhang snorted coldly. Being rejected twice tonight was humiliating enough. I didn't expect Yi Chen, this poor bastard, to dare to mock himself. He was on fire. Yi Chen, you kid, don't give me the satisfaction. You a dabbler. Who are you to talk to me like that? I'm a platinum member here, even in line. I'm ahead of you. What are you pretending? Zhang Jiming said angrily. I'm not pretending. Unlike some people who don't have that ability, but still have to try to be strong, ended up getting punched in the face twice. That's what people call pretending. Isn't it, Qiming? Yi Chen returned Zhang Jiming's words politely. You actually called me a pretender. Zhang Jiming's brows were furrowed and his face was ugly. Good. Very good. I'd like to see you. An ordinary customer. How long will we have to wait for dinner tonight? Then you can see it clearly, Yi Chen said in a cloudy voice. As soon as the words fell, a stunningly beautiful woman slowly walked into the prosperous hotel, appeared on the scene. Her eyebrows were as far apart as the sky, and her face was as delicate as a peach blossom. A slight smile is like a spring breeze that warms the heart. Her appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Isn't this the Wu family's daughter, Wu Zhanyan? Someone recognized Wu, and immediately made a horrified sound. What? This is the Wu family's daughter? Oh my god. This is so beautiful. I didn't expect to see MS Wu here today. It's a good thing I came late today. Seeing MS Wu, I realized that the so-called beauties I've seen before are nothing more than that. The crowd let out sounds of admiration in succession. Worthy of being Wu's daughter. It's like she walked out of a painting. So stunning. Zhang Jiming on the side was even more dumbfounded, gazing at Wu with unblinking eyes and murmuring. Wu is usually fine and hardly ever comes to the Prosperity Hotel. It's hard to see her here. Why did Wu's daughter suddenly show up here today? The crowd was curious. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wu looked around the hotel and finally determined the location. With a smile on her face, she walked in Yi Chen's direction. Zhang was full of doubts. What's MS Wu up to? Why are you coming toward me? Did he just get rejected twice by the hotel? Did Miss Wu come over in person to apologize to herself? That's definitely what happened. Why else would MS Wu come over to see herself? Oh, my god. MS Wu's pattern is too big. Zhang was once again complacent. He straightened his suit and hair and waited excitedly for Wu to arrive. A few seconds later, Wu Zhanyan came to Yi Chen's side. Hello, MS Wu. Zhang Jiming took the initiative to greet him. Seeing Zhang Jiming and Yi Chen together, Wu mistakenly thinks that he is Yi Chen's friend. Smile in response. Hello, sir. MS Wu was surprisingly polite to herself. Zhang was even more certain in his heart that Miss Wu had come to express her apologies. MS Wu, it's okay. I can understand if there's no room in the hotel. There's absolutely no need for you to come over and explain yourself. Zhang Jiming behaved in a gentlemanly and generous manner. Wu was confused by what she heard. What's that supposed to mean? Didn't he come over to see Mr. Yi to sign the contract? What other things need to be explained? Oh, Wu understood. Mr. Yi didn't get a private room, so he could only wait in the hall. This man was fighting for Mr. Yi, implying that he had to give Mr. Yi a reasonable explanation. Reasonable. Very reasonable. Wu crouched down slightly and apologized with an apologetic face. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry. It's because I didn't do my job properly and made you wait here for a long time. It's okay, let's go, Yi Chen said indifferently. Aha! At once, Zhang was confused. MS Wu didn't come at herself. Instead, he came over to find Yi Chen, also called Yi Chen Yi General Manager. What's going on here? He had disbelief written all over his face. Was it MS Wu who invited Yi Chen to dinner? Just now, he had taken the initiative to greet Wu Zhanyan himself, and even put on a gentlemanly appearance. It turned out that people did come to find Yi Chen. His mind went blank at the thought. His face was even more like being roasted by fire, and he was so embarrassed that he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. It's just a big flop scene. It's so embarrassing. The several rich young men next to him were even more uncomfortable to watch. Embarrassing cancer. Yi Chen got up and patted Zhang Jiming's shoulder. Qiming, I'll go in first. Take your time. Call me if you get hungry later. I'll bring you some food. After saying that,
he and Wu left the place and walked towards the front desk in company, leaving Zhang cluttered in place.
Wu was equally confused.
This man turned out not to be a piece of work with Mr.
Yi. It seems he was mistaken. The receptionist saw Yi Chen and Wu Zhanyan walking over with a smile and a laugh. Very intimate. There was some surprise. Isn't that the handsome guy who just came to get a room? I didn't realize he was so close to Ms. Wu. Coming to the front desk, Wu spoke. Get this gentleman a black and gold card of the highest level of the hotel, and from now on, when this gentleman is here, will enjoy the same level of treatment as me. Chapter 60, Rewarding the World's Most Expensive Necklace. What?
The receptionist was dumbfounded.
Ms. Wu is now at the helm of the Wu Group. More so, the owner of this hotel. Wouldn't this gentleman be enjoying boss-level treatment? That's too much to believe, isn't it? What exactly is this gentleman's origin? Zhang Jiming was even more dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? Yi Chen is nothing but a poor bastard. Why is Ms. Wu so attached to him? Has this kid been adopted by Ms. Wu? Yeah, absolutely. Zhang Jiming instantly sneered. No wonder this kid dared to be so dejected in front of himself. You kid, wait for me. Tomorrow night class reunion. See how I hit your kid face. In a crowd of envious eyes, Yi Chen and Wu Zhanyan went up to the upstairs private room. This is the exclusive private room where Wu's group invites VIPs. It's very luxurious. After a brief bite to eat, Yi Chen picked up a contract and casually flipped through it. A total of 29 hotels, both in Jiangcheng and in the surrounding area, with a total purchase price of $9 billion. Mr. Yi, do you find this price satisfactory? Wu asked cautiously. This was the most crucial moment. If Yi Chen refused, all the previous efforts would be lost. Yi Chen frowned slightly when he saw it. The price is a little low. Didn't I tell you to raise it? Ha! Wu was filled with surprise. She thought Yi Chen was joking about the price increase in the morning. I didn't realize Yi Chen was serious. It was the first time she'd ever seen anyone negotiate a business deal that was too low. Wu didn't know what to say. Forget it. Yi Chen opened his mouth. Afterwards, Yi Chen transferred $7 billion to Wu Zhanyan and signed all the contracts. Ding. Host spends $9 billion. Arrives at $18 billion. Balance, 40. $89 billion. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching $40 billion. Rewarded with a Yusher Diamond manhwa jadeite necklace. Yusher Diamond Fancy Emerald Necklace? Yi Chen didn't know much about necklace jewelry. But think of a necklace. It can't be worth much, can it? The system did get a little stingy this time. Yi Chen used his cell phone to open Baidu and looked it up. With this check, Yi Chen was instantly shocked. This necklace is surprisingly worth $1.5 billion heavenly dollars, and it's limited to one piece worldwide. If it was taken out for auction, I'm afraid the price would be far more than $1.5 billion. What's wrong, Mr. Yi? Are you alright? Seeing that Yi Chen's face did not look right, Wu Zhanyan hurriedly worried. It's okay. Yi Chen snapped back to his senses when he heard Wu Zhanyan's words. It's okay, Wu responded. The two of them then simply ate something and chatted for a few moments before leaving the prosperous hotel. Back at the villa, Yi Chen saw the jadeite necklace worth $1.5 billion on the table in the hall. This necklace deserves to be the most expensive necklace in the world. It is set with 551 diamonds and 500 pink diamonds, as well as 114 icy green emeralds and 72 goat jades. The entire production process took nearly 700 hours. It simply embodies luxury to the extreme. Yi Chen, a layman, was also ruthlessly shocked. At that moment, Lin Xiaotong called. Yi Chen, there's a jewelry exhibition in Jiangcheng tomorrow. I want to go and take a look. You accompany me. Could be. Yi Chen agreed decisively. I haven't seen Lin Xiaotong for a few days and I miss her quite a bit. I'll pick you up at your door tomorrow. Okay, we'll see you there. Not to be seen. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen simply washed up and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Yi Chen simply ate a mouthful of breakfast. Then he took the keys to the villa he had bought for his father-in-law to be. Driving a Pagani wind god, he headed towards Lin Xiaotong's neighborhood. On the other side, in front of the happy neighborhood, Lin Xiaotong was bored and swiping her phone waiting for Yi Chen. She hadn't called Yi Chen for a few days, and she missed it in her heart. There was even a little excitement. I even wore a beautiful makeup today. At this moment, a $2 million BMW i8 stopped in front of Lin Xiaotong. Lin Xiaotong subconsciously took 2 steps backward. Immediately afterward, a man with a full name tag and handsome look stepped out of the car. Xiaotong, where are you planning to go? Do you want me to give you a ride? It's a new car I just bought. After hearing the voice, Lin Xiaotong looked up. It was none other than his ex-boyfriend Zhang Feng. When they were first together,
Jiang Feng often went behind Lin Xiaotong's back to be with other women. Lin Xiaotong then had no choice but to propose a breakup, so she didn't have a good impression of Jiang Feng.
No thanks, my boyfriend's picking me up in a few minutes. Go on. I'm afraid he'll misunderstand.
Lin Xiaotong impatiently urged.
Boyfriend?
Although the two had already broken up, Jiang Feng heard Lin Xiaotong's words. The heart remains a little uncomfortable.
What does your boyfriend do? Jiang Feng asked. He's still in school, a regular student.
Lin was honest.
Just a student? That's a far cry from your current boyfriend. Jiang Feng was immediately complacent.
When I was just having dinner and singing with a couple of girls,
and not doing anything, you're about to break up with me. Now you know how good I am.
Jiang Feng was narcissistic.
Chapter 61, Father-in-law's Boss.
Lin Xiaotong ignored him and played with her cell phone by herself.
She didn't want to bull ***** a narcissist like that.
Seeing Lin Xiaotong's silence, Jiang Feng became even more pleased.
Xiaotong, I just picked up this car yesterday.
More than $2 million.
How is it? Not bad, right? I wonder if your boyfriend can afford it. He held on to the car door,
ruffled his hair, and struck what he thought was a handsome pose. If the average little girl, Jiang Feng looks so handsome and drives a $2 million car.
Long ago,
I was mesmerized, but in Lin Xiaotong's eyes,
it was greasy and sick. Don't show off, Jiang Feng. You look like a clown in this manner, do you know that?
Lin Xiaotong gave him a blank stare.
How dare you call me a clown? Hearing this, Jiang Feng was a bit unpleasant. If I'm a clown, what is your student boyfriend? A piece of?
Jiang Feng's words had just fallen.
At that moment,
a white supercar drove by and parked next to the BMW i8.
Holy, Pagani Windjammer. I'm not dreaming, am I?
Jiang Feng immediately had shock written all over his face.
This Pagani Windjammer is a top-of-the-line supercar worth over $40 million. This i8 by itself is only $2 million. In front of it, it's not even worthy of lifting a shoe. He wondered who the owner of the car really was and why he had parked it here. Under his gaze, the car door slowly rose. A pretty boy with wheat-colored skin stepped out of the car. Seeing this,
Lin Xiaotong smiled and walked to Yichen,
naturally taking his arm. Yichen, you're here. Ha! Seeing this scene, Jiang Feng, who was on the side, was suddenly humanly dumbfounded. He didn't expect Lin Xiaotong's boyfriend to be this rich young man in a Pagani. What is this man compared to? Himself.
Thinking about how he had been complacent in front of Lin Xiaotong, Jiang Feng immediately tightened his frown. Her face was even redder.
Hate to get into the sewer on the side of the road. Jiang Feng, didn't you just say that my boyfriend is inferior to you? As if to call my boyfriend a fart? You should know by heart who's an ass by now, right?
Lin Xiaotong said in a cold voice. The eyes that looked at Jiang Feng were contemptuous and disgusted.
Jiang Feng's pride was once again hit by a 10,000 point blitz, like an irritated little cutie. It's so humiliating.
Lin Xiaotong didn't pay any more attention to him and turned her head to look at Yichen.
Let's go. Yichen, is your father home now?
I bought him a villa and thought I'd give him the keys today.
Yichen asked. You bought my dad a villa? Well, it wasn't much money, just $100 million, and there was no room for the fish tank, so I bought it on the side.
Yichen looked like he was on cloud 9.
Lin Xiaotong was a little taken aback. $100 million. By the way, does that speak human language? This godly boyfriend of his own couldn't be described as generous anymore.
It's just too scary every time it comes out. Gift yourself tens of millions of dollars in luxuries, hundreds of millions of dollars in fish and aquariums for his own father.
Bought another villa today. How much money does he really have?
If Lin Xiaotong knew that Yichen was also the owner of Only Love Media,
Global Trade Plaza, there are also dozens of large hotels in the name. There is still a balance of over $40 billion. I don't know how I would feel about that. My father is at home. Yichen.
2 days ago he had a big fight with his boss and was fired.
And in the last few days, in order to find a job, anxious as hell.
Lin Xiaotong explained.
Just be home. Come on, take a walk to your house. Yi Sam offered. Aha. A few minutes later, the duo arrived at Lin Xiaotong's house. I only saw my father, Lin Hao, sitting disheveled on the sofa, his face full of sorrow, obviously being distracted by work. Seeing Yichen arrive,
Lin Hao forced a smile.
Xiaoye, why did you come here today, without saying anything in advance? You see, I'm not prepared for anything here.
He hurriedly got up to greet Yichen and sat down.
It's fine, I'm actually, today.
In the middle of the sentence, there was a knock on the door.
Yichen got up and walked to the door, unlocking it. At that moment, a man in a brown suit with a three-quarter haircut, the thieving-looking man walked in. How is he?
Lin Hao froze slightly when he saw him.
Wasn't this Ding Wei, his boss from his previous company? What's he doing here? Old Lin, I haven't seen you today. Why are you disheveled like this? like a street beggar. As soon as he entered, Ding Wei sneered at Lin Hao. Ding Wei, if you have something to say, if you have nothing to say, hurry up and leave my house. You're not welcome here, Lin Hao said coldly. Don't be angry, Lin Hao. I'm here today to deliver your paycheck for these few days. The words fell. Ding Wei took out a dozen pieces of money and casually threw them on the table. As a result of the force, the money crossed the tabletop and scattered all over the floor. Oops, look at my hand. Why didn't I get the force right? It all fell on the ground. Old Lin, would you mind getting down on the ground and picking it up for a while? Ding Wei obviously did it on purpose. He had come today to humiliate Lin Hao under the guise of settling his wages. Chapter 62, I run a company. Ding Wei was the company supervisor and Lin Hao's superior. A few days ago, Ding Wei's birthday, the staff under his command all sent Ding Wei a red packet to show his appreciation. Only Lin Hao didn't move. If you don't have any human feelings, do you still want to be good at the company? So Ding Wei increased Lin Hao's workload several times. Lin Hao began to think that it was because Ding Wei valued him that he had arranged so much work for him. But every day, I watch other people get off work early, but I am exhausted and work overtime until midnight. No overtime pay for overtime work, and $200 deducted for being 1 minute late the next day. What a thing to do. He went to explain to Ding Wei and was scolded. Only then did Lin Hao realize that something was wrong. Ding Wei is using himself as a cow or a horse. He flipped off Ding Wei on the spot and had a huge fight. The result was his own dismissal from the company. The employment environment is ridiculously bad in our society these days. Young recent college graduates are less likely to find jobs. Not to mention a man like Lin Hao who was nearly 50 years old. Once you are unemployed, you are basically eliminated from society. Ding Wei came here today to see him laugh, turning him against himself. That's the price. You, Ding Wei, you are too bullying. Lin Hao was instantly enraged. Old Lin, I'm kind enough to give you money, but you're saying I'm bullying you. You don't know any better. Seeing Lin Hao's angry look, Ding Wei became even more pleased. That was the effect he wanted. It's not just a job loss. Look, here's the deal. You get down on your knees and apologize, and I'll give you a chance to get back on the job. How's it going? Ding Wei continued to humiliate Lin Hao. You know, it's not easy to find a job at your age. Think it over. These words poked at Lin Hao's pain point. In the last few days of unemployment, he went to interviews with dozens of companies and was rejected by all of them. Couldn't find a job at all. He now has 2 daughters, one in graduate school and one in college, which is extraordinarily expensive. There are 2 elderly people above them waiting for their support. His mind was about to collapse. In the past, when he heard such words from Ding Wei, Lin Hao would immediately tell him to get lost. But now, he was a little hesitant. At this point, Ding Wei continued. Old Lin, how's the thinking going? I've delivered the money. I'll leave if you don't talk. Ding Wei continued to add fuel to the fire, even making a motion to get up, and it was as if they would get up and leave at any moment. Seeing this, Lin Hao became more and more entangled inside. He knew he didn't have much time. Once Ding Wei is out the door, he doesn't stand a chance. I can't or I'll give in. Lin Hao stood up and prepared to speak. At this moment, Yi Chen's voice rang out. Uncle, if you wanted a job, you could have talked to me. Why take this heat? Hearing this, Ding Wei turned his head to look over. It turned out to be a brat with no hair. He burst out laughing. Oh, you say you're going to get him a job? You think your dad runs a company? Even though my dad doesn't run a company, I do. Yi Chen shrugged, then continued. Uncle, I have 29 high-end hotels under my name. Do you want to pick a couple random ones to be a GM for fun? Yi Chen spoke casually. It's like saying something very trivial. Ha! Hearing Yi Chen's words, several people froze slightly. 29 high-end hotels. This is a no-brainer for them. The common man. Not only did Ding Wei not believe it, even Lin Hao felt a bit incredulous. Boy, you've got this pussy thing down pat. Since you have 29 upscale hotels to your name, how come your name isn't on the list of rich people in Zhangcheng? Ding Wei sneered. Then he looked at Lin Hao again. Old Lin, this can't be the actor you hired, can it? You damn well at least hire an older one. Isn't it funny to invite a brat? Ding Wei laughed arrogantly. How could a kid in his early 20s have 29 upscale hotels under his name? It's not a joke. Ding Wei obviously didn't take Yi Chen's words to heart. Yi Chen ignored Ding Wei. He pulled out a card and casually dropped it on the table. Uncle, this card is the black and gold card of the Prosperity Hotel. There's not much use for me to hold on to it. Give it to you too. There should be another tens of millions of dollars of credit in there. Yi Chen went and swiped his face. He couldn't use the card at all. Prosperity Hotel black and gold card. Tens of millions of dollars. Shock was immediately written all over Lin Hao's face. The Prosperity Hotel was the kind of place where rich young bigots went, and he had never eaten there in his life.
He didn't expect Yi Chen to directly give him a black gold card with tens of millions of dollars of credit. Ding Wei, on the other hand, was full of disdain. The Prosperity Hotel is the second largest hotel in Zhangcheng. The spending inside is frighteningly high for the average person. A random meal can eat up months of your salary. How could this kid have a black and gold card there? There are still tens of millions of dollars of credits in there. Isn't this a joke? He picked up the card without a care in the world and looked at it. Chapter 63, Why are you wearing a piece of a goods? Asterisk asterisk. This card is real. Ding Wei couldn't help but make a horrified sound. He had seen his boss present the card before when the company had gotten together at the Prosperity Hotel. He didn't realize that this card in his hand was real. It's just a broken card. Look at you like you've never seen the world, Yi Chen said disdainfully. He then took out the villa key and placed it on the table. Accidentally brought out his car keys. Uncle, this is the villa I bought for you. Huazhou Junting Villa No. 8. Those fish tanks are in there. Oh, my god. Ding Wei was completely confused. Huazhou Junting Villa, the most luxurious villa area in Zhangcheng. None of the people who live there are famous businessmen. It's amazing that such an expensive thing can be given away just like that. This is too trenchant. And next to the keys to the villa, there were the keys to a Pagani. Oh, my god. Ding Wei was completely numbed by the shock. Now he completely believed what Yi Chen said. This was someone who had casually given away a black gold card with an amount of tens of millions of dollars and a luxurious villa. It's not at all surprising that there are 29 upscale hotels to his name. Thinking of what he had just done in front of this big brother, Ding Wei suddenly turned pale. I can't believe he offended such a big shot. It's over. It's completely over. Lin Hao was even breathing heavily, staring in disbelief. This son-in-law-to-be of his is too strong. I can't believe I actually bought myself a villa. Yi Chen smiled. The time has come to settle the score after all the things that should have been given away. Uncle, what company did you work for before? Yi Chen inquired. We are in the Jiangcheng Construction Group, a dragon state-owned enterprise. Lin Hao replied. Okay, uncle, I got it. Yi Chen nodded and dialed the phone number of Zhang Guoli, the general manager of the trade plaza. Manager Zhang, help me contact the leader of the Jiangcheng Construction Group. Let's just say that we plan to take out $10 billion to optimize the improvement of Jiangcheng's infrastructure. The condition is to lay off an employee named Ding Wei. Remember to say it with a humble euphemism. Yi Chen instructed. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll get right on it. When Ding Wei heard Yi Chen's call, he was instantly dumbfounded. He didn't know who Yi Chen was calling, but he had a strong feeling inside. This call definitely affects one's destiny. Ding Wei's hands were tied. He hurriedly walked to Yi Chen's side, his voice trembling. Big brother, I was wrong, big brother. Please spare me this time. I'm over 42. If you get laid off, it's hard to get a job in. I've got an old man, a young man, and a mortgage that's still a dozen years away from being paid off. You give me another chance. Ding Wei begged bitterly, panicked and on the verge of tears. Yi Chen sneered. You were so arrogant when Uncle Lin was cut just now. Now you know you're wrong? Late. Puff. Ding Wei went straight to his knees. Biggie, I'm begging you. I know it's wrong. I really know it's wrong. You have mercy on me. Ding Wei kept begging and even slapped himself furiously. Yi Chen remained indifferent, even turned his body to the side and stopped paying attention to him. Yi Chen is not a saintly mother. People like that don't deserve any sympathy at all. Lin Hao, on the other hand, called the neighborhood security guard. A few minutes later, Ding Wei received a call from his leader telling him that he had been dismissed. Immediately afterward, the security guard came up. Amidst Lin Hao's cries, 2 security guards racked him out. The whole room finally cleared. Mr. Yi, I'm really thankful to you today. Not only did you help me solve my work problem, and taught that scum Ding Wei a hard lesson for me. Cool, so cool. Lin Hao swept away his previous dishevelment and laughed cheerfully. Uncle, just call me Little Yi still. It's too much to call me Mr. Yi. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. Future father-in-law called himself Mr. Yi. It never felt quite right. Okay, Little Leaves? After knowing that Yi Chen was the owner of dozens of big hotels, Lin Hao had a hard time calling this Little Yi. Uncle, Xiaotong and I are going to take a look at the jewelry show, so we won't stay much longer. I'll contact you tonight about the hotel's general manager. Yi Chen said. Okay, you guys go. Lin Hao smilingly sent the 2 of Yi Chen to the entrance of the neighborhood, then went home and beautifully watched the bear. Sitting in the car, Yi Chen took out the Kyusher diamond Fanghua jadeite necklace and gave it to Lin Xiaotong, and personally put it around her neck. Lin Xiaotong didn't know the real value of the necklace. Just think it's extraordinarily beautiful. A few moments later, the 2 arrived at the Jiangcheng Jewelry Exhibition. Walking into the spacious and gorgeous jewelry exhibition hall, a well-decorated showroom came into view. Chanel, Bulgari, Cartier, all kinds of jewelry, everything.
This necklace is so beautiful. This bracelet is so beautiful. Wow. Look at these earrings. Yi Chen wasn't interested in any of this, but Lin Xiaotong, who was on the side, let out a continuous gasp. Finally, the two stopped at the Chanel showroom. Come to the display case and look at the jewelry. At that moment, the shopgirl saw the necklace around Lin Xiaotong's neck and froze. Isn't this the world's most expensive necklace? The Yushir Diamond Manhwa jadeite necklace? How did it end up around this woman's neck? This necklace has been in Chow Tai Fook's collection and there's no rumor of it being sold. Ha! And with the high price of this necklace, there are only a handful of people in Jiangcheng who can afford it. Even more so, no one would bring such an expensive necklace out on such a casual occasion. Obviously, the necklace is a fake. The clerk looked at Yi Chen and the two of them and was instantly filled with contempt and disdain. This young lady, why are you wearing a piece of A-goods to a jewelry show? The clerk couldn't help but spit. Chapter 64. If you say that, aren't you slapping someone's face? Hearing the clerk spit, Lin Xiaotong, who was looking at the jewelry, instantly looked up with a puzzled face. A-goods? What do you mean? The clerk frowned at once. You're still pretending. Don't you know what kind of A-goods you bought? Well, then, I'll remind you. You bought that necklace as a fake, didn't you? The clerk pointed at Lin Xiaotong's neck. No way. My boyfriend gave it to me. How could it be a fake? Lin Xiaotong subconsciously touched the necklace. She simply didn't believe that Yi Chen would buy fake goods for himself. The clerk sort of saw it. This woman seems to have been tricked by her boyfriend. Bought a fake necklace and gave it to her as a real one. Poor woman. The look she gave Lin Xiaotong was instantly filled with sympathy. Miss, you've been tricked by this man. This necklace is the Koyosai Diamond Fancy Emerald Necklace. The only one of its kind in the world. It's worth up to $1.5 billion. Do you think your boyfriend can afford to buy you one? What? Hearing the waiter's explanation, Lin Xiaotong was shocked. When she saw the necklace, she only thought it was beautiful, not realizing it was so precious. But precious is precious. Yi Chen can still afford it. Lin Xiaotong nodded seriously. The waiter's entire body was dumbfounded at once. How did this woman's boyfriend brainwash her to believe in $1 billion for a necklace? This woman is completely hopeless. Yi Chen watched from the sidelines and didn't say anything, just smiled helplessly. At this time, the Chanel showroom store manager, Sister Li, heard the commotion here and walked over with a smile. Lun, I heard you talking about something fake just now. What happened? Sister Li was curious. Store manager, I couldn't help but spit on this lady just now when I saw she was wearing a fake necklace, Ran explained. The smile disappeared from Li's face. Trolling customers? Is that what you're supposed to do as a store clerk? She was just about to reprimand Ran, but when he saw the necklace around Lin Xiaotong's neck, he immediately swallowed his words into his stomach. I'll go. The first time I've seen one that dares to blatantly wear an imitation of the Yushir Diamond Manhwa jadeite necklace. Doesn't that just tell people that they are wearing a fake? She instantly felt that Ran had extenuating circumstances. Miss, your fake is indeed too obvious. Sister Li couldn't help but spit it out. No way. You guys must be mistaken. There's no way my boyfriend would send me fake goods. Lin Xiaotong's tone was firm. Then he turned his head to look at Yi Chen. Right, Yi Sam? Yi Chen nodded. No ma'am. You really believe what he's saying? Ha? He obviously just bought you a fake one to trick you. I've seen a lot of people like that. You're a silly girl. Sister Li looked like she hated it. Ran also shook her head helplessly from the sidelines. I don't know what kind of compulsion this man has put on her, to be able to mesmerize this young lady like this. Saying that, she rolled her eyes at Yi Chen. The customers around them also looked at the place curiously. When they saw the necklace around Lin Xiaotong's neck, they all couldn't help but laugh. I've seen those who wear fakes. I've never seen those who wear fakes of Yushir Diamond Manhwa jadeite necklace. This is like writing the word fake around your neck. It's too embarrassing. I wonder how she's good enough to wear it out, treating everyone else like a cutie. Any more? The people around them mocked Lin Xiaotong. Gradually, more and more people were watching Lin Xiaotong and Yi Chen's jokes. The two instantly became the center of attention in the Chanel showroom. Lin Xiaotong's heart was also gradually running out of steam. She didn't suspect that Yi Chen couldn't afford it, but that he couldn't buy it. After all, there was only one in the world. At this point, Zhang Rui, the store manager of Chow Tai Fook's showroom, heard that someone from Chanel's side was wearing a Yushir Diamond Manhwa jadeite necklace, so also to the Chanel showroom. The necklace was supposed to be Chow Tai Fook's, and even he hadn't heard that it had been sold. How could it be here? He wanted to see who dared to wear Yushir Diamond Manhwa's fakes to stroll around the jewelry show. Seeing Zhang Rui, the store manager of Chow Tai Fook, walk into the Chanel showroom, the store manager, Sister Li, smiled at once. Shopkeeper Zhang, you've come just in time. There's someone here wearing a necklace from your store. Have you come to see if it's true or not? Sister Li said deliberately. Needless to say, the necklace is still sitting at Chow Tai Sang's headquarters. How could it be here? Zhang Rui was full of disdain.
Ha! Sister Li sneered twice and pointed at Yi Chen arrogantly. This gentleman can say that this necklace is real.
Aren't you slapping someone's face when you say that? Chapter 65. Do you want to leave? Humph. This man is a scum. Cheating this sister of ours. It's so hateful. Xiaolan huffed and puffed and fought for Lin Xiaotong.
The eyes that looked at Yi Chen were filled with disgust.
Oh, Zhang Rui walked to Yi Chen with interest. This gentleman, all jewelry purchased at our Chow Tai Fook has a certificate of authentication. Since you say this necklace is real, you might as well take out the certificate and let us see it. Zhang Rui deliberately amplified his voice and said, no.
Yi Chen faintly spat out 2 words.
Ha! Zhang Rui sneered and continued to ask.
There's no certificate, so there should always be a purchase invoice, right?
Neither. Yi Chen shrugged. Ha ha! Zhang Rui burst into arrogant laughter. There's nothing there, so what makes you so bold as to say this necklace is real? For your poor face?
So now that I've exposed you in front of all these people and rubbed your face in the ground, you must be ashamed of yourself,
Zhang Rui said nonchalantly.
He then looked at Lin Xiaotong.
Beautiful woman. In the future, you have to look for a date, but these days there are all kinds of men.
Lin Xiaotong was both angry and wanted to laugh at the moment. She had seen Yi Chen's financial power too many times and was trenchant with herself.
Even if this necklace is fake, so what? It's none of your business what kind of person I'm looking for. I like this necklace even if it's fake. What are you fiddling with here? Does your family live by the sea? And do you mind so much? Lin Xiaotong dislikes it back. Ha!
Hearing Lin Xiaotong's words,
Zhang Rui was confused. Fake are like? Is there even a pure love female warrior these days? Not only him, but everyone around him was surprised. No way, no way. No one really likes fakes, do they? I have to say, this guy is so good at brainwashing this beautiful woman. There aren't many women who believe in love, but it's a shame to meet a scumbag. In the end,
I'm only afraid I'll lose miserably.
The crowd was pointing at Yi Chen.
Others felt sad and sorry for Lin Xiaotong.
This woman is really hopeless. Forget it, there's no point in talking more.
She'll have her crying regrets later.
The store manager, Sister Li,
clasped her hands to her chest and shook her head helplessly.
At the same time, he gave Yi Chen a resentful look. Ran sighed helplessly as well. What an age to have women like that. Too stupid. Too stupid. Humph. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful.
Zhang Rui looked at Lin Xiaotong and snorted coldly.
Then you'll keep wearing this fake.
And word of this will soon spread throughout the show.
You're the one who'll be humiliated when the time comes. I'd like to see if you'll regret it when the entire venue is mocking you. As the words fell,
Zhang Rui turned around and prepared to leave the place.
He's done what he had to do. Later on these two would be mocked by the venue. All he had to do was watch the show. An imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Rui's mouth.
He was looking forward to Lin Xiaotong's regret.
At the same time, he was also looking forward to Yi Chen's embarrassing look when he became the clown of the whole show. Just as he took his first step, Yi Chen's voice sounded behind him. What? Falsely accusing me of buying fake goods and calling my girlfriend ungrateful. And you want to leave like that? You want more, don't you?
Yi Chen's brows were tinted with a hint of frost and snow, and his expression was cold.
Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhang Rui stopped in his tracks. He didn't expect the kid to be so stubborn. He himself, the store manager of Chow Tai Fook, is here, and he still dares to blurt out that what he bought is genuine. Zhang Rui threw back his head and laughed once again. Ha ha,
I told you that you sold fake goods and scolded your girlfriend.
What are you? What can you do to me? Zhang Rui said condescendingly. I thought you said I falsely accused you of buying a fake? I'll get a jewelry appraiser right now. I'll see what you kids are still talking about when the time comes. He picked up his phone, ready to call the organizer to send a jewelry appraiser. At that moment, a thick voice rang out from outside the door. Keep the change. I'm coming. Chapter 66. Oh my god. Really? Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man around 50 years old walked in slowly with his hands behind his back. Mr. Su Xiaogang, why are you here? Seeing the middle-aged man, shock was written all over Zhang Rui's face. Su Xiaogang is the top antiques and jewelry appraiser in the Dragon Kingdom, and even has many titles of appraisal expert. It is particularly well known in the antique jewelry world. I didn't expect it to show up here. I was invited here by the organizers, and I heard that there is a Yushir diamond manhwa fake here. Special to see, Su Xiaogang said with an expressionless face. Master Su, you've come just in time. This kid is obviously wearing a fake. It is not necessary to say that we have wronged him. Please tell him yourself that the necklace is a fake so that the boy will die. Zhang Rui made a gesture of invitation. He would like to see, in front of this grandmaster, how this Yi Chen kid would still be able to argue later on. Well, I have some knowledge of this treasure, and though it cannot be true that, but now that I'm here, I'd better read it. Su Xiaogang slowly walked towards Lin Xiaotong. This kid is finished. He's about to be exposed. Ran was all smiles. She felt especially good to see the scumbag's lies exposed. I don't know what this kid's face will look like when he's revealed later. I'm ashamed for him. The store manager, Sister Lee, also smiled smugly. This kid is going to get punched in the face. I don't know what this kid is talking about. Just buy a fake and admit it. It's too embarrassing to make it like this. I don't know if this kid will be able to keep his mouth shut later. Ha! The crowd also sneered at Yi Chen. Under everyone's gaze, Su Xiaogang came to Lin Xiaotong's side and spoke slowly. Miss, I wonder if you could remove the necklace from your neck and let me appraise it. Lin Xiaotong looked at Yi Chen who was on the side. Seeing Yi Chen gently nodded. She then carefully took off this necklace. It was handed to Su Xiaogang. Su Xiaogang held this necklace in his hand, took out a 10-power magnifying glass and took a closer look. At first, he didn't take the necklace to heart, but the more he looked at it, the more it struck him. The densely packed diamonds on this necklace turned out to be real, and of the highest end, and the emerald on it, the goat's jade, etc. All genuine and of the finest material, perfectly cut craftsmanship, inner lattice mortise and tenon inlay method. All of them are from the hands of top masters. Shock. It's so shocking. Not bad for the most precious necklace in the world. Really, this necklace is real. Su Xiaogang raised his eyebrows high, an uncontrollable excitement showing at the tips of his brows. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. The hand holding this necklace was shaking even more. What? There was total silence. Deadly silence. All that could be heard was the sound of breathing as fast as a windmill. Everyone was dumbfounded, was shocked hard. The necklace turned out to be real. How is that possible? It's like they're dreaming. There was disbelief written all over his eyes. The clerk, Ran, covered her mouth with her hand and stared in disbelief. She could never have imagined that this necklace Lin Xiaotong was wearing was real. It's incredible. She had thought that the necklace was nothing more than a ploy by the scumbag to coax the lady. But now she realized she was wrong. It's so wrong. This gentleman is not a scumbag at all, but a super godly man. Lan recalled her questioning and disdain for Yi Chen just now, even kept taunting Yi Chen. He also constantly fought for Lin Xiaotong, saying that Lin Xiaotong was a stupid woman. Her eyes were flustered and full of embarrassment. It was as if my throat was stuck and I couldn't say. It's embarrassing. The store manager, Sister Lee, on the other hand, was dumbfounded as a whole. The necklace turned out to be real. A small murmur kept coming out of her mouth. Can't believe the results. To think that I just kept sneering at this bigot, and are certain that people's girlfriends will regret it. Her face changed from red to white, from white to green, from green to purple, with an extremely complicated expression. How can people regret having such a great boyfriend? Zhang Rui was even more frightened and took a few steps back, sitting on his butt on the ground. Really? Surprisingly, it's true. How is that possible? His entire body was like a lightning strike, and his body kept trembling, eyes full of disbelief. He didn't find out how it would turn out, but these words came from the mouth of Master Su Xiaogang. How could it be fake? At this moment, the image of Zhang Rui humiliating Yi Chen and Lin Xiaotong just now instantly appeared in his mind. Thinking of his arrogant face and chesty look just now, his face changed like a rainbow. The mind was even more flustered. I can't believe I've offended such a big shot. What should I do? Zhang Rui silently prayed in his heart, hoping that Yi Chen didn't care to bother with people like him. Otherwise one is totally screwed. Yi Chen tenderly put this necklace back on Lin Xiaotong's jade neck, then turned and smiled. Well, now do you believe it? At once, everyone's face turned red. The temperature in the Chanel showroom has risen considerably. Many of the people who had questioned Yi Chen earlier were even more unable to stay and left the place. Zhang Rui even rolled and ran away in the chaos. Yi Chen looked at Zhang Rui's wretched back and shook his head. Want to run? I'll see how far you can run. You have to do the math one by one. Let's start with this store manager and clerk. Yi Chen smiled and came in front of the two. Tell your boss to come out. I'll talk to him about something. When Sister Lee heard that Yi Chen was looking for the boss, she was a bit flustered in her heart. You can't let your boss know about your own mocking and humiliating customers. Otherwise you can't be a store manager yourself. This gentleman, I'm really sorry about earlier. I apologize to you, and please don't take it to heart. Sister Lee apologized repeatedly. He also gently pushed Lan, signaling her to hurry and apologize to Yi Chen as well. Ran understood and rushed to speak. This sir, Ran apologized to you as well. What happened today was a complete misunderstanding. Yi Chen was a bit impatient. I didn't think about the consequences when I did this earlier, and now I'm trying to solve the problem by simply apologizing. How in the world can such a good thing happen? I'm looking for your boss. Didn't you hear me? Yi Chen's voice gradually became cold. Chapter 67, the largest shareholder of Ochuan. Our boss isn't here right now. Sir, I'm really sorry. Sister Lee responded. The boss is actually in. She purposely didn't want to call just for Yi Chen. Good. Very good. Yi Chen burst out laughing. Since you won't call your boss out, I'll let your boss reach out to me. Yi Chen didn't bull asterisk with them anymore.
Called Zhang Guoli's phone number directly.
The call was answered. Mr. Yi,
Zhangcheng Construction Group's side has already communicated well, and is just waiting for our $10 billion of capital. He thought that Yi Chen was there for this matter and hurriedly explained. Well, I'll transfer the $10 billion to you afterward.
Also, I have one more thing to tell you.
Buy all the shopping malls in Zhangcheng in the next few days.
Get rid of the Chanel counter and the Chow Tai Fook counter. Also, the Universal Trade Plazas removed. If their boss asks what's going on, have them call me. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll get right on it. Hanging up the phone, Yi Chen transferred the $10 billion investment given to Zhangcheng Construction Company. Since this was the case, he let the Zhangcheng general manager of Chanel and Chow Tai Fook take the initiative to contact him. Upon hearing Yi Chen's call, Sister Li and the two were obviously a little less than convinced. All shopping plazas. This young man in front of me shouldn't have this strength, right? Xiaotong, let's go. Aha. Ignoring the crowd, Yi Chen held Lin Xiaotong's hand and left the exhibition venue. Ding.
The host spent $10 billion and arrived at $20 billion.
Balance, 50, 89 billion.
Congratulations to the host for reaching $50 billion in assets, rewarded with 27% of the shares of Painkillers.
27% of the shares of Painkillers? Yi Chen was shocked. That's a bit of a terrible reward, isn't it?
It is important to know that the largest shareholder of Painkillers only owns 25% of the shares.
Wouldn't you be the biggest shareholder of Oisin? Ding. The cell phone rang.
Yi Chen took out his cell phone and took a look. Only Chen sent a message to his classmate group.
Brothers, no one is late for the class reunion tonight. At Yi Chen. Last night at the Prosperity Hotel, he was ruthlessly punched in the face by Yi Chen. He was going to humiliate Yi Chen tonight. Yi Chen laughed when he saw it. He replied with a yes and loaded up his cell phone. Afterwards, he and Lin Xiaotong found a random place and ordered something to eat casually. That's when the cell phone rang. It's from an unfamiliar number. Yi Chen picked it up. May I ask if it's Mr. Yi?
A strange man's voice came from the other end of the line.
You are? I'm the person in charge of Chanel in Zhangcheng. I don't know where we've offended you. Why are you withdrawing our Chanel brand?
The man in charge politely inquired as to the reason.
Was the jewelry show the one you sent? Yi Chen asked rhetorically. Exactly. Mr. Yi,
there's one called Sister Li and another called Lon.
Do you recognize them? Meet. This is my staff.
The person in charge replied evenly.
Good to know. Fire these two employees and your store won't have to be revoked.
After saying that, Yi Chen hung up the phone decisively. The man in charge frowned at once. It must be these two women who have offended Mr.
Yi. The Trade Square Chanel section is the best-selling Chanel section in all of River City. What are two employees compared to the plaza location?
He rushed to call the show center.
Answer the phone. Hurry up and fire Lon and Sister Li, and make sure to send me the separation certificate within an hour, and put them on the Chanel blacklist permanently.
The man in charge said in an anxious tone.
Okay, I'm on it. The phone hung up. Chow Tai Fook faces the same problem there.
The person in charge also called the show and ordered that Zhang Rui be fired immediately.
Half an hour later, Yi Chen and Lin Xiaotong finished their meal. At that point,
3 certificates of separation were sent in the form of text messages.
Yi Chen smiled.
A call was then made to Zhang Guoli to stop the withdrawal of the 2 special areas, and he was told to contact all the businesses in Zhangcheng and not to allow the 3 to be hired. If you see these 3 working in any small store, just buy the store and fire them immediately. As for shopping plazas, continue to acquire them. To make money. After leaving the eating place, Yi Chen and his duo returned to the villa. The two hadn't seen each other in a long time, and both were as hungry as ever. Warmed up at the cottage for a long time. In the evening, Yi Chen arrived at the meeting place, the River Night Hotel, as promised. It is also one of the hotels that Yi Sam acquired. He handed the car keys to the security guards at the gate and asked them to help him stop the car. Walked into the hotel immediately afterward. Just walking in, the beautiful waitress immediately greeted him. Dining or lodging? Sir, I'm coming to see the hotel I just acquired, and I'm having dinner with some friends, Yi Chen said indifferently. This gentleman went so far as to say that he had just acquired a hotel. The waiter was speechless. This is Wu's hotel. How could it be his? Sir, you're really joking. This is the Wu Group's hotel. The waitress responded with a smile. The customers here would often joke with her, and she was used to it and didn't take offense. Just a little mental disdain, as usual. I can't help it if you don't believe me. Yi Chen shrugged and continued. Let's go. My friend is in the Danxia Hall private room. Show me the way. Yes sir. This way. The waiter made a gesture of invitation. Just as the two of them were about to go upstairs, They were greeted by a middle-aged woman in her 30s.
Chapter 68 Yi Chen. You have hands and feet. How can you do this? When she saw Yi Chen, she immediately panicked. Isn't this the new owner of the hotel? What's going on here?
The woman was none other than the manager of the River Night Hotel. She got a notice yesterday that the owner of the hotel had changed.
For fear of a misunderstanding if you don't recognize your boss when you meet him.
The OP also posted pictures of the new boss. That's what made her recognize Yi Chen at a glance.
Manager, you don't seem to look well. What's wrong?
The waiter on the sidelines was full of confusion.
No, nothing. The manager laughed awkwardly, then immediately looked at Yi Chen and said respectfully, Mr. Yi,
you're here. Let me introduce myself. I'm the manager of this hotel. Please take care of me.
Yi Chen nodded. It's okay, I'm just here to have dinner with a friend. I'm in the Danxiao room. Something came up. Okay, Mr. Yi.
The manager nodded back and forth.
Nervous. Seeing this scene, the waiter on the side was confused. Are you really the owner of this place? Yi Chen smiled. I just said that. You just don't believe me.
The waitress suddenly blushed and became restrained in her speech and actions. She patted her chest, thankful that she was lucky she hadn't spoken out of turn earlier.
Led by the waiter, Yi Chen quickly arrived at the Danxia hall, opened the door and walked in. Just inside the door, a dozen familiar and somewhat unfamiliar faces appeared. Some people still keep in touch. Some of them have not been seen for years. Yi Chen, long time no see, handsome again. Why didn't you come to the last reunion? I remember. When I was a kid, we were the best of friends.
The crowd briefly exchanged pleasantries. Together they raised their glasses and clinked them. Immediately after that,
the crowd all chatted with Zhang Jining at the center. Shiki, I envy you, losing all your worries from the moment you were born. Alas,
unlike us cattle and horses, who are about to graduate from college,
not even a regular job. Brother Ming, why don't I work with you after graduation?
Ugh, I'll be satisfied with my life if I can find a boyfriend half as good as Jiming in the future.
The crowd all touted Zhang Jiming explicitly and implicitly. There's no way around it. He's the best mixer here.
Seeing the crowd complimenting themselves,
Zhang Jiming was full of smugness. He loved the feeling.
It's fun to pretend for a while, but it's fun to pretend all the time. He casually tossed the keys to the Bentley Flying Spur in the center of the table.
Brothers,
you think too highly of me. I but have a father who makes millions of dollars a year. Just the mother of the owner of a chain of training courses.
The family's assets are just barely reaching a small goal, which is nothing at all.
Zhang Jipeng waved his hand,
putting on a humble face, but every word is a naked show-off. Hearing this, the envy of those present towards Zhang Jiming intensified. At the same time,
in front of Zhang Jiming,
there is a greater inferiority complex.
When Zhang Jiming said something, they always unconsciously lowered their posture and nodded their heads and smiled with them.
Only Yi Chen was expressionless. ***. When did Ming change his Bentley?
The sharp-eyed Wang Zhuo couldn't help but let out a gasp when he saw the Bentley logo on the car key on the dining table.
The crowd also looked over. Worthy of being Ming, last year he still drove an Audi A8. This year he even changed to a Bentley. Jiming, how much does this Bentley cost? Tell us to open our eyes.
Zhang said with a disinterested face.
It's not much, just over $3 million. Over $3 million.
The crowd was filled with surprise. They probably won't make that much money in their lifetime.
It's amazing that Chang just bought a car. LOL, people are more angry than people.
Zhang smiled with satisfaction.
This pussy is in place. Next it's time to avenge last night's punch in the face. Guys, not only can I afford this car,
but there's another one here who's not far behind.
Guess who he is? Everyone?
Zhang Jiming said with a bad smile on his face.
Who? How is that possible? The crowd was filled with confusion. In the next moment, Zhang Jiming's eyes looked towards Yi Chen. He's Yi Sam. Ha?
Incredulity was written all over the faces of the crowd. Yi Chen could be considered one of the poorest among them all.
How can you afford a Bentley? Isn't that a joke? At that moment,
Zhang Jiming opened his mouth and continued.
I know you all don't believe me, and after you hear what I have to say next, you will understand.
I saw with my own eyes last night that Yi Chen was adopted by the daughter of the Wu Group. The two walked into the Prosperity Hotel together.
Do you guys think Yi Chen can't afford it? What? After hearing this, the crowd was dumbfounded. Yi Sam was adopted by the Wu Group's daughter? How dare you sell your body to please a rich woman? How does he do this kind of work?
The eyes of the crowd looking at Yi Chen immediately became strange.
Yi Chen, you're young and have arms and legs. Why are you doing this? Wang Zhuo couldn't help but ask out. Chapter 69 Mr. Yi was adopted? Yeah, Yi Chen, I really didn't expect you to turn out to be such a bottomless person. It's so disappointing. A girl chimed in with a face full of disgust.
The others also pointed their fingers at Yi Chen. Yi Chen became a man with no moral boundaries in the eyes of the crowd in order to make money.
Seeing Yi-chen being mocked and disliked by everyone,
Zhang Jiming was secretly happy in his heart.
Yi-chen, it's not that I'm talking about you. Being a little puppy for a woman is too damn embarrassing. Tell me if you can't find a job. My dad's company is looking for a toilet cleaner. Just set you up.
Why do you have to trash yourself so much? Zhang Jiming said in a conspiratorial manner. Between the lines was naked humiliation of Yi-chen.
Hearing Zhang Jiming's words,
Yi-chen's complexion turned cold all of a sudden.
Who told you I'm being adopted by the Wu's daughter?
He said in a cold voice.
Zhang Jiming burst out laughing. Yi-chen, you're really pretending to be confused when you're trying to understand. Last night, I saw Ms.
Wu looking for you at the hotel, and you've been given a black and gold card to the highest level of the Prosperity Hotel,
and you two walked into the booth together. How do you explain all this? He aggressively questioned Yi-chen. Ms. Wu and I are friends. What's wrong with us having dinner together? Yi-chen faintly said. You and Ms. Wu are friends. Zhang instantly burst out laughing. Everyone, listen to what Yi-chen said.
You're a poor bastard and you want to be friends with Wu's daughter.
What kind of dream are you having? That kind of person can't even reach me? Do you think you deserve it? He unceremoniously reprimanded Yi-chen. Yi-chen, you do seem to be a bit out of your depth with that statement.
Wu's Qianjin is the top Qianjin miss in Zhangchang.
How could she be friends with you? That's a comical reason indeed. If you are Miss Wu's friend, then I am Miss Wu's fiancé. Ha ha. The crowd also laughed out loud.
No one would believe that a poor bastard like Yi-chen would befriend Wu's daughter.
Wu Zhanyan. The two are simply not from the same world. Yi-chen was speechless. Are these people full of in their heads? At that moment, the door to the private room opened slowly, and a man of about 30 years of age, the charming woman walked in. She came to Yi-chen's side and bent over with a smile. Mr. Yi, I'm worried that the waiter didn't take good care of me, so I came over to see what you need here. Nothing, I'll find you if I need to. Yi-chen waved his hand casually. Okay Mr. Yi, then I'll go out first. Have a nice meal. With those words, the woman left the area. Everyone was instantly stunned when they saw the scene. The woman was none other than the hotel manager. The hotel manager was surprisingly so respectful to Yi-chen. The crowd didn't understand what was going on. Zhang Jiming, who was on the side, however, laughed out loud once again. Yi-chen, how else do you want to explain now? The crowd looked at Zhang Jiming with puzzled faces, not understanding what he meant by this. Zhang explained with a smile. This hotel is owned by Wu. The manager here has such respect for Yi-chen. Isn't it all because he's Miss Wu's little puppy? Yi-chen, what else do you have to say? Hearing Zhang Jiming's words, the crowd came to a realization. So it is. Now they were thoroughly convinced that Yi-chen had been adopted. Otherwise, with Yi-chen's status, why would the manager here bow down to him? I have nothing to say. You win. Yi-chen gave them a thumbs up. Just admit it. Zhang became even more arrogant. Yi-chen, remember, no matter how much you climb up Ms. Wu's ladder, it's also just Miss Wu's plaything after all. She's tired of playing around and will kick your ass anytime. Not so with me. My wealth, which will always be kept in my house and no one can take it away from me. Chang laughed indulgently, thinking that if you climb up to Wu's daughter, you can go against me. That's the downside. I'll make you lose face in front of everyone and you'll never be able to hold your head up. At that moment, the hotel manager walked in again. There was also a car key in his hand. Mr. Yi, the security guard gave me a car key just now. This should be yours, right? She handed the McLaren keys in front of Yi-chen with both hands. Seeing that the hotel manager was cautious and looked as if he was afraid of offending Yi-chen, one of the girls just couldn't look at it anymore. She couldn't help but ask, Manager, you don't have to act so humble in front of him, do you? He's nothing but a man who's being kept by a rich woman. The girl didn't say who the rich girl was, but she knew that the hotel manager should know by heart. Ha? A man who was adopted by a rich woman? The hotel manager was confused. This Mr. Yi is the one who bought 29 hotels of Wu's group. The big man who helped Wu's group solve the crisis. How come she's a rich woman's mistress in her mouth? This young lady, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. Mr. Yi is not what you think he is. The hotel manager had a smile on his face, but in his heart, he couldn't wait to give her 2 slaps on behalf of Yi-chen. And how is that manager? Don't you dare tell the truth. Zhang Jiming, who was on the side, sneered. The smile on the hotel manager's face faded. She didn't expect that the people who ate at the same table as Mr. Yi didn't know his identity, and humiliate Mr. Yi with such words. What am I afraid to say? The hotel manager disliked it angrily. Chapter 70, Sweeping Toilets. She then subconsciously glanced at Yi-chen and saw that Yi-chen wasn't angry before she continued. Mr. Yi is the owner of this hotel. Not only that, Mr. Yi also spent a huge amount of money to buy 29 large hotels of the Wu Group.
I don't know what misunderstandings you guys have about Mr. Yi, but if there was no Mr. Yi, Wu's group is already in danger. Every word in the hotel manager's words was a fight for Yi Chen. What? At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Yi Chen turned out to be the owner of this hotel, and he also bought 29 hotels from Wu's group, helped Wu's group through the crisis. What the hell is going on here? Isn't Yi Chen a poor man? How can you be so sure of your wealth? Incredulous looks emerged on the faces of the crowd. Zhang was even more frozen like a vegetable, muttered over and over. No way. It's not true. How could he not expect that Yi Chen, the poor man in his eyes, would be the big man to save Wu's group? That means it wasn't Ye Chen who got bagged last night. Rather, it's Wu's daughter to thank Yi Chen. As for what happened between the two of them at night, it was also voluntary for Wu's daughter. Oh, my god. How did things get this way? Thinking of how she swore to the crowd that Yi Chen had been adopted and humiliated him in public, he frowned momentarily. His face was even more insanely twitchy. Hate to get under the table. It's so humiliating. Another hard slap in the face by Yi Chen. Ouch. It hurts too much. Receiving the key, Yi Chen casually threw it on the dining table. He looked at the people present. Each one's face flushed red and they couldn't bear to bury their heads on the table. Not daring to say a word. Didn't even have the courage to look at myself. Yi Chen burst out laughing. Speak up, all of you. Mute. The crowd looked like schoolchildren being lectured by their teacher. No one dared to respond. At that moment, Zhang Jiming spoke up. Yi Chen, it's all a misunderstanding. I was wrong just now. I apologize to you. Don't take it to heart. Seeing this, the others also hurriedly apologized to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Yi Chen laughed. When they taunted themselves just now, these people didn't have the slightest bit of mercy in their mouths. Yi Chen naturally wouldn't let them off easily. Jiming, what business does your father work for again? Jiancheng Hualong Pharmaceutical Company. Zhang answered truthfully. What do you think will happen to your father if I buy Hualong medicine? Yi Chen played with the glass of water in his hand and said indifferently. LOL. Zhang Jiming's heart fluttered hard. Hualong Medicine is just a company with a market capitalization of over $1 billion. Yi Chen is the one who can save Wu's group from crisis. A small Hualong Medicine is not even in the picture. Zhang Jiming instantly turned pale and his back was in a cold sweat. Yi Chen, no Mr. Yi, you mustn't do this. I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Zhang begged bitterly. Promise me one condition, and I can forget about today's incident. How about it? Yi Chen patted Zhang Jiming's face. Zhang felt particularly ashamed, but he didn't dare to have a fit in the slightest. Yi Chen wasn't something he could afford to mess with. Not even if his old man came. Yes, Mr. Yi, as long as you spare my father, I'll agree to any conditions. Zhang barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Well said. My condition is to clean toilets here for 3 months. How about that? No problem? Yi Chen laughed. Zhang Jiming was instantly confused. I'm a rich kid from a good family, and I'm asked to clean toilets? Think of all the poop in the toilet that you don't know you're flushing, and the poop that goes outside the pit. He had an instant stomach-churning meal. Dry heaved. But what's that compared to my father losing his job? Zhang clenched his teeth and spat out 3 words from his mouth. No problem. Yi Chen then looked at the others. All of you are okay with sweeping toilets here for a month? Seeing that Zhang Jiming had agreed, how could they dare to have any opinions? And they nodded their heads in agreement. Manager, help them get set up in a few minutes. Remember not to pay them. And no food or lodging. Yi Chen instructed. Leave it to me. The hotel manager nodded. All smug. I told you to mess with Mr. Yi, now you know what you're doing? Others had hard faces. This boss is also too damn dark. Manager, if these guys dare anyone to get upset, call me right away. I will never spare them. Yi Chen warned. This meal could not go on, and as the words fell, Yi Chen left the place, leaving a group of people sitting dumbfounded at the table. After this meal, they will be part of the toilet sweeping crew. Walk out of the River Night Hotel to where you parked your car. Yi Chen had just gotten into the car when Lin Xiaotong sent a message. Yi Chen, I'm at the entrance of Carnival KTV. Are you done there yet? Can you come over and pick me up? I just finished. Wait for me there. I'll be right there. Yi Chen replied. Love you. Putting away his cell phone, Yi Chen drove the Pagani Wind God and headed towards Carnival KTV. On the other side, in front of Carnival KTV, Lin Xiaotong and a few girls were standing on the side of the road chatting. Tonight Yi Chen is going to a class reunion. Lin Xiaotong was bored alone, and it just so happened that some of her girlfriends from high school asked her to sing. It's been a long time since they've seen each other, and Lin Xiaotong oddly missed them, so she agreed. Now that the song was over, several people were waiting on the curb for their cars. How are you going to get home? BFF Li Ran asked. Take a cab. What else? Yeah,
I've been a single mother for 20 years, so I had to take a cab. I do have a date, but I can't help it. The date is still a student. I don't want him picking me up on an electric donkey.
The girlfriend spoke up.
Chapter 71, A Faint Smile.
Hearing her best friend's words,
Li Ran instantly became smug. My own boyfriend came in a car.
Li Ran has a delicate look and white skin.
The face is second only to Lin Xiaotong. With her outstanding face value,
she got a boyfriend who drives a 5 million Rolls-Royce Gusto. This party today was organized by Li Ran.
For one thing,
she wanted to see her old classmates.
The second is to show off your rich young boyfriend.
Women like to flaunt themselves in terms of cosmetics, luxury goods,
boyfriends, and so on. See everyone ready to take a cab back.
Li Ran opened his mouth. My boyfriend will be picking me up later.
Why don't you let my boyfriend give you a ride home?
The crowd's eyes were full of envy when they heard that Li Ran's boyfriend had already bought a car.
Li Ran,
what kind of car does your boyfriend drive?
One of the girlfriends wondered. It's not a nice car,
just a $5 million Rolls-Royce Gusto.
Li Ran waved his hand. A very humble look, but the heart was already cool. As expected,
when they heard Li Ran's words, several people were immediately shocked.
A $5 million Rolls-Royce.
The guy Li Ran found is too rich,
isn't he? When she was singing just now,
Li Ran had said that she and her date were in the same class.
A student, driving a Rolls-Royce. It's incredible. Li Ran, your boyfriend is too rich.
Is there any rich young man around him to introduce me to one?
Take me one too. Sister, I'm fiercely envious. Unlike my loser boyfriend, I want to break up.
Several people said with envy.
Li Ran instantly felt honored.
The gesture also turned condescending.
It can't be helped. Who let herself have a rich young boyfriend?
On the other hand, Lin Xiaotong on the side just smiled faintly.
After all, she had seen so many luxury cars that a $5 million Gusto couldn't move her at all.
Seeing Lin Xiaotong so calm, Li Ran frowned slightly,
somewhat less than happy.
Her own boyfriend drives a Rolls-Royce.
In the eyes of ordinary people,
this was already considered a top-of-the-line luxury car, and Lin Xiaotong surprisingly just smiled.
Too able to pretend. Xiaotong, how are you going to get home?
She asked to Lin Xiaotong.
My boyfriend drove to pick me up too.
Lin Xiaotong laughed lightly.
Lin Xiaotong's boyfriend even has a car?
Li Ran was slightly stunned. I just heard Lin Xiaotong say at the KTV that her boyfriend is also a student.
I didn't realize that I was only a junior in college and that I had bought a car. But she then laughed again. Lin's boyfriend has a car, so that's even better. A little while later my own boyfriend drove up in a Rolls-Royce.
Lin Xiaotong's boyfriend also drove over.
A comparison of the two.
His own boyfriend is definitely a solid winner.
In a moment,
he himself was going to mock Lin Xiaotong in front of so many people.
At that moment,
a Rolls-Royce Gus came from the distance and slowly stopped in front of a few people.
A fairly good-looking man stepped down.
Li Ran walked up to the man with his head held high and introduced himself.
Everyone, this is my boyfriend Wang Chao.
And this is my boyfriend's Rolls-Royce.
How's that for handsome? Li Ran looked proud and self-satisfied. Wow,
that's beautiful.
Especially this goddess logo. Love it.
Several people praised it. Lin Xiaotong still just smiled.
It was indeed too common in her eyes. Seeing this, Li Ran's heart became even more uncomfortable. Ran, let's go.
Boyfriend Wang Chao said intimately.
Don't be in a hurry.
It's not too late to wait for Xiaotong's boyfriend to come and say hello before you leave.
Li Ran was not in the least bit anxious.
She waited for Lin Xiaotong's boyfriend to come over. She wanted to see what kind of car Lin Xiaotong's boyfriend drove and dared to not put Rolls-Royce in her eyes.
Later on,
when Lin Xiaotong's boyfriend's car was run over by a Rolls-Royce, she would be sure to sneer.
Well, listen to you. Wang Chao smiled.
Several girlfriends were also curious about what Yi Chen looked like,
so they didn't leave.
Several people were bored and playing with their cell phones.
At that moment, an overdrive sounded. Immediately afterward, a beautiful supercar appeared in the crowd's view. Wow, that's a cool car. It's beautiful.
A few girlfriends let out a series of gasps.
Even look at the eyeballs. Li Ran also looked dumbfounded.
This supercar is truly too luxurious and stunning. Her own boyfriend's Rolls-Royce was ugly in front of this car.
This is a Pagani Windjammer. Wang Chao couldn't help but exclaim. What brand is Pagani Windjammer? Is it expensive? One of the girlfriends asked.
Worth $30 million.
Wang Chao's voice trembled a little. What? Everyone was shocked by the price. Once again, a gasp erupted from the scene,
and Lin Xiaotong still smiled blandly.
Li Ran really couldn't help himself and opened his mouth. Xiaotong, wouldn't you be surprised to see a $30 million supercar? It's a bit too much to pretend, isn't it? I'm not pretending.
There's nothing to be surprised about in the first place. Lin Xiaotong shrugged.
You,
$30 million for a supercar and you're saying there's nothing to be surprised about.
That's unbelievable. Li Ran was obviously a little angry. Ha, Xiaotong, are you serious when you say that?
It does seem a bit much, Xiaotong. The way a few people looked at Lin Xiaotong immediately became strange.
At that moment, only this Pagani windjammer was seen slowly parked next to the Rolls-Royce.
River City Gutenberg stepped out of the car.
Chapter 72. Why are you angry? Xiaotong, been waiting long? Yi Chen smiled. No, we just came down. Lin Xiaotong happily picked up Yi Chen by the arm. Seeing this scene, everyone's jaws dropped in shock. The owner of this $30 million supercar turned out to be Lin Xiaotong's boyfriend. Oh, my god. They had thought that Li Ran's boyfriend was good enough, but compared to Yi Chen, it's nothing. Li Ran was even more dumbfounded. The body leaning against the car door was unsteady and almost fell to the ground. Xiaotong's boyfriend actually drives a Pagani. No wonder Xiaotong only smiled slightly when she saw her boyfriend's Rolls-Royce. Even saying that a $30 million supercar is nothing to be surprised about. People are just tired of seeing it. Li Ran instantly understood it all. She had originally wanted to taunt Lin Xiaotong. I didn't realize that I had been hit hard in the face. She blushed instantly. Embarrassing to be able to deduct a luxury villa. Li Ran, aren't we going to say hello? Let's hurry over. Wang Chao urged. Beat your sister. Li Ran gave Wang Chao a blank stare. Wang Chao was dumbfounded. What's wrong? Why are you so angry? Lin Xiaotong and Yi Chen briefly greeted a few people. Since his car was only a two-seater, there was no way he could pull extra people, so he left after saying hello. And Wang Chao was still full of doubts. What the hell is wrong with you? Why don't you say so? Wang Chao kept asking questions. Finally Li Ran gave his answer. Get out. After leaving, Yi Chen casually accompanied Lin Xiaotong to eat something before returning to the villa. After simply washing up, Yi Chen was ready to warm up with Lin Xiaotong. That's when the phone rang. It's from an unfamiliar number. Yi Chen picked it up. Hello, is this Mr. Yi? A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line. Well, which one are you? Yi Chen asked. I'm Twisted Tongue Xiaoma from Painful Swift. You're now Painful Swift's largest shareholder. I'd like to pay you a visit tomorrow. Would that be okay with you? Nowadays, Yi Chen holds the most shares of Painful Sun, and is truly the president behind Painful Sun. Sparrowton had to come and pay a personal visit. Of course. Okay, then you can come over tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Yi. After hanging up the phone, Manhwa Tang bought a plane ticket to Juncheng overnight. Having just hung up the phone, Yi Chen was ready to do his business with Lin Xiaotong when the phone rang again. Damn it, let's not let anyone do their job anymore. The swelling is almost gone. He had no choice but to pick up his cell phone, and when he saw that it was his mother calling, he picked it up decisively. Mom, what's wrong? Calling so late? Yi Chen inquired. It's no big deal. Our neighbor Auntie Zhang's son, Li Hangbo, had a job interview at Oxygen the other day. Accepted. Wanted to have the neighbors over for a simple dinner to celebrate. You'll see if you have time tomorrow. Yi Chen's mother explained. Okay, I'll come home tomorrow. There was nothing to do anyway, so Yi Chen agreed. After hanging up, it was always quiet. Yi Chen and Lin Xiaotong warmed up and fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day, Lin Xiaotong went back to school. Near noon, Yi Chen drove to the village. Most of the roads in the village were very narrow, so Yi Chen could only park his car at the entrance of the village. It took nearly 10 minutes to walk home. By now, the neighbors had gathered at the home of the neighbor, Auntie Zhang. There weren't many people, just 3 simple tables. Yi Chen went in and found a seat. Old Li, your son is really something. I've heard that Painful Swift is one of the biggest companies in the Dragon Kingdom. Hongbo, this child has made a fortune. The Old Li family too will follow in the future to enjoy the blessings. That's not true. I've heard that Painful Swift is full of people who make hundreds and millions of dollars a year. A group of neighbors had envious expressions. Both wondered how wonderful it would be to have a son like that. Anshang's 2 families instantly felt their faces light up when they heard the words of the crowd. I've got this kid I don't usually have much control over. Today it's all the kid's own hard work. Auntie Zhang said modestly, but the excitement on his face was hard to hide. Sister Zhang, you're saying this? What kind of child is it? Can it still have nothing to do with you? A middle-aged woman laughed. No. Ha ha. The crowd laughed. Hongbo was even more pleased as the main character of this banquet. He enjoyed the feeling of being complimented. At that moment, he saw Yi Chen sitting in the corner. When they were young, because Hongbo and Yi Chen were close in age, the neighbors would often compare the two of them. Yi Chen has studied well since he was a child and is handsome. It's what the parents call someone else's kid. Humble remembers. Every time the test scores come down, my mother always says look at other people's Yechen, and then look at you. How can you be so stupid when you get such a low score every time? Chapter 73, Jealousy makes a man look different. Now Hangbo not only graduated early in his junior year, but also successfully got accepted by painkillers. He also became someone else's kid. It's natural to show off. He slowly came to Yi Chen and deliberately asked, Yi Chen,
In the past everyone always praised you for being smart and studying well. I wonder where you are now in your senior years. Humble knew that Yi Sam was still in college. He asked this because he wanted to embarrass Yi Chen in public. I'm still in my junior year. I haven't graduated yet. Yi Sam was honest. Hong Bo instantly turned arrogant. Ugh, it seems like the gap between us is getting wider and wider. Not only did I graduate early, but I also got into the biggest internet company in the Dragon Kingdom. Working. We may be two worlds apart from now on. You'll have to work hard to keep up with me. Hong Bo was full of complacency. This was a true statement that gave Yi Chen no confidence. The boss behind his own Pain and Swift company is being laughed at by his own employees? He rushed to take a sip of water to suppress the shock. Hong Bo gave Yi Chen a contemptuous look. Seeing Yi Chen slightly flustered, he couldn't help but scoff in his heart. Look at your unproductive appearance. Yi Chen, I also heard that you haven't been back to school for a long time. Is this ready to quit school and come out to work? I have a friend who happens to be a supervisor at Photocon. Why don't you have him ask you for a screwing job? Hong Bo continued to taunt Yi Chen. What? Sam hasn't been to school in ages? The neighbors looked at Yi Chen with more than a touch of disappointment and mockery. Yi Chen, this kid studied quite well when he was a kid. Why did he become like this in college? Yes, if you don't study hard in school, wait until you suffer in society. The neighbors are talking. Seeing the crowd pointing their fingers at Yi Chen's parents were on fire. His own son didn't do well in college though. Didn't get into any Pain Swift company either. But there's money. How could you possibly go into the factory to play screws? And what's this about suffering in society? Yi Chen's father, Yi Baogua, got up and took out a bunch of real estate certificates from his handbag, slammed it down hard on the table. Hong Bo is a good boy, but my son isn't bad either. These 10 houses are what my son paid for. Most of the money that Yi Chen usually transferred back to the family. Yi Baogua bought into a house. Seeing this scene, everyone was instantly shocked. Yi Chen's family wasn't exactly rich. Yi Baogua is the only one working in the family. He has to support 2 elderly people who are nearly 70 years old and the 2 Yi Chen brothers. The family uses a lot of money and often can't make ends meet. How can you afford 10 houses? Yi Chen, a college student, was even less likely to have so much money. Where did these houses come from? Doubt was written all over everyone's faces. But when they looked at the real estate license, it did say Yi Chen's parents' name. Old Yi, is this money really paid for by your son? Xiao Chen? Aunt Zhan was puzzled. She obviously didn't believe Yi Baogua's words. Sure, I don't have that kind of money. Yi Baogua instantly held his head high and was proud. At that moment, a discordant voice rang out. Oh, these 10 houses must be tens of millions of dollars at least. How could Yi Chen make so much money? And who keeps their real estate license with them at all times? I'm just afraid this real estate license is fake. Hong Bo sneered. A college student, how can he make tens of millions of dollars? Isn't that a joke? The crowd came to a sudden realization. Yeah, a kid born into a normal family. Still in college. There's no way it could have been that strong. The only possibility is a fake license. Old Yi, we're all neighbors. Who doesn't know who? Is it necessary to buy a fake certificate for a little face? Yes, old Yi. This is too humiliating, isn't it? It's so hypocritical. How many more fake certificates will you buy to make your son look good? Your son was never even as good as other people's Hangbo. At once, the crowd blamed Yi Chen's family. Yi Chen, I really didn't think that your family would buy you a fake license just to save a little face. This is ridiculous. Now that it's been revealed, is it a shame? Ha ha, Hong Bo arrogantly laughed. Yi Chen's parents were speechless with anger. It's obviously true, so how come no one believes it? The two were in a hurry. Yi Chen, on the other hand, remained calm. Just now, Manhwa contacted Yi Chen. Should be there in a few minutes. Then we'll wait until he gets here. At this time, Aunt Zhang took 2 bottles of black tea and placed them in front of Yi Chen's parents and said in a conspiratorial manner, "It's no shame for you old folks to lay down some fire. Your son is not as good as mine, but it's better to get down to business, don't you think?" On the side, Hong Bo spoke with disdain. Ugh, it's true that jealousy makes one's face change. He shook his head in mock helplessness. The words just fell. A middle-aged man with a kind face and outstanding temperament jogged in under his breath. Chapter 74, The resemblance is too much. Everyone was filled with confusion at the sight of this man in a suit. Who's this guy? How did you get here? Hong Bo, on the other hand, was confused. Isn't this the owner of Painful Swift, Twisted Tang? How did he get here? Humble breathed heavily, looking like he couldn't believe it. This is $100 billion boss. Normally such people are only seen on TV. I didn't expect this big man to come to my house today. Humble was unusually agitated. What is Mr. Ma doing here? Could it be that he's coming for himself? The only person here who is an employee of Pain Swift. That must be it. My God,
An entrepreneur worth hundreds of billions of dollars had personally come to his door. It's so dignified, isn't it? Hung Bo hurriedly jogged to meet him. Mr. Ma, I really didn't expect you to come here, instantly making this shabby house fluffy. He patted his ass. Then he turned and introduced himself to the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the chairman of our Painful Swift company, Mr. Twisted Tongue Ma. I'm here to give me a shout out today. Humble has a villainous look about him. What? Mr. Ma actually came to support Hung Bo in person? This kid is so accomplished. It's already amazing to be in Painful Swift. I didn't realize that Hung Bo was still so highly regarded by the boss. Yes, Hung Bo has a bright future ahead of him. Those in attendance said nothing but praise for Humble. Humble was even more arrogant and domineering. Yi Chen, see, Mr. Ma has personally come over to support me. This is strength. If it wasn't for me, I'm afraid you wouldn't have seen such a big shot like Mr. Ma in your lifetime, right? Sparrowton was in a daze. Aren't you here to see Mr. Yi yourself? How come this kid says he's here to give him props, and pretending to be a pussy with himself? Wasn't this young man called Yi Chen the chief Yi he was looking for? Why is this relationship a little messed up? Never mind. Let's say hello to Mr. Yi first. Hello Mr. Yi, I'm here. Mr. Yi? Everyone was instantly filled with confusion. Mr. Ma even respectfully addressed Mr. Yi Chen Yi? What's going on here? Mr. Ma, you know this poor bastard? Hung Bo couldn't help but ask. What poor bastard? Sparrowton was once again confused. Mr. Yi is the largest shareholder of my company, holding 27% of the shares. These shares alone are worth hundreds of billions of dollars. How can they be poor? What? This statement was made. The room was silent. Everyone looked like they had been hit hard by a boulder a few times, and the whole group was dumbfounded. Yi Chen was the largest shareholder of Painful Swift, worth hundreds of billions. How is that possible? He was obviously just a junior in college, so why would he suddenly become a business tycoon? The faces of the crowd were filled with disbelief. Hung Bo's pupils were even more dilated, his mouth slightly open, obviously stunned. Mr. Ma, is everything you said true? His voice trembled. I, Ma Hua Tang, am not so bad as to lie to someone like you. Ma Hua Tang coldly snorted. Hung Bo froze in place. How could he not expect that Yi Chen was the biggest shareholder of Painful Soon? It was surprising that he was working for Yi Chen. Thinking of the arrogant face that had just flaunted his acceptance into Painful Swift in front of Yi Chen, as well as the scandalous manner in which he had just mistakenly assumed that Asama was always coming for him, Hung Bo's face instantly turned red for a moment and white for a moment. The look was panicked, and his hands were at his wits' end. Offending Yi Chen just now is the same as offending your own boss. What should we do? A few moments later, the crowd came back to their senses. I really didn't expect Little Sam to be the boss of Painful Swift. It seems that we misunderstood Little Sam before. Yeah, those real estate deeds look real too. This kid, Hung Bo, was just bragging to Xiaoshan that he was accepted by Pain Sun. I didn't realize that Sam was his boss. It's ridiculous. This kid Hung Bo should be confused. The crowd marveled at Yi Chen's identity, also flirting with Humble. It was like a million ants crawling in his mind. It's embarrassing. At that moment, Yi Chen spoke. Mr. Ma, when you go back, immediately fire this one called Hung Bo. Okay Mr. Yi. Sparrowton responded respectfully. Hearing this, Hung Bo was instantly at a loss for words. He's from the countryside, and interviewing for Tencent means there's hope for a change of fortune. He couldn't miss this opportunity. Hung Bo hurriedly came to Yi Chen's side and bent down to apologize. Mr. Yi, I was the one who spoke out of turn just now. I apologize to you. You mustn't fire me. We grew up together as neighbors, and you, for the sake of our affection for so many years, give me another chance? Yi Chen shook his index finger from side to side. I'm sorry Hung Bo, you don't quite fit our company's requirements. I have friends in the factory too. How about introducing you to Screwing? Yi Chen returned Hung Bo's words. Mr. Yi, I really know I'm wrong. Please don't fire me. I'll do a good job for you. Hung Bo directly knelt down and kept begging. For the sake of her son's future. Aunt Zhang also knelt in front of Yi Chen. Xiao Shun, Auntie Zhang is also begging you. Just give Hung Bo another chance. This kid Hung Bo is smart and will definitely not disgrace you in the company. She grabbed Yi Chen's pant leg and begged bitterly, and his eyes grew moist. Yi Chen is just 2 words. No. After saying that, he nonchalantly broke away from Auntie Zhang's hand. After humiliating yourself, you still want to be in your own company. It's simply a fool's errand. There's no way to eat this meal. Yi Chen ignored the pleas and cries of Hung Bo's family, and after bidding farewell to his parents, he and Sparrowton left the place. After leaving, neither had lunch,
So Manhwa Tang acted as the driver and brought Yi-chen to the entrance of a small restaurant in Jiangcheng.
It's certainly not that, mister. Ma can't afford it.
Rather, Yi-chen was used to eating mountains of food during this time and wanted a change of taste.
Walking into the diner, the two found a seat. Yi-chen casually looked at it.
It was surprising to find that his roommates Lu Gang, Li Jia, and Zhao Wei were also here. It seems like you're playing a handheld game of Groundhog and Brave Earth.
Holy, it's hanging up again. No way. This boss is a totally big deal. Can't help it. The equipment sucks. The trio grumbled.
Then he put his cell phone on the table and ate his meal.
At this time, Lu Gang also saw Yi-chen. 4 eyes. Yi-chen, why are you here?
Lu Gang was slightly stunned. Li Jia and Zhao Wei also looked over.
I'm here to have dinner with Mr. Ma. Yi-chen smiled. Mr. Ma? Who is Mr. Ma? Lu Gang was puzzled and came over to take a look. Look no further. Hemp Tang. That's too much of a resemblance, isn't it? Chapter 75. This friend has a good sense of humor. Lu Gang was obviously shocked. What are you doing, Lu Gang? Making a fuss?
Li Jia grumbled and walked over with Zhao Wei as well.
Asterisk.
That's not a resemblance.
It's a damn sight more like it. If I hadn't been sitting with Yi-chen, I would have thought that this was the honored one coming.
The two were also confused when they saw Sparrowten.
Yi-chen rolled his eyes. What do you mean by like? This is me, okay? He was ready to explain to the three.
That's when Sparrowten spoke first.
3 of you. You are Mr. Ye's friends, aren't you?
I'm Twisted Tongue himself, Sparrowten said seriously.
Ha ha. Hearing the words of Twisted Tang, the 3 of them, Lu Gang, instantly laughed out loud. Yi-chen,
this friend of yours is quite humorous.
No, it's acting kinda like that. I'll show this friend of yours the way. He'll imitate Twist Tang on Pok's tone, and he'll definitely be a hit. Hearing this,
Sparrowten's face instantly changed,
obviously a little pissed off.
He's the chairman of the top internet company in the Dragon Kingdom. I can't believe I was mocked by 3 little kids for being fake.
It's just so uncharacteristic.
But these 3 were Yi-chen's friends, so he couldn't afford to lose his temper and could only continue to explain.
I'm really Manhwa Tang. This time I came to Jiangcheng just to pay a special visit to Mr. Yi. Lu Gang took a seat next to Twisted Tang, tapped Sparrowten on the shoulder. Not friends? Why are you acting up? What kind of person is Twisted Tang? That's one of the top entrepreneurs in the Dragon Kingdom. How could he possibly know Yi-chen? And a personal visit, is that even possible? Ha ha. Lu Gang once again took Twisted Tang's words as a joke.
Li Jia and Zhao Wei also looked like they didn't believe it.
Seeing this, Sparrowten no longer paid any attention to these 3. Took a glass of water and drank it. These 3 boys are so angry. Alright, you 3 stop it.
He's really the chairman of Painful Swift Company.
Twisted Tongue. Yi-chen smiled helplessly and bitterly. Old Yi, don't kid yourself. A big shot like Twisted Tongue. How is it possible to have dinner with you? Lu Gang obviously didn't believe Yi-chen's words. Ugh. Yi-chen sighed, not knowing how to go about explaining.
He pondered for a few seconds and suddenly remembered the Earth City and Brave Earth handheld game that Lu Gang's trio had just played.
Then let Mr. Ma charge them some penguin coins. They will naturally believe it when the time comes. Lu Gang, go get a pen from the front desk. Yi-chen opened his mouth. What's with the pen? Lu Gang was puzzled. Write down your gamer tags and let Mr. Ma charge you some penguin coins. I'm sorry, Yi-sam explained. Lu Gang was slightly stunned. No way, old Yi. Are you serious? Yi-chen nodded. Lu Gang burst out laughing. Looks like you're ready to play this scene to the end. I'm going to get a pen. I'd like to see, today, this fake Mr. Ma of ours. Can you fill us up with a few penguin coins? A few, or dozens? As the words fell, Lu Gang went to the front desk to get a pen and paper. After writing up the 3's gamer tags, he handed the paper to Sparrowten. Mr. Ma, contact the company to charge each of them 1 million penguin coins. Yi-chen ordered. Okay, Mr. Yi. Twisted Tongue nodded. Sparrowten then picked up the phone and called Painsun. After a brief command, he hung up. I have to say, it's quite a thing to pretend. I just don't know if the penguin coins will make it to the account. Lu Gang was talking out of his ass. What are you thinking about, Lu Gang? This Mr. Ma's phone is not working. Where to go to give you the whole penguin coins? To the side, Li Jia had his arms wrapped around his chest, his face full of disdain. No, it got through, but it turned out that the staff at Painful Swift didn't recognize this Mr. Ma. Ha ha. Zhao Wei also coaxed. Lu Gang and the 3 of them laughed indulgently. That's when their cell phone rang. Chapter 76, Reception.
All 3 took out their cell phones at the same time and looked at them.
It was a message from Vixen. Tapping on the only letter, a recharge record was displayed in front of the 3 people. Recharge successful. 1 million penguin coins arrived. Asterisk asterisk. I'll go. My god.
The three were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that this Mr. Ma had just made a phone call, and 1 million penguin coins had really arrived. Doesn't that mean that this mahjong man is for real? He's really Twisted Tang.
Oh, my god. That's a big misunderstanding.
The trio's cheeks instantly burned and they were at a loss for words. Hands unconsciously rubbed the corners of his coat.
It's embarrassing. Mr. Ma, I'm really sorry just now.
Lu Gang scratched his head and smiled awkwardly.
Yes, Mr. Ma, it was all a misunderstanding just now. Don't take it to heart.
Wang Jie and Zhao Wei are also full of apologies.
It's fine.
You guys are generally as friends. I naturally won't be catty about what happened just now.
Sparrowton waved his hand. Mr. Yi,
not only was a big shot like Twisted Tongue having dinner with Yi Chen, he even called Yi Chen Mr.
Yi, and it looked like he had a lot of respect for Yi Chen. What's going on here?
Lu Gang and the three of them were dumbfounded.
Mr. Ma, you are one of the top entrepreneurs in our dragon country. How would you know Yi Chen?
Lu Gang couldn't help the curiosity in his heart and asked.
Yes, Mr. Ma, Yi Chen is nothing but a student. How can I make the acquaintance of such a great man as you? Wang Jia also asked out loud. Sparrowton explained. Mr. Yi isn't just a student. He's also the biggest shareholder of the company. The status is even far above mine. What? Hearing the words of Twisted Tang, Lu Gang's trio was instantly confused. In their impression,
Yi Chen was nothing more than a student. I don't know why I made a small fortune,
but I'm still an average person too. I didn't expect to see you for a while. Yi Chen has become the biggest boss of Painful Soon. It's incredible. The three of them looked like they were dreaming. Now,
they finally understood why Manhwa Tang said that he had come to Jiangcheng specifically to visit Yi Chen.
So it is. Now you guys believe it, Yi Chen said indifferently. Aha!
The three of them nodded their heads in succession.
Well, don't just stand there. Hurry back and eat. The food you ordered is getting cold.
Yi Chen smiled and shook his head.
Okay, Mr. Yi. Okay, Mr. Yi.
The three shouted in unison.
After knowing Yi Chen's identity, Yi Chen's image in the eyes of Lu Gang's trio immediately became unattainable. Unconsciously called up Mr. Yi. It's better to call old Yi. I can't stand it when you guys are like this. Yi Chen smiled bitterly.
The three of them hemmed and hawed as they bid farewell to Yi Chen. Looking at the extra million penguin coins in their cell phones, the three of them were excited.
A penguin coin for $1. That's a whole $1 million. It was simply awesome. On the other side,
Yi Chen and Sparrowtang both casually ate something and left the place.
Walking out of the diner, Sparrowton's phone rang. Mr. Ma, I heard that you've come to Jiangcheng, and I've specially organized a reception for you in the evening. Do you see if you have time?
A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line. It was none other than Qin Shucheng, the head of the Qin family.
Okay, I'll go over there tonight and walk.
Qin Shucheng personally invited him, and Ma Huatang was too embarrassed to refuse, so he agreed.
After hanging up, Mr. Yi, do you have time in the evening? Why don't you go to the reception together? Sparrowton invited. Then let's go along for the ride. There wasn't much to do in the evening, so Yi Chen agreed.
The reception was held at the Prosperity Hotel.
By the end of the night, Sparrowton had gotten a Rolls-Royce Phantom from somewhere.
Bring Yi Chen to the Prosperous Hotel.
Mr. Yi, you go in first. I'll stop the car. Sparrowton opened his mouth. Okay, go ahead.
Saying goodbye to Twisted Tang,
Yi Chen walked into the Prosperous Hotel. Tonight, almost all of Jiangcheng's top bigwigs would come to the reception.
Prosperity Hotels takes this very seriously. The hotel manager had also been keeping watch in the lobby.
Yi Chen had just entered the door, and the hotel manager immediately greeted him. Mr. Yi, you're here. Yi Chen nodded. Xiaofeng, hurry up and bring Mr. Yi to the reception hall. The hotel manager called out a waiter to Yi Chen. Led by Xiaofeng, Yi Chen arrived at the third-floor reception hall. The reception was softly lit and tastefully decorated.
The exquisite decoration and tableware show high quality and luxury everywhere.
Everyone was elegant and dignified in formal or ornate evening gowns. Yi Chen walked into the reception and found a corner seat. All the people here tonight are big shots in Jiangcheng. Seeing Yi Chen,
a young man in his early 20s,
appear at the reception, doubts immediately filled the minds of the crowd. Who is this guy? How did you end up at the reception? Is it the wrong place? Or have you come to rub it in? Do you recognize this man? A woman in a blue evening gown asked. The woman is beautiful and elegant.
The smooth shoulders were exposed in the air, and the gullies in front of her chest were hidden and tantalizing.
Not recognizable. Never seen it. The people around us responded. The woman was Chen Qingyan, the daughter of the Chen group. Like Wu Zhanyan, she was also a famous beauty in Jiangcheng. But since the Chen family and the Wu family weren't on good terms in the first place,
That's why she and Wu also have a lot of trouble with each other.
Chapter 77. You're the ones who should be on your knees, right?
Although Chun Xingyan had a scourge face,
she was extremely arrogant.
Seeing that a brat with no status like Yi Chen dared to come to such a reception, it was full of disdain. She slowly walked over to Yi Chen and asked with a smile, "Who are you?
This gentleman? I know all the bigwig dukes in Jiangcheng. How come I haven't seen you around?"
Yi Chen looked up at Chun Xingyan and faintly said,
"I'm Yechen. Yi Sam? Never heard of it."
Chen Xingyan shook her head.
"This Mr. Yi, aren't you in the wrong place? Here come all the big shots of Jiangcheng. People like you aren't qualified to come to a place like this," Chen Xingyan said in a cold voice.
Yi Chen originally thought that Chun Xingyan had come to say hello to him,
and after hearing this, it was instantly clear.
It turned out to be to taunt himself.
There really are dog-eyed people everywhere. What's it to you if I'm qualified or not? Yi Chen asked rhetorically.
Ha! Chen Xingyan covered her mouth with one hand and laughed disdainfully.
Of course it's relevant. This place is full of rich and powerful men, gentlemen and children. You're an eyesore here, you know that?
Then close your dog eyes,
Yi Chen said in a cold voice. After saying that,
Yi Chen no longer paid attention to Chen Xingyan, picked up a glass of red wine for himself and drank it.
Hearing Yi Chen's words, Chen Xingyan immediately turned pale.
She is a famous young lady in Jiangcheng. I didn't expect to be scolded by a brat who came out of nowhere.
It's so infuriating.
Chen Xingyan crossed her arms and stomped her little foot fiercely.
How dare you call this lady a dog? Good. Very good. This lady will let you get out of here like a dog today. She glared at Yi Chen and gritted her teeth. I'll see. Yi Chen smiled. The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of those around them. Many people have gathered around. Who is this who has messed with this Qianjin of the Chun family again? That brat from nowhere. Who else?
This Qianjin of the Chen family is already bad-tempered,
and after provoking her, this kid is considered finished. If I were to say that this kid let him Chen curse a few words and get away with it, but he still dares to talk back. Isn't this looking for death? The crowd murmured. Chen Xingyan's father, Chen Jianhua, is talking to several bigwigs. Hearing Chen Xingyan's voice, she also walked over. Xingyan, what's going on? What happened? Chen asked with a slight frown. Seeing her father come over, Chen Xingyan immediately put away her arrogant face. Father, I just came over to say hello to this kid, and he called me a dog. Chen Xingyan pointed at Yi Chen, her face full of aggression. What? Chen Jianhua looked at Yi Chen and his face darkened. Chen Jianhua basically knows all the dignitaries in Jiangcheng. He could be sure that the kid in front of him was definitely not a big shot. A brat from nowhere. How dare he scold his own daughter? What an ignorance. Kid, you dare to scold my daughter. Do you know what kind of person you have offended? Chen Jianhua said in a deep voice. I don't know. Yi Chen waved his hand in a careless manner. Then let me tell you, the one you've offended is the Jiangcheng Chen family. And I'm Chen Jianhua, the head of the Chen family. In Jiangcheng, I can crush you with a single finger. Chen Jianhua said in a lofty manner. And then what? Yi Chen asked rhetorically. Seeing Yi Chen's calm as usual, he looked as if he was on cloud nine. Chen Jianhua's face immediately became ugly. The Chen family was one of the 5 major families in Jiangcheng. I didn't realize that this kid didn't even care about the Chen family. Good. Very good. Kid, now get on your knees right now. Apologize to my daughter. And get the hell out of here. I'll pretend today never happened. Or I'll make it impossible for you to hang around in Jiangcheng. Chen Jianhua verbally threatened Yi Chen. Father, that would be too cheap for this boy. Chen Xingyan gave Yi Chen a despicable look, then picked up a glass of red wine and poured it on the floor. Not only does he have to get down on his knees and apologize, he has to lick the wine off the floor to do it. Chen Xingyan shook the red wine glass in her hand arrogantly. It's better for my daughter to be thoughtful. Okay, let's do as you say. Chen nodded, then stomped twice on the spilled red wine on the floor. Kid, get down on your knees, apologize, and lick every drop of wine off the floor, and you're outta here. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen's expression gradually became cold. A small Chen family. How dare they be so arrogant? I think you two are the ones who should kneel down and apologize today, Yi Chen said in a cold voice. What? Everyone in the room was shocked when these words came out. They didn't expect a milquetoast brat to speak out and make the Chen family head kneel down and apologize. And talk about the tiny Chen family. One must know that the Chen family was one of the 5 great families in Jiangcheng. It's ridiculous. Oh my god, did I hear you right? This kid is literally jumping sideways repeatedly on the edge of death. Having offended the Chen family, this kid is completely finished. The crowd was pointing at Yi Chen. Chan, on the other hand, is completely furious. A brat with no hair on his head. How dare he defy the Chen family so much? What an ignorance. He held back the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice. Very well, boy. How dare you speak so loudly? After tonight, there will be no more room for you in Jiangcheng.
I'll let you know how terrible the consequences of offending my Chen family are. In his heart, Chen Jianhua had already sentenced Yi Chen to death. Chen Xingyan was also angry. She looked at Yi Chen with disgust and said, "Father, no one invited the boy tonight. He's blending in. Let's have security blow him out." Chen nodded. "Humph." He snorted coldly at Yi Chen. Turning around, he was ready to yell for the security guard at the door of the reception. At that moment, a stunning woman in a wine-pink evening gown walked in. Chapter 78 Yi General. The visitor's eyebrows were like distant daisies, and her eyes were like autumn water. Skin of holy snow. A smile. It was as if a fairy had walked out of a painting. "Miss Wu Zhanyan Wu has arrived. Ms. Wu is so beautiful today." Miss Wu's entire demeanor is different after she became the helmsman of the Wu group. The crowd was in awe of Wu when they saw her. "Humph, isn't it just inheriting the Wu group? What's the big deal?" Chen Xingyan looked at Wu Zhanyan with jealousy. This was something that Wu heard loud and clear. She smiled as she came to Chen Xingyan's side and faintly said, "I really don't have a great deal to offer. But it's better than a loser like you who only plays the lady's temper every day. This kind of woman, she doesn't spoil." You. Chen Xingyan was instantly angry and speechless. Wu Zhanyan didn't pay any more attention to Chen Xingyan. She probably watched the entire reception. Her eyes instantly lit up as they swept over to the corner of the reception. "It's surprising that Mr. Yi is here too. That's great." Wu Zhanyan happily walked towards Yi Chen. Everyone was filled with confusion when they saw where Wu Zhanyan had gone. "What's going on here? Does Miss Wu want to go teach that kid a lesson too? That must be it." Chen Xingyan, on the other hand, laughed. She was happy to see Yi Chen being humiliated by Wu Zhanyan. Chen also stopped in his tracks, since Wu wanted to humiliate this kid as well. "Well, let's wait until this kid is done being humiliated and then call security to kick him out." Under the gaze of the crowd, Wu Zhanyan came to Yi Chen's side. Just when everyone thought that Wu Zhanyan would taunt Yi Chen, she spoke suddenly. "Mr. Yi, why are you sitting here alone? It can't be helped. There's not a single familiar face here." Yi Chen shrugged helplessly. At once, everyone was confused. "Ms. Wu called this kid Mr. Yi, and it looks respectful. What's that supposed to mean?" They couldn't figure it out. Chen Jianhua's father and daughter were also full of doubts. "Wu Zhanyan, are you out of your mind? How dare you call a brat with no hair on his head Mr. Yi?" Chen Xingyan couldn't help but ask. He also took the opportunity to taunt Wu. Hearing this, Wu couldn't help but laugh. "This Mr. Yi is the president of Global Trade Plaza." Surprisingly, he was called a brat with no hair growing out by Chen Xingyan. "This woman is still an idiot. What are you laughing at? Didn't you hear me ask you?" Chen Xingyan pursued. "I'm laughing at you for being an idiot." Chen Xingyan, listen carefully, this is no brat. He's the president of Global Trade Plaza. Mr. Yi. Wu Zhanyan sneered. "What?" Hearing Wu Zhanyan's words, everyone froze as if they were dumbfounded. How they didn't expect it. The young man in his early 20s in front of him was actually the president of Global Trade Plaza. It's incredible. The crowd finally understood. No wonder Yi Chen dared to talk about the tiny Chen family in front of a behemoth like the Universal Trade Plaza. The Chen family really isn't very good. Chen Xingyan's brain went blank in shock. She was usually used to being arrogant and bossy. You can't help but curse twice when you see a dog on the side of the road. I didn't expect to be arrogant enough to reach the head of Global Trade Plaza's boss, Mr. Yi, today. He himself went so far as to say that this Mr. Yi didn't deserve to be here. He also told Chief Yi to kneel down and apologize to himself. Even more, he deliberately poured the wine on the ground to humiliate Mr. Yi. Thinking about what had just happened, Chen Xingyan's face was suddenly green and white. Awkward, remorse, panic, all sorts of emotions flooded wildly into his mind. She couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Chen Jianhua was also like a little cutie, frozen place just like that. Disbelief was written all over his eyes. He himself went so far as to say that he would make it impossible for the owner of the Global Trade Plaza to hang around in Zhangcheng, and also let this Mr. Yi know what happens when you offend the Chen family. Oh, my god, what is it that one is doing? Thinking of the threat he had just made to Yi Chen, Chen Jianhua was ashamed and remorseful. This Mr. Yi is the person who stands at the top of the pyramid in Zhangcheng. He himself, a Chen family head, is nothing. Yi, just now, I am really sorry. I did not know that it was you who came. That's what caused the misunderstanding. You must not take it to heart, Chen Jianhua said with a red face, full of apologies. He then pushed Chen Xingyan who was beside him. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to General Yi? What are you waiting for? All you know how to do is cause trouble for me all day. What a loser! Chen Jianhua sternly reprimanded. Chapter 79, Back-to-Back Pain. Chen Xingyan instantly turned pale, clearly frightened. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I'm sorry, I hope you'll forgive me this time as an adult. Chen Xingyan apologized repeatedly, like a child who had done something wrong. Yi Chen burst out laughing. Just now, these two had told themselves to apologize on their knees, and lick the wine off the floor. Now a simple apology is trying to do away with it. How is that possible? He poured a whole bottle of red wine on the floor, and washed the soles of my shoes with this red wine. A smile followed. Both of you, get down on your knees and apologize to me, and lick this entire bottle of red wine clean. Let's call it a day. How? The Wu and Chen families don't get along. Seeing Yi Chen humiliate the Chen family in such a way, Wu Zhanyan felt an indescribable pleasure in her heart. Mr. Yi is treating others the way they treat him. The Chen family is really disgraced today. Who let this woman, Chen Qingyan, find nothing to do? This is all self-inflicted. I can't even dare to imagine a beautiful woman like Chen Qingyan kneeling on the ground in an evening gown. The crowd mocked the Chen family's father and daughter. Hearing Yi Chen's words and the mocking voices around them, Chen Jiano's father and daughter became even more groundless. But kneeling is out of the question. Mr. Yi, what you just said, Chen Jianoa, can't do it, nor am I likely to do it. Chen Jianoa said in a deep voice. Yes, Mr. Yi, aren't you deliberately humiliating us? Chen Qingyan also exited to retort. Yi Chen smiled. Yes, I am deliberately humiliating you. You two are sure you don't want to do what I say, are you? He reconfirmed. General Yi, we've apologized to you, and we can't help it if you still want to get an inch. Even though you're the president of Global Trade Plaza, my Chen family is in the gaming business. With the big tree of painful swift at your back, what can you do to my Chen family? Giving each other a leg up is good for you and me. Why make a scene like this? Don't you think, Mr. Yi? Chen moved out of painkillers. The attitude also gradually became arrogant. So what if Yi Chen is the president of Global Trade Square? It's just more money than you have. Mr. Yi, my father is right. The president of Pain Swift, Mr. Ma, will also be here tonight. I think you'd better keep a low profile. Chen Xingyan reminded with unkind words. Global Trade Plaza is simply not enough in front of Tencent. When my father's backstage, twisted tongue, comes later. What the hell is this, Mr. Yi? Oh, back against Pain swiftly. Very good, very powerful. Yi Chen pretended to be surprised, followed by another laugh. Later you will come begging for me. Chen smiled back. Mr. Yi, you think too highly of yourself. When Mr. Ma comes later, I'll make him teach you a lesson. Let you know what is beyond the sky and beyond the people. The crowd was once again confused. In a matter of minutes, the situation was reversed again. The Chen family's back is against Painful Sun, and the reception was held for Pain Sun's boss, Sparrow Tang. Later, when Manhwa Tang came and reprimanded Mr. Yi for the Chen family, what would Mr. Yi dare to say? Why don't we just forget about it, Mr. Yi? This behemoth of Pain Swift is not something we can mess with. There was also a touch of worry in Wu's expression. It's okay, pain is nothing in my eyes, Yi Chen said indifferently. Ha? Wu was slightly stunned. Mr. Yi, isn't that a bit too big of a statement? She frowned slightly. Chen Jianoa and Chen Qingyan, on the other hand, laughed arrogantly. Painful Swift Company is nothing. Mr. Yi, you really dared to say that. I hope you'll still be able to say something like that later when Mr. Ma is standing here, Chen Jianoa said in a condescending manner. With Mr. Ma standing here, Mr. Yi probably wouldn't even dare to speak. Chen Qingyan also put on an arrogant stance, waiting to see how good Yi Chen is. Yi Chen smiled and didn't say anything else. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit with a torch-like gaze walked in. Chapter 80, Mr. Ma gives Mr. Yi a lesson? The person who came was none other than the chairman of Painful Swift Company, Sparrow Tang. The moment this one of the top entrepreneurs in the Dragon Kingdom appeared, everyone rose to their feet and greeted them with smiles. Chen even jogged all the way to Manhwa Tang's side, nodding his head. Mr. Ma, you're here. Sparrow Tang nodded slightly. Mr. Ma, I have something I want to talk to you about. Chen continued. What is it? Come on. Sparrow Tang waved his hand in an impatient manner. It's like this, Mr. Ma, Mr. Yi of our Jiangcheng Global Trade Plaza. To say that your pain and swiftness is nothing more than that makes me very angry when I hear it, and I am sure it does not sit well with you, either? Chen Jianhuo sued Yi Chen. Ha? Twisted Tang was suddenly humanly stupid. Mr. Yeah of Global Trade Plaza, wasn't that his own big boss behind the scenes? Yi Chen? It's normal for people to say their company is nothing more than that. I'm not mad at you. This kid is digging a hole for me. I'm quite comfortable. Twist Ten responded. Worthy of being General Manager Ma, this pattern is really very comparable to others. Chen smiled awkwardly. Seeing that the denunciation did not play a fruitful role, Chen Jianhua continued.
Mr. Ma, this person is still arrogant.
I can't believe I just got on my knees and apologized to him, and made me get down on my knees and lick the red wine off the floor.
I told you I had your back. I didn't realize he didn't give a damn about you. He can say what he wants about me, but to look down on you is out of sight. I think it would be better for you to teach him a good lesson.
When Sparrowten heard this, sweat broke out on his forehead.
I'm a nympho. What's all this talk? Is it not pure death to teach your own boss a lesson? You shut up and stop talking, Sparrowten said in a deep voice, then walked towards Yi Chen. Seeing that Sparrowtang was a bit angry, the direction he went was still Yi Chen's. Chen knew it had worked this time. The heart secretly rose. Kid, just you wait. Let's see how Mr. Ma can teach you a good lesson.
Chen Xingyan also snickered in her heart. She was looking forward to Yi Chen's disgraceful appearance when Twisted Tang reprimanded him next.
Mr. Ma is coming towards us. Can't we apologize to him? Wu exhorted.
Yi Chen smiled and shook his head.
Ugh, Wu sighed helplessly. Under everyone's gaze, Twisted Tang arrived in front of Yi Chen. The crowd was already brainstorming images of Yi Chen being reprimanded. The good show was about to begin. Chen Jianhua sneered. At this moment, Twisted Tang gently bent down in front of Yi Chen. Sorry Mr. Yi, I'm late. The parking space is too hard to find. What? At once, the whole room was silent. Deadly silence. Everyone was dumbfounded.
The chairman of Painful Swift Company,
Sparrowtang, actually bent down in front of Yi Chen.
He also respectfully addressed him as Mr.
Yi, what's going on here? It's like a dream for everyone.
Incredulity was written all over his eyes. Chen Xingyan froze in place as if she had been struck by lightning.
The body kept trembling.
The wine glass in his hand was even more unsteady and fell to the ground.
Scattered glass slivers all over the place. She had wanted to see Yi Chen humiliated.
I didn't expect it to turn out this way.
The top entrepreneur of the Dragon Kingdom, Manhwa Tang, was surprisingly respectful to Yi Chen. What the hell is going on here? She couldn't figure it out, but the heart inexplicably began to panic. Chen Jianhua was even more completely confused. His legs went weak and he sat on his butt. Scandalous, obviously terrified. Why would Ma always be so respectful to Yi Chen? What the hell is going on here? Is it because Yi Chen is the head snake of Jiangchang? No, this can't be.
A small Jiangchang local snake.
How could Mr. Ma put it in his eyes? He couldn't figure it out. Mr. Ma, why are you so respectful to him? Someone like him doesn't deserve you at all. Ha? Chen Jianhua couldn't help the doubt in his heart and asked out. Not only him, but everyone in the room wanted to know what was going on. Keep your mouth shut. Sparrowten rebuked nonchalantly. Do you know who this Mr. Yi is?
He's the biggest shareholder of Pain Swift. I came to Jiangcheng this time.
It's a special trip to visit Mr. Yi. Ha? What? Everyone in the room was once again viciously shocked. It turns out that this Mr. Yi is not only the president of Global Trade Plaza, it is also the largest shareholder of Pain Sun. No wonder Mr.
Yi dared to say just now that Painful Swift was nothing more than that. It turns out that Painful Swift is Mr.
Yi's company.
When Chen Xingyan heard this, her face turned pale and she trembled. The sweat on his forehead was even spreading wildly across his face like a thin snake.
She's scared. The Chen family originally depended on Painful Swift to live. Now he has ruthlessly offended the Pain and Swiftness boss. Is there any way for the Chen family to survive? Chen Jianhua was even more frightened and fell to the ground once more. The whole thing is staring blankly. Like a little cutie. The mouth kept muttering it's over. It's all over. The Chen family is completely finished. Father, let's hurry and apologize to this General Yi. We kneel down and apologize. Kneel down and lick the wine on the floor. We'll do whatever Mr. Yi says.
Chen Xingyan said incoherently.
Yes, apologize. Apologize on your knees.
Chen looked like he had grabbed a lifesaver.
He crawled like a dog to Yi Chen's side. Mr. Yi, I'm wrong Mr. Yi, I know I'm wrong. Give me another chance okay? I've kowtowed to you, and I've licked the wine off the floor, and I'm begging you, give me another chance. Chen Xingyan also knelt down beside Yi Chen and tightly hugged Yi Chen's calf. Mr. Yi, it's all my fault. It's my dog's eyes. You can give my Chen family another chance. You can make me do anything you want. Even take me tonight. She begged bitterly with tears in her voice. Even got down on the floor and frantically licked up the red wine on the floor. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, but no one sympathizes with them. There was only disdain and contempt in the eyes of the crowd. They started the whole thing, and now they're acting like two dogs, and they really deserve it. Wasn't he arrogant last second? Now he's on the ground. How ironic. Chapter 81, Qin Shu Cheng's Chill. Wu was slightly stunned. She didn't realize that Yi Chen was the biggest shareholder of Pain Swift. What's more, he didn't expect that the Chen family's father and daughter would be so humble.
the Wu and Chen families were already at odds. At this moment, he saw the Chen family duo kneeling on the ground like dogs. She was in a stormy mood. She bent down slightly, patted Chen Qingyan's red wine-stained face, and sneered, "Chen Qingyan, look at you now." Lying on his back on the spilled red wine floor, kneeling and licking the red wine that had washed the soles of his shoes. "Where's a little bit of Miss $1,000? It's really worse than a beggar on the side of the road." Being so humiliated by her former nemesis, Chen Qingyan lowered her head in shame, not daring to look at Wu Zhanyan. Chen, who was on the sidelines, was also embarrassed. Yi Chen smiled. He himself had just given these two a chance. They just don't appreciate it. Now if you want to get down on your knees and apologize and lick red wine, you won't get the chance. He ignored the Chen family's father and son who were kneeling on the ground. Turning his head slightly to look at the bent-over Twisted Tang, he said faintly, "Mr. Ma, you should know what to do." "Well, I understand, Mr. Yi. I'll make a call and ask Painful Sun to cancel all cooperation with the Chen family, and fire the Chen family's executives at Pain Swift." Yi Chen nodded. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the Chen family's father and daughter instantly despaired. Chen Qingyan broke down and cried. Chen Jianhua's brain was even more blank. "Sitting on my knees on the spilled red wine floor like a little cutie." At this time, the head of the Qin family, Qin Shucheng, who was hosting this dinner, and his son, Chen Qinglin, arrived late. "Guys, I'm sorry I'm late with a temporary family emergency." Qin Shucheng is full of apologies, but when he saw the scene in the corner of the banquet, he was dumbfounded. Mr. Ma, the chairman of Painful Swift Company, was actually bending down to stand beside a young man. Chen Jianhua, the head of the Chen family, sat on the spilled wine floor in a sorry state. Chen family's daughter Chen Qingyan, on the other hand, hugged and knelt on the ground to break down and cry. "Oh, my God, what the hell is going on here? How did it come to this? Who the hell is this young man?" Chen Qinglin recognized Yi Chen and murmured in a small voice, "Father." The young man beside that mess. "Wu is the owner of Global Trade Plaza." Mr. Yi. Qin Shucheng immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. At the same time the mind couldn't help but speculate. Chen Jianhua father and daughter are drunk? He walked to Yi Chen's side with a respectful expression. "Mr. Ma, Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry that I'm late." Then he looked at Chen Jianhua. "Old Chen, it's not easy for Mr. Ma to come here. I know you're happy, but you can't drink like this? And to get your own daughter into the same situation. How bad do you think that is?" Qin Shucheng flirted. "Mr. Ma, are you drunk too? Why are you standing? Hurry up and sit down." He greeted Sparrow Ten again. Qin Qinglin was clearly not qualified to come to this table. "You can only watch from afar." Twisted Tang looked at the seated Yi Chen. "Sit down, Mr. Ma." Yi Chen nodded. Seeing Yi Chen give the word, only then did Twisted Tang smile and sit down. See this scene. Qin Shucheng, who had just sat down, immediately stood up. Mr. Ma had to ask the young man's permission to sit down. What is he? He couldn't help but get a little nervous. A slight bead of sweat was even oozing from his forehead. This young man must be more than just the owner of the Global Trade Plaza. Who the hell is he? Qin Qinglin, on the other hand, was full of doubts. What are these big shots up to? At this moment, Wu Zhanyan, who was sitting beside Yi Chen, spoke up. The Chen family's father and daughter didn't drink too much before kneeling on the ground. Rather, it's because they offended Mr. Yi, the head of the Chen family, who offended General Yi even had to kneel on the ground. No, kneeling on the floor covered in red wine? What exactly is the identity of this? General Yi? Qin Shucheng was getting nervous. Wu Zhanyan could see Qin Shucheng's doubts. A few days ago, she was almost forced by her family to marry Qin Qinglin. Her relationship with the Qin family wasn't too good either. Wu Zhanyan looked at Qin Shucheng and sneered. Qin Shucheng, are you curious to know Mr. Ye's identity? Qin Shucheng nodded reflexively. Then realizing something was wrong, he shook his head again. Wu Zhanyan laughed when she saw Qin Shucheng's ugly face. Mr. Qin is really cute. So I'll tell you, Mr. Yi is not only the president of Global Trade Plaza, but also the biggest boss of Painful Soon. What? Qin Shucheng was dumbstruck. It turned out that this young man was the biggest boss of Pain and Swift. Last year, Manhwa became the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom with his Pain Swift company. Doesn't that mean that the current richest man in the Dragon Kingdom is most likely this Mr. Yi? It's too awful. No wonder Mr. Ma treats this Mr. Yi with respect. The Chen family was so humiliated for offending Mr. Yi. In an instant, Qin Shucheng understood it all. Thinking about earlier, this Chief Yi had someone call the Qin family. Let the Qin family disabuse themselves of the idea of Wu Zhanyan. Qin Shucheng was instantly 10,000% grateful. It's a good thing I agreed to do it in the first place. If he dared to go against this Mr. Yi, the one sitting on his knees in the wine right now would only be himself, right? Chapter 82, Punks. A cold sweat also broke out on Qin Qinglin's back. Luckily he had knelt down for this Mr. Yi that day. Otherwise, the consequences are really unthinkable. A pang of fear ran through him as he thought about what had happened earlier. Mr. Yi, I really didn't expect you to come today. It's really a blessing for this reception that both Mr. Ma and Mr. Yi are here at the same time today. Qin Shucheng immediately patted Yi Chen's ass. Yi Chen nodded gently. Subsequently, Qin Shucheng's small mouth was as if it had been smeared with honey, patting up a chain of asses. The crowd of Jiangcheng bigwigs also complimented Yi Chen. Yi Chen instantly became the center of attention. Stayed at the reception for a while. Yi Chen and Ma Huateng bid farewell to the crowd and left the reception. Wu followed like a heel. Both of you old bosses. You didn't even eat anything in there just now. Why don't I buy you two some dinner? Yi Chen touched his stomach. A little hungry indeed. Okay, just find any little restaurant down the road. Sparrowten nodded his head in approval as well. Seeing that the two agreed, Wu smiled. The trio then went to a noodle shop. Boss, 3 bowls of noodles. Yi Chen shouted. Then found a seat. A message from Global Trade Plaza Manager Gary Chang. Mr. Yi, the prices of all the large superstores in Jiangcheng have been negotiated. 37 in total. A total of $10 billion and $200 million. Yi Chen directly entered the amount and transferred it to Zhang Guoli. Ding! The host spent $10.2 billion and arrived at $24 billion. Balance, $61.09 billion. Due to the host's assets exceeding $50 billion, the system will open the reward mall. Please choose one of the following rewards for the host. 1. World's most expensive watch, Graph Diamond Illusion. 2. The strongest treasure hunting technique in history. 3. The strongest fighting technique in the world. Yi Chen was shocked and delighted when he saw the reward mall. It seems that system rewards are no longer limited to items. Rewards for human modification are starting to appear. Yi Chen decisively chose the third. The first two are about money. He's not even short of money right now. Soon, 3 bowls of noodles were served. The three of Yi Chen chatted as they ate. I'm going to the bathroom. Yi Chen suddenly had a bit of an upset stomach and left the place for the time being. At that moment, 2 muscle-bound men who stood more than 6 feet tall walked into the noodle shop, took a seat at the table next to Yi Chen. The 2 men's eyes went straight when they saw Wu Zhanyan. I'll be damned. This girl is too proper. No, Kung, this delicate little face. These white, tender jade shoulders, the slender waist of, and jade feet encased in high heels. So damn intense. The 2 of them unapologetically sized up Wu. Wu Zhanyan also saw them and immediately revealed a face full of disgust. Have you 2 seen enough? Wu Zhanyan said in a cold voice. How can you see enough of a beautiful woman like you? The man at the head, named Zhang Qiqiang, had a bad smile on his face, like a city hooligan. It didn't match his sunny and handsome appearance at all. Yeah, beautiful. Want to add a only letter. We have time to exchange life in the evening. Next to her, Huang Xiaoshuan also cajoled. Wu Zhanyan's face instantly turned red, her chest heaving up and down in anger. You 2 are outrageous. Boss, there are 2 people here harassing me. Please kick them out. Wu asked her boss for help. The boss just shook his head helplessly and ignored Wu. These 2 tall, muscular men were famous gangsters in this area. Often come here to freeload. I just said, I haven't paid you 2 yet. Ended up getting beat up for 2 weeks before getting out of bed. Where to mess with it? Seeing this scene, Zhang Qiqiang and the 2 of them burst out laughing. Beauty, we're just looking. We're not doing anything. You're being petty, aren't you? Isn't dressing so tight just for us men? Chung Kaikun spoke out again. Saying that, he reached out and touched Wu's fragrant shoulders. Wu was clearly shocked. She's the daughter of the Wu clan, and now it is the helmsman of the Wu group. I didn't expect to be molested by 2 punks. Still ready to get started. She hurriedly ducked to the side and slapped her chest in shock. With that, he yelled, to dare to provoke me? You 2 are simply looking for death. Do you know who I am? Sparrowten also frowned slightly, his face hard. Do we need to know who you are? Zhang Qiqiang was full of disdain. What kind of person can come to eat in a small restaurant like this? Behind himself, he also had the backing of Chen Honyuan, the son of the Chen family, one of the 5 great families of Jiangcheng. Scared of what? Good. Very good. Wu Zhanyan held back the anger in her heart and said in a deep voice. Then I'll tell you who I am. I'm the president of the Wu group. Wu Zhanyan. And this one beside me is the chairman of Painful Swift Company. Twisted tongue. Wu spoke out of turn. At once, everyone in the room laughed. Some even sprayed their rice directly all over the table. Did I hear you right? This woman says she's Wu Zhanyan, and sitting next to her is Ma Huateng? Would you believe me if I said I was Rebus, the chairman of Rice? Women nowadays,
they really dream at night. The granddaughter of Wu. How could you possibly come here for a $12 bowl of ramen? But don't tell me, besides being full of, this woman is really good looking. The crowd mocked Wu. She was like a phoenix falling into a flock of chickens at the moment. No one believes a word she says. Zhang Qiqiang even covered his stomach and couldn't stop laughing. Oh sister child, you are so good at putting gold on your face, but with just a few looks, you dare to say you're the Wu clan's daughter. How ridiculous. Immediately after that, Zhang Qiqiang's hand went directly to Wu Zhenyan's breasts. Chapter 83, Arrogant and Domineering. There was an extremely disgusting smile on his face. Wu was in a panic. In all her life, she'd never been in this situation. What should I do? The people around them shook their heads helplessly. It's a matter they dare not meddle with. The diner owner also sighed long and hard, casting a look of love. This kind of punk is not for ordinary people like them to mess with. Bang! Just then, Sparrowten slapped the dining room table hard. In a hushed voice, had enough? Sparrowten was completely pissed off. He himself is one of the top entrepreneurs in the Dragon Kingdom. Two punks dared to be so arrogant in front of themselves. What an ignorance! Shut the up. What's your business here? Zhang Qiqiang's hand that was originally touching toward Twisted Tang was suddenly withdrawn. A kick on the dining room table. Who the hell are you to come to this Thai little diner for a meal? You really think you're a twist, don't you? Followed by a punch. Sandbag hits Sparrowten hard in the face. Sparrowten is a programmer by trade and not very fit. The punch sent him straight to the ground. It's backfired. It's really backfired. Sparrowten covered his face and slumped to the ground, trembling with anger. If you dare to scream again, I'll waste you today. Zhang Qiqiang kicked Sparrowten, who was lying on the ground, and said viciously. Then once again, he looked at Wu with a lustful look. Wu was suddenly pale and at a loss for words. What should I do? Is Mr. Yi constipated? Why hasn't he come yet? Her first thought was of Yi Chen, but then she deflated. What can I do if Mr. Yi comes? Although he was the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom, no one would even believe anything he said now. There was also no way that Chief Yi could be a match for these two. Seeing Zhang Qiqiang's hand getting closer and closer to Wu Zhenyan's chest, there was no way for Wu to avoid it. She's desperate. Could it be that she, the daughter of the Wu clan, had to be humiliated by two punks? After today, he or she is going to let these two die. She clenched her fists. Just as Zhang Qiqiang's hand was about to touch Wu Zhenyan's clothes, a hard fist appeared in front of him. Bang! The winds of the fists whistled past, and they were severe to the extreme. It hit Zhang Qiqiang's face hard. Ah! He screamed and flew backwards, hitting the wall hard. The person who came was none other than Yi Chen. He didn't realize he was merely going to the bathroom. I can't believe this happened. Luckily, he had just chosen the 10,000 enemy fighting technique from the system rewards. Otherwise I really don't know what would have happened today. Seeing Zhang Qiqiang leaning against the wall, spitting out blood, everyone present was viciously shocked to the core. A strong man close to 1 meter 9 in height, at least 200 pounds or more. Surprisingly, he was whacked several meters away by this young man's gentle punch. If the wall hadn't been in the way, I'm afraid it would have flown even farther. Is this still human? Oh, my god. The Twisted Tengen were dumbfounded. He didn't realize that this Chief Yi of his was not only sitting on hundreds of billions of dollars of wealth, even the fighting is so high. The power of this punch was also too terrifying. Wu was even more dumbfounded. She had thought that Yi Chen couldn't possibly be a match for this muscular man, but he didn't expect Yi Chen to KO the muscle man with just a light punch. It's incredible. She slapped her chest in shock. If it wasn't for Mr. Yi, I was only afraid that I would have been molested by these two hooligans. Wu Zhenyan's eyes were filled with gratitude as she looked at Yi Chen. There was also a hint of love mixed in. The restaurant owner also had incredulity written all over his face. He likewise didn't expect Yi Chen's fighting strength to be so strong. But he then sighed. Zhang Chang has the Chen family's son behind him. What's the point of having a strong fighting force? Can a young man fight against the behemoth that is the Chen family? You, how dare you make a move on me? Do you know who I am? Zhang Qiqiang leaned against the wall and spoke angrily. Yi Chen slowly walked over to Zhang Qiqiang, coldly. What does who you are have to do with me? Bang! Yi Chen swung his foot out and viciously kicked Zhang Qiqiang in the face. Zhang Qiqiang falls sideways to the ground. Immediately after that, Yi Chen's foot trampled up hard on his face. I'm the junior brother of the Chen family's son in Zhangcheng. How dare you make a move on me? Mr. Chen won't spare you. Zhang Qiqiang shouted angrily. Yi Chen laughed at once. What a coincidence. So it's a dog owned by the Chen family. No wonder it's the same as the Chen family group. Yi Chen picked up a chopstick from the side table and said with a smile. So it's someone from the Chen family. If you know you're afraid, hurry up and let me go, or I'll spare you. Ah! Before he could finish his sentence, he only saw a chopstick sticking out of his right hand.
runs from the back of the hand straight through the center of the hand. The intense pain instantly made his face pale. Constant screaming, ouch, it hurts too much. Huang Xiaoxuan, who had come with Zhang Qiqiang, saw this scene, trembling with fear. They're usually just pinching softballs. Where have I ever met such a tough guy? That's too hard. He's ready to dust off and get out of here. Stop, did I give you permission to leave? Yi Chen said in a cold voice. This brother, no big brother, I didn't do anything. It's none of my business. Huang Xiaoxuan begged for mercy. On your knees. Yi Chen spat out 2 words in a stern voice. Put. Huang Xiaoxuan kneeled down without the slightest hesitation. Yi Chen came to the kicked-over dining table and pointed to the 3 bowls of noodles scattered on the floor. Coldly, come over here on your stomachs, both of you, and lick the face off the floor, and I'll let today go. If you dare to say a word of no, I don't mind sticking chopsticks in your hands and feet today. The 2 men's bodies trembled fiercely when they heard Yi Chen's words. They were utterly terrified. Let's endure the shame today. I'll find Mr. Chen to avenge myself some other day. The 2 men walked stiffly, on their knees. Just then, a voice rang out at the entrance to the restaurant. Bullying a member of my Chen family. You're so powerful. Chapter 84. Give it to me. Immediately afterward, a flamboyant man walked in wearing sunglasses. There were a dozen pugilists behind him. When they saw this man, the crowd had surprised expressions on their faces. Isn't this the Chen family's son, Chen Hongyuan? Mr. Chen is here. This kid is completely finished. Yeah, if this kid can fight, can he beat so many people? Half of this kid's life will be lost here today. The crowd was talking. The diner owner's face became even more ugly. This little restaurant of ours looks like it's going to suffer tonight. The person who came was none other than the Chen family's son, Chen Hongyuan. Seeing that his backer had come, Zhang Qiqiang hurriedly rolled and crawled to Chen Hongyuan's side. Mr. Chen, you're finally here. The 2 of us were merely talking to this beautiful woman. This kid just laid such a harsh hand on us and had to make us kneel on the ground to eat noodles. He didn't even put the Chen family in his eyes. You must do right by us, the 2 cried out. To be made to look like this by a brat. What 2 losers? Chen Hongyuan kicked the 2 away. He knew what these 2 were like. Must be out flirting with good-looking girls again. But a dogfight is still a dogfight. It's not someone else's turn to teach the Chen family's dog a lesson. Chen Hongyuan waved his sleeves and walked towards Yi Chen. Chen Hongyuan, you're finally here, Wu Zhanyan said in a cold voice. Chen Hongyuan is a little nearsighted. But the voice was familiar. He slowly approached Wu, and this picturesque face became clearer and clearer, as he took in the face fully. It froze. Why her? How did she end up in this little diner? The one Zhang Qiqiang and the others had just molested was actually Wu Zhanyan, the person at the helm of Wu's group. I'll go. This is too much of a coincidence. The Chunwu families were already at odds. Seeing Wu Zhanyan's face pale and somewhat distressed, Chen Hongyuan burst out laughing. So it's MS. Wu, what brings you to this Thai place for dinner? MS. Wu. Zhang Qiqiang and Huang Xiaoxuan were instantly confused. The one he molested was really Wu's daughter. Zhang Qiqiang was instantly struck with fear. Luckily, I didn't touch MS. Wu's breasts just now. Otherwise one's 9 lives wouldn't be enough to die. Do I need to report to you where I eat? Wu dislikes it back. On the contrary, it's your Chen family's dog that dared to molest me. How are you going to resolve this matter? Chen Hongyuan put on a look of indifference. MS. Wu, my men have only spoken to you for a couple of minutes. You're not making too much of this. I'll just give them a good talking to when I get back, he said with a wicked grin on his face. You, how dare you say this is trivial? Wu Zhanyan was on fire when she saw Chen Hongyuan's disgusting face. Or else what? MS. Wu, have you suffered any damage? Been hurt in any way? Chen Hongyuan asked rhetorically. Wu Zhanyan was instantly furious. Her face flushed red and she couldn't say anything. Ha! Chen Hongyuan sneered, then looked at Yi Chen. On the contrary, you kid, how dare you touch my people? This matter is not small. His complexion turned menacing all of a sudden. Chen Hongyuan picked up the chopsticks on the table and threw them in front of Yi Chen. Get down on your knees. Stick this chopstick in your own hand, and lick the noodles off the floor. Today is over. Otherwise, snap. Before he could finish his words, Yi Chen's forced pocket slapped him hard in the face. Or what? Go ahead, Yi Chen said indifferently. This kid dared to make a move on himself. Chen Hongyuan was instantly enraged. He covered his face and yelled. You are finished. I'll let you come in standing and go out crawling today. Bang! Yi Chen slammed his fist hard on Zhang Hongyuan's face. Chen Hongyuan fell straight to the ground. Yi Chen then kicked him hard in the back again. Then you'll be crawling on the ground for a while. You, all get on me and waste this kid. Chen Hongyuan shouted with a grimace on his face. Soon, Yi Chen was surrounded by a dozen or so burly men. Haha boy, you're just waiting to become an invalid.
Chen Hongyuan arrogantly laughed. He was going to completely waste this kid.
Let him understand what happens when he offends the Chen family.
To the side, Sparrowton's eyes froze, muttered over and over. It's over. It's all over.
Worry was also written in Wu's eyes.
How could Yi Chen be a match for these dozen of 200-plus-pound muscular men?
She shouted nervously at Zhang Hongyuan.
Chen Hongyuan, you can't touch him. Do you know who he is? He can't even be the king of heaven. Today Zhang Hongyuan, will have to waste him.
Chen Hongyuan retorted sternly.
Mr. Yi is the owner of Global Trade Plaza, and he's also the biggest shareholder of Painful Sun. Wu spoke out of turn. She continued, if you don't believe me, you can ask Mr. Ma,
the chairman of Painful Swift.
He's here too. Wu pointed to the twisted tang not far away. Chen Hongyuan's eyesight isn't very good. Only the outline of the twist tang could be vaguely made out. Very similar indeed. He flinched slightly, then smiled again. Wu Zhanyan, oh Wu Zhanyan, don't you lie to me here with a fake. Mr. Ma is attending a reception right now. How could he possibly appear here?
Chen Hongyuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and continued. And talk about this kid being the biggest shareholder of Pain Swift.
Who are you scaring? Do you really think Zhang Hongyuan, am scared? Give it to me. Chapter 85, the head of the Chen family is here.
Seeing that Chen Hongyuan didn't believe it at all,
Wu panicked. It's over. It's all over. It's too late to call. What should I do? In the next moment, more than a dozen pugilists struck out at Yi Chen at the same time. Wu directly closed her eyes, not daring to look at the next scene. Bang! Bang! Pop! Pop! She heard the movement of punches and kicks and the sound of tables and chairs being smashed. The heart seemed to be gripped tightly by a large invisible hand. Each breath carries a sting. The tragic situation of Yi Chen's blood flowing all over his body even kept appearing in his mind. But she couldn't do anything but silently pray that Yi Chen was fine. The movement gradually stopped. The whole room fell silent. I don't think Mr. Yi has suffered any serious injuries, right? Wu opened her eyes stiffly. Ha! She saw a dozen pugilists lying on the ground. Another look at Yi Chen, who was full of relief. He was dumbfounded. Mr. Yi unexpectedly knocked down all these people by himself, and unharmed. That's too scary. How could she not have imagined that it would turn out this way? It's incredible. It turns out that one's fears were unwarranted. It was almost like she was dreaming. Sparrowton was also shocked hard. Mr. Yi's fighting strength is too strong. Easily and pleasantly, he took down a dozen or so strong men with good hands. Chen Hongyuan was even more dumbfounded. He barely managed to stand up holding his waist, waiting to see Yi Chen's good show. But how could he not expect that these fighters he had brought with him would be taken out by Yi Chen? You have to realize that these fighters are all existences that can beat up several ordinary people in one. How is that possible? Disbelief was written all over his face. The mind was flustered. He's scared. After cleaning these people up, Yi Chen patted the dust on his hands and turned his head to look at Chen Hongyuan. Your turn. Seeing Yi Chen's icy cold eyes, Zhang Hongyuan's body involuntarily trembled. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with trepidation. You, don't come over. I'm a member of the Chen family. You dare to touch me. My father will not spare you, he said with a trembling voice. Yi Chen burst out laughing. This kid even dared to threaten himself with the Chen family. Unbeknownst to him, the Chen family had already been destroyed by himself. What a poor kid. Wu Zhanyan and Ma Huatan laughed when they heard this, looking at Chen Hongyuan like he was looking at a little cutie. Yi Chen walked over to Zhang Hongyuan and shook his head with a smile. Since this kid thinks the Chen family can save him, then let him despair completely. Chen Hongyuan, right? I'll give you a chance to ask for help with the Chen family. Call your father. Yi Chen casually found a seat and sat down, looking at Chen Hongyuan with interest. When Chen Hongyuan heard Yi Chen's words, he burst out laughing. If you let yourself give the Chen family help, wouldn't you be letting the tiger return to the mountain? Kid, I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. I'm going to call my father right now. You kids wait for death. He took out his phone and called Chen Jianhua. After picking up the phone, Hongyuan, what's wrong? A muffled voice came from the other end of the line. Father, I'm at the Red Sorghum Noodle House, and there's a kid here who's trying to waste me. You hurry up and bring someone here. Hongyuan Chan responded. When Chen Jianhua heard this, he was instantly enraged. How dare anyone touch his own son? You punk, you just know how to cause trouble for me all day long. Wait there, I'll bring someone there, he yelled angrily. Good father, I'll wait for you. Chen Hongyuan hung up the phone and became arrogant in front of Yi Chen. Boy, my father will be here soon. Now get down on your knees and beg me. I'll consider scrapping one less of your hands when the time comes. Pop. Yi Chen slapped over with a forced pocket. Noisy. Speak again and I'll rip your mouth off. Chen Hongyuan smashed on the ground again. He didn't dare say another word, just gave a hard stare. You kids wait for me.
I'll show you what regret means. The people in the diner had run out during the previous fight. Nowadays they all stand around in front of the restaurant. I'll go. This beauty is really the daughter of the Wu family. This young man can fight too well. Is this kid Miss Wu's bodyguard? What's the use of being able to fight? Later on, when the Chen family head comes over with his men, this brat will be finished. The crowd was talking. The owner of the restaurant, on the other hand, was hiding alone in the back kitchen, his face full of sorrow. Done. How much money will be lost when the restaurant is smashed up like this? It's not like you're afraid to ask these people for it yourself. You can only take it on yourself. LOL. A few moments later, a dozen Rolls Royces were like a long black dragon, stopped in front of the red sorghum noodle house. A group of men in suits and sunglasses came out of the Rolls Royce immediately afterward. At the head of the group was none other than Chen Jianhua, the head of the Chen family. He had just gotten home to change his clothes when he got a call from his son, so the caller hurried to the place. Chen Jianhua, head of the Chen family, is here. Holy, so many people have come. This young man is totally screwed. Yeah, messing with the Chen family's son. Miss Wu is only afraid that she won't be able to protect this kid. Seeing Chen Jianhua and the others get out of the car, the crowd surrounding the entrance made way. A lot of talk ensued. Seeing Chen Jianhua appear at the entrance of the restaurant, Chen Hongyuan was suddenly filled with smugness. He knew his moment of revenge was coming. Chen Hongyuan trotted over to Chen Jianhua. Hongyuan, how did you get beaten up like this? Seeing Zhang Hongyuan's bruised and swollen face, Chen Jianhua's face immediately became ugly. Chapter 86. No one is allowed to leave. Father, it's all because this kid hit me, and he said he'd waste me. You must avenge your son today. Zhang Hongyuan pointed at Yi Chen on the corner table. After what happened at the reception, Chen was already in a bad mood. Seeing his son beaten up like this, he was enraged. He wanted to see which brat dared to touch his son. He was going to take all his anger out on this kid. Chen Jianhua looked in the direction of Zhang Hongyuan's finger. Hello? Yi Chen took the initiative to wave to him. What? When he saw Yi Chen, Chen Jianhua's entire body was dumbfounded. Yi General. He didn't expect to run into Yi Chen here. What's more, he didn't expect Yi Chen to be the one who beat up his son. He instantly looked flustered. Father, hurry up and have someone beat this brat severely, so that he knows what happens when he offends my Chen family. Chen Hongyuan kind of couldn't wait. Chen Jianhua acted as if he hadn't heard his son. His brows furrowed as he walked towards Yi Chen. Kid, my father can come. I'd like to see how arrogant you still are. Wait until you get on your knees and beg for mercy. Chen Hongyuan followed his father and put on an arrogant face. The two quickly came to Yi Chen's side. Just then, put. Chen Jianhua knelt directly in front of Yi Chen. Ha? What? Instantly, everyone was dumbfounded. There was a succession of horrified sounds coming out of his mouth. The hallowed Chen family head, Chen Jianhua, had actually knelt down for this young man. Oh, my God, what's going on here? Everyone looks like they're dreaming. Can't believe what's happening in front of me. Chen Hongyuan was even more confused. What's going on with your own father? Why would you kneel to the kid who beat you up? Shock and disbelief were written all over his eyes. Only Wu Zhanyan and manhwa Tang on the side were smiling. Mr. Yi is the one who controls the life and death of the Chen family. Does he dare not kneel? Father, what are you doing? This kid is the one who beat me up. Why are you kneeling down for him? Chen Hongyuan didn't hold back the doubt in his heart and asked. Chen sighed, his face full of helplessness. Mr. Yi is the biggest shareholder of painkillers. One word from him can determine the survival of the Chen family. What? Chen Hongyuan was dumbfounded. The young man in front of me was really the largest shareholder of Painful Swift. It's the Chen family's backer. He then realized that what Wu Zhanyan had just said was true. Yi Chen was really someone he couldn't afford to mess with. Thinking about how arrogant he was in front of Yi Chen just now, Chen Hongyuan immediately turned pale and was filled with horror. I can't believe I offended the boss of Pain and Swift. It's over. It's all over. The two of them, Zhang Qiqiang and Huang Xiaoxuan, were also fiercely shocked. The two men's brains went blank and their bodies kept trembling. The surrounding people were even more filled with shock. None of them had looked favorably on Yi Chen before, but never in a million years did I expect it to turn out this way. This young man's identity was so terrifying. Mr. Yi, I was wrong just now at the reception. Please give me another chance. I beg you. Chen once again begged bitterly, even frantically slapped himself in the face. Seeing his father so humble, how could Chen Hongyuan still dare to be arrogant? With a plop, he also knelt in front of Yi Chen. I was wrong, Mr. Yi, please spare me this time. These two are at your disposal. He pointed to Zhang Qiqiang and Huang Xiaoxuan next to him and practiced apologizing. Yi Chen shook his head. He kicked Chen Hongyuan hard to the ground. He then picked up the chopsticks that Chen Hongyuan had thrown on the floor. Without mercy, it penetrated Chen Hongyuan's right palm. Ah! Chen Hongyuan held his wrist, bared his teeth, and kept letting out screams. The body even kept rolling on the ground. Blood was even flowing out of his palms continuously. Chen Jianhua immediately grimaced. Not caring about anything else, he hurriedly hugged his own son and prepared to walk out. At this moment, Yi Chen's voice sounded from behind. Did I tell you to leave? Kneel down and lick up the spilled noodles and kowtow to Ms. Wu to apologize. Yi Chen said in an undeniable manner. My son is in such a state. Please spare him, Mr. Yi, I beg you. Chen kept begging for mercy. He was alarmed to see his son's hand bleeding profusely. Yi Chen would not sympathize with them at all. He coldly glanced at the Chun family's father and son, then played with the water cup on the table again. None of you will leave today until you do what I say. Those of you who feel you have an iron head can give it a try. Chen Jianhua's father and son instantly froze in place. What to do? Do we really have to kneel on the floor like a dog and eat noodles? It's so humiliating in front of so many people. Chapter 87, What's wrong with this kid? But they simply had no other choice. Yi Chen's identity was not something they could afford to mess with at all. In the end they had no choice but to kneel on the ground. Zhang Qiqiang and Huang Xiaoshuan both knelt down as well. I'm sorry, Ms. Wu. I'm sorry, Ms. Wu. Several people kowtowed to Wu with red faces and apologized. Wu took out $400 bills from her bag and threw them on the ground. Here you go. Go take it and get something to eat. Being humiliated by Wu Zhanyan, several people could not wait to drill into the ground. Why don't you hurry and thank Ms. Wu and pick up the money? Yi Chen sternly reprimanded. The four hesitated for a moment before picking up the money from the floor. Thank you, Ms. Wu. Several people thanked him, then came back on his knees to the scattered faces. Eat it hard. What a shame. So humiliating. So disgusting. A few people couldn't stop dry heaving. But who's to blame? You guys are eating so well. It looks like this noodle tastes good. Yi Chen looked at the several people and said with a smile. He then ordered 3 more bowls of noodles. After the noodles came, Yi Chen's trio ate at the table next to Chen Jianhua's few people. Sitting down and eating on your stomach is a stark contrast. The picture is indescribably funny. It's like killing people to kill them. It gave me goosebumps all over. It was so embarrassing. This Chen family can't blame anyone. It's all their own doing. Usually arrogant and bossy. It's really deserved to end up in this situation. The crowd blamed Chen and the others. After watching Chen Jianhua and the others lick it clean, Yi Chen settled for the noodles. He also doubled the restaurant's damages to the diner's owner. Immediately afterward, he left the place with Wu Zhanyan and manhwa Tang. The Chen family also left in disgrace. The crowd gradually dispersed. Afterwards, Wu said goodbye to Yi Chen and went back home, and Yi Chen accompanied manhwa Tang to stay at the hotel for the night. The next day, Yi Chen decided to take a look at Painful Swift with Twisted Tongue. In the afternoon, he bought 2 air tickets and traveled to the capital with Twisted Tang. By evening, the two arrived at Jiangcheng International Airport. Just got off the plane. Then he saw a woman over 40 years old, but still charming, walking towards Twisted Tang with a smile on her face. Hua Tang, you're finally back. The woman wrapped her arms around Sparrowton's neck and said intimately. She was none other than Twisted Tang's wife, Shinji Yen. Sparrowton gave her a soft kiss on the cheek. The two were carnal for a few moments. It wasn't until Yi Chen let out a cough, which interrupted their sweet time. Shinji Yen only had Twist 10 in her eyes before. Didn't notice Yi Chen, who was traveling with him. Now looking at Yi Chen, the smile on his face disappeared. Didn't his own husband go to Jiangcheng to meet some Mr. Yi? Why did you bring a kid back? This isn't the husband's illegitimate son out there, is it? You're that old? Shinji Yen was already suspicious by nature. Thoughts flew wildly at the sight of Yi Chen. She frowned, questioning. Hua Tang, honestly, what exactly did you do in Jiangcheng? Didn't I tell you that I went to Jiangcheng to meet Mr. Yi? Sparrowton explained with a smile. Humph. Shinji Yen snorted coldly, obviously not believing Sparrowton's words. I think you've gone to Jiangcheng to meet your young lover. Shinji Yen clasped her hands on her chest and said with a displeased expression. Ha? Sparrowton was instantly confused. Why did you go to your mistress yourself? Believe my wife. I really did go to Jiangcheng to meet Mr. Yi. Sparrowton said with a face full of helplessness. Ah Hua Tang, we've been a couple for 20 years. I didn't think you'd cheat on me. I was so wrong about you. Shinji Yen let out a long sigh and began to commiserate. Think of me at home every day, washing and cooking and taking care of you in every way. I didn't expect you to do this to me. I, Shinji Yen, am really blind, said on the verge of tears. Okay, stop. Sparrowton hurriedly stopped it. He'd heard that hundreds of times. Where do I need you to do this when I have a babysitter at home? Say what you have to say quickly and don't always make me guess. Sparrowton gradually became impatient. Good. You don't think I'm any use at home?
Do you? Shin Ji-yen was suddenly angry. Then I'll go. Can't I just go? Go find your little lover in Jiangcheng. Humph. With that, he turned around and was ready to go. Sparrowtan shook his head helplessly. This daughter-in-law of yours is so old. What's in her head every day? Honey, I really didn't go looking for any mistress. Why don't you believe me? Twisted Tang was in a reasonable mood, and his mood was a bit irritated. Well, it had to come out, didn't it? Shin Ji-yen questioned. So explain to me what's going on with this kid? Chapter 88 Strange Shouting. Ha! Manhwa turned his head to look at Yi Chen and instantly understood. Shin Ji-yen is mistakenly thinking that Yi Zong is his illegitimate son. He hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Honey, you're mistaken. This is the Mr. Yi I was talking about. What? Shin Ji-yen was suddenly dumbstruck. Turns out the young man wasn't who he thought he was. Instead, it's Mr. Yi, the biggest shareholder of Painful Swift. But this Mr. Yi is also too young. Shin Ji-yen covered her mouth, her face full of unbelief. Thinking of how she had just misunderstood Yi Chen, she blushed. Embarrassing as hell. Mr. Yi isn't sorry. It's my misunderstanding. Don't take it to heart. Shin Ji-yen said with an apologetic face. Mr. Yi, a woman's family doesn't know anything. Please don't bother with her. Sparrowtan also scratched his head in embarrassment. It's okay, let's go. Yi Chen casually waved his hand. He naturally wouldn't take such trivial matters to heart. Just a slight smile. It's almost noon. Yi Chen casually ate a meal and rested for a while in the villa of Manhwa. By mid-afternoon, the two arrived at the entrance of Pain Swift. Mr. Yi, this is our headquarters of Pain Swift. Sparrowtan introduced Painful Swift to Yi Chen. The two casually wandered around the compound for a while, ready to walk into the company building. At that moment, Sparrowtan's cell phone rang. He opened his cell phone to see that it was a message from Ma Yun. It was only then that Manhwa remembered that he was going to talk to Ma Yun this afternoon about matters related to project cooperation. Mr. Yi, I have a project to talk about this afternoon, so I won't be able to accompany you. I'll call the manager and have him walk you around. After that he picked up his cell phone and prepared to make a call. Yi Chen gently waved his hand. Don't bother. If you have something to do, go about it. I'll just wander around alone. Okay, Mr. Yi, you call me if there's anything. Sparrowtan said. Yi Chen nodded. Saying goodbye to Twisted Tang, Yi Chen walked into the Painful Swift company building alone. Worthy of being the #1 internet company in the Dragon Kingdom. The building has a gym, pool, movie theater and other amenities. Yi Chen slipped around the whole thing and finally came to the place where the employees worked. The work atmosphere is pretty serious. Almost everyone has dark circles under their eyes to varying degrees. Doesn't seem to have stayed up much. Finally he came to the office area of the top management of Painful Swift. Each of the high-level offices looks particularly cozy and luxurious. But just as he was passing the general manager's office, suddenly ragged breathing and a woman's cry could be heard. Yi Chen's face instantly pulled down. How dare you get into these things in the office? It's simply lawless. Yi Chen raises his leg and gets ready to kick off. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over. Kid, you're in that department. This ain't no place for just anybody. Get the hell out of here. The man repelled. Yi Chen frowned slightly. Who are you? The manager of the design department. Zhang Zhenye. The man said dismissively. Explain to me what's going on here with the screaming? Yi Chen pointed at the manager's office and questioned in a cold voice. Zhang Zhenye's face darkened immediately. Just a small employee. How dare he question himself? How dare you ask about the general manager? Simply don't want to hang out here anymore. Boy, you really don't have any brains. This is the general manager's office. Does he even need to report to you on what he does? Get the hell out of here, or I'll have you lose your job right away. Zhang Zhenye snapped. Ha! Yi Chen burst out laughing. Make me lose my job. Do you have what it takes? Yi Chen pushed Zhang Zhenye away. Then he kicked the door of the general manager's office hard. Bang! With a loud bang, Zhang Zhenye froze. General manager Lin Yuchuan let himself be guarded outside the door. I didn't expect the door to be kicked in by a brat from nowhere. Done. It's completely over. Lin Yuchuan and the woman underneath him also froze. What's going on here? He turned his head toward the door. Just a brat standing there. Lin Yuchuan was on fire. He asked in a hushed voice as he hastily straightened his clothes. Boy, did you kick down my door? Right. Yi Chen nodded. Lin Yuchuan was completely ignited. How dare you kick in my door? Good. Very good. You kids are dead today. He then shouted at the door. Zhang Zhenye, get your ass in here. Zhang Zhenye rolled and crawled in. I'll take that as a release. That's what you're doing, isn't it? Lin Yuchuan fiercely slammed the cup on the table onto the floor. We'll settle our score later. Get some security up here immediately. I'm going to make this kid learn a lesson today. Lin Yuchuan gritted his teeth.
A brat who came out of nowhere dared to offend himself. He wanted Yi Chen to understand what happens when you don't know what's in store for you. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'm on my way. Lin Yuchuan agreed in a hurry. Yi Chen laughed at once. Just a few security guards. What's that? You're the general manager of Pain Swift? Yi Chen said indifferently. Humph. Or what? Lin Yuchuan coldly grunted. As the general manager of Painful Swift Company, how dare you do this kind of thing in the office? Who gave you the right? Yi Chen reprimanded. A small employee who dared to question himself. Lin Yuchuan was instantly infuriated and laughed. What do I, Lin Yuchuan, want to do? What do you, a brat, care? There are some things that even Chief Ma turns a blind eye to. So what are you? Lin Yuchuan struck a condescending pose. In Painful Swift, he was the existence of a few people and 10,000 people. Those large shareholders are often absent from the company again. Himself is the king here. Who can govern themselves? Not to mention this kid in front of me. It's ridiculous. Kid, later I'll make you kneel on the ground and cry for mercy. Let you know what it means to be desperate. Lin Yuchuan arrogantly laughed. Chapter 89, Did I let you out? He then gave the clothed secretary a squeeze on her ass. Hate Manager Lin. The secretary squirmed and pouted. The two smudges of snowy white on her chest kept swaying. Too many people knew about her and Lin Yuchuan, but no one dared to say anything at all. So the secretary wasn't worried at all about being seen by others. She gave Yi Chen a despicable look. The torn stockings were then removed and dangled before her eyes. Manager Lin, I'd like him to eat this later. Is that okay? Lin Yuchuan burst out laughing. You're a mean woman. Don't you know you have foot odor? Ouch. Yuck. The secretary pounded Lin Yuchuan's chest with her small fist. Yi Chen shook his head. Let her eat it in herself later. A few minutes later, Zhang Jinye walked in with a dozen security guards. Mr. Lin, the security guards are here for you. Bring the door. Lin Yuchuan waved his hand. A grim smile appeared on his face. The fun is about to begin. The door was slowly closed. He waved his hand forward, signaling the security guards to do it. Then he sat down in his chair and crossed his legs to watch the show. The secretary, on the other hand, sat recklessly in Lin Yuchuan's arms, not a care in the world about what other people are looking at. Zhang Jinye led these security guards and approached Yi Chen with a bad smile on his face. Kid, you're screwed. Just then, the phone on Lin Yuchuan's desk rang. At first glance, it was Sparrow 10 calling. Lin Yuchuan hurriedly picked it up. Yuchuan, Mr. Yi is at the headquarters right now. Tell all the other departments to keep an eye out for him. Don't make any mistakes. Sparrow 10 barked. Lin Yuchuan was instantly a little nervous in his heart. Why is this Mr. Yi here? Okay, Mr. Ma, don't worry. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuchuan decided to hurry up and solve this. Otherwise it'll be over if Mr. Yi sees it. You guys hurry up and take this kid to the restroom. Mr. Yi is at the company. There's a good chance it'll come here. Lin Yuchuan urged. Okay, Mr. Lin. Several security guards instantly surrounded Yi Chen, ready to strike. However, several people were knocked to the ground without even touching Yi Chen's clothes. What? Seeing this scene, Lin Yuchuan was instantly confused. The security guards of Pain Swift are all well-trained veterans. How could all of them be taken out by this kid? What's going on here? This kid's fighting strength is too scary, isn't it? The secretary on the side was so scared that she clung to Lin Yuchuan's arm. Zhang Jinye and a few security guards even bared their teeth on the ground, unable to even stand up. Lin Yuchuan immediately panicked. Mr. Yi can be at the company. What if we see this? Had to let the kid go first. Kid, count yourself lucky today. Hurry up and get the hell out of here. And I'll forget about today's incident. Get the hell out of here. He sternly reprimanded. Yi Chen laughed at once. Haven't pursued the matter myself. He went ahead and took the blame. You don't get to say if you pursue it or not. I haven't agreed to it yet. Yi Chen said indifferently. Lin Yuchuan didn't expect Yi Chen to say such a thing. The manager of his own Hall of Pain and Swiftness has given him a step down. I can't believe he's so unaware. Dare to make trouble in Pain Swift Company. You kid is the first. Since you brats are asking for it, don't blame me for not being polite. He couldn't care less about Chief Yi at the moment. Big deal. When Mr. Yi sees this scene, he'll say that this kid is causing trouble here. Just put all the blame on him. Zhang Zhenye, call half of the company's security guards over. I want to rid the company of evil. Zhang Zhenye immediately revealed a difficult look. What are you waiting for? Go! Lin Yuchuan impatiently urged. Zhang Zhenye frowned and spoke helplessly. Mr. Lin, I can't stand up. Wastes, all wastes. Lin Yuchuan shouted angrily. In desperation, he decided to shake the man himself. He kicked the secretary out of the way and came to the door, ready to open it. At that moment, Yi Chen's voice came from behind him. Did I let you out? Chapter 90, Mr. Ma hit me? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Lin Yuchuan froze in place. Yi Chen slowly walked towards Lin Yuchuan. Lin Yuchuan immediately panicked. Now he can't get out of this door. And he's no match for this kid. What should I do? He leaned against the wall and his body began to tremble. Ha! Yi Chen sneered. He then grabbed Lin Yuchuan's hair and slammed him hard onto the ground. He didn't have the slightest resistance against Yi Chen. He was utterly terrified. This, gentlemen, I'm wrong. Don't hit me. Let's just pretend nothing happened today, okay? He knelt up with difficulty and kept kowtowing to Yi Chen. Yi Chen gently squatted down and patted his face. It's too tame to beg for mercy like that. I want to see crying parents begging for mercy. Good. I'll cry for my father. I'll cry for my mother. Lin Yuchuan became incoherent. He then shouted with a sob. Father, mother, Mr. Yi, I really know I'm wrong. Please spare me. Like it's a wailing funeral. Yi Chen was amused. This guy really doesn't have any backbone. Just cry and don't stop. Yi Chen then looked at the secretary. You come here. Yi Chen sneered. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the secretary's legs immediately went limp and she collapsed to the ground. I told you to come here. Didn't you hear me? Yi Chen's expression gradually became cold. The secretary's face was pale and her legs couldn't stop trembling. Sweat was pouring down his face. She tried several times and simply couldn't stand up. There was nothing for it but to get on his knees and crawl over. Along the way, her heart skipped a beat. By the way, pick up the stockings on the floor when you pass by. Yi Chen reminded. A few minutes later, the secretary came to Yi Chen's side. Here you go. She handed the stockings to Yi Chen. At the same time, he was puzzled in his heart. What exactly did Yi Chen want to do? Doesn't he like this kind of stuff? As it turns out, she was overthinking it. Yi Chen returned the stockings to her. Here, eat it down. Ha! The secretary froze. Isn't that what he just said? Her heart was suddenly filled with remorse. What did you just say? She couldn't wait to slap herself twice as hard. Bang! Yi Sam casually swung his fist against the wall. A gust of cracks appeared on the wall at once. At that moment, the hearts of everyone present stuttered. The secretary had originally hesitated, saw the scene and ate it hard. It was several minutes before she swallowed with difficulty. She kept dry heaving. Like eating. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, everyone looked at Yi Chen with trepidation, fearful that he would turn on him. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Yi Chen opened the door, only to see Sparrowtan walk in. He was confused when he saw this scene. What's going on here? Why is the scene so chaotic? And Mr. Yi is even here? At this time, Lin Yuchuan saw that Manhwa walked in and instantly saw hope. Mr. Ma, help me Mr. Ma, not only did this kid mess up at Pain Swift, he also beat up all of us. You must do right by us. Lin Yuchuan begged bitterly. Only Mr. Ma can save himself now. Pop. As the words fell, Yi Chen struck up with a forced pocket. Did I tell you to talk? You are here, Mr. Ma, and you still dare to be so arrogant. Simply looking for death. Lin Yuchuan shouted angrily. His own backer was here. What was he afraid of? Today, one has to make this kid pay. Pop. Just then, another forced pocket hit him in the face. Lin Yuchuan was instantly confused. Not only him, but everyone in the room was confused. What's going on here? Mr. Ma is the owner of Painful Swift. Why would he hit himself? Chapter 91 Wing Fai Supermarket. Mr. Ma, what are you doing? Lin Yuchuan asked with a dull gaze. Humph. Sparrowtan grunted coldly. And you have the nerve to ask me. Look what you're doing. I called to tell you that Mr. Yi is at the company. That's how you do things, right? Lin Yuchuan instantly understood. It turned out that Ma always beat himself up because of Mr. Yi. He lowered his head, his face full of aggravation. Mr. Ma, I also know that Mr. Yi is in the company. But this kid keeps messing around with the company. There's nothing I can do about it. This kid came out of nowhere. First he kicks in my office door. Then he hits me. What can I do? Lin Yuchuan was filled with helplessness, but not a word about what he did in the office. Yeah, puke Chief Asama. I puke can prove it, the secretary next to him said as he dry heaved. Zhang Jingye also chimed in. Shut up, all of you. Mr. Ma sternly reprimanded. Listen carefully, this is Mr. Yi, the biggest shareholder of Pain Swift. Sparrowtang only thought about Yi Chen next to him and said in a deep voice. What? This statement was made. There was total silence. Deadly silence. Everyone's eyes froze and their minds went blank. How could they not expect that the young man in front of them was Chief Yi? No wonder this kid dared to kick in the GM's door. No wonder Hemp will always give Lin Yuchuan 2 pussy pockets. So it is. It dawned on the crowd. Lin Yuchuan was even more dumbfounded. It turned out that the one who kicked in his office door and disturbed his good deed was Mr. Yi. He went so far as to say that he was the king of this place in front of Mr.
Yi. Still looking for someone to beat up, Mr. Yi. You're so arrogant yourself. When he thought about what had just happened, he turned pale and panicked. The secretary's heart was even more like a million ants crawling. He himself actually let Mr. Yi eat his stockings. Oh, my God. She lowered her head, not even daring to look at Yi Chen. The heart was full of embarrassment and remorse. Mr. Ma, let's fire all these people. Yi Chen waved his hand and said indifferently, okay, Mr. Yi. Sparrowten nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Lin Yuchuan was instantly nonplussed. He has put in a lot of hard work to get to this point. Nowadays one is used to this life in a high position. He can't afford to lose this job. Mr. Yi, I was wrong, Mr. Yi, I was really wrong. You don't fire me. Give me another chance. Lin Yuchuan kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Mr. Yi, I was wrong too. Spare me this time, Mr. Yi. The others also apologized and begged Yi Chen for forgiveness. Yi Chen ignored them and walked out of the office on his own. I'll leave the rest to Twist 10. Yi Sam didn't let Sparrowten deliver. Only one person left the painkillers building. The other side. Several people were filled with remorse, crying and apologizing to Twisted Tongue again and again. But Sparrowten didn't have the slightest sympathy. Processed the guys out. After dealing with Lin Yuchuan's few people, to prevent something like this from happening, he posted a picture of Yi Chen in the company group. Soon, all the Pain Swift employees knew that this handsome young man was Mr. Yi. At night, Yi Chen stayed in the capital. The next day, he returned to River City. Recently, J-Stick's concert was in full swing in the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Chen also likes the singer very much. He decided to invest in a J-Baton concert in Jiangcheng. Yi Chen dialed the phone number of Zhang Guoli, the manager of Global Trade Plaza. The call was answered. Mr. Yi, what can I do for you? You contact J-Stick's agency as soon as possible. I'm going to invest in a concert of his in Jiangcheng. Yi Chen commanded. Okay, Mr. Yi. Zhang Guoli immediately agreed. Then he continued. Mr. Yi, I have one more thing to tell you. What is it? Yi Chen inquired. Yonghui Supermarket has recently received frequent complaints from customers. Said he bought a lot of expired food. I'm going to go over there now and take a look. Zhang Guoli explains. You don't have to come over. I'm near the Wingfield Supermarket. Yonghui Supermarket is right next to the airport. Yi Chen had just gotten off the plane and wasn't far from there. Alright, Mr. Yi, then I'll trouble you to make the trip yourself. Alright. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen arrived at the Wing Fai Supermarket. Yonghui Supermarket is one of the large-scale superstores acquired by Yechen. It's usually very busy and has a great reputation. But when Yi Chen walked into the supermarket, he found that there weren't many customers. There were only a few dozen sparse people. It looks more or less cold. Yi Chen came to the fresh food area, which was the place where customers complained the most. He picked up a few random boxes and looked at them. There's nothing wrong with finding out the date, but when he picked up another box, the label flipped up a small corner. Yi Chen found that there was actually a label underneath. He was instantly enraged. I can't believe they are cheating their customers so much. Good. I'm going to have to straighten things out today. Just then, a loud noise came from the entrance of the supermarket. Yi Chen frowned slightly as he walked towards the entrance of the supermarket. Chapter 92, The Supermarket is Mine. The other side. In front of Wing Fai Supermarket, a woman in a suit and a housekeeper are arguing. Aya, what are you doing? Your broomstick rubbed against me. Don't you see? The woman questioned with disgust on her face. I'm really sorry, girl. I didn't mean it. Cleaning was a bit of a handful at once. Immediately apologized to the woman. No. Does apologizing help? Are you a? Do you know how much I paid for my clothes? The woman complied, sternly reprimanding. I'm sorry, girl. I'm really sorry. I really didn't mean it. The janitor was flustered and kept bowing and apologizing to the woman. What's the use of saying you didn't do it on purpose when you've rubbed your dirty ass all over me? The woman viciously kicked the broom and the janitor's hand down to the floor. I'm the supervisor here. You have to pay for my clothes today. And get the hell out of here right now. She pointed at the janitor's nose and cursed fiercely. The janitor stomped his feet back and forth anxiously, not knowing what to do. The tears in her eyes kept rolling, and she was so aggravated that she was on the verge of crying out. Hearing the commotion here, many people gathered around. It's not a big deal. There's no need to make things difficult for people cleaning, right? It's just a scuffed pant leg, and housekeeping has already bowed and apologized. To be honest, I'm a little heartbroken for the cleaning lady. Let's forget about it if we have to. Many people have spoken up for the janitor, but there's also a lot of pushback. Some of you will talk a good game, without getting your clothes dirty. Surely you don't find it disgusting. That's not true. They've got thousands of dollars for this suit. You'll pay for it. It's ridiculous that the janitor didn't have eyes, but instead called out the victim.
The woman ignored the voices around her.
Seeing the janitor's silence, she continued with a stern rebuke. This suit of mine is 6,000. Get your money and get the hell out of here right now. I don't want to see you here ever again.
The words fell from his lips and the janitor broke down and cried, even gave this woman a knee to the ground.
Trembling,
she took out of her pocket $247 in change.
Girl, that's all the money I have.
She's really sorry.
I really didn't mean it, she begged bitterly.
But the woman was not at all impressed.
Still not relenting. Cry, cry, cry. You're the weak one for getting my pants dirty. I'm not going to eat that. Get the money.
The scene was once again buzzing.
Many people wanted to go up and give this woman 2 slaps on the wrist, but there are some who think the woman did the right thing.
It's defending people's own legal rights.
At this time, Yi Chen walked over.
He clenched his fists as he roughly understood the situation. This suit is uniformly customized by Yonghui Supermarket for each manager.
Where the did you get $6,000? This supermarket is such a mess. Not only selling expired food, even the people here are arrogant and bossy. What an abomination. Yi Chen walked to the woman and said in a cold voice,
the cleaning lady soiled your clothes,
didn't she? What do you want to do about it? I'm going to make her pay up and get the hell out of here right now.
The woman was arrogant.
But as far as I know, the suit was customized by the company, and it didn't cost you a penny, did it?
Yi Chen directly exposed her words.
You fart. The female supervisor's face suddenly flushed red and her heart was weak. How does this kid know all this stuff? Is he an employee here too? That must be what's going on. Kid, this has nothing to do with you. Get out of here,
or I'll get you out of here along with this janitor.
Ha! Yi Chen burst out laughing.
Supermarkets are full of expired food and they don't move to get people out of here.
You're so awesome. I'll take care of this cleaning lady today. Go get your general manager. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the female supervisor stomped her feet in anger. A brat who manages to be so broad. Don't you fart here, kid. Where do we have expired food in the supermarket? And even if it did, what does it have to do with you?
Still bailing out this janitor. Really treating Wingfield Supermarket as your own.
Are you? The female supervisor yelled. Yi Chen shrugged. The Wingfield Supermarket is indeed mine. Chapter 93, Heartless Boss.
This statement was made. The crowd shook their heads.
No one believed Yi Chen's words at all. Those people who had just spoken for the female supervisor even abused Yi Chen. It's ridiculous for this kid to say he's the owner of this place. What does this matter have to do with him? It's so nosy. Just a little kid. Really thinks he's a savior. The female supervisor laughed even more. Oh, you kid actually said the supermarket is yours?
It's really a newborn calf that dares to say anything. Since you kids are determined to make trouble, I'll only have security guards to maintain order.
The female supervisor was ready to go to the door and call for security. Just then, Yi Chen faintly said, that won't be necessary.
Your manager has arrived.
The female supervisor turned around only to see a man in a suit frowning as he approached.
Yi Chen had already called Zhang Guoli before he came over. Tell him to notify the manager of Wingstop.
It seems to be here now.
Seeing the manager Li Dongliang walking towards her,
the female supervisor immediately put away her arrogance and commiserated. Manager, this cleaning lady soiled my clothes.
I told her to pay for it, and this kid had to block it here, and said this Wing Fai supermarket was his. This kid just came to the supermarket to cause trouble.
I'll call security to kick him out now. The words just fell. Pop.
Manager Li Dongliang slapped a forced pocket in the face of the female supervisor.
I think we should just have security throw you out. You thing with no eyes. This is Mr. Yi, the owner of Wing Fai Supermarket. Li Dongliang angrily rebuked.
He heard that Yi Chen came to Wing Fai Supermarket. Afraid of not being able to find Yi Chen, he asked Zhang Guoli for a picture of Yi Chen.
It was only then that he recognized Yi Chen as Chief Yi at a glance. What? At once, the female supervisor froze in place.
She covered her face, her gaze frozen, a look of disbelief on her face.
How she didn't expect it.
This young man turned out to be his own boss.
Everyone in the room had the same shock written all over their faces.
No wonder this young man wasn't afraid of getting into hot water and dared to meddle in such matters.
Turns out he owns this supermarket. Returning to her senses, the female supervisor suddenly blanched. I can't believe I was so arrogant and bossy in front of my boss. The boss won't let himself go. Will he?
Her body shuddered uncontrollably. But housekeeping soiled his pants.
You're the victim yourself.
A twinge of resentment rose in her heart. Tell this woman to get the hell out of Wingfield Supermarket.
Yi Chen waved his hand and said carelessly, okay Mr. Yi.
Li Dongliang nodded in agreement. Then he looked at the female supervisor and said in a cold voice,
pack up and get the hell out of here.
Hearing Li Dongliang's words,
the female supervisor's body violently trembled. She panicked. No, don't Manager Li.
It's all because this cleaning lady soiled my pants.
and I'm just trying to get justice. What's wrong with me? It's this janitor who should go. Toward the end, she growled progressively. Yi Chen sneered. This woman is quite a. Get this woman out of here. The suit belongs to the company. Remember to bring her back. Yi Chen instructed. Okay, Mr. Yi. Li Dongliang then called a few security guards and threw the female supervisor out the door. Remember to come tomorrow and return the suit, or you won't get your paycheck this month, Li Dongliang said coldly. He then stopped paying attention to the female supervisor and turned back to the supermarket. It's a damn relief to see this woman end up like this. That kind of woman just deserves it. This kind of uneducated woman doesn't deserve any sympathy at all. The crowd blamed the female supervisor, and the person who spoke for the female supervisor in the first place. Both shot up and left in black and gray. Yi Chen came to the cleaning aunt, took $5,000 in cash out of his possession and gave it to her. Auntie, you've suffered in the company. This is compensation for you. Thanks, boss. Thanks. The janitor looked excited and thanked him. The people around him praised Yi Chen. The matter is finally behind us. It's time to deal with companies selling expired food. Just acquired all the superstores. Universal Trade Plaza then allocated enough money to each superstore. Why is this still happening? This matter has already touched Yi Chen's bottom line. Yi Chen was ready to head to the office with Li Dongliang to figure this out. At that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. You're the owner of Wing Fai Supermarket, aren't you? Stop acting here. If you had a real conscience, would you sell us expired food? The words have set the crowd on fire. Yeah, buy expired products and don't give refunds. No, my friend asked for a refund and was thrown out by the security guards here. The owner of such a supermarket can be no good. That's right, and acting all righteous and disgusting. The crowd shifted their attitudes towards Yi Chen. Words accused up Yi Chen. 94. Office area. Yi Chen was also deeply sorry for this kind of thing. Everyone please calm down. Today you will bring in any expired food or small purchase tickets. All are eligible for $100 compensation. Also I will immediately order the supermarket to rectify the situation. In the future, if you buy expired food again, Yonghui Supermarket will refund you 100 times. Also, the balance of the membership card is refundable. Yi Chen threw down his promise, and a bow to all the customers present. I apologize profusely. Humph, I hope you do what you say you're going to do. Who knows if it's just more pie in the sky. The crowd was skeptical. They had heard such promises not once or twice, but every time it doesn't work out. When Yi Chen saw this, his heart became even angrier. It is surprising that the managers of these supermarkets have repeatedly deceived consumers. It's so bottomless. He turned to look at Li Dongliang. Manager Li, notify all the staff of the supermarket immediately now. Get refunds for everyone immediately. Anyone who dares to refuse, get the hell out of here immediately. And clean up all the expired food in the supermarket within half an hour. Yi Chen instructed Li Dongliang. Li Dongliang was in a bit of a bind. Much of the stuff on the shelves is expired food. If they were all removed, the shelves would instantly look empty. If Mr. Yi sees that there are so many expired food products, he will definitely suffer. What should I do? Don't play mind games for me. If I find out, you can think about the consequences. Yi Chen added. Li Dongliang originally wanted to do some maneuvering, but when he heard Yi Chen's words, he was instantly weak. One can only do these things the hard way. Yi Chen, on the other hand, walked towards the office area alone. Coming to the door of the office area, Yi Chen pushed the door in. Just as he opened the door, he saw a slightly balding middle-aged man appear in the doorway. You're from Wingfield Supermarket? The balding man inquired with an expressionless face. Right, Yi Chen said faintly. The man frowned at once. Why are you running around if you're not working? He grabbed the mop behind the door and threw it in front of Yi Sam. Quick, go clean up my office. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. It seems that this man thinks of himself as an employee here. He kicked the mop away. Coldly, he said, go yourself. Then ignoring him, he walked into the office area on his own. You dare to refuse me? Do you know who I am? The man's face turned ugly at once. He himself is the deputy general manager here. A tiny employee who dared to reject himself. It's so anticlimactic. Don't recognize it. Yi Chen casually said. I'm the vice president here, so hurry up and clean my office. The balding man snapped a stern rebuke, obviously a little pissed off. The company's boss, Mr. Yi, is here, so I have to go out to greet him. If I come back the office has not been cleaned. Just wait until you get the hell out of here. The balding man threatened in a deep voice. Immediately after that, he stopped paying attention to Yi Chen and turned around, preparing to leave the office area. Just as his foot had just lifted, Yi Chen's cold voice sounded from behind him. Stand still, did I tell you to go? The balding man stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at Yi Chen, his eyes filled with anger. Boy, did I give you face? What's your name and what department?
The bald man questioned. This kid dares to talk to himself like that.
He's going to make this kid get the hell out of here right now. Yi sum.
Yi-chan gently spat out 2 words.
Yeah? The balding man was slightly stunned? This kid can't be that Mr. Yi, right? No, it can't be. How could Chief Yi be a brat? At that moment,
a woman swayed over.
What's wrong, Vice President Zhang? Isn't Mr. Yi here? What are you doing standing at the door? The woman asked suspiciously. The visitor was none other than Wang Lan, the HR manager.
Vice President Zhang opened his mouth when he saw the HR manager coming.
It's good that you're here. This kid is here to mess with the company. Fire him immediately. Manager Wang Lan looked at Yi Chen suspiciously. How did this kid mess with this Vice President Zhang? Mr. Zhang, what's this kid's name? Yi Chen. Vice President Zhang said. Yi Sam? Wang Lan was confused when she heard the name. Others may not be aware of the name, but he knew the name all too well as HR manager. Isn't that the name of the owner? Mr. Yi? Manager Wang, what's wrong with you?
Seeing that Wang Lan's face did not look right, Vice President Zhang hurriedly inquired.
Wang Lan returned to her senses, her beautiful brows furrowed. Vice President Zhang, this is the name of the company's Chief Yi. What? Vice President Zhang froze in place. Is this kid really Mr. Yi? It can't be, can it?
People who can afford a Yonghui supermarket.
How can you be so young? Manager Wang, this kid can't be Mr. Yi, right? It should just be the same name. How can Yi not be a brat? Vice President Zhang questioned. I should be overthinking it. Wang Lan shook his head. She obviously wasn't too convinced either. A person like Mr. Yi would be a brat. Chapter 95, get the hell out of here. Okay, you take this kid to check out. I'll go see where Mr. Yi is. Vice President Zhang commanded. Okay, Mr. Zhang. Wang Lan nodded in agreement.
The way she looked at Yi Chen also returned to her previous disdain.
Kid, come with me, Wang Lan said with an impatient face. Vice President Zhang half stepped out of the door of the office area. Just then, Li Dongliang ran over panting. He ran head-on into Vice President Chang. As the two of them steadied themselves, Vice President Zhang was puzzled. Mr. Li, are you okay? You're so flustered. Did something happen? Li Dongliang gasped. Mr. Yi has come to the office area. Can I not be anxious? He then looked at the duo of Vice President Zhang and Wang Lan suspiciously. What's the deal with these two? Mr. Yi is here. What are you two still doing at the door? Hurry up and take me to see Mr. Yi. Li Dongliang looked anxious. Don't be in a hurry, Mr. Li. Mr. Yi hasn't come yet. Vice President Zhang comforted. Li Dongliang was full of doubts. The office is on the 2nd floor. You should be there by now. How can it not be here yet? Vice President Zhang then laughed. But there's an employee with the same name as Mr. Yi who is at the door. This employee is just a brat in his early 20s. I don't think it's the Chief Yi we're looking for at all. Same name, same surname, early 20s. When Li Dongliang heard this, his heart was suddenly cold. Isn't Mr. Yi in his early 20s? He was instantly in a cold sweat. Li Dongliang hurriedly stepped through the door of the office area. Sure enough, Mr. Yi is standing at the door. Mr. Li, I told you it's just a brat. There's no need to make a fuss. Vice President Zhang said indifferently. Mr. Li, you've met Mr. Yi. He should be a very elegant middle-aged man, right? Wang Lan, the HR manager, also smiled and inquired. Li Dongliang ignored these two. He faced Yi Chen and bent over slightly. Hello Yi. Yi general manager. What? The two of them, Wang Lan and Vice President Zhang, were instantly confused. Yi general. Is this young man named Yi Chen really Mr. Yi? Oh, my god. Thinking about how blind I was just now, Wang Lan immediately felt like a thorn in her back, itching to find a crack in the ground. The one who was most shocked was Vice President Zhang. How could he not have expected that this unassuming kid would be his boss? To think that I had just asked my boss to clean his office. And talk about firing your own boss. He was at a loss for words. What are you doing to yourself? Yi Chen kicked the mop in front of Vice President Zhang. Mop all the office floors. And by the way, wipe down all the employees' workstations. If you dare to ask for help, you and him will get the hell out of here together. Hearing Yi Chen's reprimand, Vice President Zhang immediately turned pale. He himself is the vice president of this place. Do we really have to mop the floor and wipe the table like a janitor? This is too embarrassing. But when he saw Yi Chen's icy cold eyes, he was instantly abashed, grabbed a broom and mopped it up. It confused the employees working around them. The boss is actually cleaning? And wiped your own table yourself? Many people had their cell phones out, took a picture and posted it on Poxtone. It was a hot topic among netizens.
I can't even begin to think how great it would be for the boss to wipe his own desk.
No way. No way.
Our boss can't be the only one who has a smelly face all day. If my boss can wipe my desk,
I'd be willing to marry Louis Fei even if I had to. Why are you even eating this kid?
Thou mayest have a small solution, and whisk thy face upon the ground and shine upon it, and thy confusion shall be solved.
Netizens have expressed their envy. Yi Chen,
on the other hand, summoned all the management of Yonghui Supermarket. There was a meeting in the conference room. Yi Chen took a box of expired raw food out of his pocket, slammed it down hard on the desk.
Someone please explain this to me. Why are large quantities of expired food being sold? It's possible that the employees didn't notice. Li Dongliang explained with a smile.
Ha,
didn't notice. Yi Chen sneered. How do you explain that when I just saw an employee putting new labels on expired food?
Who told you to do this?
Step forward. No one spoke.
The room was silent.
Good. Very good. Yi Chen was completely pissed off. Such a big deal happening at the supermarket. And these managers can't even say a word. It's hateful. Finance. How much was brought up for expired food loss last month? Yi Chen asked in a cold voice. The finance manager frowned and hesitated.
There seems to be some hard feelings.
Come on. Yi Chen urged sternly. The finance manager spoke stiffly. Mr. Yi, a total of 2,700,000. 2,700,000.
You guys, reporting $2,700,000 in expired food costs and selling expired food again.
Are you human beings? Where did all this money go? Yi Chen questioned loudly. No one responded. Both are keeping their heads down and playing deaf and dumb. No one's talking, are they? Yi Chen took a deep breath. Then all of you get the hell out of here.
Yi Chen slammed the door and walked out of the conference room.
Seeing Yi Chen get so angry, everyone was slightly stunned. Then the talk began. You don't think Mr. Yi will really sack us all, do you? How is that possible? How is he going to run this supermarket if he lets us all go? Yeah, as long as we join forces, even he can't do anything about it. A little kid as a boss, and we're going to take it hard? Ha ha. Immediately afterward, the crowd laughed. Chapter 96, Pizza Hut in Nanshan. Li Dongliang also smiled and shook his head. Mr. Yi is just momentarily angry. He'll be back in a little while. It's a matter he certainly won't pursue.
Or this supermarket he'll do it himself.
Li Dongliang is confident. He was certain that Yi Chen wouldn't dare to fire them all. The matter had to be left unsettled in the end. Humph. Fighting with us old farts. This Mr. Yi is still too young. Personnel manager Wang Lan was also full of complacency. Everyone laughed again once more. And the other side. After Yi Chen slammed the door, all the employees had also talked about it. What's wrong with this Mr. Yi? Why is he so angry? What's the point? I can't control these people. It's better for the newly appointed boss to keep a low profile, or else he'll still be held steady by these old men. Yi Chen ignored the voices. Straight out of the office area. Since this supermarket has become this way, then let it shut down indefinitely. He got through to the plaza's manager. Mr. Zheng. What's up Mr. Yi? What's the situation over there? Zhang Guoli inquired. This place is rotten to the core. Shut down Wing Fai supermarket, Yi Chen said indifferently. Also, notify all the businesses in the city that no business is allowed to accept all the management of Yonghui supermarket, and contact the painful swift legal department to hold these people legally responsible. Yi Chen not only wanted to make it impossible for them to mix in Jiangcheng, and to hand deliver them to the station. You should know that the legal department of Pain and Swift is known as the Pizza Hut of Nanshan. Yi Chen will absolutely fight for the maximum sentence for these people. Okay Mr. Yi, I'll get on with it. Zhang Guoli is like a gun in Yi Chen's hand, pointing and hitting wherever he wants, leaving it to him to do his job. Yi Chen was relieved. Meeting room of Wing Fai supermarket. The crowd was ready to leave the conference room and return to their respective jobs. At this time, Li Dongliang received a message from Zhang Guoli. The entire management of Yonghui supermarket was fired, including himself. Wing Fai supermarket will also be closed indefinitely for consolidation. Yonghui supermarket will be closing. Please leave quickly. What? Li Dongliang was instantly confused. Are you kidding me? How is that possible? This supermarket should be the only property of this Mr. Yi, right? Isn't he afraid of going bankrupt? Seeing Li Dongliang's face turn ugly, the crowd was full of confusion. You won the battle today. Why are you still sad? Mr. Li, what's wrong? What happened? Personnel manager Wang Lan couldn't help the curiosity in her heart and asked. The person who acquired the Yonghui supermarket on behalf of Mr. Yi just now sent me a message. See for yourselves. He slid the phone out casually. Everyone saw the message. There was a slight pause. Is this Mr. Yi going to kill the fish and break the net? Ha! Wang Langton laughed. I see. This is a ploy that Mr. Yi is running, just trying to scare us. Wang Lan said disdainfully. When the crowd heard it, it seemed to be the case. Indeed, if he did that, he should be trying to pin us down. It's still Manager Wan's thoughtfulness. We almost fell into this Mr. Ye's trap. Li Dongliang's expression also eased. This Mr. Yi is young. It's so hard to have such an industry. How can you let it close down and go out of business? It's nothing more than a setup for the rest of them. Since this Mr. Yi wants to pin us down, we'll press on. Let's see what he can do to us. Chapter 97 Mr. Ye's identity. Li Dongliang arrogantly said. This Mr. Yi can only compromise. There is no other choice. Ha ha, the crowd laughed out loud. A few moments of discussion ensued. Then, gentlemen, let's adjourn like this. Li Dongliang proposed. Okay Mr. Li. Yes, the crowd responded. I'll go down there and have the waitress put back the expired food that was just taken away. Li Dongliang said. The words fell. The crowd gradually dispersed. All went back to their respective jobs. Li Dongliang then walked towards the first floor downstairs. But when he came to the first floor, the scene in front of him instantly shocked him fiercely to the core. Just see that all the employees and customers have left. Supermarket doors have also been tightly closed. The only people left in the entire supermarket were in their office area. He pulled the door open and walked out. Supermarket entrance is clearly written closure and reorganization for big words. At once, Li Dongliang froze. He didn't expect this Mr. Yi to actually shut down this supermarket. No, have to tell the others about this. Li Dongliang is ready to return to the supermarket. But that's when he realized that he couldn't get in anymore. Because there were a couple of security guards standing at the door. The security guards then drove out all the people from the office area. The crowd of people froze in the doorway. They didn't expect that this Mr. Yi would do such a desperate thing. Really shut down the Wingfield supermarket. Their gazes were frozen for a long time. Thinking about how he was just full of smug certainty that Yi Chen wouldn't dare to do so. It was like they had been slapped hard a few times at the moment. The face was on fire and it hurt. Now they lost the bet. Become an unemployed person. There was a moment of remorse in his heart. Don't sigh, everyone. We're just losing a job. We'll just find it again. And this Mr. Yi lost all his property. What's there to be angry about? Wang Lan said arrogantly. Despite being unemployed myself. But the people who put themselves out of work are worse off than they are. Isn't it worth being happy? When the crowd heard it, that was indeed what happened. You can get your own job back if you lose it. And Wing Fai supermarket, when it closes down, there's no coming back. There are still so many things that don't sell in the supermarket. I'm just afraid I'm going to owe the bank a lot of money. This Mr. Yi might be able to do as well as he did in the future. Ha ha, just as these people were comforting themselves, a sudden laugh came from the side. You people are really ignorant. The crowd turned their heads. It is the same Zhang Guoli who bought Yonghui supermarket on behalf of Yi Chen in the first place. Ha, Li Dongliang laughed. We're ignorant. And you and that Mr. Yi of yours are no better nowadays. Wang Lan also disdainfully said. You still have the heart to taunt us here. Think about paying off the bank loan first. We're at least not in arrears, which is much better than you and that Mr. Yeah of yours. Other Yonghui supermarket executives have also shown disdain. Hear these words. Zhang Guoli laughed and shook his head. These guys are pretty little cuties. Don't worry, you guys. Both Mr. Yi and I are doing well. Mr. Yi doesn't just have one Yonghui supermarket. Zhang Guoli continued after a pause. He owns all the big superstores in the whole of Jiangcheng. What? Everyone was dumbfounded at these words. This Mr. Yi has actually bought all the large supermarkets in the city? How is that possible? Disbelief was written all over their eyes. Originally, they were waiting to see Yi Chen's joke, but I didn't realize that the original clowns were themselves. Wang Lan was staring blankly, like a little cutie, muttered over and over. No way. That's impossible. Li Dongliang also looked like he couldn't believe it. At that moment, the security guard at the door spoke up. Nothing's impossible. The staff of Yonghui supermarket has already moved to other supermarkets. Hearing the guard's words, the crowd was completely dumbfounded. They are filled with guilt and remorse. If it had been truthful at the meeting in the first place, probably wouldn't have gotten to this point. But there are no pills for regret in life. Some things, once done, there's no going back. Tell you some more about Mr. Yi. Let you all take a good look at how small you are in front of this Mr. Yi. Zhang Guoli lit a cigarette and continued. Mr. Yi is not only under the hand can not only have dozens of supermarkets so simple. He still has 27 hotels in Jiangcheng. He owns the Global Trade Plaza, too. You've been blocked by all the businesses in Jiangcheng. With that said, he threw everyone a smile, then turned and left the place. What? Li Dongliang's group of people were completely confused. It was only now that they only realized how stupid they had just acted. How dare you presume to go against such a bigot? And trying to hold a bigot like that, it's so stupid. Mr. Yi didn't give a small Yonghui supermarket a second thought. Now it's blocked all over town. They thoroughly regretted it. Regretting that I got caught up in the money in the first place. It's only now that we're in this situation. Li Dongliang was like a little cutie, like frozen in place. Keep slapping yourself. Leland was even crouching on the ground, burying his head in his knees. He broke down and cried. It's very unhelpful. But in the eyes of the security guard at the door, there was no pity or sympathy, only disgust. Get the hell out of the way and get out of the way of the door. The security guards unceremoniously kicked a few people out of the place. A few days later, Yi Chen received a message from Painful Sun Legal. The lawyer's letter has been sent to the management of Yonghui Supermarket. Just waiting for court in a month. And they've got enough evidence. Definitely gives these guys a good couple of years in the little black room. When he gets out, he still has to pay back the more than $2 million he embezzled from Wing Fai Supermarket, as well as the huge loss of millions of dollars to Wingfield Supermarket because of them. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction when he saw it. That's right. Tonight, it happens to be Jay Stick's concert. Nightfall. Yi Chen picked up Lin Xiaohong. The two were ready to head to the concert venue, the River City Stadium. At that moment, a message came from his younger brother, Yecho. Chapter 98, The Fate of a Licking Dog. Brother, I wanted to take my girlfriend to see Jay Batten's concert, but I didn't get a ticket. Do you have any connections in this area to get two of them? Yi Chen smiled. This concert is a self-invested one. Such little things don't matter at all. You guys wait for me at the concert entrance and I'll take you in. Yi Chen sent a message. Okay brother. Yi Chao responded. Put away the cell phone. It's Jay's concert. Can your brother do it? Leaf Zhou's sighed. The cute-looking, slightly chubby girl Lu Shihan was full of questions. Don't worry Xiaohan, my brother will be able to do it. Yi Qiao was confident. He had still seen the strength of his own brother. Okay, I'll trust you for once. Lu Shihan was arrogant, and Yi Qiao was beside himself with respect, a face full of pleasing colors. Just then, a discordant voice rang out. Hey, isn't this Yi Xiao? How come we didn't get tickets to the Jay Batten concert? Immediately afterward, a man with a big waist and a full body name tag walked over with a bad smile on his face, and beside him was Mu Qing, the class flower that Yi Qiao had licked for 2 years back then. Humph, Gu Xiaoyan, I don't need you to meddle in my affairs, and my brother already got me the tickets, Yi Qiao coldly said. Gu Xiaoyan is the famous rich kid in Yi Qiao's class. It's not very long though, but with his financial power, he attracted many beautiful women. He usually despised poorer people like Yi Qiao the most. There was even no shortage of humiliating Yi Qiao in class. Even though he knew that Yi Qiao's brother was rich, he still despised people like Yi Qiao from the bottom of his heart. Ha! Gu Xiaoyan burst out laughing. Your brother? Who the hell is your brother? Don't think because he gave you a Lamborghini that he can do anything. It's Jay Stick's concert. The tickets just went on sale less than a minute ago and they're already sold out. Do you think your brother is capable of getting this ticket? Gu Xiaoyan patted Yi Qiao's shoulder. There was disdain in his eyes. Mu Qing, who was on the side, had even more contempt in her eyes. Yecho, your brother is a bit rich, but Jay Stick's tickets require connections, so how could your brother possibly get them? Unlike Gu Xiao, his cousin is Jay Stick's manager. Getting 2 tickets was a breeze. Mu Qing then took out 2 tickets from her bag. It was dangled in front of Yecho. Hearing the words of the two, Lu Shihan also hesitated. Yi Qiao, tickets for Jay Stick are hard to come by. Can your brother do it or not? Lu Shihan was filled with skepticism. If my brother says he can get a ticket, he absolutely can. Don't worry Shihan. Yi Qiao smiled and comforted. Then he looked indifferently at the two Gu Xiaoyan. You guys don't get to say if you get tickets or not. We'll see you at the concert. Oh, and see you at the scene. Mu Qing laughed disdainfully. I'm just afraid that some people can't even get in the door. Gu Xiaoyan also arrogantly laughed. I think it would be better if you two didn't show up to embarrass yourselves. Where will your faces go if you were stopped by the security guards at the door? He said and slapped his face. Very arrogant and smug. Yi Qiao ignored the two men. There is no point in talking too much. The truth will hit them hard in the face. Yi Qiao pulled Lu Shihan's hand and prepared to leave the place. But the next moment, Lu Shihan broke free of Yi Qiao's hand. Xiao Gu, can you get me a ticket? I'll go with you guys. Lu Shihan turned her head and asked Gu Xiaoyan with a smile. Sure, it's just a ticket, a small thing. Gu Xiaoyan said indifferently. Lu Shihan jumped up in excitement. Gu Xiao, thank you so much. She then looked to Yecho. Yi Qiao, I'm only here to see my idol Jay Batten's concert. Don't think too much. With that, he stood behind Gu Xiaoyan. Seeing this scene, Yi Qiao was instantly confused. He and Lu Shihan only got together a few days ago. On weekdays, he treated Mu Qing the same as he did, gave his heart to Lu Shihan, knew she loved Jay Stick,
That's why Yecho called his brother, hoping to get 2 tickets. He thought that this time he would get true love for a change, but he didn't expect the results to remain the same as in the past. Pure love warriors, indeed, do not deserve true love. He wasn't as sad and upset as he was last time. It just feels pathetic. It's also ridiculous. Since life forces, then be a scumbag from now on. Gu Xiaoyan looked at Yi Xiao, his eyes full of mockery. Yi Xiao, isn't it pathetic to see the scene? Mu Qing, on the other hand, clasped her hands on her chest and smiled arrogantly. Yi Xiao, you really only deserve to be a licking dog. Even when you're rich, you can't get away with being a lickspill. Chapter 99, luckily I didn't come with you. And Lu Shirhan, who was standing behind her, pretended to apologize. Yi Xiao, you also know that J-Stick is my idol. I just want to see J-Stick in concert. Tomorrow morning. I'll still take the breakfast you send. Yi Xiao shook his head indifferently. Lu Shirhan, let's break up. There are no extra words. He turned and got into his Lamborghini and left the place. In response, Lu Shirhan just smiled faintly. Lu Shirhan knew how Yi Xiao felt about herself. He's just pissed off for now. Tomorrow morning, he would still be standing at the dormitory building bringing himself breakfast. Still follows his ass around asking questions, saying a bunch of useless crap to show you care. So she didn't care about Yi Xiao's mood in the slightest. There is no need to take into account the mood of the licking dog at all. A few moments later, Yi Xiao arrived at the entrance of the concert. Just as he arrived at the door, he saw his brother Yi Chen and sister-in-law. Brother, sister-in-law. Yi Xiao took the initiative to go forward and greet him. Seeing Yi Xiao come alone, the smile on his face was worse than tears. Yi Chen knew that something must have happened. Older brother, didn't you bring your younger siblings to the concert just now? Where are they? Yi Chen asked gently. Don't say it, brother. I met another scum girl. Yi Xiao barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Yi Chen didn't pursue the question. He sighed softly. Countless golden girls in Jiangcheng want to marry my brother, Yi Chen. And these ordinary people don't know how to appreciate it. These people really have no vision. Yi Xiao laughed when she heard Yi Chen's words. Brother, you're such a joker. How can a 1,000-year-old girl from Jiangcheng look at us? He obviously didn't believe Yi Chen's words. Which one of those $1,000 ladies is not rich? Even if your own brother has a bit of money. What's the point? Yi Chen smiled. He himself is the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. A few thousand ladies in the district are nothing at all. Without further ado, let's get ready to go in. Yi Chen opened his mouth. Okay. Aha. With that said, the three of them came to the entrance of the concert. Just lifted my foot and was ready to step inside. Immediately, he was stopped in his tracks by 2 security guards. A couple of people, please show me your tickets. No, Yi Chen said indifferently. What are you doing here without a ticket? Get the hell out of here and don't make a mess. The security guard's face immediately turned ugly. Move along without a ticket. Can't you see the long line behind you? That's right. What's the point of coming here without a ticket? What a delay. It's obvious that people like this are the ones who look down on concerts and try to blend in. The crowd blamed the Yi Chen trio. The three had no choice but to back out. Brother, you don't have a ticket? Leaf Zhou asked incredulously. Lin Xiaodong was also confused. Yi Chen was also slightly embarrassed. Even though the concert was self-sponsored. But the guard doesn't recognize himself. Right at this moment, the 3 Gu Xiaoyan on the side happened to see the scene. The 3 men burst out laughing. Yecho, is this that brother of yours? So it's a ridiculous attempt to blend into the concert. Gu Xiaoyan sneered. Being kicked out by security in front of so many people is pretty embarrassing. Mu Qing also disdainfully glanced at Yi Chen's trio and arrogantly said. Lu Shirhan's eyes, on the other hand, were filled with disgust. It's a good thing I didn't come with you. Otherwise not only will the concert not be watched, but you'll have to suffer cold stares. It's so humiliating. Chapter 100 Middle-aged Men. It was already humiliating enough to be driven away by the security guards in front of so many people. Now he was being mocked by the 3 Gu Xiaoyan people in turn. Yi Xiao instantly flushed red. Can't speak. The eyes that looked at Yi Chen also had a hint more of a grudge. If my brother hadn't said he could get the tickets, it's not so humiliating to be on your own. Lin Xiaotong next to her also frowned slightly. Yi Chen, you really don't have a ticket? She asked incredulously. Yi Sam said he could get into the concert. I don't think I'd cheat myself. No. Yi Chen nodded. Put on a concert on your own dime. Where else would you need to buy your own ticket? Yi Chen continued. But we don't even need tickets to get in here. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the 3 of them, Gu Xiaoyan, once again laughed contemptuously. Dare I ask Yi Xiao's brother, what do you mean by that you don't need a ticket? What? Trying to sneak in? Gu Xiaoyan said with a bad smile on his face. Mu Qing also sneered from the sidelines. And you don't need a ticket. You really think you're a concert owner, don't you? That's ridiculous. The eyes of Lu Shirhan,
who was on the side, were filled with disgust when she looked at Yi Chen. If you can't get a ticket, just say so. And something about not needing a ticket. What's the point of pretending like that? It will just make you even more humiliated. The people around them were even casting unkind looks. Young man, if you don't have a ticket, don't say such big words. I'm ashamed for you. Big Mom. An older woman slapped her face in disgust. Yeah, man. The security guards kicked us out once, so save yourself some face. If you don't have a ticket, get out of here. What's the point of staying here? The crowd mocked Yi Chen. Yi Chen, since there are no tickets, we'd better go. Staying here would only be more humiliating. Lin Xiaotong suggested. There were too many mocking voices around. She just couldn't take it anymore. Yeah brother, you can't see this concert anyway. Yecho also suggested leaving. Yi Chen shook his head. The concert hasn't started yet, so don't worry, just wait. What's the point of waiting down there brother? Does it work? Yecho was getting a little impatient. At this time, Gu Xiaoyan came to Yi Chen's side, waved the ticket in his hand. Take your time, we'll just go in first. J-Stick's concert will definitely be great, just that some people are afraid they won't be able to see it. Gu Xiaoyan walked towards the venue with a smug look on his face. Mu Cheng and Lu Shirhan gave Yi Chen's trio an arrogant look, also walked arrogantly towards the venue. Just as the three were about to pass through security and step into the venue, a middle-aged man walked out of the venue head-on. See the middle-aged man's figure. The two security guards immediately put away their dangling postures, head held high. Ticket checking is also much more serious. Let's stop and check the tickets later. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Okay boss. The two security guards responded. Hear the word boss. The crowd looked at the middle-aged man with expressions of surprise. Is this the concert owner? No wonder the aura looks so different. What's a big man like that doing at the ticket gate? Is he looking for someone? Because of the stopping of ticket checking, Gu Xiaoyan's trio could only wait at the door. The three also turned their heads to look at the middle-aged man. With the crowd watching, the middle-aged man slowly approached Yi Chen's trio. The crowd was full of confusion. What's this boss doing around that kid? Did he know that these three were here to cause trouble and had come to drive them away himself? That's a bit of a big deal, isn't it? Chapter 101 Lu Shirhan regrets. But the next moment, the middle-aged man came to Yi Chen's side. Bending slightly, he said respectfully, Mr. Yi, you're here. The middle-aged man was none other than Zhang Guoli, the manager of Global Trade Plaza. Yi Chen nodded gently. At once, the whole room was silent. The crows were silent. Everyone was confused. This owner who invested in the concert. Surprisingly, he respectfully addressed this kid as Mr. Yi. How is this possible? Disbelief was written all over the faces of the crowd. Lin Xiaotong and Yi Qiao on the side stared with wide eyes and open mouths. A look of disbelief. What's this? What's this all about? Brother actually knows the owner of this place? The three of them, Gu Xiaoyan, were even more confused. What exactly is the identity of Yi Qiao's brother? Surprisingly, even the owner of the concert treated him with respect. It's incredible. No wonder people don't have tickets. Where is the need to bring a ticket for someone like that? Isn't this a joke? Thinking of that arrogant face in front of Yi Chen just now, the eyes of the three men suddenly became dull, full of panic and overwhelm. His face was even redder. Couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Lu Shirhan didn't know what Yi Qiao's brother's identity was though, but you could tell he was something else. She regretted it. One should have trusted Yecho, but it's not too late. Although Yi Qiao had already mentioned breaking up with himself, but as long as he softens up and admits he's wrong, he'll definitely get back together, and it will lick itself like it used to. Isn't that what dog licking is all about? Lu Shirhan smiled and came to Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao, it was my fault just now, but I also just want to see J-Stick in concert. I guess you can understand that. Okay, don't be mad. I'll just watch the concert with you. Lu Shirhan apologized with a straight face, then naturally took Yi Qiao's arm. Lu Shirhan, we've broken up. Yi Qiao fiercely shook off Lu Shirhan's hand. Yi Qiao, stop it. I've apologized to you. What else do you want? Lu Shirhan grew impatient. If you keep this up, I'm really going to ignore you. Yi Qiao was instantly exasperated and laughed. This woman is quite arrogant. I was so blind myself in the first place. What's the deal with looking at such a thing? I'd really appreciate it then. Get the hell out of here. Don't take yourself too damn seriously. You're worthless to me now. Yi Qiao said expressionlessly. Hearing Yi Qiao's words, Lu Shirhan froze in place. She didn't realize that she had been licking herself all this time. Yecho, who was subservient to himself. It's amazing that you would say such a thing to yourself. When she was loved, she was emboldened. But now that she was about to lose Yi Qiao, her heart panicked. Yi Qiao didn't buy bags of cosmetics for herself on weekdays. One cannot afford to lose Yecho. Yecho, I was joking. I wasn't trying to ignore you. What just happened is in the past. let's just pretend it never happened, okay?
Lu Shirhan said with a smile. There was a hint of pleading in his tone.
Why are you such a? Stop pestering me, you're only making me sick,
Yi Qiao said coldly. Afterward, he turned around and no longer paid attention to Lu Shirhan. Lu Shirhan's face was pale and her gaze was dull, thoroughly panicked.
Yi Qiao, don't be like this, I was wrong, I apologize to you, don't you leave me, okay?
Lu Shirhan grabbed Yi Qiao's hand and begged bitterly. There were hidden tears welling up in his eyes. She's really scared. When Yi Qiao's feelings belonged to her, she felt that everything was as it should be,
didn't take it to heart at all, but about to lose it. She regretted it.
Yi Qiao shook off Lu Shirhan's hand fiercely.
Ah!
Lu Shirhan didn't stand still and sat on her butt. She broke down and cried,
trying to retain Yecho through tears, but Yi Qiao didn't even look at her. Brother, let's go in, Yi Qiao faintly said. Okay, go in. Yi Chen nodded.
Then he looked at Zhang Guoli who was on the side.
Manager Zhang,
refund the tickets of these three and tell them to get lost.
Yi Chen waved his hand. Okay, Mr. Yi.
The crowd was once again shocked to see this scene.
The owner of this concert. It's amazing how much he listens to this young man.
The crowd had originally thought that the two just knew each other.
It doesn't seem so simple now. Gu Xiaoyan and the others were confused.
They likewise didn't expect Yi Qiao's brother to have so much power. Even the owner of the concert had to listen to him.
Yi Qiao, we're all in the same class. There's no need to be so desperate, right? Gu Xiaoyan questioned.
Yeah, Yecho, it wasn't just a couple of words about you. Are you as cheap as that? Mu Qing also looked at Yi Qiao in disgust.
She didn't realize that a big man could be so small-minded.
It's only a matter of saying a few words about him.
And he's even retaliating.
Yi Qiao smiled and came in front of the two Gu Xiaoyan.
You want to see a concert, right? Get down on your knees and beg me. You. Gu Xiaoyan was on fire.
Humph. It's just a concert.
Don't watch it, just you wait. Let's see what I'll do to you when we get back to school. Gu Xiaoyan verbally threatened.
The words fell out of his mouth and he threw up his sleeves in anger. Taking Mu Qing's hand, he prepared to leave the place.
Yi Chen originally wanted to let them go just like that. That's not possible now. Stop, did I tell you to leave?
Yi Chen came to Gu Xiaoyan's side.
Pop, a backhanded forced pocket hit. Gu Xiaoyan's face was hot and painful.
He covered his face and yelled, "You, don't you dare hit me." When he finished speaking, he raised his fists in preparation to return the favor.
The fist hadn't even touched Yi Chen yet.
It was then viciously held by Yi Chen's palm.
Unable to move. Pop, another forced pocket hit. How dare someone in Jiangcheng threaten my Yi Chen's brother? What a death wish. Yi Chen looked indifferent.
The eyes were even colder than ice.
Manager Zhang, get a couple of security guards to take these two to the empty lot next to them to skate around for a while. Yi Chen instructed Zhang Guoli, who was next to him. Chapter 102. Hearing this, Gu Xiaoyan instantly understood the meaning. This is going to take a beating.
He had all but forgotten the pain in his face.
Breathing became ragged.
The eyes were filled with horror.
Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I was the one with a cheap mouth just now. Please spare me this time. He begged for forgiveness again and again. Even slapped himself in the mouth. What's that compared to getting beat up by Paul? Mu Qing was even more frightened. Couldn't stop shaking. Yi general manager. I'm wrong too. I'm just a woman. Don't hit me.
Cold sweat broke out on Mu Qing's forehead.
Fear was written all over his face. Women Yi Chen, have never known any pity. Pop. Yi Chen also rewarded Mu Qing with a forced pocket. Then he waved his hand and said, have security take them away.
Then Yi Chen seemed to remember something.
Yi Chen continued, by the way, find out what their parents do.
Buy up all the places where their parents work.
Zhang Guoli instantly understood what Yi Chen meant.
Then Yi Chen's trio was in the eyes of the shocked crowd.
Walked into the concert. After Yi Chen left, the surroundings became noisy. This Mr. Yi is also too domineering. Who the hell is he and how is the concert owner acting like a punter? Yes, what exactly is this Mr. Ye's origin? The crowd was curious about Yi Chen's identity. Ticket-checking resumes for the concert. After Yi Chen's trio walked into the concert, led by a staff member, sitting in the front row of the concert. Immediately afterward, one after another, people took their seats. 30,000 seats in the entire River City Stadium. It quickly filled up. Void sitting. Just then, many people noticed. Nearly 20 seats in the front row of the concert. Surprisingly, only 3 people were seated. Most people were just curious for a moment. It wasn't taken to heart. But a small group of people can't sit still. What's going on here? Why are the 3 of them sitting in so many seats? Who knows? We can't get tickets for the front row. They're good. They're occupying the pit. It's disgusting. Is there any chance that people will buy out that many spots? Buying it doesn't work either. Being rich is great, A small number of people had eyed the Yi Chen trio. These three are definitely scalpers. Otherwise how could they have grabbed so many tickets? We've got to get a statement from all three of them. A 200-pound toned woman Lu Rui righteously shouted. She's a die-hard J-Stick fan. Couldn't grab a single front row ticket for myself. Why do they get to grab so much? Jealousy filled Lu Rui's eyes. If you can't grab a ticket yourself, you can't make it easy for these scalpers. Yeah, boycott the scalpers and kick the three of them out. Make a statement. Make a statement. Several voices around the room responded. Sisters, let's go and demand justice from them. Lu Rui took a dozen sisters with her. Angrily, he arrived in front of Yi Chen's three people. Yi Chen's trio was confused when they saw the situation. What's going on here? What's with all the women? Only Lu Rui spoke directly. It's hard to get a ticket for Brother J-Stick. How come you were able to snag so many? Come on, how did you do it? Lu Rui crossed her arms and questioned angrily. We, as hardcore fans of J-Stick's brother, need a statement. Don't dawdle. Talk. The other women also looked at Yi Chen's trio with unfavorable expressions. Sternly urged. Yi Chen was speechless. Is this running into a J-Stick brainiac? Or did you meet a fairy? How many seats do you sit in and what's in their way? I didn't buy a ticket, Yi Chen said indifferently. You didn't buy a ticket? Then what's with these seats? Lu Rui pursued. She obviously didn't believe Yi Chen's words. These seats are reserved for me by the organizer. What's the problem? Yi Chen said in a cold voice. A slight frown followed. You people are really idle too. Do these seats have anything to do with you? The family sells straws and cares so much? Chapter 103, Get out of the concert. Your family is the one selling straws. Lu Rui immediately turned red in the face and stomped her feet in anger. 200 pounds on the floor. Yi Chen could clearly feel the ground shaking slightly. We're J-Stick's brothers hardcore fans. His business is our business. You must give us an explanation. Lu Rui was unforgiving. Yes, we want an explanation. A group of girls also showed solidarity with Lu Rui. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. These princesses are pretty tough. I told you these seats were reserved for me by the organizers. You guys got in your ears, don't you? Yi Chen was a bit impatient. Next to them, Yi Qiao and Lin Xiaodong also frowned. They say that women in the dining room are the scariest. I kind of learned that today. These guys are totally underdeveloped in the brain and totally underdeveloped in the cerebellum. Ha! The organizers saved you a seat? Lu Rui wrapped her arms around her chest and shrugged off the flab. A disdainful laugh. Why do you have such a big face? You really think you're J-Stick's brother's son? So do you have to call us auntie? Lu Rui said arrogantly. Sister Lu, don't put gold on this kid's face. Does he deserve to be the son of J-Stick's brother? That's not true. This is the worst time brother J-Stick has been hacked. I don't recognize him as a nephew. The others mocked nonchalantly. Hearing these people's words, Yi Chen instantly laughed. He had wanted to teach these people a lesson himself. Now he had a better idea. I wonder what these brainwashed fans will look like when they are slapped in the pussy pocket by their idols. Brat, what are you laughing at? Hurry up and tell us how you grabbed your ticket. If you can't satisfy us, you won't get to see this concert. Lu Rui verbally threatened. Tickets for Brother J-Stick are hard to come by. It's amazing how many tickets this kid managed to snag. There's definitely something fishy going on in there. If the tickets were really obtained through improper means, himself and this group of sisters will kick him out of the concert for Brother J-Stick. Are you guys bored? Brother Yi Qiao couldn't take it anymore and yelled. These tickets were originally reserved for us by the organizers. If you're not convinced, go find the organizers and don't push it here, okay? Lu Rui rolled her eyes in contempt. She obviously didn't believe Yi Qiao's words. How could the organizers reserve a spot for 3 little kids? Do they deserve it? She looked to the crowd behind her and shouted. Sisters, they don't dare tell the truth. They must be weak-minded. Let's kick them out now for Brother J-Stick. Never let such speculative people stay at the concert. Lu Rui looked like a righteous man who was doing the people a favor. Throw them out. This kind of person who disturbs the rules of the concert doesn't deserve to be here. Let them roll. The crowd responded. Yi Chen's trio acted as if they had committed a heavenly offense. Brother, do something. Yi Qiao frowned, his eyes filled with helplessness. Yeah, Yi Sam, what should we do about this? Lin Xiaotong tightly hugged Yi Chen's arm. There was concern in his eyes. Yi Chen smiled. There's no need to rush. The best is yet to come. The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of many people. How did these 3 get so many tickets when others are hard to find? By improper means. Why ask? I can't even grab a front row ticket. What makes them get so many? It's also so unfair to us and those who can't get tickets. The crowd blamed the Yi Chen trio. Both felt that such behavior was disrupting the concert. Hearing the words of the people around her, Lu Rui bottomed out even more. Get lost? What are you 3 waiting for? Lu Rui urged sternly. The words just fell.
A man with blue hair and a hipster outfit walked over.
Chapter 104, J-Cho sticks at fans. J-Stick brother. Brother J-Stick is coming over. I love you brother.
Seeing J-Stick walking towards here,
the crowd let out exclamations of surprise in succession. Lu Rui was even more agitated with his face full of flesh, swinging back and forth. Goo, what's going on here? J-Stick shook out his bangs and asked the crowd. Lu Rui hurried up. The opportunity to get up close and personal with J-Stick is one she naturally won't let go of. Brother J-Stick Chow. It's like this. Lu Rui's voice trembled a little. So many fans can't get tickets for your concert. These three, however,
got 20 of them through improper means.
He's breaking the rules of the concert. This is so unfair to us fans. Lu Rui said righteously.
Oh, J-Stick was suddenly filled with doubt.
Tickets for your own concert sold out in minutes? I can't believe someone managed to snag 20 tickets? How is that possible?
He turned to look at the three each in.
How did you get so many tickets? 3 of you? If no reasonable explanation is given, I can only invite you out.
What J-Stick hates the most is scalpers and other people who grab tickets through improper means.
Do I need a ticket? These 20 seats, which were originally reserved for me, didn't you get the notice?
Yi-Chen pointed to the seat behind him and said indifferently.
At these words, J-Stick froze in place. So they were talking about these seats. Aren't these seats for the owner who invested in this concert? In that case, wouldn't one of the three be the boss? So it is.
J-Stick drifted off. I can't believe I was ready to blow the owner of this concert out of the water myself.
That's a big misunderstanding. How do you talk to brother J-Stick?
Lu Rui saw that Yi-Chen was all over his idol. The fire was instant.
Brother J-Stick,
I don't think there's any need to talk to them much.
Just kick them out, Lu Rui suggested.
Pop,
you shut up.
Before she could finish her sentence, J-Stick hit her in the face with a forced pocket. It hit her in the face and made her face fat.
Ha! Everyone was confused when they saw this scene. What's going on here?
J-Stick is not questioning these three people who grabbed tickets through improper means.
Justice for the fans? What's with the pussy dash asterisk 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 ing fans? This, Lu Rui even covered her face, and the person was dumbfounded,
himself as a voice for the fans of J-Stick's brother.
Brother J-Stick actually hit himself. What's this for? The sisters behind her were equally confused. What the hell is J-Stick doing? He's a notorious fan favorite. How can you do that to your own fans? Lu Rui asked as she came back to her senses, her eyes dull.
J-Stick brother.
Did you hit the wrong person? The fight is on you.
J-Stick raged.
This woman,
looking for a fight, has even found its way to the head of the investment boss.
What a way to get yourself in trouble. Lu Rui was obviously shocked, complaining and crying. J-Stick, how dare you beat me for these three troublemakers? You disappoint me so much. Lu Rui started yelling. Yeah, it's so chilling for us as fans. Is this the same J-Stick brother who spoils his fans? Brother J-Stick, why did you hit a fan? You have to give us an explanation today. Yeah, or else we're collectively delisting. The crowd began to ask J-Stick for a statement. Good, you guys want an argument, right? I'll give you an argument now. Do you know who these three are? J-Stick questioned in a cold voice. They're just three opportunists. What else could they be? Yeah, it's hard not to be the boss's son.
The surrounding people were full of disdain.
Lu Rui then looked at J-Stick with a face full of resentment.
She wanted to see what excuse J-Stick would find.
If you can't satisfy yourself, post today's video yourself. Make him lose his name. Chapter 105, Fist in Fist Package.
A bunch of things with no eyes. J-Stick snorted coldly and said in a deep voice. Prick up your ears and listen carefully.
They're the bosses who invested in this concert.
These 20 seats were meant to be specially reserved for them.
Hear me. What?
At these words, the room fell silent.
Everyone was shocked hard. These three turned out to be the investors in this concert. No wonder they said earlier they didn't buy tickets.
It also said that these seats were specially reserved for them by the organizers. Where else would you need to buy your own tickets for a concert that you fund yourself?
The women who came with Lu Rui to seek justice were even more dumbfounded. They didn't realize that these three were the bosses.
Thinking about how aggressively he had just approached the concert owner to get a statement
and get the boss out of here.
That's ridiculous. Their hearts were filled with shame and remorse.
The most shocked was Lu Rui. She could not have imagined, moreover, that she was doing the people a favor. Surprisingly, it's the investor of this concert. No wonder brother J-Stick slapped himself so hard. It's not a bad slap in the face. Thinking about how arrogant and aggressive he had just been, she couldn't wait to slap herself a few times herself. That's disgusting. Brother J-Stick, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Lu Rui apologized voluntarily with a red face. Brother J-Stick, I apologize to you too. I'm sorry brother J-Stick. The crowd spoke up and apologized. You shouldn't be apologizing to me, but to these three. J-Stick sternly reprimanded. Okay, we'll apologize to all three of you. Lu Rue and the others agreed in succession. He then looked at the three Yichin people. Three of you. I'm sorry, it was all a misunderstanding just now. I'm sorry, but please don't take it to heart. The three of you. I'm so sorry. Several people had lowered their voices and apologized to Yi Chen's trio. Yi Chen sneered. These guys can change their faces pretty fast. He sat back in his chair and gave the men a cold look. You guys were so arrogant just now. It's too insincere to apologize like that, Yi Chen said in a cold voice. Naturally, he would not let these people off easily. What do you want, sir? Lu Rue asked softly. Kneel down and apologize, and today's business will be over. Yi Chen pointed to the floor. What? You're telling us to get on our knees? Lu Rue was instantly a little angry. She is the little princess of the family. Apologizing has been the biggest bottom line for myself. He had the audacity to bring himself to his knees. We've already apologized to you. This is too much for you, isn't it? Lu Rue said angrily. The others' faces turned ugly. Apologized himself. The man hadn't even thought it was enough to make himself kneel. That's a little too careful. Isn't it just a concert? What's the big deal? Yi Chen laughed. He himself is being abused by this group of brain-dead fans for no reason. At the end of the day, they say they went overboard. It's outrageous. Yes, I did go a little overboard, so I decided to go a little more over the top, Yi Chen said with a bad smile on his face. At that moment, Zhang Guoli also walked over. Mr. Yi, everything you explained has been done. Yi Chen nodded, then ordered, take away all these people's tickets and throw them all out, and by the way, take them for a walk around the neighborhood clearing. 2. Immediately afterward, another sentence was added. This fat guy remembered to take special care. Go ahead. Yi Chen waved his hand. Zhang Guili has no complaints. Immediately, he nodded his head in agreement. This isn't good, is it? These people are my fans after all, and they haven't done anything terribly wrong, so there's no need for this, is there? J-Stick advised. Yi Chen patted J-Stick's shoulder. It's not your place to meddle in some things, so stay out of it. Just sing your song later. Hearing Yi Chen's words, J-Stick burst into a cold sweat. He had learned about this Mr. Yi when he took this commercial show. A big shot of this caliber was simply not something one could afford to mess with. He closed his mouth and stopped talking. If you blow us out, we'll expose it online at Pop. Lu Rue hadn't finished speaking. Yi Chen threw a slap in the face. Noisy. The fat on Lu Rue's face once again ran amok. You, don't you dare hit me. I'm going to expose you. I'm going to make you lose your reputation. Lu Rue covered her face and yelled angrily. Get these people out of here. Yi Chen waved his hand impatiently. Then they paid no more attention to these people. He straightened his clothes and sat back in his seat for a good show. The next moment, amidst a chorus of heartbreaking cries, all these brainiacs were taken out. Bonus punch and foot massage package by the way. The world is finally quiet. It's so cool, brother, that I just didn't give the girl 2 slaps in the face myself. Yi Qiao was slightly regretful in his heart. Lin Xiaotong also had a smile on her face. It does seem kind of cool. Then Mr. Yi, you're busy. I'll prepare for the concert first. Yi Chen, whom J-Stick had also bid farewell to, left, seeing the idol he worships treating his brother with respect. Yi Qiao looked like he was dreaming. Is this still the high and mighty J-Stick in his own mind? It's incredible. Moments later, it was accompanied by a bombastic opening. The concert has begun. Hair like snow, the confession balloon, the blue and white porcelain, nocturne, a familiar melody plays. Yi Chen's trio followed and shouted all night. The concert ended a few moments later. Leaving the concert, the trio was starving, so to the neighborhood food stand, took a random seat. Yi Chen casually ordered something to eat. The three of them ate and made small talk. Just then, a voice interrupted their thoughts. Tonight, Mr. Zhao, will pay for the entire consumption. Chapter 106, Zhongcheng Bumpkin. Yi Chen's trio turned their heads to take a look, only to see a fair-skinned, handsome young man arrogantly walk over. Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. This guy seems to be obsessed with TV shows. I can't believe I've come to this stall to pretend to be here. Even if you bought all the sheets here, it wouldn't cost much, would it? The surrounding young people also cast disdainful glances. It's bad luck to meet a pretender even when eating a snack. That's right. Who's $10 or $8 worse off? If you can do it like they do in the movies and go to a bar and pretend. But many Moncler jacket saleswomen were successfully attracted by this statement. Boy, you're telling the truth, aren't you? I'll be damned if I'm going to be polite. Big Mama, can you pack it, lad? I've got a family of several. The man was suddenly filled with black lines. He had originally wanted to pretend to attract a wave of beautiful women. It turned out to be full of grandparents. What a thing to do. He looked around, thinking about finding a beautiful woman to go up to and talk to. Just then, he saw Lin Xiaotong beside Yi Chen. An innocent schoolgirl outfit. The face is delicate, the makeup is light, and the temperament is outstanding. Okay, she's it. The man's name is Zhao Yang, and he is a newcomer netizen of Vi AI, usually cool to pretend. This time, he came to Jiangcheng with his senior sister Zhang Mengyun. Mainly, there's an event to attend. By the way, he came to visit his Jiangcheng boss, Mr. Yi. Zhao Yang usually lived in big cities and was used to being high-minded. Naturally, he looked down on people from small towns like Jiangcheng. When you come here, it's natural to play hard to get. He came to Lin Xiaotong's side with his head held high in arrogance. Hello beautiful, my name is Zhao Yang, can I get to know you? Zhao Yang directly ignored Yi Chen and Yi Qiao. As far as he was concerned, the people in these small towns weren't worth a damn. Sorry, I don't want to know you. Lin Xiaotong frowned slightly, her face full of disgust. Zhao Yang didn't expect Lin Xiaotong to be so faceless. He himself is from the capital. The looks are also outstanding. Surprisingly, he was rejected by the beauty of the tiny river city. Could one of the two guys next to her be her boyfriend? She's looking out for her boyfriend's face? That must be it. Beauty. I'm guessing one of these two is your boyfriend? Zhao Yang looked at the Yi Chen duo and inquired. Lin Xiaotong nodded expressionlessly. Ha! Zhao Yang burst out laughing. Pretty girl, you're so lacking in vision. How dare you find a bumpkin from Jiangcheng as your boyfriend? He gave the two Yi Chen a disdainful look, then continued. Beauty, I'm from the capital, and at such a young age, she's already an internet sensation at Only Love. The future is bright. You don't have much of a future following a man like that. How about being my girlfriend? Hearing Zhao Yang's words, Lin Xiaotong's face immediately showed disdain. Isn't Vi AI's company Yechen's company? A small staff. I can't believe I'm mocking the boss. It's ridiculous. I hate to break it to you. You're not even as good as a fingernail cap on my boyfriend. Get out of the way or I'm going to get mad. Lin Xiaotong said impatiently. What? How dare you say I'm inferior to a Jiangcheng local dog? He himself was born in the capital city of the Dragon Kingdom. The annual salary is even more than $200,000. How dare you say you're not as good as a loser man who eats roadkill? When Zhao Yang heard this, he was instantly furious. Tell me where I'm not as good as him. Appearance, wealth, and birth. I'm not crushing him in any way. As the words fell, Zhao Yang directly slammed the Audi A6 car keys onto the table. This Audi A6, worth $500,000. Bulgari watch, $20,000. The suit, $37,000. Can he afford to take you to a roadside stand for a dirt dog boyfriend? This statement was made. Lin Xiaotong couldn't hold it in any longer and directly burst out laughing. These things are really expensive in the eyes of the common man, but in her eyes, it was nothing. She's seen so much top-notch luxury. Yi Qiao couldn't help but laugh as well. These things are for him now. It's too cheap. Not to mention his brother, Yi Chen. Yi Chen also smiled and shook his head. No, what are you guys laughing at? Yi Chen's reaction from the three of them was a bit unexpected. Shouldn't they be dumbfounded, ashamed, and full of envy at this moment? This beautiful woman should be even more mesmerized by herself, right? Why are you smiling? You've really never seen the world. You bumpkin from the capital. What's there to brag about with these cheapies? It's not that my boyfriend can't afford it. He can't even look at it. Lin Xiaotong was full of disdain. Indeed, I can't even look at it without talking about my brother. Yi Qiao also sneered. Yi Chen looked at Zhao Yan with a faint smile. Open mouth. Is everyone in the capital as uninformed as you? Bargain. Can't see it. No insight. Hearing these words, Zhao Yang became even more enraged. $500,000 for a luxury car and you guys call it a bargain? What are you three poores who only deserve to eat roadside stalls pretending? He shouted angrily. And you, woman, are so haunted. Follow this beggar to struggle at the bottom from now on. The words fell. He got up and prepared to leave. There's nothing to say to these bottom-feeding beggars. Just then, a sexy woman in a black halter walks over. Chapter 107. I'll never pretend to be a pussy again. Seeing his senior sister, Zhang Mengyun, walking towards him, Zhao Yang grumbled at once. Cousin, this Jiangcheng is really a poor place. Just a few poor bastards who eat roadside stalls. How dare they even look down on my S6 and the famous watch? Zhao Yang looked at the Yi Chen trio with contempt. The Audi A6 was really nothing in Zhang Mengyun's eyes, but to the average person, it's considered a luxury car, right? A couple of roadkill eaters can't even look at that? Zhang Mengyun looked curiously at the three Yi Chen. When the gaze fell on Yi Chen, she took a breath of air. Isn't this, his own boss, Mr. Yi? Zhang Mengyun is a longtime employee of Vi AI. The last time Yi Chen came to Vi AI, she had the honor of meeting one. This time, I came to Jiangcheng, in addition to having an event to attend. Still thinking of coming to see this Mr. Yi? I didn't expect to run into it here. How about its senior sister? Isn't it ridiculous? Zhao Yang arrogantly laughed. Zhang Mengyun ignored him. She came back to her senses and went straight to Yi Chen's side. Hello, Mr. Yi? I didn't expect to meet you here. Mr. Yi? This statement was made. Zhao Yang was instantly shocked viciously. This is actually Mr. Yi? He's from the capital. There's an innate sense of superiority when you come to River City. He originally just wanted to pretend in front of the people of Jiangcheng. I didn't realize it was mounted on my own boss's head. How dare you hit on your boss's girlfriend yourself? And taunted the owner for being a poor hick. Think about what you just did. Zhao Yang's face was a shade of red and white, eyebrows knit together. A fine bead of sweat was even rising from his forehead. Zhang Mengyun could see Zhao Yang's panic. She had just heard Zhao Yang say that Mr. Yi was poor. Knew something must have happened. Zhang Mengyun patted Zhao Yang's cuff and urged, "Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Mr. Yi? What are you waiting for?" Zhao Yang instantly came back to his senses. "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry for just now. I had no eyes. I didn't know it was you." He scratched his head, embarrassed. "Mr. Yi, he just joined the company not long ago. He doesn't know anything. And please don't take what just happened to heart." Zhang Mengyun also helped plead for mercy. After all, the two were in one piece. Yi Chen smiled. "Zhao Yang, right. How many years have you signed a contract?" 2.5 years. Zhao Yang said honestly. "Not short." Yi Chen nodded. Then he looked at Lin Xiaotong. "Xiaotong, what do you think about snowing him for 2.5 years? Then he said to himself, "Wouldn't that be a bit too cheap for him?" This statement was made. Zhang Mengyun immediately stuttered in her heart, obviously somewhat intimidated. Zhao Yang was even more frightened and trembling. "Your own career is on the rise today. Snowed in for 2.5 years. It's all over for myself." "Mr. Yi, I'm wrong Mr. Yi, I really know I'm wrong. Don't snow me." Poof. Zhao Yang directly knelt on the ground. "You give me one more chance. Please, will you give me one more chance?" Zhao Yang's voice trembled. Inarticulately, he begged Yi Chen. The look was even more panicked. "Ha!" Yi Chen snorted and gave him a look. "Young master from the capital, don't be like this. I can't afford to be a bumpkin from Jiangcheng. No, we haven't seen a luxury car like the A6. Young master of the capital, take us to see it?" Yi Qiao also mocked. Zhao Yang was even more embarrassed. Couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. But for the sake of his future, he continued to beg bitterly. There was even a sob in his tone. "Mr. Yi, I really know I'm wrong. Please give me another chance." Let Zhao Yang say whatever he wanted. Yi Chen didn't even pay attention to him anymore. Take Lin Xiaotong and Yi Qiao. The three of them were talking and laughing as they got up and prepared to leave. "Your name is Zhang Mengyun, right?" Yi Chen inquired. "Yes, Mr. Yi." Zhang Mengyun nodded restrainedly. "Come along, I have something to ask you," Yi Chen said indifferently. "Aha." Zhang Mengyun helplessly glanced at Zhao Yang. Following Yi Chen, the three of them left the place. Zhao Yang's heart died. He stood up disoriented. "Shake your body and get ready to get out of here." At this point, a bunch of grandparents gathered around. "Young man, you can't leave. My bill hasn't been settled yet?" "Yes lad." A young man can't keep his word. "I'm done eating. Pay my bill." Dozens of grandparents even ate and took and packed, eating thousands of dollars. Zhao Yang wanted to cry. Just got snowed in. Those thousands of dollars are just adding insult to injury. He stiffened up after checking out, wailed and left the place. The mind kept wailing. "I'll never pretend again." The other side. Take advantage of the cool night air. The four walked aimlessly along the road. "Meng Yun, what are you doing in Jiangcheng?" Yi Chen inquired. "Mr. Yi, it's like this," Li Meng Yun explained. "Huai City near Jiangcheng will be hosting a large auction tomorrow afternoon. The grand finale of this auction is said to be that most expensive watch in the world, Graph's Diamonds. The last time this watch ended up being auctioned off for a whopping $380 million. That's why the organizers are taking this auction very seriously." Chapter 108, Delusions of Grandeur. Li Mengyun paused and continued. "The auction organizers have partnered with us at Only Love. Nearly 24 online celebrities from Only Love were invited to stand in for it. I am one of them. This time, I happened to pass by Jiangcheng on my way to Huaicheng. I wanted to pay you a visit tomorrow, but I didn't expect to meet you here." Facing Yi Chen, Li Mengyun was more or less nervous. It was a great relief to say those words. Yi Chen heard about the world's most expensive watch. It was a moment of interest. "What time tomorrow afternoon and where?" 5 o'clock in the afternoon at the Huaicheng Auction Center. Zhang Mengyun answered truthfully. "Mr. Yi, would you like to go over and take a look?" Yi Chen nodded. "This watch sounds good. I'll buy it for fun." Playing around?
Zhang Mengyun heard this, obviously some disbelief. Only Love has a market capitalization of nearly $3 billion though, but it's only worth about $1 billion if you sell it.
Mr.
Yi has at most $1 billion in assets.
How dare you say you're buying a couple $100 million watch for fun? That's too big of a statement to make, but it's certainly not something that can be said. Zhang Mengyun just smiled. Take that as a joke. A few people casually skulked around for a while. Afterwards,
Yi Chen settled Zhang Mengyun down. The three returned to the villa together.
Lying on the bed, Yi Chen swiped the jitterbug and prepared to fall asleep.
He swiped many of the works of the webmasters of the company Only Love.
It's all about the Huicheng auction. Even Hoshi sent one. Yi Chen smiled. Looks like I'll get to meet an old friend tomorrow. The next afternoon, Yi Chen went to the Huicheng Auction Center building alone. Building entrance.
A dozen beautiful netizens stood at the door,
greeted the bigwigs as they walked into the auction center.
These are famous and wealthy people from all over. It is simply rare for ordinary people to see it on a normal day.
At this moment, the crowd of onlookers let out exclamations of surprise in succession. Just then, a man in a top-notch customized suit appeared in the crowd's field of vision. He was calm and handsome, with a deep gaze. It exudes an innate dignity. As soon as he began to appear, the scene exploded. Li Juenza, the eldest son of Li Hongyan, the richest man in Huicheng.
What?
Mr. Li even came?
Worthy of being the #1 young man in Huicheng?
Simply too handsome. Ah, Mr. Li took a look at me. I'm going to be pregnant. The surrounding bigwigs also gathered around. I didn't expect Mr. Li to be here.
You should be here for that watch, right?
One of the big men asked. Exactly. Li Junipers nodded with a smile. Then it looks like this watch will be Mr. Li's today.
The big man smiled and complimented.
Yes, that's for sure. Others chimed in. Gentlemen are overstated. I'm determined to win this watch, so I'd like to ask you all to be generous when you get there. Li Juenza pretended to be modest. In effect, they are telling them, don't get ahead of yourself and steal this watch from yourself.
These bigwigs were all old foxes and naturally understood what Li Juenza meant.
Don't worry Mr. Li, we naturally won't be insensitive. Isn't comparing financial strength with Mr. Li looking for a gun to hit? The big boys have taken a stand. Not to say that they couldn't rob Li Juenza at all, even with all that money.
It's not like you're going to offend the Li family for a watch.
Li Juniper nodded in satisfaction. Li Mengyun, who was standing for the auction at the entrance, saw this scene, couldn't help but think of what Yi Chen said last night. Smiling, he shook his head. There's so many big guys out there. There was even Li Juenza, the eldest son of the richest man in Huicheng. Mr. Yi is simply delusional if he wants to buy this watch. Chapter 109, I'll make sure you can't buy anything. The other side. After Yi Chen parked his car, he arrived at the entrance of the auction. Who is this young man? No recognition. Never seen it. The crowd glanced at Yi Chen after, quickly averted his eyes. A group of bigwigs also gave Yi Chen a disdainful look. Then he ignored him. After all, the main character of today's auction was Li Juenza. Nobody cares about a kid who's a little bit handsome. Yi Chen ignored the gazes of the crowd, straight towards the auction center building. At that moment, a figure blocked his way. Brother, this is the top auction in Huicheng. You've come to the wrong place, haven't you? The person who spoke was none other than Li Juenza. He puts on his high horse. A face full of teasing looked at Yi Chen. I'm just here for the auction, Yi Chen said expressionlessly. Oh, you're here for the auction? Li Juniper looked up and down. There was a laugh. Dude, it's not that I'm looking down on you. Which of the people who come here aren't rich big shots worth hundreds of millions of dollars? Do you think this kind of auction is something you can participate in? Li Juenza questioned with a cold smile. Seeing Li Juenza joking about Yi Chen, the surrounding bigwigs couldn't help but laugh as well. Young man, by the looks of you you're still a student. Stop it and hurry home to do your homework. It's okay to go home and call your dad to come over, so don't make a mess here. The crowd of bigwigs mocked Yi Chen. Seeing this, the surrounding people also talked. Who is this kid and why is he here? He only wanted to blend into the auction center to see the world, but he didn't expect to be stopped by Surly. This kid probably doesn't know that entering this kind of top auction requires a capital inspection. Supposedly the assets have to be a minimum of $5 million. Ha ha, this kid is definitely here for a laugh. Just then, amidst a chorus of jeers, nearly 20 netizens who gave the auction a stand walked over. This move instantly attracted everyone's attention. What are all these netizens doing here? Needless to say, I'm sure I want to say hello and get acquainted with these bigwigs. What's all this Netflix over here for? Once again, the people around us shifted the conversation to Netflix. It's all assumed that these netizens are there to curry favor with the big boys. These bigwigs looked to the crowd of netizens, and it was full of disdain. They are famous as capitalists in Huicheng. didn't give a damn about these webcams. Naturally, he didn't care to befriend them. Netflix is gradually moving closer to the place. At that moment, Lee Juenza, who was standing in the center, waved his hand at them. Full of disgust, he said, "Step aside, you guys, and don't come here and make trouble." Netflix didn't pay any attention to him. "Keep coming this way." Seeing that he was ignored, the anger in Lee Juenza's heart instantly flared up. "I told you to get lost, didn't I hear you?" Netflix continued to ignore him, just a slight frown and a look at him. Then he came to Yi Chen's side. Seeing himself ignored once again, Lee Juenza was completely enraged. "In Hui Chang, I can't believe I'm being ignored by the district's netizens. Good, very good, you guys." Lee Juniper was ready to break into song, just spit out 2 words, only to see the netizens turn to Yi Chen and bend slightly. Respectfully, "Mr. Yi, you're here. Mr. Yi, you're here." Ha! Seeing this scene, everyone froze. This young man is actually the boss of these netizens? These netizens can be from Shake Shack's #1 media company, Only Love Media. Wouldn't it be better to say, this young man is the owner of Only Love Media? Oh, my god. The crowd all showed a look of disbelief. A bunch of bigwigs were also confused. They originally thought that these netizens were here to curry favor. I didn't realize it was self-serving. People come to see their bosses, and the owner was the very young man they were taunting. The young man turned out to be a billionaire worth over $1 billion. They are mostly worth hundreds of millions of dollars here. There are very few in the billions. Thinking of the mockery and disdain he had just shown Yi Chen, the old man's face was red with embarrassment. The one who was most shocked was Lee Juenza. He couldn't imagine that these netizens weren't even here for him. Instead, he came to find Yi Chen. It was even more unexpected that the bookish-faced Yi Chen was also a tycoon. Thinking about how self-absorbed I had just been. Thinking to yourself that these internet celebrities are here to pull their weight, and condescendingly trying to get rid of them. His face was on fire with pain, like being hit with 2 forced pockets by the young man in front of him. "How about it? Am I qualified to enter the auction now?" Yi Chen looked at Lee Juenza, who was blocking in front of him, and sneered. "Kid, don't think you can be arrogant in front of me just because you have some money. When the auction starts later, Lee Juenza, will make sure you can't buy anything. Let's show you the difference between us." The words fell. He sidestepped and made way for Yi Chen. Yi Chen took 2 steps forward and turned his head to look at Lee Juenza, smiled. "I hope you won't let me down." Then he stopped paying attention to him and continued on his way. Lee Juniper clenched his fists. Fire burned in his eyes. "Kid, you wait for me." Chapter 110, $50 million. At that moment, Hoshi ran out from the crowd of netizens. Catching up with Yi Chen, she held Yi Chen's hand tightly and shook it while agitated. "Mr. Yi Chen, finally I see you again. You haven't visited me in ages." There was a slight grumble in his tone. Yi Chen smiled faintly. "How's it going? You didn't suffer much advantage, did you?" Seeing that Yi Chen cared about himself, Xiao Hui once again had a smile on her face. "Of course not. With you backing me up, who would dare bully me?" "No is good." Yi Chen gently patted Xiao Hui's head. "Go ahead and get busy. The auction is over, and I'll treat you to a big dinner tonight." "Fine." Hoshi bristled. "I'll be right at the door. Don't lie to me." Yi Chen nodded. Then he walked straight into the auction venue. Not far away, Li Mengyun looked at Yi Chen's figure. Helplessly, he shook his head. "Mr. Yi has now completely offended Mr. Li. This auction, I'm afraid I'll return empty-handed." Enter the auction house. Yi Chen found a corner seat and sat down. Immediately after that, the big boys entered. A few moments later, everyone was there. "The auction will now begin." Accompanied by a clear voice from the auctioneer on stage, "The auction has officially begun." The staff pushed the first auction item onto the stage. The auctioneer pointed to this lot and introduced it. The first lot, a painting by Su Beihong, a modern painter from the Dragon Kingdom, is Sparrow. The starting bid is $2 million. The bidding will now begin. Su Beihong retained the authenticity of though not a few, but very sought after in the collecting world. This statement instantly caused the bigwigs to bid in succession. $2,100,000, $2,115,000, $2,450,000. Li Juenza also moved slightly. "My father, Li Hongyan, will soon celebrate his 60th birthday. Usually, he is even more interested in antiques and paintings. He decided to auction off the painting as a birthday gift for the old man. $5 million. Li Juenza directly doubled the price. Once this price is offered, everyone was clearly shocked. One after another, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The painting is also worth just about $4 million. $5 million is a far premium. They weren't as trenchant as Li Juenza. The bidding has stopped. The auctioneer's ancient, wave-free face also rippled. "It seems that this painting is not Mr. Li's." Yi Chen isn't interested in calligraphy and painting at all.
There was no intention of striking out.
At that moment, Li Juanza arrogantly looked over.
Kid, call the price.
Why did you wimp out at the start?
Did I scare you silly by being a little rude in the way I called the price?
Ha ha, Li Juanza arrogantly laughed. It can't be helped. I want to keep a low profile too.
But my strength won't allow it.
What's all the yakking about? In the face of Li Juanza's successive statements, Yi Chen directly interrupted. A mere $5 million and you're so arrogant? You're here to be funny.
Yi Chen casually patted the dust on his cuffs a few times.
Cloudy said. $50 million. What? $50 million. The crowd's bodies jolted at this price.
The pupils were filled with disbelief. They had originally thought that the painting was bound to be Li Juanza's.
$5 million. After all, it has far exceeded the value of the painting.
I didn't expect Yi Chen to directly call for $50 million.
Oh, my God. The crowd was clearly stunned. Li Juniper was also shocked.
$50 million for a painting worth $3 or $4 million.
This kid's crazy, isn't he? After a slight freeze, he burst out laughing. Boy, you're really stupid. Since you want it, I'll let you have this painting for $50 million. But what I'm going to tell you is that with this painting,
you lost over $40 million.
Ha ha, the rest of the crowd looked back and laughed. This kid is really hemorrhaging money for some face. Mr.
Li merely stimulated this brat.
I didn't expect him to be in a hurry. At this moment, this kid is probably repenting in his gut. The auctioneer standing on the stage also smiled and shook his head. The lad is indeed stupid enough.
A painting lost tens of millions of dollars.
It looks like none of the later lots have anything to do with this kid. $50 million a time. 50 million twice. 50 million 3 times. Deal. With the auctioneer's hammer, this Su Beihong sparrow was successfully auctioned by Yi Chen. Facing the mockery of the crowd, Yi Chen just smiled and shook his head. Where do you lose money on your own? Obviously made $50 million okay. Li Juniper, right? Yi Chen opened his mouth. I think I remember you just said you were going to leave me empty-handed tonight. How did you forget so quickly? It's just getting started. Man,
your strength as the son of the richest man in Huai City is so damn disappointing.
Hearing Yi Chen's words, Li Juanza's face instantly turned red. Rage. You. Good. Very good. I hope you'll say something like that back there. Humph. Li Juanza snorted coldly.
A mere $50 million. How dare you be arrogant in front of yourself?
The next lots.
You have to take them all yourself. Make this kid realize the difference between him and himself.
Chapter 11, Trenchless. Soon, the staff brought up the second lot. The second lot is a blue and white lion play ball jar from the Ming Xuan period.
The starting price is $10 million.
Bidding begins. The auctioneer gently drops the hammer. The bidding has begun. $11 million. $12 million. The crowd was bidding. What is the market price of this porcelain? Li Juniper asked the big man next to him. This celadone is priced at around $20 million. The next person responds. Li Juniper nodded. He's going to call the price in one step. Leave the crowd priceless. Yi Chen is just an owner of only love. The assets are just $1 billion. He didn't believe that Yi Chen would still dare to take out tens of millions of dollars to compete with himself. This blue and white porcelain, he was determined to get. 25 million. Li Juanza spoke directly. When the crowd heard this price, they didn't continue to call it higher. That price has paid for itself. They don't have that kind of money to squander.
The whole room fell silent.
Li Juanza waved the number plate in his hand at Yi Chen.
The eyes were full of teasing.
He decided that Yi Chen no longer had the money to keep bidding. Not just himself.
Everyone thought that this blue and white flower belonged to Li Juanza.
Kid, this lot is just the beginning. Next, my financial power will drop your jaw. Li Juanza arrogantly said. The words just fell. Yi Chen's lazy voice rang out. I haven't even said a word about this lapidary. Why are you celebrating early?
He then picked up the $50 million price tag and raised it.
$50 million. Another 50 million? Once again, the crowd was shocked to its core. Li Juanza also showed a shocked expression on his face. The kid has less than $1 billion in total. How dare you call the price like that? Good. That's the way to play it. Then let your boy be completely convinced. 51 million. Li Juanza added $1 million. Yi Chen smiled. Just a measly $1 million? 100 million. Yi Chen said indifferently. There was not the slightest fluctuation in his complexion. Money was now the least valuable thing to him. Phew. When they heard Yi Chen's bid, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. How they didn't expect it. Yi Chen had the audacity to directly call for $100 million. He's just the owner of the district's only love company. How dare you? Li Juanza's brows were furrowed and his face was ugly. He was very reluctant to keep bidding. After all, this cyanotype is only worth $20 million. Asking for hundreds of millions of dollars is insane. But if you don't scream, aren't you admitting defeat? This kid doesn't even carry fear. What does the son of the richest man in Huaicheng himself have to fear? Dry. He stiffened and prepared to call the price. He can only win but not lose this time when the bidding is called. He's going to make this kid completely whole. Li Juanza held the $110 million sign in his hand. Prepare to lift. At that moment, a voice rang out from the corner behind him. 200 million. Hearing $200 million, the crowd wasn't shocked anymore. They were scared. Li Juniper turned his head to look over. Only Yi Chen was seen shaking the $200 million price tag. Look at him like a clown. Seeing Yi Chen with a look of disdain, he was completely enraged. Going out on a limb. This crocus must be obtained. $211 million. Li Juanza shouted. I said, can you add more? The son of the richest man in Huai City. Is that all you've got? Yi Chen gradually became a bit impatient. 500 million. Yi Chen casually said. Once this price is offered. Instant full house ***. Everyone's eyes froze. A look of disbelief. The auctioneer even covered his mouth, and his entire body was stunned. An item that starts at $10 million and is worth $20 million. Surprisingly, it went for $500 million. This is outrageous. Chapter 112, $5 billion. Li Juanza was even more confused. 500 million. Are you kidding me? What kind of a call is that? Mr. Li, why are you sweating nervously? Keep screaming? It wasn't the way I called the price that scared you, was it? Yi Chen returned what Li Juanza had just said. Li Juniper was indeed shocked. He darkened his face and sulked. Kid, I'll let you have this one too, but don't be arrogant. From the next one, Li Juanza, will never let you get one again. You wait. This kid has spent over $500 million. There shouldn't be much ammo left. He himself is still at full strength. Next it's time to take this kid hard yourself. Li Juanza clenched his fists, his gaze blazing. Why does that sound so familiar? I think you said that more than once, didn't you? Yi Chen sneered. This will be the last time. You kid, remember that. Li Juanza gritted his teeth. Ha ha, Yi Chen laughed out loud. After 2 auction items were called, the crowd was impressed with Yi Chen. That's a cranky way to call a price. The way the beautiful auctioneer looked at Yi Chen, there was also a hint more of a difference in her eyes. But everyone still thinks there was no way that this kid's financial power was a match for Li Junze. They were all waiting for Li Juanza to hit Yi Chen hard in the face next. But with the 4th and 5th, 9th auction item being pocketed by Yi Chen at a high price, it cost nearly $3 billion in total. Everyone was shocked to the point where their scalps went numb. A mere owner of only love. How can you possibly get that kind of money? The crowd had a sense of unreality. Like a dream. Li Juanza was even more dumbfounded. It's only about $2 billion in total for myself. People have already spent $3 billion. What's the point of having fun? He himself has been punched in the face over and over again. The face hurts so much it's on the verge of tears. Ouch. It hurts too much. Yi Chen leaned back in his seat leisurely. Fade. Li Juanza, should I ask to let you have one? Otherwise, if word gets out that the Duke of the Li family is mouthing off that all these auction items are his own, how can I show my face if I come back empty-handed? Li Juanza's face flushed red. Embarrassed eyebrows were squeezed together. Couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. It's a damn shame. It looks like we'll just have to find face on the last auction item. Just shoot for that last watch yourself. Just to more or less save face a little bit. Not too embarrassing. He pikes all his $2 billion. The last watch must be your own. Kid, that last auction item must be mine. Li Juanza. We'll see. Li Juanza snapped. Yi Chen impatiently pulled out his ears. I'm tired of hearing that from you. Don't make me feel too bored when you're the Li family's youngest. Show some strength. You. Li Juanza was speechless. Darkly, he sat back down. The crowd saw this scene and lamented. The great young man of the Li family had a day when he was disliked and couldn't speak. This was followed by the final lot. Graph's Diamonds. It was carefully brought to the stage by the staff. I'm sure you've all heard of this watch. Starting price $200 million. Bidding begins. 500 million. Beginning at the beginning, Li Juanza directly raised the price of 300 million. Crowds have been turned away. Dismissed the watch. Yi Chen smiled. This Li family's son is quite motivated. Then let him despair. 5 billion. Yi Chen waved his hand and said carelessly. What? Asterisk. My god. The crowd heard the sky-high price of $5 billion. Instantly frozen in place. All the greats here today, more than half of them are worth hundreds of millions of dollars. There are very few in the billions. The ones that can take $5 billion are simply not there. I didn't realize it was such a horrible number. I can't believe this kid shouted it out so casually. Just to buy a watch. The auctioneer stared, mouth wide open. The brain went blank. Li Juanza was even more frightened and sat on his butt. Eyes dull. Like a cutie. Like,
He had thought that his 2 billion stud, enough to take the watch. I didn't expect Yi Chen to ask for $5 billion at the drop of a hat, far beyond his assets. Thinking about how spirited he was at the beginning of the auction. It also says that all the auction items in this auction are theirs. Results in the end. Can't even shoot one myself. No, can't afford to shoot. He was embarrassed to the core. The blush was on the verge of exploding. Why is your own mouth so cheap? His heart was filled with remorse. In the end, the Graph Diamonds was auctioned off to Yi Chen without any doubt. Someone who can spend over $8 billion on an auction. How can it be an ordinary person? The crowd complimented Yi Chen. Sir, you really have amazing wealth. Even Mr. Lee is a little behind. One of the big men complimented. You're being too euphemistic. Mr. Lee and this gentleman are far from each other. This auction is simply held for you, Mr. Special. The auctioneer also came to Yi Chen's side. Sir, you have brought us nothing short of a shock tonight. This is like an auction feast. The auctioneer smiled curtly. Yi Chen has brought her hundreds of millions of dollars in commission tonight. It made her a woman worth over $100 million. At the moment, she was willing to do whatever Yi Chen asked her to do, and Li Juanzi was isolated. Chapter 113 Payment Success. Hearing the crowd compliment Yi Chen's words, he was upset. Throwing away the price tag in his hand, he was ready to leave the auction site. At that moment, something suddenly occurred to him. There was a laugh. The others saw this and were filled with confusion. What's wrong with Mr. Lee? Irritated by tonight? Mr. Lee, what are you doing? One of them inquired curiously. You guys seem to have forgotten one thing. This kid just called the price, but he hasn't paid it yet. Lee Juniper laughed. He's the owner of District Only Love. I'd like to see how he can get so much money. Hearing Li Juanzi's words, the crowd snapped back. Yeah, he's not out of pocket yet. Who doesn't know how to bid? The point is, can he get that kind of money? Selling his Only Love company off can also be a long way off. Mr. Lee has a point. Indeed, there's no way this kid could have gotten that much money. That's not true. You know his company's market capitalization is only $2 billion. Looks like we were all fooled by this kid. That's not true. This kid must be haphazardly bidding for face. The crowd questioned Yi Chen. The auctioneer also frowned slightly. Sir, if you can't afford to pay for the items you've successfully auctioned off, but it's $20 million in damages for breach of contract. The staff reminded you of that when you came in. Yi Chen nodded, confirming the auctioneer's words. Then, good sir, please follow me forward to pay. The auctioneer made a gesture of invitation, but there was skepticism in his eyes. She had just heard those people say that Yi Chen's company's market value was only $2 billion. How can such a person possibly take out a huge sum of $8? $5 billion? Payment fails later. She made sure to taunt the young man who was haphazardly asking for money. Soon, the two arrived at the payment counter on the second floor. Sister Wang, collect the money from this auction. A total of $8.5 billion. The beautiful auctioneer spoke. $8.5 billion. Hiss. Sister Finance Wang was obviously shocked. The items on display today would have made a fortune if they could fetch $2 billion. Surprisingly, it can fetch a sky-high price of $8.5 billion. How come he's the only one who came to pay? Where are the others? Sister Finance Wang was puzzled. All 10 items today were bought by this gentleman alone. The auctioneer explains. Hiss. Sister Finance Wang once again sucked in a breath of cold air. One man spent $8.5 billion. Oh, my God. How is this man a famous big shot in his city? Jia Yue, you're rich today. Sister Wang's eyes were filled with envy. Jia Yue is none other than this female auctioneer. She smiled and shook her head. Sister Wang, it's too early to say that. This gentleman doesn't always have access to that kind of money. Jia Yue sighed as she fiddled with the pen on the table. It was obvious that he didn't hold much hope for Yi Chen. Oh, how? Sister Wang was curious. This gentleman's company has a market value of only $2 billion. How can he possibly come up with $8.5 billion? Do you think it's possible? Jia Yue shrugged helplessly. Turning his head, he gave Yi Chen a slightly contemptuous look. Ha? Doesn't that mean that this person is here to cause trouble? Sister Finance Wang's eyes had an extra touch of disgust in them. Well, without further ado, let's swipe this gentleman's card first. It's not too late to say something else when the swipe fails. Jia Yue handed the card that Yi Chen had given her to finance Sister Wang. Sister Finance Wang took the card and reluctantly swiped it. Jia Yue didn't bother to look at it. But the next moment, when the word successful transaction is displayed on the card machine, Sister Finance Wang was confused. How is this possible? She rechecked the amount. No questions asked. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. What's wrong with you, Sister Wang? Seeing that Sister Wang's mouth was slightly open and her gaze was dull, something wasn't quite right. Auctioneer Jia Yue wondered. See for yourself. Sister Wang pushed the card swipe machine in front of Jiayue. Swipe. Swipe successful. Asterisk asterisk. Jiayue was dumbfounded. The swipe machine in his hand didn't hold steady and fell right onto the table. She heard those people just now talk about Yi Chen's situation. Originally, he thought that it was impossible for Yi Chen to come up with so much money. I didn't expect the swipe to work. Oh, my god. Come back to your senses. She changed her impatient look from earlier. Smilingly, he handed the card to Yi Chen with both hands. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry just now it's my dog's eye view, Jiayue said with an apologetic face. Come on, let's go back. Yi Chen waved his hand expressionlessly. Yes sir, Jiayue farted after Yi Chen, like a little heel. It was a far cry from the indifference of before. A few moments later, the two returned to the auction venue. Chapter 114, Who's the Clown? Seeing the two of them appear, Li Juanzi welcomed them straight over. How's that for payment failure, kid? Ha! Sure enough these things still belong to me, Li Juanzi. In the end, Li Juanzi sneered. He was certain that Yi Chen would fail to make the payment. The face he had just lost would be recovered. Moreover, Yi Chen would lose face and become the joke of the room. This kid looks like he's going to show his true colors. Letting this brat hold up the auction for such a long time, and having to do it all over again. It's an abomination. Get this kid out of here immediately. The crowd also blamed Yi Chen. Both felt that they had been tricked by Yi Chen. The eyes that looked at Yi Chen were filled with anger and disgust. Seeing the crowd's attitude towards Yi Chen, Li Juanzi was very pleased in his heart. Finally, I'm out of this breath just now. Quickly drive this disruptive brat out of here and restart the auction of these lots, he urged impatiently. Next thing you know, this kid will be driven out like a dog, disgraced in front of the crowd. Later, when you're out on your own, be sure to give his staff a good airing about this kid's pretensions. Make him look bad in front of his own staff. Li Juanzi was secretly happy in his heart. At this point, the auctioneer on the sidelines, Jia Yu, couldn't hear any more. Brows furrowed, he opened his mouth. I'm sorry Mr. Li, these lots cannot be re-auctioned. This Mr. Yi has already paid. Ha? What? When these words came out, the whole room was dumbfounded. Yi Chen was surprised that the payment was successful. $8.5 billion. Everyone's eyes froze. Disbelief was written all over his eyes. Li Juanzi was even more like being hit by a heavy hammer. Eyes wide. Shock and dismay written all over his pupils. He didn't even think Yi Chen could afford to pay that much. Still waiting to ruthlessly humiliate Yi Chen. Make him the clown of this auction. I didn't realize the clown was himself. Thinking of his arrogant appearance just now, his face went from red to white, his eyes flickering, eyebrows knit together. Fine beads of sweat continued to ooze from his forehead. Can't wait to get out of this meeting. Yi Chen saw Li Juanzi's flustered appearance. Smiling, he shook his head. Then he slowly came to his side and patted his shoulder. Mr. Li, next time you celebrate early, remember to ask what the situation is. Otherwise, like now, you'll just embarrass yourself even more. Yi Chen then looked at the crowd and opened his mouth. You too, grow a brain from now on, all of you, and don't act like little cuties. You'll believe everything you hear. The words fell. Yi Chen and the auctioneer Jiayu explained a few words. Then he headed straight for the door, leaving a stunned crowd behind, and Li Juanzi whose mouth was constantly twitching at the corners. Auction entrance, Li Mengyun muttered. And I wonder what happened to my own boss at the auction. Got a shot at an item yet? She shook her head helplessly at the thought. When Mr. Li went in, he said that he would make it so that Mr. Yi wouldn't be able to get a single lot. I think Mr. Yi should return empty-handed. After all, the difference between Mr. Yi and this son of the richest man in Huaicheng is too great. There were a lot fewer onlookers at the entrance to the auction. There are only a handful of dozen. I don't know what happened to the young bigwig who went against Mr. Li just now. You mean the owner of that Only Love company? He must be on pins and needles in there, wishing the auction would end sooner. Indeed, Mr. Li will definitely not let him go. The crowd was talking. They all waited to see what would happen to Yi Chen after he offended Li Juanzi without thinking twice. Chapter 115. Ha! At this moment, Yi Chen's figure appeared from the entrance of the auction venue. Li Mengyun took the initiative to welcome them. Mr. Yi, are you alright? She frowned slightly, worried. I'm just attending an auction. What can I do? Yi Chen was full of doubts. What's this little minx thinking? Mr. Yi, I know you're in a bad mood at the moment. Still, as your employee, I must advise you not to take today's events too personally. Li Mengyun bitterly comforted Yi Chen. Hungry. Yi Chen was dumbfounded. What does one have to be in a bad mood about? Make your words clearer or I'm a little hard of hearing. Yi Chen said. Li Mengyun hadn't wanted to make it too clear, because know it all, but the boss told her to make it clear. It was all she could do to get the word out. Mr. Yi,
I know you were targeted by Mr. Lee at the auction and didn't get anything, not in a very pretty mood, so came over to comfort you. Yi Chen realized this.
It turned out that the woman had decided that she had suffered a loss in there.
Trying to give myself some comfort. I'm afraid I've disappointed you. I've gotten every single one of tonight's lots. Yi Chen smiled. Ha! Li Mengyan obviously didn't believe Yi Chen's words. Think he's saying that to save face. Of course she didn't reveal it. After all, this is your own boss. Gotta save face for the boss.
The surrounding people naturally heard Yi Chen's words.
All of them laughed. Going against Mr. Lee and trying to shoot everything. Is that possible? Not at all. Immediately after, one big brother after another walked out of the auction venue with ugly faces. The last to walk out of the auction. It's none other than the Lee family's son, Li Juanzi. As soon as he began to appear, the crowd shouted, Mr. Lee, today's auction was quite fruitful, wasn't it? Just now, the boss of Only Love said he bought all the lots. Don't you think that's ridiculous? Mr. Lee, quickly show what you filmed and hit him hard in the face.
Li Mengyan frowned slightly.
His own boss looks like he's going to be embarrassed. When Li Juanzi heard these words, a mouthful of old blood almost gushed out of his mouth. It was humiliating enough at the auction. Walk out of the auction and take a blast. It hurts. He blushed and nodded awkwardly to the crowd, at the same time speeding up the pace, trying to get out of here in a hurry.
The group of bigwigs next to him also grimaced,
straight into the distance.
The crowd was puzzled. Why is the arrogant and domineering Mr.
Lee so low-key just now? Shouldn't I? According to his character, he should have ruthlessly humiliated Yi Chen in front of everyone. Just as the crowd was wondering, the auctioneer, Jia Yu,
walked out with two staff members. The three of them held the lot in their hands and slowly came to Yi Chen's side.
Mr. Yi, this is all the lots for tonight are here. Please take a look. Hearing this, Li Mengyun was instantly confused. Here are all the lots for tonight. Wouldn't that mean his own boss really did shoot all the lots? Oh, my god.
She could never have imagined that it would turn out this way.
No wonder Duke Li and the group of bigwigs were all gray just now. So it is. At the moment, Li Mengyun looked like she was dreaming. The surrounding people saw that Li Juanzi was ignoring them.
Ben had lost interest and was ready to get out of there. Hearing the auctioneer's words, he immediately froze in place. It turned out that what this AI boss had just said was the truth.
He literally shot all the lots. No wonder Mr. Lee left without saying a word.
It turned out that the grandson of the richest man in Hawaii City hadn't even auctioned off a single item.
This is unbelievable. This Only Love boss is also too strong.
Li Mengyan gradually came back to her senses.
Asked with a face full of curiosity. Mr. Yi, how did you get all the lots in a crowd of big shots? This is too good. Yi Chen smiled in a cloudy manner. It's simple. Financial crushing. Bullying.
Li Mengyun once again had a whole new understanding of the financial power of her own General Yi.
Hoshi, who was on the sidelines, didn't say a word, but the same surprise was written on the delicate face.
Yi Chen came to her side and smiled lightly.
Come on, I'll buy you a big dinner. Aha! Hoshi nodded happily. On the way to dinner, Yi Chen opened the system panel and took a look. Ding! Host spends 8.5 billion. Arrives at 17 billion.
The host's current spending triggers a face-punching effect,
gaining a quadruple blast, arriving at 34 billion. Balance, 103.59 billion.
Congratulations to the host for acquiring the world's most luxurious private jet, the Airbus A380, known as the Mobile Palace. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30% of the shares of Yuanmeng Real Estate, the largest real estate company in Huaicheng. Congratulations to the host for acquiring piano skills that rival those of the gods. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the world's leading medical skill for 1,000 years. The host's assets have reached $110 billion. Can open the system shopping mall again.
Spend as much as you want. SS. Yi Chen saw these system rewards. The calm face rippled. This is a 360 line of work for yourself. Since I'm treating Hui to a big meal, the grade naturally can't be low. A few moments later, the two arrived at a nearby 5-star hotel, the All-In Hotel. As they walked into the hotel, the sound of an elegant piano reached both of them. Turn your head, only to see a man dressed in white, elegant and noble as a prince. Sitting gracefully at the piano. Skillful fingers danced across the keys. The sound of the piano is poetic, sometimes soft, sometimes delicate, sometimes atmospheric and mesmerizing. Chapter 116, Making a Fool of Myself. The man was surrounded by people. All were mesmerized, enjoying the beautiful music. Xiao Hui and Yi Chen came over at the sound, also along with the crowd. They quietly enjoyed the beautiful melody. A few moments later, the song was over. The crowd came out of the music and instantly the whole place applauded. Fantastic! Worthy of being the most outstanding pianist in the Dragon Kingdom,
Lang Lang. He really is highly skilled and has excellent piano skills. Yeah. The tune just now with its emotional highland ups and downs and variations was just mind-blowing. The crowd was agitated. The eyes were filled with reverence and envy. It's brilliant. This is the best piano music I've ever heard. Hoshi also let out a continuous gasp. She was equally thrilled to meet a world-class pianist like Piano Master Lang Lang for the first time. What do you think, Mr. Yi? Isn't it true that when you hear Mr. Lang's rendition, you get the feeling that you've heard all your previous piano music for nothing? If Yi Chen, who was before the auction, had heard such a wonderful performance, he would have been surprised and admired. But since the activation of the piano skills that are comparable to those of God, his gaze unconsciously grew much higher. Just now, Lang Lang's playing, instead of giving him a feeling of amazement, it's even a little boring. It's not bad, Yi Chen said indifferently. Saying it's okay is all in the face of Lang Lang. Still, Xiao Hui's eyes widened when she heard Yi Chen's words. She didn't expect that Yi Chen's evaluation of Lang Lang would be okay. Lang Lang is a top international piano master. The surrounding people were originally immersed in the excitement of seeing Lang Lang. When he heard Yi Chen's words, his eyes were filled with contempt. Lu Xian, the beautiful woman dressed in fashionable and sexy clothes next to her, blankly glanced at Yi Chen and said in a cold voice, I can't believe you're commenting that Lang Lang's piano skills are okay. I'm afraid you don't know anything about the piano, do you? Lang Lang's skills are well known to anyone who knows a little bit about piano. I can't believe someone used the words okay to judge him. It's also too ignorant. Yeah, don't judge the piano if you don't know how to play it, or you'll just make a joke of yourself. Ignorance isn't your fault. Ignorance and coming out to show it off is your fault. Others chimed in. All thought Yi Chen's words were too arrogant. If Lang Lang's piano skills are all just okay, it's hard to find a satisfying one in the whole of Blue Star. I'm afraid, Mr. Yi, isn't your evaluation of Lang Lang's piano skills a bit too low? Xiao Hui asked. Yi Chen smiled and shook his head. I think highly enough of him. In my eyes, such piano skills are really average. He was truthful. No matter how good Lang Lang is at the piano, he's just an ordinary guy after all. What was it in front of his godlike zither skills? When these words came out, the crowd once again cast disdainful gazes. There's taunting. There were snickers. There was verbal abuse. All felt that Yi Chen was too self-absorbed. Hoshi's eyebrows knit together and her face blushed. The heart was filled with embarrassment. Although she had a good feeling about Yi Chen, however, Yi Chen's words at this moment truly made him a bit confused. Let her hold her head up in front of the crowd. Taisha is dead. Naturally, Lang Lang in front of the piano noticed the situation over here. He rose slightly and smiled as he came to Yi Chen's side. I haven't heard anything like that in a long time, since I became one of Blue Star's top pianists. Since this gentleman said that I, Lang Mao, am not very good at the zither, could you play something for us? Let me, open my eyes. Lang Lang pretended to be modest. The performance was elegant and gentlemanly. In his heart, he was arrogant and disdainful. In terms of playing the piano, no one in the Dragon Kingdom is a match for himself. One would like to see what strength this kid has to dare to be so arrogant. Yes, didn't you say that Lang Lang's piano skills are average? If you're good you should go on. Lu Xian crossed her arms in front of her chest, her face full of disgust. Some people don't have it in them to get high off their mouths. This time this guy kicked the bucket. Let's see how he ends up now. This Pushin man is in a dilemma now. If he doesn't go up and play the piano, it would be the joke of the house. Go play the piano and not be as good as Lang Lang and still be a clown. I'm looking forward to what this guy does next. Ha! The crowd once again mocked Yi Chen, all waiting to see Yi Chen's joke. Mr. Yi, let's go eat. There's no need to pay attention to these people, Xiao Hui persuaded in a small voice. Yi Chen patted Xiao Hui's shoulder and laughed lightly. It's okay, I know a little bit of piano too, so it's okay to go up there and make a fool of myself. Chapter 117, a zither skill that compares to the gods. You're not kidding, Mr. Yi. Hoshi's expression was visibly tense. Mr. Yi, with your little piano skills, how can you possibly compare to Mr. Lang Lang? Let's just go, Hoshi advised again. Mr. Yeah plays the piano even though he does, but how can it compare to Lang Lang? It's just a way to humiliate yourself even more. Shall we pull Yi Chen's wrist, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible? Shame on you. It's better to be humiliated now than to be crushed by Lang Lang's piano skills. Seeing this, Yi Chen said no more, walked calmly to the piano as the crowd watched. Done. It's completely over. Xiao Hui saw Yi Chen slowly sitting in front of the piano, her eyes filled with worry. Isn't Mr. Yi asking for trouble himself? Why bother? Oh, dear. This guy really dares to go up and make a fool of himself. There's a good show coming up next, Lu Xian said contemptuously, waiting to see how good Yi Chen is. Lang Lang smiled back. Good. Very good. When this guy's zither comes out later, people will naturally be able to hear which is better or worse. Let's see how this guy responds when the time comes.
At that moment, only Yi-Chen placed his hands on the piano and was about to start playing. The fingering is professional. This was Lang Lang's first impression of Yi-Chen. So you know a little bit of piano. No wonder you dare to comment here. But that's a long way off.
Yi-Chen's hands then began to roam the keys of the piano. The sound of the piano also rang out as Yi-Chen's fingers bounced. The piece Yi-Chen played was one of the most difficult pieces in the world, the Piano Concerto No. 3. The rhythm of this track is extremely unique. The tempo is also unusually passionate. Yi-Chen's hands seemed to have residual shadows flowing, as if he possessed several pairs of hands.
Dazzling people. A single note becomes incredibly vibrant and full of life between his fingers. The passionate and strong, brilliant and splendid atmosphere in this song was shown by Yi-Chen. The end of the tune. Yi-Sam ended the whole piece with 4 strong march-like notes.
The song was finished and the venue was silent for a long time.
Everyone is still immersed in the beautiful melody and can't get out of it. Seconds later, thunderous applause erupted. Everyone was deeply shocked. They didn't realize that this stranger, surprisingly, he played this nightmare level of difficulty in its entirety. Shock was also written all over Hoshi's eyes. She didn't expect that Mr. Ye's piano attainments were so high. But they were all just amateurs and couldn't hear much. Only that it was awesome. But Wave Lang, who was on the sidelines, was confused as a whole. He didn't think that someone in the entire Blue Planet would be able to interpret this song to such an extent. Not only did the entire track come off perfectly, and every note is infinitely close to perfect, with no flaws, the rendition of the emotions in the tune is world-class. Suffice it to say, the rendition was flawless. Even his own world's top level is far from such a realm. This is completely beyond the limits of what humans can interpret. Is this God? Oh, my God. Just as the crowd marveled at Yi-Chen's rendition, a discordant voice interrupted the crowd's thoughts. He's really good at the piano, but compared to the world master Lang Lang, he's not even close. Lu Xian frowned and despised. Indeed, this gentleman has ceilings in the ordinary, but it's still a long way from world class. Yeah, it still doesn't compare to Mr. Lang Lang. Lu Xian turned her head to look at Lang Lang. Master Lang Lang, you're the professional, so comment on this. Is this guy's piano skills not even in the ballpark? Chapter 118. Hearing Lu Xian's words, Lang Lang's face instantly turned ugly. If this gentleman's piano skills are not even in the ballpark, wouldn't you be a piece of trash yourself? This gentleman's skill on the piano is not something he can comment on. Match yourself? Lang Lang spoke stiffly. This gentleman's zither skills are far above mine. I'm not even worthy of commenting. Ha! This. Lang Lang's words were like a thunderbolt exploding in the ears of the crowd. The crowd instantly froze and stared in disbelief. Everyone didn't expect it. The ever-proud Lang Lang has few rivals in the piano world. Surprisingly, I was willing to give in to a vegetarian, and making shocking statements like he doesn't deserve to be judged. Is this young man sitting at the piano so strong? It's incredible. Lu Xian was even more dumbfounded. She didn't think that Wave Ron would say something like that. Wouldn't that mean that the young man sitting at the piano in front of him was directly crushing Lang Lang's piano skills? That's what Lang Lang himself admitted. Oh, my God, how is this possible? How the world's best pianist was crushed by a vegetarian? It's outrageous, but the facts were in front of her, and she couldn't help but believe them. No wonder this gentleman just said that Lang Lang's piano skills are just average. People do have the strength to say that. Unlike himself, he had no strength at all and kept taunting people. Lu Xian remembered her own mouth just now. The heart was embarrassed and ashamed. What's the point of being arrogant when you're an outsider yourself? Sir, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were a great god. I'm so sorry. She came to Yi-Chen's side, bending down slightly. He apologized to Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen directly ignored her. This kind of woman with no one in sight. Yi-Chen was afraid of tainting his eyes. Lu Xian did not expect that she took the initiative to apologize. But in return, Yi-Chen ignored her. She stood beside Yi-Chen at a loss for words. Like a clown. It's embarrassing. Couldn't wait to find a crack in the piano. The crowd laughed at this scene. At this time, Yi-Chen faintly said, I still like the way you were just wailing and barking and biting around like a rabid dog. After saying that, Yi-Chen slowly got up. In Lu Xian's dismayed eyes, she left the place. Lang Lang bumbled after him. Sir, in 3 days, I'll be holding a concert for 10,000 people at the Capitol Theater. Will you be able to come then? Lang Lang invited seriously. Yi-Chen thought about it. In 3 days' time there is just about nothing to do, so going to a concert is not a bad idea. Okay, I'll be there when the time comes. Seeing that Yi-Chen had agreed, Lang Lang instantly showed a happy face. He took out a golden invitation and handed it over. Sir, here's the invitation to the concert. I hope to see you at the concert. I promised you. so naturally I won't go back on my word, Yi Sam responded, then walked with Hoshi towards the front stage. See you in 3 days. Sir, Lang Lang shouted at Yi Chen's back. Yi Chen nodded. He then booked a room at the front desk. The two ate their meal in the booth. Mr. Yi, I really didn't expect your zither skills to be so amazing. Even the pianist Lang Lang is ashamed of himself. Xiao Hui stared at Yi Chen with unblinking eyes. There was a sparkle in his eyes. There's more than you can imagine. Yi Chen smiled. The two ate and chatted idly. The Li family of Huai Chang. Brother, get out that graph diamonds. I've heard that the Airbus A380, the world's most luxurious private jet, is in Huai Chang. It's the perfect watch to take with you tomorrow to observe. Li Junyi, Li Juan's younger brother, said. Li Junyol has always been fascinated by various famous watches. The watch was also bought by Li Junyi, who asked Li Junzhe to buy it. See your brother back. He had a slightly agitated expression. Ugh, Li Juniper sighed. Sorry Junyi, I didn't get a shot at this watch. What? Li Jun stared in disbelief. Brother, you're joking. My Li family is the biggest family in Huai City. How is it possible that you can't even afford to auction off a watch? Why don't you raise the price and auction it off? The name list he was aiming for. His brother didn't even get a shot at it. Li Jun's expression was obviously a bit ugly. Jun Yi, it's not that I don't want to raise the price, it's that I just can't afford to do so. The watch was auctioned for $5 billion. Li Juanza explained with a face full of helplessness. There's really nothing I can do about it. What? This watch went for $5 billion. Hearing this price, Li Junyol was shocked. If he remembered correctly, this watch was sold at the last auction for $380 million. This time, even with a premium, $1 billion is tops. Surprisingly, it fetched a sky-high price of $5 billion. That's way more than this watch is worth. Li Jun's gaze was a bit dull. Like a dream. I really can't be blamed for this. Li Juniper shrugged. Li Junyi nodded numbly. I really can't blame my brother for that, but he's awesome all blown out. He swore before the other princes of Huai Chang that he would guarantee that the world's most famous watch will surely fall into his hands. He also said he'd give them a good eye-opener when he observes the private jet tomorrow. I didn't realize the watch was not pictured. What can be done about it? Oh, dear. Looks like I'll just have to go to Huiqiangbai and buy a replica to take with me first. Li Junyi shook his head helplessly. He was the second son of the Li family. No one would even suspect that he would wear a fake. Huaqiang North is the largest and most complete fake and imitation market in Huaicheng and even in the whole Dragon Kingdom. Fakes of all kinds of expensive jewelry are available. Surely we can find a fake of this famous watch. Li Junyi immediately dialed the phone number of Huiqiangbei's boss. It's getting late though. However, when he saw Li Junyi's incoming call, the Huiqiangbei boss picked it up decisively. What's wrong, Mr. Li? Find me a fine imitation of a Graf Diamonds watch. Li Junyi got right to the point. Okay Mr. Li, when do you want it? Now. Have it brought to me as soon as you find it. Okay, I'm on it. Hang up. Only then did a small smile appear on Li Junyi's face. Moments later, Yi Chan and Xiao Hui finished their meal. Because his own private jet was still parked in the open space behind the Huaichang International Airport, so he stayed in Huaichang first tonight, planning on checking it out at the airport tomorrow. Meet what the world's most luxurious private jet really looks like. Xiao Hui lived next door to Yi Chen, eyes closed and opened. The night passed. The next day when he woke up, Yi Chen took Xiao Hui to have a casual breakfast. Hoshi, I want to go to the airport. Will you accompany me, or are you going to buy a plane ticket back to Viva? Yi Chen inquired. Is Mr. Yi going to the airport to see the world's most luxurious private jet? Right. Yi Chen nodded. Then puzzled, how did you know? I saw it on Pak's Tone yesterday when I swiped it, and the story has spread throughout Huaichang. Hoshi explained. Mr. Yi should have seen it on Pak's Tone just like me, right? Yi Chen smiled faintly. This plane is his own. Where is the need to get the message from the Pak's Tone? If I say that this private airplane is mine, do you believe me? Yi Chen asked with a smile. Ha? Hoshi looked confused. On a normal day, she wouldn't have believed it. But today, Yi Chen not only spent $8.5 billion to auction off all the lots, crushing the Li family's son, it also demonstrates a piano technique that surpasses world class. She hesitated a bit, but the Pakstones say the plane was bought yesterday afternoon by a mysterious tycoon. And Mr. Yeah was at the auction yesterday afternoon. Unlikely according to the timeline. I don't think so, Mr. Yi. Hoshi half-heartedly shook her head. Yi Sam told Hui everything. After graduation, he married Lin Xiaotong. Grand finale. Didn't do so well. Couldn't make ends meet. Had to cut. Sorry readers. Keep up the good work in the next book.